Chapter 1, I have a wife and children at the beginning. Students, we've already taught you all the martial arts you need to know. Whether you can survive this game world depends on your own luck. In a training room, a middle-aged instructor looked at more than 50 combat students with a heavy gaze. I don't know how many students in this batch will survive in the end. The middle-aged instructor sighed secretly. In the training room, countless students' eyes were filled with confusion. Because everyone knows that in the early morning of June 6 this year, they will be pulled into a game world. Why this year? Because they turned 22. In the gaming world, once you die, you are truly dead. In the gaming world, the death rate of newcomers is very high. Almost every year, most newcomers die in the gaming world, and on average, no more than 30% of them survive. Alright students, your combat course is now over. I hope to see you all again in the future. The middle-aged instructor spoke to everyone in a heavy tone. I've said enough. Now everyone should go back and prepare for the game trial in a few days. The middle-aged instructor said something for the last time and then left the training room without looking back. Half after the instructor left, there was a commotion in the training room. Xin Zhangzi, let's go. In the back row of the training room, a very beautiful woman reached out and poked Xin Zhangzi. Okay, let's go. Xin Zhangzi took a deep breath and nodded. At this time, other people in the training room were also packing up and leaving. However, everyone was in a very heavy mood, so no one spoke much. Xin Zhangzi held Su Mayan's hand and left the martial arts hall. The same thing happened to the others, with a boy holding a girl's hand. However, everyone's expression was very heavy. Zhangzi, Mu Yan. Just as they left the martial arts hall, a voice called out to them. Turning around, a couple ran over quickly. This couple is also a pair of handsome men and beautiful women. Ho Xian, Pei Pei. Zhangzi, let's have dinner together tomorrow. In a few days we will enter the game. The boy and the couple said to Xin Zhangzi and Su Mayan. Okay. Xin Zhangzi nodded. Then we'll leave first. We'll contact each other by phone later. The two waved to Xin Zhangzi and Su Mayan before leaving. Half an hour later, Xin Zhangzi and Su Mayan came to a residential area. Take the elevator to the 12th floor and open room 1202. As soon as the door opened, two crisp voices were heard. Dad, Mom. At first glance, a 3-year-old boy and a 2-year-old girl were standing obediently at the door. Behind them, there was a beautiful girl of about 15 or 16 years old, smiling at the two people who opened the door. When the two little guys saw Xin Zhangzi and Su Mayan opening the door, they rushed over. Oh. Xiaobao Xiaowei, do you miss mommy and daddy? Su Mayan happily hugged her daughter. Xin Zhangzi, who was standing by, quickly picked up his son. Yes, we did. Su Mayan carried her daughter into the house, and Xin Zhangzi also carried his son into the house. Little sister, where is Mom? Su Mayan looked at the beautiful girl while holding her daughter. Mom went to buy groceries. Su Muchan explained. Oh. Half an hour later, a beautiful woman in her 40s opened the door carrying a bag. Mom. Seeing the beautiful woman, Su Mayan, Su Muchan and Xin Zhangzi all shouted. This beautiful woman is Xin Zhangzi's mother-in-law Xinshui. I'm back. I'll go cook now. Xinshui looked at Xin Zhangzi and Su Muchan and gave a forced smile. Mom, let me help you. A few hours later, the two children had fallen asleep and the remaining adults sat around on the sofa. You two will enter the game world the day after tomorrow. Mom hopes you can come back alive. Xinshui said in a low voice. Don't worry, Mom. We will definitely come back alive. Xin Zhangzi hurriedly comforted her. The day after tomorrow, he and Su Mayan will be pulled into the game world. In the gaming world, the survival rate of newlyweds is less than 30%, so whether the couple can survive is still an unknown. Mom, if something happens to Zhangzi and I mean just in case, if both of us don't come back, please take good care of Xiaobao and Xiaowei. Su Mayan also spoke to her mother in a low voice. Nothing will happen. You will definitely come back safely. Xinshui twisted her lips after saying this, but she couldn't help but shed tears. When sisters Su Muchan and Su Mayan saw their mother crying, they couldn't help but shed tears. On the side, Xin Zhangzi was also in a heavy mood. System, oh system, when will you finish loading? It's been loading for 22 years. Xin Zhangzi is actually not from this world, he is from Earth. When Xin Zhengzi was born into this world, he already had his own golden finger, which was the system. However, from birth to now when he is 22 years old, his system has been loading all the time, which has made Xin Zhengzi numb from the initial surprise to now. On Earth, Xin Zhengzi remained a bachelor until his death. Unexpectedly, after traveling to this world, he got married early and had 2 children. Of course, the main reason why Xin Zhengzi got married at such a young age was federal law. For the sake of human inheritance and continuation, the federal government recommends that all citizens must get married and have children after they reach the age of 18. Especially women, as long as they can give birth to 2 children before the age of 22, they can receive a large amount of financial subsidies. Only if everyone has more children, the real population will not decrease even if the survival rate in the game world is less than 30%. Of course, if you can have more children, you can get more rewards from the Federation. It was precisely based on this federal policy that Xin Zhengzi finally chose to marry Su Mayan, who was born on the same day, and have children. If the 2 did not come back alive from the game this time, then the fact that they had 2 children could be considered a continuation of their lives. The next day, Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan came to a restaurant. When the 2 arrived, Ho Xian and Chen Peipei had already arrived. Ho Xian and Chen Peipei are good friends of Xin Zhengzi and his wife in the martial arts gym. Tomorrow is the time to enter the game, so today is probably the last time the 4 of us get together. We will enter the game world tomorrow. Have you made any preparations? Ho Xian asked Xin Zhengzi. What kind of preparation can we have? We can't bring anything into the game world. Xin Zhengzi shook his head. Hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, Ho Xian smiled and said, among the 4 of us, Zhengzi is the best at fighting. If we talk about the chance of survival, Zhengzi should have the highest chance. After he finished speaking, his expression became serious, and he said to Xin Zhengzi, Zhengzi, if you can come back alive, and Peipei and I can't come back, please help take care of our child. Hearing this, Su Mayan on the side quickly said, don't be discouraged, you will definitely come back alive, and help take care of both sides' children. Isn't that what we agreed on a long time ago? Don't worry. Chapter 2 Entering the Game. Oh. What do you think you will experience in the game world? Why will you lose all your memories of the game world after leaving? Ho Xian sighed while eating. Who says it isn't true? If we knew what we'd experience in the game, the death rate might not be so high. Yes. According to historical records, when the game first launched hundreds of years ago, the survival rate of those who entered the game was less than 1 in 10. It was only after the Federation began to popularize various combat and survival knowledge that the survival rate increased to nearly 30%. Alas! I don't know what created this game world. I guess it must be a god. Come on, let's go. Tomorrow we'll enter the game world. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Let's do it. Dry. In the evening, Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan returned home around midnight. After returning home, the 2 found that the children had been taken to their grandmother's room, leaving Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan with their own space. That night, Su Mayan was asking for things crazily, and Xin Zhengzi was also constantly releasing the pressure. The next day, Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan took their family to the amusement park for a day. At night, after the 2 children went to bed, the whole family sat together with heavy faces. Soon, it was approaching early morning. Mom, a countdown has appeared in our minds. Please take care of yourself. We are leaving soon. Xin Zhengzi said to his mother-in-law. Yes, Mom will. Xin Shui nodded, but tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. Mom! Su Mayan threw herself directly into her mother's arms. Seeing this situation, Su Muchan also hugged her mother and sister. After hesitating for a moment, Xin Zhengzi stepped forward, held his wife Su Mayan's hand, and hugged Su Mayan, her mother, and her 2 daughters. In my mind, the countdown began to 0. 9 seconds left to enter the game world. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Just when the countdown reached 0. The next moment, Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan's bodies suddenly disappeared in the living room. Game world. In the chaos, an option appeared in Xin Zhengzi's mind. Please select an occupation. 3 professions appeared in front of Xin Zhengzi to choose from. Warrior, Mage, Warlock. Warrior is a melee combat profession. Mage, a long-range attack profession. Warlock, a support profession. Legend? Seeing the career choice, Xin Zhengzi looked surprised. because he found that this game was very similar to a game called Legend on Earth. After some consideration, Xin Junza chose the mage profession. In his previous life, he played a mage in the private server version of the game Legend. The main reason was that the phrase "if you are a brother, come and kill me" was too brainwashing. Novice Village number 46. Xin Junza and Su Mayan suddenly appeared in a square, still holding hands when they appeared. It seems that as long as they hold hands in real life, they can be together after entering the game. At this time, both of them were wearing the same set of clothes, which looked like linen clothes. At this time, in the square, in addition to the two people, there were many people of similar age to them. At a glance, there were almost 1,000 people. There is no need to guess, these people were probably forcibly pulled into the game world. Is this the game world? This should be the novice village, right? In the square, many people began to discuss among themselves. "Husband, what career did you choose?" Su Mayan asked, holding Xin Junza's hand. "I chose the mage, what about you?" Xin Junza asked back. "I chose the warlock." Su Mayan said. "Warlock is not bad either." "Honey, what should we do next?" Su Mayan asked Xin Junza. "Let's observe the situation first and see what everyone does." Xin Junza patted Su Mayan's hand. Hearing Xin Junza's words, Su Mayan nodded. Ding! System loading completed. System prompt: the host is detected to be in the Heavenly Dao trial area. System function is being adjusted. System prompt: congratulations to the host, you have obtained the double stacking ability of the equipment bar. Oh no, I've been discovered by the Heavenly Dao. An extremely terrified voice sounded in Xin Junza's mind. Boom! Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning appeared in the square. The moment the thunder appeared, it directly hit Xin Junza in the square. However, after the thunder disappeared, Xin Junza, who was hit by the thunder, was not hurt at all. "Honey, are you okay?" Su Mayan asked Xin Junza with a pale face. Just now, she saw a huge bolt of lightning hit her husband, which frightened her so much that her face turned pale. "I'm fine, don't worry." Xin Junza hurried to comfort his wife. However, he was extremely heartbroken in his heart. Because his system, his golden finger, is gone. Just now, that lightning shattered his system. So at this moment, Xin Junza felt like his heart was bleeding. The system that had been loaded since childhood finally loaded successfully after 22 years, but I didn't expect that it would be destroyed by some heavenly law just after it was loaded successfully. Just now, he heard the system's voice clearly. The system said that this was some kind of Heavenly Dao trial area, and then it was discovered by Heavenly Dao, and then the system disappeared. What Xin Junza didn't see was that although the system was gone, the system's original energy was integrated into his body. At this moment, suddenly, the noisy situation in the square became quiet in an instant. Because at this moment, everyone heard a voice, and this voice sounded directly in everyone's mind. Game tips: welcome new players to this world. Please become stronger in this world as quickly as possible. Just after the game prompt sounded, the next moment, Xin Junza saw something like a panel appear in his mind. Character backpack chat transaction task. Xin Junza first looked at the character panel. Name: Xin Junza. Occupation: mage. Level: 10100. HP: 100. Attack: 5. Defense: 5. Agility: 5. Spirit: 10. Weight: 50. Unique ability: infinite equipment stacking. With each level up, you can stack one more piece of the same equipment in your equipment slot and gain the attributes of all equipment. Unique ability? Isn't this the function the system created for itself before it died? Xin Junza clearly remembered that before the system died, it gave him the function of doubling the equipment column. But now, the double stacking of this equipment bar seems to have become infinite stacking, because one piece of equipment can be stacked with each level up. This means that if he has a weapon, then after it reaches level 2, he can equip 2 identical weapons, and the attributes of the weapon can be doubled. If he levels up to hundreds of levels, wouldn't he be able to stack the attributes of hundreds of weapons? Very good. Xin Junza didn't expect that Tiandao killed the system but did not cancel the abilities the system gave him. After looking at the character panel, Xin Junza turned his gaze to the backpack column. The backpack is empty, there is nothing in it. Next is the chat page, which is divided into World Chat Channel, Regional Chat Channel, and Personal Chat Channel. The World Chat Channel is gray and seems unusable, but someone is already speaking in the Regional Chat Channel. Xin Zhongzi did not read the comments in the chat channel. He looked at the trading column and quickly understood the function of the trading column. The trading column is a function for all game players to conduct transactions. As long as both parties are face to face, they can trade without being cheated. Finally, there's the taskbar. Opening the taskbar, Xin Zhongzi saw a task in the taskbar. Task 1, please go to the weapon shop to receive weapons. After clicking on the task, an arrow prompt appeared in front of Xin Zhongzi. Husband, let's add each other as friends. Su Mayan's voice sounded in Xin Zhongzi's ears. Okay. Xin Zhongzi nodded, and then added Su Mayan as a friend. In the square, many people have already started taking action. The square is surrounded by various wooden houses, and nearby, there are many characters who are obviously NPCs. Let's go get the weapons. Xin Zhongzi said to Su Mayan. Good. Soon, the two followed the mission instructions and came to a wooden house. On the house hung a plaque with 3 big words "Weapon Shop" written on it. At this time, there were already many people queuing outside the weapon store. A few minutes later, it was Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan's turn. This is your weapon. An NPC handed a long sword-like weapon to Xin Zhongzi. But this sword seems to be made of wood. Chapter 3: A Different Monster. After getting the sword, Xin Zhongzi took a quick look at it. Wooden sword, required level 1, attack 2-5, weight 7, durability 4. Just after Xin Zhongzi received the weapon, the task in his taskbar suddenly changed. Task 2, please go to the drugstore to get the wound medicine. Let's go get the golden wound medicine. Soon, Xin Zhongzi took Su Mayan to line up again. About 10 minutes later, Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan each received 10 bottles of golden wound medicine small. Wound medicine small restores 20 HP within 10 seconds after use, weight 1. Task 3, please go outside the village and kill wild monsters to complete the upgrade. After reaching level 7, you can go to the bookstore to obtain the skill Fireball. Wife, what is your mission? Xin Zhongzi asked Su Mayan. My mission is to go outside the village and kill wild monsters to complete the upgrade. After reaching level 7, I can go to the bookstore to obtain the skill Healing. Our tasks are similar. We both need to go outside the village to kill monsters and level up. Xin Zhongzi nodded. So are we going to kill monsters outside the village now? Su Mayan asked. Go check out the situation. More than 10 minutes later, Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan arrived at the entrance of the village. At this time, hundreds of people had gathered at the entrance of the village. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking outside the village. Outside the village, there are many humanoid monsters. These monsters are wandering around without any pattern, as if they have not noticed the people in the village. Xin Zhongzi stared at the monster for 3 seconds. The next moment, the monster's information appeared in his eyes. Demonized Corpse, Level 1. HP 100, Attack 8, Defense 5, Agility 10, Skill Infection. After being scratched, it will be infected with corpse poison, losing HP twice the attack value per second, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown of 120 seconds. At this time, Xin Zhongzi saw several people holding weapons and slowly walking out of the village. Under everyone's gaze, a few people had just left the village entrance. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a dozen or so demonized zombies nearby seemed to have suddenly discovered them and rushed towards them with roars. Fuck! Seeing this situation, many people couldn't help but exclaim. Several people who had left the village retreated quickly back into the village. Bang! The demonized corpses were moving very fast, but just as they were about to approach the group, they suddenly stopped in their tracks as if they had lost their target. Just when the demonized corpse stopped, something like a barrier suddenly appeared in front of Xin Zhongzi. The barrier was very large and almost covered the entire novice village. 3 seconds later, information about the barrier also appeared in his eyes. Energy barrier, countdown 23 hours, 36 minutes, and 45 seconds. Seeing the countdown of this barrier, Xin Zhongzi guessed that this barrier could only last for 1 day. Doesn't this mean that the novice village will no longer be safe in 1 day? This monster is so fast. Su Mayan couldn't help but sighed at the side. The speed of this demonized corpse has reached 10 points, so it is naturally fast. Xin Zhongzi nodded. Demonized corpse? Are you talking about the monster outside? Sumayan asked in surprise. If you stare at the monster for 3 seconds, you will see its information. Xin Zhengzi said to Sumayan. Oh, let me see. Sumayan nodded. A moment later. No, there's no information about monsters appearing at all. Isn't it possible? Brother, are you sure you can see the monster's information? Someone on the side asked Xin Zhengzi. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi asked back, can't you see it? I can't see it. I can't see it either. Me too. Could it be that you, brother, can see monster information? Everyone nearby looked at Xin Zhengzi in surprise. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi suddenly realized that it seemed that he was the only one who could see the monster's information, and no one else could see it. Then can you see the energy barrier outside? Xin Zhengzi asked the people nearby. Block? What kind of barrier? After hearing this, Xin Zhengzi finally confirmed that other people could not see the monster information and energy barrier of the novice village at all. Brother, what did you see? Can you tell us? After hearing this, Xin Zhengzi thought about it and decided to tell everyone what he had seen. Maybe the information he provided could help more people survive. In addition, he was not afraid of others knowing his ability. After all, he could only see the information of objects. Besides, even if someone left the game, they would lose their memory of it, so there was no need for him to care. You mean, the novice village is now protected by a huge barrier, and the barrier only lasts for 1 day? Yes, to be exact, there are only 23 hours and 39 minutes left. After hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, someone immediately said, so, the idea of us staying in the village all the time is no longer feasible. We must go out and kill monsters. Otherwise, the barrier will be gone in a day, and we will still be attacked by monsters. Could it be that the reason the survival rate in the game world is less than 30% is because many people don't know that the barrier only lasts for 1 day, which is why there are so many casualties? It's possible. Brother, where is the approximate location of the barrier? Maybe we can use the barrier to kill monsters safely. Someone asked Xin Zhengzi. It's right next to the nearest demonized corpse. Xin Zhengzi pointed to the nearest demonized corpse. Let me try and see if I can attack the monster while standing inside the barrier. Seeing the monster that Xin Zhengzi was pointing at, a man immediately rushed towards the monster. Soon the man came near the monster, but the monster seemed not to notice him at all. Puff! The next moment, the wooden sword pierced the monster's head straight. 5. Roar! Suddenly attacked, the monster roared. However, it couldn't find anyone at all. Just as the monster roared in anger from being attacked, the man's attack did not stop. In less than 2 minutes, the monster's health bar was reduced to 0, and it became a corpse. Fuck, it really works. Seeing this situation, many people couldn't help but exclaim. In this way, we can lure the monsters to the edge of the barrier and fight them. Someone said with shining eyes. The barrier only lasts for 1 day, so we must hurry and upgrade it. Seeing that they could really stand inside the barrier and kill monsters, everyone became excited. Soon, other people repeated the same trick, luring monsters close to the barrier and then attacking them. Let's go kill the monsters too. Sumayan said to Xin Zhengzi. Good. Xin Zhengzi nodded. Because there were too many people at the village entrance, Xin Zhengzi took Sumayan directly along the barrier in one direction. Soon, the two came to a place with few people. I'll lure the monsters, and you attack. Xin Zhengzi said something to Sumayan, then left the range of the barrier. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing Xin Zhengzi, more than a dozen monsters nearby rushed over quickly. Just as the monster rushed forward, Xin Zhengzi flashed into the barrier. Bang bang. The monster immediately crashed into the barrier. Attack! Xin Zhengzi said to Sumayan. Okay. Sumayan nodded, then stabbed the monster with the sword. Chapter 4 Ebony Sword. Outside the novice village, countless people soon began to imitate the others, constantly luring monsters and then killing them. At the edge of the barrier, a man was stabbing a demonized corpse with a wooden sword in his hand. Because he didn't know the exact location of the barrier, he didn't even notice that half of his body had left the range of the barrier. In such circumstances. Puff! The claws of the two demonized zombies grabbed his arms almost at the same time. Oh no! These two demonized corpses are poisonous. I'm losing 22 HP per second. The person who was scratched by the demonized corpse quickly retreated back to the barrier, but his health was still dropping. In this situation, he quickly took out a bottle of medicine and drank it. However, the effect of the golden wound medicine is to restore 20 points of blood in 10 seconds, but now the poison of the demonized corpse is causing it to lose 22 points of blood per second. So soon, the player's health was exhausted. Help, someone please save me. He had used up all 10 bottles of medicine, but there was nothing he could do to stop his blood from decreasing. If he was only hit by the skills of one demonized zombie, he might still be able to survive, but if he was hit by the skills of two demonized zombies at the same time, then he would be doomed. Under everyone's gaze, the person who was scratched by the demonized zombie had his health reduced to 0 and eventually turned into a corpse. Everyone, be careful not to get scratched by the monsters. The monsters' claws are extremely poisonous. Seeing this situation, other players quickly warned everyone loudly. Everyone, spread this information. Make sure everyone knows. A few minutes later, Xin Zhangze and Su Mayan also heard the news. Of course, Xin Zhangze had known about this situation for a long time, and he had actually told everyone about it a long time ago. However, no one took it seriously before, until now when someone died because of this situation, everyone really started to take it seriously. As time goes by, more and more people come to guard the barrier and fight monsters. In the end, as the number of monsters near the barrier decreased, everyone had to go outside the barrier to lure the monsters so that they could kill them. Game tips: you killed the demonized corpse and gained +1 experience. To be honest, the experience points for killing monsters are too little. We have to kill 100 monsters to level up, and we can't form a team. After Xin Zhangze killed a demonized corpse, he couldn't help but complain to Su Mayan. This was the 20th demonized corpse the two had killed together. In the end, it was Xin Zhangze who finished off these 20 demonized corpses. The two decided to let Xin Zhangze upgrade first. First of all, Xin Zhangze is a man, and secondly, his fighting skills are better than Su Mayan's. If Xin Zhangze upgrades first, he can better protect Su Mayan. You stay inside the barrier, I'll lure the monsters. After killing the monster, Xin Zhangze said something to Su Mayan, then went out to lure the monster. At this time, there were thousands of people surrounding the barrier to fight monsters, and there were not enough monsters nearby to fight. After luring monsters several times, Xin Zhangze discovered that the monster's hatred distance was about 10 meters. Therefore, Xin Zhangze only needs to run within 10 meters of a monster, and then he can run towards the barrier. Generally speaking, when Xin Zhangze ran to the edge of the barrier, the monster would always be about 5 or 6 meters away from him. Prick. 5. Prick. 5. After the demonized corpse came to the edge of the barrier, Xin Zhangze and Su Mayan both chose to stab the monster's head with wooden swords. Because stabbing the monster's head with a wooden sword will cause the greatest damage. Xin Zhangze's own attack is only 5 points, and with the wooden sword, the maximum attack can reach 10 points. Minus the monster's 5 points of defense, Xin Zhangze's full strength attack can just take away 5 points of the monster's health. Xin Zhangze said that if the attack is not on the monster's head, or if it is chopped with a sword, each attack can only knock out 1-2 attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Xin Zhangze and Su Mayan stabbed the demonized corpse frantically. After a while, the demonized corpse's blood volume was reduced to 0. I'll go next. Xin Zhangze said to Su Mayan, and Su Mayan quickly withdrew her hand. She couldn't see the blood volume of the demonized corpse, but Xin Zhangze could. Swish. 2 sword thrusts and the demonized corpse fell to the ground again. Ah! Equipment exploded. Suddenly, Su Mayan exclaimed. Xin Zhangze also saw that after he killed the demonized corpse, a bubble-like thing burst out of the demonized corpse. In the bubble, Xin Zhangze saw a sword. Xin Zhangze hurried forward to pick it up. Game tips: you have obtained the ebony sword. Ebony sword, level requirement 1, attack 4-8, magic attack 0-1, weight 8, durability 7. Good stuff. Seeing the properties of the ebony sword, Xin Zhangze was immediately surprised. An attack of 4-8 can deal 8 points of damage if it is aimed at the head of a demonized corpse. Wife, do you want to use it? Xin Zhangze asked Su Mayan. You use it, I'll just use the wooden sword. Su Mayan waved her hand. Okay. Xin Zhangze nodded. Next, Xin Zhangze continued to lure the monsters, and then the two of them killed them together. Xin Jonze calculated that about 2 monsters would drop 1 copper coin. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 hours passed. Wife, go and repair the wooden sword. I'll continue killing monsters. Xin Jonze traded his wooden sword to Su Mayan and instructed her. The wooden sword has a durability of only 4 points, which means it can only be used continuously for 4 hours. When the durability drops to 1 point, it must be repaired, otherwise the durability will be reduced to 0, and the wooden sword will be damaged and disappear directly. Okay, be careful on your own. Su Mayan took the wooden sword from Xin Jonze and ran towards the village. In the following time, the two people kept luring monsters and killing them. Just when Xin Jonze killed the 54th demonized corpse, the demonized corpse threw a dagger at Xin Jonze. Dagger, level requirement 1, attack 4-5, weight 5, durability 10. This dagger is for you. Xin Jonze said to Su Mayan. I don't want it. The dagger is too short and I'm afraid of being caught by the monster. Su Mayan waved her hand quickly. Then you can keep it and see if you can sell it later. Xin Jonze nodded. The dagger is indeed too short, although its attack power is higher than that of the wooden sword. 12 hours later, Xin Jonze finally killed a monster, averaging about 1 monster every 7 minutes. Of course, the main reason is that it is troublesome and time-consuming to lure monsters. After killing 100 monsters, Xin Jonze's level finally rose from level 1 to level 2. At the same time, Xin Jonze also received game prompts in his mind. Game tips: you have reached level 2 and gained 5 free attributes. Game tips: congratulations on reaching level 2. You are now eligible to enter or exit the game at any time. When Xin Jonze heard the game prompts, his eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect that after reaching level 2, he could actually quit the game on his own initiative. In other words, if he quits the game now, as long as he never enters the game again, he will never be killed by the game. However, Xin Jonze is not planning to quit the game right now, because it is easy for him to quit the game, but what about his wife Su Mayan? If he couldn't get his wife to level 2 before the barrier disappeared, Su Mayan would most likely die in the game, which he didn't want to see. 5 free attributes. Xin Jonze didn't hesitate and added all of it to agility. His agility is only 5, which makes it very difficult for him to attract monsters. Only by improving his agility can he better attract monsters. Chapter 5 Upgrade. Wife, it's your turn to kill monsters next. Use this ebony sword. Xin Jonze traded the ebony sword to Su Mayan. I'll just use the wooden sword, and you can use the ebony sword yourself. Su Mayan waved her hand to cancel the transaction. I've used them enough. You can use them. Trade all your wooden swords to me. Xin Jonze initiated a trade with Su Mayan again. Alright then. Seeing Xin Jonze's insistence, Su Mayan did not continue to refuse. She directly traded the 2 wooden swords with Xin Jonze for the ebony sword. After Xin Jonze got Su Mayan's wooden sword, he now had 3 wooden swords. Without hesitation, Xin Jonze directly equipped himself with 2 wooden swords. Xin Jonze's unique ability is that he can equip 1 more piece of the same equipment every time he levels up. That is to say, after Xin Jonze is equipped with a wooden sword, he can also stack another wooden sword. In this case, Xin Jonze seems to be using a wooden sword, but he can obtain the attribute effects of 2 wooden swords. After equipping 2 wooden swords, Xin Jonze looked at the character column and found that it had changed a lot. Name: Xin Jonze. Occupation: Mage. Level: 20200. HP: 200-200. Attack: 5-4-10. Defense: 5. Agility: 10. Spirit: 10. Weight: 2255. Unique ability: Infinite Equipment Stacking. With each level up, you can stack 1 more piece of the same equipment in your equipment slot and gain the attributes of all equipment. Equipment: Wooden Sword level requirement 1, attack 410, weight 7, durability 8. Xin Jonze's character column: after Xin Jonze reached level 2, his experience value increased by 100 points, reaching 200 points. Then, his health also increased by 100 to 200. Furthermore, after Xin Jonze added 5 points of free attributes to agility, his agility increased from 5 points to 10 points. Then, his weight increased from 50 points to 55 points. However, because he was equipped with a wooden sword, a dagger, and 10 bottles of gold medicine in his backpack, the weight reached 22. In other words, Xin Jonze can carry items weighing 33 meters. Finally, after Xin Zhongzi equipped himself with 2 wooden swords, the attributes of his equipment bar also changed. The original attack of the wooden sword was 2-5, and the durability was 4. Now it has become 4-10 attack and 8 durability, which is twice as much. And the most surprising thing is that although 2 wooden swords are equipped, the weight has not changed, it is only the weight of 1 wooden sword. In other words, no matter how many weapons he is equipped with, the weight is only calculated based on 1 weapon, which is really great. I'll go lure the monsters. After looking at the character panel, Xin Zhongzi quickly left the barrier and went outside to lure the monsters. His agility now reaches 10 points, the same as that of a demonized zombie. Therefore, Xin Zhongzi decided to lure 2 more at once. 2 minutes later, Xin Zhongzi ran quickly towards the barrier, followed by 3 demonized corpses. Fuck, brother, you run so fast? Nearby, some players were surprised when they saw Xin Zhongzi's speed. Xin Zhongzi ignored them. He waited at the edge of the barrier for a while. When the 3 demonized corpses approached, he quickly slipped into the barrier. Attack quickly. When the demonized corpse approached the barrier, Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan attacked immediately. Both of them have a basic attack of 5 points. After Su Mayan gets the ebony sword, she can deal 8 points of damage by attacking the demonized corpse's head. As for Xin Zhongzi, after being equipped with 2 wooden swords, his attack reached a maximum of 10 points. In this case, 2 people only need to stab 6 times on average to kill a demonized corpse. In this situation, the 2 of them killed monsters faster. Of course, the most important thing is Xin Zhongzi's speed in attracting monsters. The reason why it took an average of 7 minutes to kill a demonized corpse before was mainly because Xin Zhongzi was too slow in attracting monsters. Time passes. Near the barrier, thousands of people were killing monsters in full swing. Just when Su Mayan killed the 41st demonized corpse. Wow! Another piece of equipment dropped, it's a piece of clothing. Su Mayan hurried forward to pick up the equipment. Cloth, female, required level 1, defense 2-2, magic defense 0-1, durability 5, weight 5. This dress is just right for you. Xin Zhongzi said to Su Mayan with a smile. Yes, it's women's clothing, otherwise I would give it to you. Su Mayan put on the clothes with a smile. The next moment, Su Mayan was wearing a red, white and blue dress and skirt, which made her look much more beautiful. Wow! New equipment. The people fighting monsters nearby were envious when they saw that Su Mayan's clothes had changed. In the following time, Xin Zhongzi continued to lure monsters, kill monsters, lure monsters, and kill monsters. When the weapons were no longer durable, Su Mayan would go to the weapons shop to repair them. Soon, 7 hours passed. I've been upgraded. Su Mayan said to Xin Zhongzi in surprise. Because Xin Zhongzi reached level 2 and increased his agility to 10 points, his efficiency in attracting monsters increased significantly, which resulted in the 2 of them killing monsters much faster. Under such circumstances, Su Mayan only took 7 hours to reach the next level. Honey, I got 5 free attribute points. Where should I add them to? Su Mayan asked Xin Zhongzi. Accelerate. Xin Zhongzi didn't hesitate and directly asked Su Mayan to accelerate. When facing demonized zombies with 10 points of agility, the only way to escape from their pursuit is to increase your speed. The game prompts me that I can quit the game. Should we quit the game? Su Mayan asked Xin Zhongzi again. Don't quit yet. Wait until the barrier disappears. Good. My agility is also 10 points. How about we lure the monster together? Maybe we can kill it faster. Su Mayan suggested to Xin Zhongzi. After hearing Su Mayan's words, Xin Zhongzi thought about it and then nodded. Okay, let's lead it together, but be careful. After Su Mayan leveled up, the 2 of them soon started going outside the barrier together to lure monsters. 2 minutes later, the 2 of them attracted 5 demonized zombies. It only took the 2 of them 3 minutes to deal with the 5 demonized zombies, which means they killed 1 zombie per minute on average. This speed is 7 times faster than the initial speed when Xin Zhongzi took an average of 7 minutes to kill a demonized corpse. But what made Xin Zhongzi frown was that after he reached level 2, the game only gave him 0.5 experience points for killing demonized zombies. Assuming 200 experience points are needed to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, he needs to kill 400 demonized zombies before he can level up. Continue. After killing the first batch of monsters they lured, the 2 continued to lure monsters. This time, the 2 attracted 6 demonized zombies. It still took about 5 minutes for the two of them to kill all 6 demonized zombies. Maybe I can lure one more, Xin Zhongzi thought. 2 minutes later, Xin Zhongzi attracted 4 demonized zombies, and Su Mayan also attracted 3. The two men's efficiency in luring and killing monsters made the people fighting monsters nearby envious. Have you two reached level 2? Someone asked Xin Zhongzi. Yes. What's wrong? Did you all add your free attribute points to agility? Yes. I was wondering why you guys were running so fast. If I had known, I would have put more points in agility. High agility attracts monsters too quickly. The person who asked the question regretted it deeply. He added the attribute to his attack, and although this greatly improved his attack, the speed of attracting monsters was not fast, which resulted in his efficiency in killing monsters being very slow. Chapter 6 Try. Wow! Another piece of equipment dropped, another ebony sword. After killing the 4th wave of monsters, a demonized corpse dropped an ebony sword. Husband, please equip yourself quickly, Su Mayan said to Xin Zhongzi with a smile. Forget it, I won't equip it for the time being. I'm used to using an ordinary wooden sword. Xin Zhongzi waved his hand. There is only one ebony sword, and it is impossible for him to equip it unless he finds another one. Of course, he could also use his wife Su Mayan's sword, but he didn't want Su Mayan to know that he could stack equipment. As long as he doesn't say it, he is not afraid of Su Mayan knowing it, because when killing monsters, the data will not disappear from other people's sight. For example, a number like health 10 can only be seen by Xin Zhongzi. Others only know that the monster is dead after they kill it. In the process of killing monsters, they have no way of knowing how much health the monsters have left, etc. Just when Xin Zhongzi was in the novice village, countless people were desperately trying to lure and kill monsters. The situation in other novice villages is completely different. Because the people in other novice villages didn't know about the barrier, and didn't know that the barrier could only last for one day, many of them took it easy. After many people saw some people being killed by a group of demonized zombies outside the village, many people chose to stay in the village and not go out. Even if someone discovered the safe zone formed by the barrier and used it to kill monsters, they would be slow and not as urgent as the safe zone where Xin Zhongzi was. In Xin Zhongzi's safe zone, the reason why everyone was so eager to kill monsters was mainly because they all knew that the barrier could only last for one day. If they cannot upgrade within a day and eliminate the monsters near the village, their lives will be in danger when the barrier disappears. Then, after some people reached level 2 and learned that they could leave the game after upgrading, everyone naturally wanted to upgrade their level so that they could open the door and return to reality. By 22 hours into the game, most of the people in the novice village had left. Most of these people reached level 2 and then chose to quit the game. In this situation, Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan's efficiency in attracting monsters is greatly improved because there are fewer competitors. Now, the two of them can attract more than a dozen demonized zombies at a time and kill an average of 2 monsters per minute. Another piece of equipment has dropped, it's a men's cloth suit. Just when Xin Zhongzi killed the 246th demonized corpse, the demonized corpse gave Xin Zhongzi a piece of cloth clothing male. Cloth, male, required level 1, defense 2-2, magic defense 0-1, weight 5, durability 5. After picking up the cloth clothes, Xin Zhongzi equipped them directly. This is a white cloth dress, which looks much more handsome than linen clothes. After equipping the cloth clothes, Xin Zhongzi's defense directly reached 7 points. In this way, even if you were scratched by a monster, you shouldn't lose much blood. However, since there is a safe zone, he naturally cannot be scratched by the monster. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. When the barrier was about to disappear in an hour, Xin Zhongzi's monster once again exploded an ebony sword at Xin Zhongzi. After obtaining the 2 ebony swords, Xin Zhongzi decisively equipped himself with the ebony sword. Honey, why did you change to an ebony sword? Didn't you say that a wooden sword was more convenient? Su Mayan asked in surprise. Oh, the wooden sword's durability is almost gone, Xin Zhongzi explained. After equipping the ebony sword, Xin Zhongzi's attack power directly reached 816. If Xin Zhongzi's own 5 basic attack points are included, it would be 1321. This means that Xin Zhongzi's sword can deal a minimum of 13 points of attack and a maximum of 21 points of attack. After equipping the ebony sword, Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan continued to lure and kill monsters. Just when the 24-minute countdown in the demon realm was about to end, Xin Zhongzi finally upgraded from level 2 to level 3. After reaching level 3, Xin Jones's attributes changed dramatically again, and then he gained 5 free attributes. Without any hesitation, Xin Jones directly added 5 free attributes to agility. Now, he doesn't lack for attack, as his equipment can be stacked. For defense, you can just add a few more pieces of clothing. What he lacks most now is agility. As long as his agility is high, he will not be caught up and killed by monsters. As for spirit, it should be very important for a mage, but a mage needs to reach level 7 to have skills, so even if you want to increase mental power, he must be able to protect himself first. Although this is called a game, if you die once, you are really dead, so Xin Jones must be very cautious. After upgrading, Xin Jones looked at the character panel. Name, Xin Jones. Occupation, Mage. Level, 300-300. HP, 300-300. Attack, 5-8-16. Magic Attack, 502. Defense, 522. Magic Defense, 501. Agility, 15. Spirit, 10. Weight, 4260. Unique ability, infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment, Ebony Sword required level 1, attack 816, weight 8, durability 14, cloth, male, required level 1, defense 22, magic defense 01, durability 5, weight 5. After reaching level 3, Xin Jones's experience value and health increased by another 100 points. Then, magic attack and magic defense appeared on his character panel, and the starting value of these two values was only 5 points, so magic attack and magic defense should have nothing to do with mental power? 16. After upgrading and equipping the Ebony Sword, Xin Jones can deal the maximum damage of 16 points every time he hits the demonized corpse's head. What made Xin Jones frown was that after he reached level 3, he could only gain 0.25 experience points by killing demonized corpses. Wife, I've already reached level 3. You can kill monsters next. To continue killing the demonized zombies, Xin Jones chose to let his wife Su Mayan do it. In this way, the efficiency will be higher. Just when the two of them had killed less than 4 waves of demonized zombies. The time finally came 24 hours after entering the game. At this time, the barrier covering the novice village finally disappeared. The barrier has disappeared. Xin Jones said to Su Mayan. Then should we go back? Su Mayan asked. After hearing Su Mayan's words, Xin Jones thought for a moment and then said, I want to find a demonized corpse to fight alone and see if I can kill it without the help of the barrier. Okay, then let's go find a demonized corpse and try it out. I want to try it too. Su Mayan nodded. Soon, the two found a lone demonized corpse. Xin Jones approached the demonized corpse within 10 meters and immediately attracted its attention. Roar! The next moment, the demonized corpse rushed towards Xin Jones quickly. Xin Jones retreated quickly, leading the demonized corpse away for a distance, and then stopped to wait for the arrival of the demonized corpse. Soon, the demonized corpse came in front of Xin Jones. Xin Jones thrust out a sword, directly hitting the demonized corpse's head. 16. The moment Xin Jones attacked the demonized corpse's hand also grabbed towards Xin Jones. Facing the attack of the demonized corpse, Xin Jones blocked it with his ebony sword while dodging the monster's attack by turning sideways. Puff! The next moment, Xin Jones's ebony sword hit the demonized corpse again. His speed was faster than that of the demonized zombies, which allowed them to easily dodge the attacks of the demonized zombies and continue to cause damage to them. After 7 sword strikes, the demonized corpse fell to the ground. Relying on his fighting skills, Xin Jones easily defeated a demonized corpse without any injury. Let me try it too. Seeing Xin Jones easily kill a demonized corpse, Su Mayan also became interested. Okay, you try it. Xin Jones nodded. Soon, Su Mayan also attracted a demonized corpse. However, Su Mayan's fighting skills are much weaker than Xin Jones's, and her agility is not as good as Xin Jones's. So after she hit the demonized corpse with 3 swords, the demonized corpse also scratched Su Mayan with a claw. 1. Xin Jones saw that the demonized corpse knocked away a drop of Su Mayan's blood after hitting her. Fortunately, the demonized corpse did not release the skill infection, otherwise Su Mayan would be poisoned and continue to lose blood. The demonized corpse's normal attack is 8 points, and Su Mayan's basic defense is 5 points, plus Bui's 2 points of defense, which is 7 points, so the demonized corpse only lost 1 point of blood when attacking Su Mayan. Chapter 7 Tragic. After more than 10 sword strikes, Sumayan successfully killed the demonized corpse. Why is it so easy for you to kill the demonized corpse? It only takes 7 or 8 swords to kill it, but it takes me more than 10 swords to kill the demonized corpse? Sumayan asked Xin Zhengzi with some confusion. Maybe it's because every sword strike hits the monster's vital point. Xin Zhengzi explained. Sumayan accepted Xin Zhengzi's explanation. Then she took out a bottle of healing medicine and drank it, and her blood volume was quickly restored to full. Let's go back now. I guess Mom and the others are waiting anxiously, Sumayan said to Xin Zhengzi. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi thought about it and nodded. By the way, trade your ebony sword to me, Xin Zhengzi said to Sumayan. Why? No reason, just give it to me. Okay. Sumayan nodded and traded the ebony sword in her hand to Xin Zhengzi. Xin Zhengzi traded his wooden sword to Sumayan, and then chose to trade. After Xin Zhengzi obtained Sumayan's ebony sword through trading, he equipped it directly to the equipment bar. After being equipped with 3 ebony swords, Xin Zhengzi's attack became like this. Attack, 5-12-24. Magic attack, 10-03. Okay, let's quit the game, Xin Zhengzi said to Sumayan. Sumayan nodded and immediately quit the game. Just after Sumayan quit the game, Xin Zhengzi also quit the game. Just when the two of them quit the game. At this moment, Novice Village number 165 has become a hell on earth. In this Novice Village, most people chose to hide in the safe zone for a day. After the barrier disappeared, countless demonized zombies rushed into the village. Under such circumstances, everyone had to fight the demonized zombies by force. However, the number of demonized zombies was too large, so as the battle continued, the players began to suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, as time goes by, the casualties are increasing. After more than 10 hours, there were only more than 200 people left in the Novice Village, which originally had thousands of people. They successfully broke through to level 2 and then left the game. Therefore, the survival rate of this Novice Village is less than 30%. At the same time, many Novice Villages are like this. Many people don't know that the barrier will disappear after 24 hours, so they are not so eager to kill monsters and level up. After all, you have to kill 100 demonized zombies to reach the next level. After the barrier disappeared and the demonized zombies near the village rushed into the Novice Village, the casualties naturally increased. In this situation, it is considered good if more than 30% of people can survive. No wonder after the game came out, the survival rate of players entering the game was no more than 30%. It turns out that this is the case. In Shenqing City, Sumayan's body first appeared in the living room of her home because she was the first to quit the game. Daughter, you're back alive. After Xin Zhengzi and Sumayan entered the game, Sumayan's mother Xinshui had been guarding in the living room. When Xinshui saw her daughter coming out, she almost jumped up in surprise. Hearing Xinshui's exclamation, Sumuchan also rushed out of the bedroom. Sister, it's great that you're back. Sumuchan walked forward in surprise and hugged her sister and mother. At this time, Xin Zhengzi's body also appeared on the sofa in the living room. However, at this time, Xinshui and Sumuchan, mother and daughter, both focused their attention on Sumayan and did not notice Xin Zhengzi. Sumayan, on the other hand, was always paying attention to Xin Zhengzi. When Xin Zhengzi appeared, Sumayan immediately shouted in surprise, "Husband!" After hearing Sumayan's shout, Xinshui and Sumuchan realized that Xin Zhengzi had also returned. Brother-in-law, you're back too, that's great. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Xinshui nodded, tears of joy in her eyes. After the family exchanged pleasantries, Xin Zhengzi asked his wife Sumayan, "Wife, do you still remember the memories in the game?" Hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, Sumayan frowned and thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I can't remember at all." Hearing Sumayan's words, Xin Zhengzi's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was in turmoil. Because Sumayan didn't remember what happened in the game, but he remembered it clearly. "Honey, do you remember what happened in the game?" Sumayan asked Xin Zhengzi. "I don't remember either." Xin Zhengzi shook his head. "This is normal. No one will remember what happened in the game after leaving it," Xinshui said to the two of them. "By the way, although you can still choose to enter the game after you come back, you must not choose it." "Why?" Xin Zhengzi asked in confusion. "Because everyone who entered the game again eventually died. Either they died the second time they entered the game, the third time, or one of the times after that. Many countries have conducted experiments and found that entering the game has no benefits, but the price is death. Therefore, people who leave the game for the first time generally never enter the game again in their lifetime. After hearing what his mother-in-law said, Xin Zhengzi thought about it and found that it was indeed the case. If the chance of survival for people who enter the game is less than 30%, and once they leave the game they will lose all their memories of the game, who would dare to continue entering the game under such circumstances? After talking with his mother-in-law and her family for a while, Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan came to the master bedroom. It was 2 o'clock in the morning and both children were already asleep. After looking at the sleeping child, Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan washed up and went to bed. However, the two of them lay in bed, not feeling sleepy at all, and were very energetic. "Honey, let's go to the guest room," Su Mayan whispered to Xin Zhengzi. Xin Zhengzi's house has 4 bedrooms and a living room. The master bedroom is occupied by Xin Zhengzi, Su Mayan, and their 2 children. Then there is a room for his sister-in-law Su Muchan, a room for his mother-in-law Shen Shui, and a room for his mother-in-law Shen Shui. There is also a spare bedroom that is used as a guest room for guests. When Xin Zhengzi heard Su Mayan say to go to the guest room, he naturally knew what she was going to do. Soon, the two of them sneaked from the master bedroom to the guest room. Not long after, suppressed moans were heard in the guest room. This sound lasted for more than an hour before it ended. "Honey, why are you so fierce all of a sudden?" Su Mayan asked happily with her head resting on Xin Zhengzi's chest. "It must be because of the game," Xin Zhengzi said with a smile. "One thing everyone knows is that anyone who comes out of the game alive will have improved physical fitness. If most people are only level 2 when they leave the game, Xin Zhengzi is level 3. Xin Zhengzi left the game at level 3, so his physical fitness improvement was naturally much stronger than that of others at level 2. Chapter 8 Ho Xian is gone. Sage time. Xin Zhengzi took out his cell phone and sent a message to Ho Xian, telling him that he had exited the game. After sending the message, Xin Zhengzi turned around and found that Su Mayan had fallen asleep. Wife. Xin Zhengzi shook Su Mayan. He wanted Su Mayan to sleep in the master bedroom because the guest room was no longer suitable for sleeping. However, perhaps Su Mayan was too tired, and Xin Zhengzi failed to wake her up despite calling her several times. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhengzi could only get out of bed, put on his clothes, and then carry Su Mayan back to the master bedroom. Originally, Xin Zhengzi wanted to give Su Mayan a bath, but seeing that she was sleeping soundly, he decided to wait for her to wake up tomorrow and bathe herself. After doing all this, Xin Zhengzi returned to the guest room, cleaned up the battlefield, and changed the bed sheets. Then, Xin Zhengzi looked at the time and it was already 5 a.m. After thinking about it, Xin Zhengzi locked the door of the guest room and prepared to continue playing the game. Enter the game. Xin Zhengzi only felt that the scene before his eyes changed. The next moment, he appeared in the novice village in the game. After entering the game, Xin Zhengzi discovered that there was no one in the novice village except the NPCs. It seems that everyone has quit the game. And considering that you will lose your memory once you leave the game, I'm afraid no one will enter the game in the future. With a mortality rate of no more than 30%, I guess no one would dare to continue entering the game. For example, his mother-in-law, Shen Shui, never entered the game again after she came out of the game for the first time. And according to the rules of the game, if a person does not enter the game for more than 1 year, he or she will automatically lose the qualification to enter the game. Oh no! I forgot that all the copper coins are on Su Mayan. After entering the game, when Xin Zhengzi was about to practice his equipment, he discovered that there was not a single copper coin in his backpack. Forget it, let's kill some demonized corpses first and get some copper coins. Xin Zhengzi quickly left the novice village. He discovered that after they cleared out all the demonized zombies near the novice village, the demonized zombies near the novice village did not refresh. A few minutes later, Xin Zhengzi successfully entered the hatred range of a demonized corpse. Roar! The demonized corpse roared and pounced towards Xin Zhengzi. However, 24, 24, 24, 24, 4. It only took 5 sword strikes for the demonized corpse to be killed by Xin Zhengzi. The entire process, from the demonized corpse rushing towards Xin Zhengzi to Xin Zhengzi killing the demonized corpse, took less than 30 seconds. Next, Xin Zhengzi continued to lure the demonized corpse and then quickly killed it alone. Being proficient in martial arts, almost every sword strike of his could hit the vital points of the demonized corpse and inflict the maximum damage. As Xin Zhongzi continued to fight monsters, the number of demonized zombies he killed increased. An hour later, Xin Zhongzi counted and found that he had killed a total of 76 demonized zombies, and it only took an average of 47 seconds to kill one demonized zombie. 2 hours later, Xin Zhongzi had killed more than 150 demonized zombies alone. Then he discovered that after killing so many demonized zombies, he only gained a total of 38 experience points. According to this situation, if he wants to upgrade his level from level 3 to level 4, he needs to kill more than 1,200 monsters, which will take nearly 17 hours. If the time spent returning to the novice village to repair equipment and other miscellaneous time is included, it will take nearly 20 hours. After fighting monsters outside the village for 2 hours, Xin Zhongzi was ready to leave. He entered the game at 5 o'clock, so it should be around 7 o'clock now. It's around 7 o'clock, and my mother-in-law should start making breakfast. After exiting the game, Xin Zhongzi appeared in the guest room again. After opening the door of the guest room, Xin Zhongzi heard noises coming from the kitchen. Sure enough, my mother-in-law had already started cooking. Zhongzi gets up so early. You young people can sleep a little longer. After Xinshui heard Xin Zhongzi opening the door, she turned around and saw him. Oh, I couldn't fall asleep after I woke up. Xin Zhongzi explained. Then you wash up by yourself. I still need to make breakfast. Okay, Mom, you go ahead and do your thing. Don't worry about me. Xin Zhongzi went to the bathroom to wash up before returning to the master bedroom. At this time, the two children and Su Mayan were still sleeping soundly. Xin Zhongzi took a look and did not disturb them. Instead, he returned to the living room and started browsing his phone. At this moment, the internet is full of prayer videos and messages. Many people are praying online that their families can return to reality from the game. Generally speaking, the result can be determined within 2 days, because anyone who does not leave the game within 2 days is almost dead. A day passed quickly. Xin Zhongzi sent several messages to Ho Xian, but Ho Xian never replied. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Xin Zhongzi finally received a reply from Ho Xian. Xin Zhongzi, I'm Chen Peipei. I'm back, but Ho Xian hasn't come back yet. Seeing this message, Xin Zhongzi opened his mouth, and for a moment he didn't know what to feel. Ho Xian didn't come back, which means he is most likely dead. If Ho Xian entered the game with Chen Peipei and was in a novice village, then now Chen Peipei has returned but Ho Xian has not, then the probability of Ho Xian still being alive is too small. Perhaps Ho Xian was delayed in the game and will come back eventually. Xin Zhongzi didn't know how to comfort her, so he just said this. Thank you, I know. I will wait until Ho Xian comes back. After finishing the chat with Chen Peipei, Xin Zhongzi felt extremely heavy. It would be great if the memory didn't disappear after leaving the game. In that case, everyone would know that the barrier would disappear after a day, and most people would use the barrier to desperately increase their level and finally leave alive. In the novice village where Xin Zhongzi is located, the survival rate this time is at least 80%, or even over 90%. All of this was because Xin Zhongzi told everyone about the situation of the barrier. Everyone knows that the barrier will disappear in 1 day, so naturally they have to kill monsters and level up desperately before the barrier disappears. Should I make the situation in the game public? That way, the next time new players are added to the game, there won't be so many deaths. Xin Zhongzi was considering whether to disclose the situation in the game. If the situation is made public, then people entering the game only need to follow what he says, and the death rate will be greatly reduced. After thinking for a long time, Xin Zhongzi decided not to announce it for the time being. Because this year's game trial has already begun, all those who should die have died, and those who survive will not continue to enter the game. Therefore, even if it is to be announced, it will be before the next batch of people enter the game next year. Of course, Xin Zhongzi was a little skeptical. Even if he posted the details of the game on the internet, not everyone would believe it. Because there is too much information about the game on the internet, most of which is speculation and does not match the facts at all. So even if he revealed the true situation in the game, others might not believe it. Chapter 936 Major Families? Night. Around 10 o'clock, Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan went to bed. As for the two children, one sleeps with their grandmother and the other sleeps with their aunt. Under such circumstances, without being disturbed by anyone, Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan had a thrilling battle. After the battle, Su Mayan took a quick shower and then fell into a deep sleep. It was exactly early morning when Su Mayan fell asleep. After Su Mayan fell asleep, Xin Zhengzi came to the guest room alone and locked the door. Enter the game. After arriving at the guest room, Xin Zhengzi directly chose to enter the game. As soon as he entered the game, Xin Zhengzi appeared in the novice village. Although the novice village was no longer protected by a barrier, most of the nearby monsters had been killed by the players, so no monsters entered the village. After entering the game, Xin Zhengzi asked the owner of the weapon shop to repair his weapon, and then asked the owner of the clothing store to repair his cloth armor, and then ran out of the village. When he arrived outside the village, Xin Zhengzi ran for several minutes before he saw the monster. The monsters outside the novice village are still mainly demonized zombies. However, as Xin Zhengzi continued to kill monsters in one direction, he soon discovered different monsters. Demonized Corpse Level 2, HP 200, Attack 10, Defense 7, Speed 11, Skill, Infection. It turned out to be a Level 2 Demonized Corpse, which surprised Xin Zhengzi. The health of a Level 2 Demonized Corpse is doubled, the attack is increased by 2 points, the defense is increased by 2 points, and the speed is increased by 1 point. With such numbers, it should be easy for Xin Zhengzi to deal with them. As Xin Zhengzi thought, as a level 3 player, his speed reached 15 points, so he killed the level 2 demonized corpse almost without any damage. However, what made Xin Zhengzi regretful was that each level 2 demonized corpse he killed only contributed 0.5 experience points to him. And generally speaking, the speed of gaining experience from killing a level 2 demonized zombie is not as fast as killing a level 1 demonized zombie. After all, a level 1 demonized corpse only has 100 health points, and its defense is lower. However, Xin Zhengzi did not go back to kill the level 1 demonized zombies, but chose to continue killing the level 2 demonized zombies. The main reason why he did this was because he wanted to get some equipment. Level 2 monsters are always more likely to drop equipment than level 1 monsters. Just when Xin Zhengzi killed the 56th level 2 demonized corpse, a piece of equipment indeed dropped. Gold necklace, required level 2, physical attack 0-1, agility +1, durability 8, weight 1. Xin Zhengzi put on the level 2 equipment without hesitation. Half an hour later, Xin Zhengzi dropped another piece of equipment, another cloth man's. Xin Zhengzi is now level 3, so he can wear 3 of the same clothes. So without hesitation, he put on the clothes. At this moment, Xin Zhengzi was already wearing 2 cloth robes, a necklace, and 3 ebony swords. At this time, Xin Zhengzi's character panel also became like this. Name, Xin Zhengzi. Occupation, Mage. Level, 142.5 HP, 300. Attack, 512-25. Magic Attack, 503. Defense, 544. Magic Defense, 502. Agility, 15 + 1. Spirit, 10. Weight, 4760. Unique ability, infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment. Ebony Sword level requirement 1, attack 12-24, durability 21, weight 8. Cloth, male, required level 1, defense 6-6, magic defense 0-3, durability 15, weight 5. Gold necklace, requires level 2, physical attack 0-1, agility +1, durability 8, weight 1. At this moment, Xin Zhengzi's strongest attack has reached 30 points, and his physical defense has reached 9 points. In other words, if the monster's attack power does not reach 9 points, it will not even be able to break Xin Zhengzi's defense. Of course, monsters have skills. For example, the skill of the demonized corpse can double the attack and continue to lose blood, so Xin Zhengzi cannot fight the monster head-on. Just when Xin Zhengzi was killing monsters outside the village, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the village. These are 2 22-year-old young men. When they appeared, the first thing they did was to look around vigilantly. Seeing that there was no danger around, the 2 of them relaxed. Soon, the 2 of them walked out of the village. It's so quiet. A young man said with emotion as he walked. Well, everyone has quit the game, so it's naturally very quiet. This novice village of ours is probably the one with the most survivors since the beginning of the game. Yes, I heard that someone discovered the novice village barrier and learned that the barrier only lasts for 1 day. It's a pity that after we exit the game, the memories in the game will be blocked. Otherwise, if they were released, the whole world would be shocked. If memories weren't blocked after exiting the game, I guess everyone would find a way to fight in the game. In that case, our 36 major families wouldn't be able to dominate the Federation. Your Shin family's ancestor is a 6th level expert. I guess even a missile can't hurt him, right? I don't know either. Anyway, I heard from my father that he is very powerful. At least on Earth, no one can stop my ancestor from killing anyone he wants to kill. That's great. My ancestor is only at level 5, and I don't know when he will be able to break through to level 6. Ha! There's someone fighting monsters up ahead. Just as the two men came to the outside of the village and were about to look for monsters to kill, suddenly, a young man noticed from the corner of his eye that someone seemed to be fighting monsters in the distance. Whose child is this? Why is there only one person? Another young man was surprised. Let's go and take a look. The two of them ran forward quickly. On the other side, Xin Zhengzi had just killed a level 2 demonized corpse when he saw two people running towards him quickly. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhengzi just stood there. He wanted to see who the other person was. Soon, the two people came in front of Xin Zhengzi. Brother, where are you from? A young man asked Xin Zhengzi. Which one? Xin Zhengzi was surprised. It seems that he is not from one of our 36 major families. A young man said lightly. Who are you? Xin Zhengzi asked the two people. He felt something was strange after hearing what they said. Don't you know the 36 major families in the Federation? A young man asked Xin Zhengzi. Should I know? Xin Zhengzi asked back. Hearing this, the two young men looked at each other. Then, the two of them attacked Xin Zhengzi at the same time. The two men each held an ebony sword in their hands, and then coordinated with each other to suddenly attack Xin Zhengzi. Seeing the two young men suddenly attack him, Xin Zhengzi was horrified and quickly stepped back. What are you doing? Xin Zhengzi scolded. Ha, since you are just an ordinary person, then you can only die. Chapter 10, The Right Way to Die. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi frowned. He had no idea what the two people were saying. What were the 36 major families? Facing the attacks of the two young men, Xin Zhengzi's agility was as high as 16 points, so as he kept dodging, the two young men could not attack him at all. Did this person add all his attribute points to agility? How come he's so fast? His increased agility means his attack power isn't high. Let's push him towards the monsters. You two are courting death. Xin Zhengzi was angry. What the hell are the 36 big families? Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed in return. Brush. Puff. Xin Zhengzi thrust his sword straight into a young man's chest. Xin Zhengzi's sword was drawn so quickly that the young man had no time to react. 25. As Xin Zhengzi stabbed out with his sword, the opponent's health dropped by 25 points. At this time, another young man reacted and chopped Xin Zhengzi directly with the ebony sword in his hand. 2. After being hit by the sword, Xin Zhengzi lost 2 points of blood. Seeing that the opponent's sword only took away 2 points of his blood, Xin Zhengzi immediately laughed. However, the young man who was stabbed by Xin Zhengzi was frightened to death. Because he found that after being hit by Xin Zhengzi's sword, 25 points of blood disappeared from his personal panel. Although he did not have the ability to see attack values like Xin Zhengzi, he could see how much blood he had lost from his personal panel in the game. Be careful, this person's attack is very strong. The young man quickly reminded the other young man. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of medicine and drank it. Golden Wound Medicine can restore 20 health points in 10 seconds. Just as the young man was speaking, Xin Zhengzi stabbed out with his ebony sword again. He stared at the person he stabbed and attacked him. Even if he would be attacked by another person while attacking the other person, he didn't care about that. Xin Zhengzi's agility was too high, and the young man had no way to dodge his attack. Whether it is running speed or sword drawing speed, Xin Zhengzi is much faster than the other two. Swish, swish, swish. Xin Zhengzi stabbed with sword after sword, which made the young man he attacked change his expression. Help me stop him quickly. His damage is too high. I can't withstand it. The young man attacked by Xin Zhengzi shouted loudly to another young man. Ha, it's useless. I'm going to kill you today. Xin Zhengzi bared his teeth, and his attack speed did not change at all. He was so fast that he had to attack the young man twice before being attacked once by another person on the other side, or being counterattacked once by the young man he attacked. However, the attacks of the two were like a tickle to Xin Zhengzi. His defense reached 9 points, and the attacks of these two people were only a dozen points, which could only cause him single-digit damage each time. Moreover, after Xin Zhongzi took the golden wand medicine, his injuries were recovering. Soon, the young man attacked by Xin Zhongzi was almost out of health. "Brother, I apologize to you, can you let me go?" Realizing that his health was almost gone, the young man attacked by Xin Zhongzi quickly begged for mercy. "Ha, letting you go is impossible." Xin Zhongzi had no intention of letting the other party go. When these two people heard that he was not from the 36 family, they started attacking and trying to kill him without saying a word. In this situation, how could he let the other party go? Moreover, even if he killed the two people, he would not be afraid of any trouble, because as long as the people in the game leave the game, their memories will be blocked, so if he kills people in the game, people outside will never know. "Brother, I was wrong, please let me go." Seeing his blood volume decreasing, the young man attacked by Xin Zhongzi suddenly became anxious. Xin Zhongzi remained silent and just attacked quickly. "Brother, I'm from the Shin family in Kyoto. My ancestor is a rank 6 expert. He's planted a tracking mark on me. If you kill me, the mark will appear on you. My ancestor will be able to sense you in the game, and he won't let you go." Hearing this, Xin Zhongzi didn't believe it at all. At this point, he didn't even dodge the attacks from the two men. He used his fastest speed and killed the other party with a few swipes of his sword. "You're done. Just wait to be hunted down by my ancestor." After the young man finished speaking, he fell to the ground with an unwilling look on his face. On the other side, seeing Xin Zhongzi successfully kill his companion, another young man ran away without saying a word. "Want to run? Can you run?" Xin Zhongzi gave a contemptuous smile and quickly chased after him. He added agility to all his attribute points during his 2 upgrades, and also obtained a necklace that added 1 point of agility. In this situation, if he could still let the other party escape, then he would have no business. "Brother, we were wrong. I'm sorry. Please let me go." The young man begged for mercy to Xin Zhongzi while running. "Ha!" Xin Zhongzi just sneered, quickly caught up with the opponent, and then stabbed with his sword. 25. Attack the weak point and deal maximum direct damage. On the other side, the young man was shocked to see that the health value on the character panel suddenly decreased by 25 points. At this moment, he finally realized the horror of Xin Zhongzi and felt deep despair. At this time, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green with regret. Why would he provoke this tough guy for no reason? However, in the game, eliminating people who are not from the 36 major families is a common understanding among all members of the major families, and it is also the reason why the 36 major families can dominate all other people. Originally, if Xin Zhongzi was just an ordinary person, the two men would have probably succeeded in killing Xin Zhongzi. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. However, what they never expected was that Xin Zhongzi actually had a cheat, and beating the 2 of them alone was as easy as beating a chicken. "Since you won't let me live, let's die together." Realizing that Xin Zhongzi had no intention of letting him go, the young man turned around and ran towards the direction where the monster was. Oh! Faced with such a situation, Xin Zhongzi just snorted and did not slow down at all. Swish, swish, swish. Xin Zhongzi kept stabbing the opponent's weaknesses with his sword, and almost every time he was able to inflict maximum damage. Roar, roar, roar. Soon, the 2 of them entered the hatred range of a group of demonized zombies. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi stopped. This man attracted a group of monsters. Even if he didn't take action, the other party would not survive. On the other side, seeing Xin Zhongzi stop, the young man showed a cruel smile. "Let's die together." After saying that, he ran directly towards Xin Zhongzi. Behind him was a group of monsters chasing him. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi turned around and ran. He was much faster than the young man, so he was not afraid at all. "Coward, don't run if you dare." When the young man saw Xin Zhongzi turn around and run away, he was stunned. On the other side, a group of level 2 demonized zombies were very fast and soon caught up with the young man. "Damn it! Just wait for the Shin family's ancestors to hunt you down." A moment later, the young man died with an unwilling look on his face under the attack of a group of level 2 demonized zombies. Ha! Equipment exploded? Xin Zhongzi was surprised to find that a bubble-like thing emerged from the young man's body, which was exactly the same as the situation when equipment dropped when killing monsters. However, at this moment there was a group of demonized zombies near the young man, so if Xin Jonza wanted to pick up the equipment, he had to get rid of these demonized zombies. Chapter 11 Demonic Wolf. After seeing the young man die, Xin Jonza checked his personal panel. After the fight with the two young men, his health dropped by almost 80 points. Xin Jonza took out the golden wound medicine and took several bottles in succession, which restored his blood volume to full value. After his blood volume was restored, Xin Jonza began to clean up the demonized corpses. Now, Xin Jonza is very experienced in cleaning up the demonized zombies. He can always attract only one demonized zombie without alerting other monsters. A few minutes later, Xin Jonza cleared out all the demonized corpses. After cleaning up the demonized corpses, Xin Jonza came to the body of the killed young man and picked up the items in the bubble. After the young man died, an ebony sword, a cloth man, a wooden sword, and a dagger were dropped. Ebony sword, Xin Jonza cannot use it for the time being, he already has 3 of them, but he can use it when he reaches level 4. Wooden swords and daggers are useless. The only person who was useful to him was the man in the cloth coat. So Xin Jonza decisively equipped himself with this cloth garment. In this case, Xin Jonza's defense, just the cloth clothes, gave him a physical defense of 6-6 and a magic defense of 0-3. In this case, his physical defense directly reached 11 points. Any monster with an attack power of no more than 11 points cannot even break his defense. For example, a level 2 demonized corpse has only 10 points of attack, so it is impossible to break its defense. Of course, this requires sending out a level 2 demonized corpse to use skills. The demonized corpse's skill infection can double the attack power and also has a poison effect. If Xin Jonza is hit by the skills of the demonized corpse, he will lose 9 points of blood per second, and it will last for 5 seconds, which is equivalent to 40 points of blood. After picking up the equipment dropped by the young man, Xin Jonza thought for a moment, then quickly ran towards the body of the first young man he had killed. Soon, Xin Jonza came to the body of the first young man he killed, and then saw a bubble on the young man's body. Pick up bubbles. Then Xin Jonza obtained 1 for the commoner man, 1 for the commoner woman, an ebony sword, and a wooden sword. Not bad, I got another piece of clothing and an ebony sword. Xin Jonza nodded with satisfaction. However, with so many things, Xin Jonza's backpack was completely filled up. After thinking about it, Xin Jonza went straight back to the novice village and sold the wooden sword, dagger, and the cloth-dressed woman to the NPC, earning a total of more than 100 copper coins. Afterwards, Xin Jonza replenished some golden wound medicine and then continued to go back to the wild to kill monsters. More than an hour later, Xin Jonza, equipped with 3 ebony swords and 3 pieces of cloth, directly killed his way through the area of level 2 demonized zombies and came to the area of level 3 demonized zombies. Demonized corpse level 3, HP 300, attack 12, defense 9, speed 12, skill, infection. The attack power of the level 3 demonized corpse is 2 points higher than that of the level 2, the defense is also 2 points higher, and the speed is increased by 1 point. However, such data still cannot cause much harm to Xin Jonza. However, the health of the level 3 demonized corpse increased by another 100 points, which required Xin Jonza to stab it several more times before he could kill it. After killing a level 3 monster, Xin Jonza recovered to the data where he gained 1 experience point for each monster killed. In this case, he only needs to kill more than 100 level 3 demonized zombies to reach level 4. More than an hour later, Xin Jonza successfully obtained a piece of equipment. Bronze ring, required level 3, attack 01, durability 8, weight 4. Nice one. Without hesitation, Xin Jonza equipped it directly. A bronze ring directly increased Xin Jonza's attack limit by 1 point. Another hour later, Xin Jonza's level was successfully upgraded from level 3 to level 4. After the upgrade, Xin Jonza gained 5 free attribute points again. Without hesitation, Xin Jonza directly added all 5 free attribute points to magic attack. Physical attack, defense, and agility can all be stacked with equipment, so he must consider this after learning magic. In addition, Xin Jonza was once again equipped with an ebony sword and a cloth robe. After the upgrade, Xin Jonza's panel became like this. Name, Xin Jonza. Occupation, Mage. Level, 40.5400. HP, 400. Attack, 51634. Magic attack, 1004. Defense, 588. Magic defense, 504. Agility, 15 + 1. Spirit, 10. Weight, 4765. Unique ability, infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment. Ebony Sword level requirement 1, attack 1632, weight 8, durability 32. Cloth, male, required level 1, defense 88, magic defense 04, durability 20, weight 5. Gold necklace, required level 2, physical attack 01, agility +1, durability 8, weight 1. Bronze ring, required level 3, physical attack 01, durability 5, weight 1. At this moment, Xin Jones's attack reached a maximum of 39 points and his defense reached 13 points. In this case, you can be completely immune to the normal attacks of level 3 demonized zombies. So after thinking about it, Xin Jones directly chose to kill through the level 3 demonized zombie area and go to the level 4 demonized zombie area. Half an hour later, Xin Jones arrived at the level 4 area. However, unlike what Xin Jones imagined, the level 4 monster was not a demonized corpse, but a monster called a demonized wolf. Demonic Wolf level 4, HP 400, attack 15, defense 10, speed 13, skill, infection. The attack of the demonized wolf is 3 points higher than that of the level 3 demonized corpse, its defense is 1 point higher, and its speed is also increased by 1 point. However, the skills of the demonized wolf are the same as those of the demonized corpse, which is infection. The only thing that made Xin Jones feel fortunate was that no matter whether it was a level 1 monster or a level 4 monster, the hatred range was the same, which was 10 meters. 29. 24. 1. 22. 2. Xin Jones continued to attack the demonized wolf. He discovered that when facing non-human monsters, his weak point attacks would not appear with every sword strike. Moreover, he also discovered that after the demonized wolf's agility reached 13 points, it could also attack him. However, the demonized wolf's attack is only 15 points, and facing Xin Jones's 13 points of defense, it can only cause 2 points of damage at most. At the same time, Xin Jones also discovered that when monsters use skills, they will accumulate power for 1 second, so when monsters release skills, he will try his best to dodge. Xin Jones killed the demonized wolf easily. However, when he kills a demonized wolf, he will also lose 7 or 8 points of blood. After killing 2 demonized wolves, he needs to take a bottle of golden wound medicine. So soon, Xin Jones found that his medicine was used up. Fortunately, for every level increase in a monster's level, the copper coin you get from killing it will increase by 1. So, he has enough money to buy medicine. It took Xin Jones more than 10 minutes to go back to the novice village to replenish medicine, and then he returned to the level 4 monster area to continue killing monsters. 2 hours later, Xin Jones's experience value had reached 243.5400. In this case, it would only take another 2 hours for him to advance from level 4 to level 5. However, Xin Jones has been paying attention to the time. It is almost 7 o'clock in the morning, so Xin Jones has to quit the game. In addition, when upgrading to level 4 area, Xin Jones got another piece of equipment. Iron bracelet, requires level 3, accuracy +1, durability 4, weight 1. A level 3 bracelet that adds 1 point of accuracy. After equipping the bracelet, Xin Jones discovered that the probability of him inflicting fatal damage to monsters was significantly increased. So, this bracelet is also a good thing. Chapter 12 Upgrade and Upgrade Again. Honey, where did you go last night? After Xin Jones quit the game and returned to the master bedroom, he saw his wife's sharp eyes. I went to sleep in the guest room. Xin Jones hurriedly explained. Why are you sleeping in the guest room? We've only been married for 4 years, and you want to sleep in a separate room from me? Sumayan questioned Xin Jones. No, I want to go to the guest room to play games. I'm not afraid of waking you up. Xin Jones continued to explain. After hearing Xin Jones's explanation, Sumayan nodded. Okay, come and help me get dressed. Okay, my lady. Xin Jones hurried forward and helped his wife put on her clothes. In the morning, after the family had dinner, Xin Jones and Sumayan took their 2 children to Ho Xian's house. Ho Xian hasn't come out of the game since he entered it, which basically means he is dead. Fortunately, Ho Xian's wife Chin Peipei is still alive, so their children no longer have to be orphans without a father or a mother. While visiting the Ho family, Sumayan received a call from Xin Jones's mother-in-law. Yen, come back quickly. Someone from the Federation is here and wants to register. Okay. Soon, Xin Jones and Sumayan returned home with their children. When he returned home, Xin Jones saw two FBI staff members in the house. Hello everyone, we are mainly counting the number of people who have emerged alive from the game world. A staff member smiled and said to Xin Jones and Su Mayan, also, congratulations on coming back alive. Thanks. The FBI asked Xin Jones and Su Mayan some questions, recorded their information, and left quickly. This is something the FBI does every year, mainly to count the survival rate of new players in each game. Jones, Yan, are you two going to consider finding a job? During lunch in the afternoon, mother-in-law Shin Shui talked to Xin Jones and Su Mayan about finding a job. Before the two of them entered the game world, all expenses were paid by the Federation. Now that the two have returned alive from the game, the Federation will no longer continue to pay to support them for nothing. So, my mother-in-law started talking about finding a job. Mom, I'm going to work. Let Yan take care of the kids at home. Xin Jones quickly said to his mother-in-law. No, Yan also has to find a job. I will help you take care of the child. Shin Shui refused directly. Mom, don't you have to go to work? Su Mayan asked quickly. Hearing this, Shin Shui said calmly, I'm already 44, it's time to retire and enjoy life. Hearing Xinhua, Su Mayan was speechless. Oh my god, it turns out he wants her to go to work while he thinks about retiring. Don't think that taking care of children is easier than going to work. Taking care of children, especially two children, is much more tiring than going to work. Shin Shui seemed to know what Su Mayan was thinking. She rolled her eyes at her and said lightly. I know you've worked hard to help us raise the children, Mom. I will be filial to you in the future. Xin Jones quickly expressed his opinion. Yes, I will also be filial to you, Mother. Su Mayan nodded in agreement. It's a pity that my sister-in-law Su Muchan went to study, otherwise she would definitely agree. Okay, you two go find a job tomorrow. Okay, Mom. At night, Xin Jones and his wife made love again. 3 hours later. Xin Jones, are you an animal? Why aren't you tired at all? I can't take it anymore, I really can't take it anymore. You're too strong, I really can't take it anymore, please forgive me. On the bed, Su Mayan was limp as mud, looking like she had difficulty speaking. Okay, since you begged for mercy, I'll forgive you for now. Xin Jones smiled when he learned about it. He didn't expect that after reaching level 4 in the game, his physical fitness in reality would improve so much. More than 3 hours. This was something Xin Jones had never dared to imagine before. My queen, let me help you take a bath. Xin Jones walked forward with a smile and carried Su Mayan to the bathroom to take a bath. In the bathroom, Su Mayan saw Xin Jones standing up again, and her face turned pale with fright. Don't, I really can't stand it. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. A few minutes later, Xin Jones gave Su Mayan a bath and carried her to bed. In just a moment, Su Mayan fell into a deep sleep. She is really too tired today. After seeing his wife fall asleep, Xin Jones quietly left the master bedroom and went to the guest room. After arriving at the guest room, Xin Jones locked the door and then entered the game. In the game, Xin Jones appeared in the novice village when he quit the game. More than 10 minutes later, Xin Jones arrived at the level 4 monster area and started killing monsters. More than an hour later, Xin Jones got a piece of cloth armor for men, which he could equip after he upgraded from level 4 to level 5. After more than 2 hours, Xin Jones's level finally reached level 5. After reaching level 5, Xin Jones once again equipped himself with an ebony sword and cloth clothes, which increased the attack of his ebony sword to 2042 and the defense of his cloth clothes to 1010. If the attack of the ebony sword is added to the basic 5 points of attack, its maximum attack power reaches 47 points. As for defense, plus 5 points of basic attributes, it is 15 points. 38. After the upgrade, Xin Jones's maximum damage when attacking a 4-strength demonized wolf directly increased to 37 points. If each attack can achieve this kind of damage, then Xin Jones only needs 11 swords to kill a demonized wolf. Of course, even if every attack cannot deal full damage, Xin Jones only needs no more than 15 swords to kill. Then, after upgrading, Xin Jones continued to add attribute points to spirit. His mental strength has now reached 20 points. After upgrading, the experience value of killing the level 4 demon wolf was reduced to 0.5, so Xin Jones decided to go to the level 5 monster area to level up. Demonic Leopard, level 5, HP 400, attack 17, defense 10, agility 15, skill, infection. The demonized leopard has an attack power 2 points higher than the demonized wolf. Its defense has not been increased, but its speed has been increased to 15 points. Now, the demonized leopard's agility is only slightly less than Xin Jones's. 37. 29. 35. Xin Jones continued to attack the demonized leopard, and almost every attack could knock down an average of more than 30 points of the demonized leopard's health. The demonized leopard, like the demonized wolf, can only take away 1 or 2 points of Xin Jones's blood. After more than 5 hours, Xin Jones's level was raised to level 6. During these 5 hours, Xin Jones defeated monsters and got an ebony sword, a gold necklace, an iron bracelet, and a new piece of equipment, a small bracelet. The gold necklace adds 0-1 attack, and the iron bracelet adds 1 point of accuracy. For the small bracelet, it adds 0-1 magic defense. Small bracelet, required level 5, magic defense 0-1, durability 5, weight 1. After the upgrade, Xin Jones's character panel also underwent tremendous changes. Name, Xin Jones. Occupation, mage. Level, 600. HP, 600. Attack, 524-51. Magic attack, 20-05. Defense, 5-10-10. Magic defense, 5-06. Agility, 15 + 2. Accuracy, 5 + 2. Spirit, 10. Weight, 47-65. Unique ability, infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment. Ebony sword level requirement 1, attack 24-48, weight 8, durability 42. Cloth, male, required level 1, defense 10-10, magic defense 0-5, durability 25, weight 5. Gold necklace, required level 2, physical attack 0-2, agility +2, durability 8, weight 1. Bronze ring, required level 3, physical attack 0-1, durability 5, weight 1. Iron bracelet, required level 3, accuracy +2, durability 8, weight 1. Small bracelet, required level 5, magic defense 0-1, durability 5, weight 1. Chapter 13 discovered. After Xin Jones reached level 6, his health reached 600 points and his attack limit reached 56 points. Xin Jones felt that even if he learned magic, his efficiency in killing monsters might not be as fast as using weapons in close combat. At this moment, Xin Jones regretted choosing the magician profession. However, he had made his choice and there was nothing he could do to change it. After reaching level 6, Xin Jones came to the area of level 6 monsters. Demonic Lion, level 6, HP 600, attack 20, defense 12, speed 15, skill, infection. The attack power of the level 6 demonized lion has been increased to 20 points, and normal attacks can cause up to 5 points of damage to Xin Jones. However, Xin Jones did not continue to fight monsters in the area of level 5 leopards because the experience given by lower level monsters was halved. After fighting in the level 6 demon lion area for about 2 hours, Xin Jones returned to the novice village and logged off from the game. At this time, it was already past 7 in the morning and the sky was completely bright. As soon as he left the room, Xin Jones ran into his mother-in-law who was making breakfast. "Ha? Jones, did you sleep in the guest room at night?" Shin Shui asked Xin Jones. "Ah. I wanted to play a few games, but I was afraid of waking up Yin Yin, so I came here." Xin Jones hurriedly explained. "Oh, I thought you and Yin Yin slept in separate rooms." No. Xin Jones waved his hands quickly. Back in the master bedroom, Sumayan was still sleeping like a dead pig. After a while, the mother-in-law called for breakfast, and Xin Jones then woke up Sumayan. "Ouch, it hurts so much down there, it's all your fault." Sumayan was limping, and with the support of Xin Jones, she couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh on Xin Jones's waist with her hands. Hiss. Xin Jones took a deep breath but didn't dare to shout out. After having breakfast and leaving the child with his mother-in-law, Xin Jones and Sumayan left home. They were going to the job market to find a job. "Husband, why don't we look for jobs online? Why do we have to go to the job market?" Sumayan suddenly thought of a problem, that is, it is completely possible to find a job online. Hearing this, Xin Jones was stunned for a moment, then said, "Since we are already out, let's just go out and relax." "Okay, now we're here." The two men rode a small electric scooter and slowly headed towards the talent market. Oh shit, husband, look, there's a fight over there. Xin Jonza was riding his bike when he suddenly heard Su Mayan's exclamation. What's so good about fighting? No, the people fighting seem to be using superpowers. Su Mayan said quickly. Hearing this, Xin Jonza quickly turned his head and looked in the direction Su Mayan pointed. Then he saw two people fighting on the rooftop. One of them, holding a sword in his hand, rushed towards the other at a very fast speed. The other person condensed fireballs and quickly threw them at the attackers. Most of the flying fireball swords are blocked or dodged by the sword wielders, and the dodged fireballs will hit the ground or buildings, burning holes in them. Fuck, it's really a fireball technique. Xin Jonza couldn't help but exclaim. Not only Xin Jonza, but many people on the street also had the same shocked expression. However, just as the two were fighting quickly, the next moment, a figure flew over quickly. Brush, brush, brush. Several sword energies shot out. The next moment, the two people who were fighting died on the spot. How dare you use your supernatural powers in the street? You're courting death. The man said something lightly, then quickly carried the two bodies away. Honey, do you think people who use superpowers get their abilities from games? Su Mayan suddenly asked Xin Jonza. This? I don't know either. Xin Jonza shook his head. He didn't know whether it was true or not. But he should know after tonight, because tonight he will be able to reach level 7. As long as he reaches level 7, he will be able to learn Fireball. If the skills in the game could be brought into reality, then he should be able to use Fireball in reality. At this moment, Xin Jonza suddenly became a little excited. Not long after, Xin Jonza and Su Mayan arrived at the job market. Perhaps because many talented people have managed to escape the gaming world alive, not many people come to the job market to look for jobs. Not only are there not many people looking for jobs, there are also not many units and companies recruiting. The two of them looked around the job market and found that all the jobs offered were low salaries, long working hours, and no job security. Honey, seeing all this work, I don't want to go to work anymore. Su Mayan acted coquettishly towards Xin Jonza. You just need to convince mom. Xin Jonza said with a smile. Alas. Su Mayan sighed. Let's look online later to see if there's a suitable job. We finally have some time for the two of us today, how about going to the movies? Okay. In the afternoon, when she returned home, before her mother-in-law Shui could speak, Su Mayan said, Mom, it's so hard to find a job. I didn't find a suitable one today. If you can't find it today, look for it tomorrow. There's no need to rush. At night, Xin Jonza wanted to have sex with his wife, but was kicked off the bed by Su Mayan. No, I'm still a little sore from your force yesterday. Okay then, I'll go play games in the guest room. Go, go. Su Mayan waved her hand quickly. Su Mayan was really scared. She really couldn't stand it for 3 hours. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Xin Jonza locked the door and entered the game. What Xin Jonza didn't know was that less than 10 minutes after he entered the game, Su Mayan came knocking on the door. Su Mayan, who had not received a response for a long time, found the spare key of the guest room and opened the door, and then saw that Xin Jonza was not in the guest room at all. However, Xin Jonza's cell phone was found on the bed in the guest room. Seeing this situation, Su Mayan understood that her husband must have entered the game world. Su Mayan did not tell her mother and sister about this. After thinking about it, she found a pen and paper, left a letter, and then resolutely chose to enter the game. In the game, Xin Jonza was running towards the level 6 monster area when he suddenly received a message. Su Mayan, Xin Jonza, get out of here right now and come back to the weapon shop. When Xin Jonza saw the message, his face immediately turned bitter. Well. Sighing, Xin Jonza ran back obediently. A few minutes later, Xin Jonza arrived at the weapon shop in the novice village and immediately saw his wife Su Mayan standing at the door of the weapon shop. When Su Mayan saw Xin Jonza, she quickly stepped forward and grabbed Xin Jonza's ear. Xin Jonza, you actually sneaked into the game. If you die in the game, what will I do? What will Xiao Bao and Xiao Wei do? When Su Mayan said this, she couldn't help but shed tears. Oh, my wife, it hurts, it hurts. Xin Jonza pretended to be in pain and begged for mercy. Humph, you still feel pain, why don't you just die of pain? Honey, didn't I tell you I was going to the guest room to play games? You said you were going to play games, but you didn't say it was this game. I always thought you were playing mobile games. Chapter 14 Fireball. Half an hour later. Level 6 Experience Area. Wife, hurry up and chop it. Hearing Xin Jones's words, Sumayan quickly stabbed out with a sword, and the demonized lion fell to the ground immediately. Wow, it actually gave me 16 experience points. Sumayan was surprised. Honey, I didn't lie to you. When I said I was level 6, I meant it. If you follow me to fight monsters, I promise to help you level up quickly. Xin Jones said to his wife with a smile. Show off. Sumayan couldn't help but give Xin Jones a cold look. Sumayan is now level 2, and there will be experience bonuses for killing monsters above her level. Killing monsters 1 level higher will double your experience, killing monsters 2 levels higher will quadruple your experience, killing monsters 3 levels higher will multiply your experience, and killing monsters 4 levels higher will multiply your experience. Therefore, Sumayan could only gain 16 experience points after killing the level 6 demon lion. Wife, come and kill. Wife, come and kill it. Next, Xin Jones continued to lure monsters and injure them, and then let Sumayan deliver the final blow. Soon, after killing only a dozen demonized lions, Sumayan's level was raised from level 2 to level 3. Okay, then you can upgrade yourself. Let's wait until you reach level 7 and see if you can perform the fireball technique in reality after learning it. Sumayan said to Xin Jones. Okay, honey, just watch me. For the next few hours, Xin Jones spent his time killing monsters. After fighting in the level 6 demonized lion's territory for half an hour, Xin Jones went directly to the level 7 demonized tiger's territory. Since killing monsters above his level can gain double experience, he naturally wants double experience. However, the attack power and agility of level 7 monsters have been improved, which makes Xin Jones's wound medicine consumed very quickly. He needs to return to the village for supplies almost every 2 hours. Honey, how about I go buy you some red medicine? You can just focus on upgrading. Sumayan said to Xin Jones. Because the golden wound medicine comes in a red bottle, Sumayan calls it the red medicine. No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Xin Jones shook his head and refused. What a joke. This area of level 4, 5, and 6 monsters is extremely deadly to Sumayan, a rookie who is only level 3. He was not at all confident in letting Sumayan act alone. What's more, he had to see Sumayan under his nose, so that he could feel a little relieved. By killing monsters above his level, Xin Jones's leveling speed was obviously much faster. During this process, Xin Jones also obtained some level 7 equipment. Glass ring, required level 7, Taiwism 01, durability 6, weight 1. This ring belongs to me. I can wear it when I reach level 7. The glass ring was taken away by Sumayan without any hesitation. In addition to the glass ring, Xin Jones also got a traditional necklace, a level 3 equipment, which adds 1 point of accuracy. Xin Jones also gave this necklace to Sumayan because he already had a gold necklace and didn't need this necklace. In addition to the gold necklace, Xin Jones also got a silver bracelet, a level 7 equipment, with an agility increase of 1. Xin Jones had no use for the silver bracelet because he already had an iron bracelet and a small bracelet. Around 4 in the morning, Xin Jones's level finally rose from level 6 to level 7. Come on, let's go complete the mission and show me your fireball skills. Xin Jones was promoted to level 7, and Sumayan was happier than him. Soon, the two returned to the novice village and came to the bookstore. This is your fireball skill book. The owner of the skill bookstore handed a fireball skill book to Xin Jones. Game tips: fireball has been detected. Do you want to learn it? Study. Without hesitation, Xin Jones chose to study directly. Just after Xin Jones chose to learn the fireball technique, the next moment, countless pieces of information suddenly appeared in his mind. At this moment, Xin Jones had a detailed understanding of the principles of fireball magic and how to perform it. Fireball. Xin Jones stretched out his hand and pointed in one direction, and the next moment, a fireball shot out quickly. The fireball hit the ground and melted a hole in it. But soon, the hole on the ground disappeared and returned to its original state. Wow! It really is a fireball. It's exactly the same fireball that the guy I fought with yesterday used. Sumayan was quite surprised to see Xin Jones successfully release the fireball technique. At this time, Xin Jones set his sights on the character panel. Just after Xin Zhongzi learned the fireball technique, his character panel underwent a big change. Name: Xin Zhongzi. Occupation: Mage. Level: 70700. HP: 700. Magic: 70. Attack: 52451. Magic attack: 2505. Weight: 6380. Skill: Fireball LV0, 100 consumes 3 mana points, condenses a fireball and launches it. When it hits an enemy, it will burn and cause 2 times the magic damage per second. The duration is 2 seconds. Unique ability: infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment: ebony sword, cloth clothes, gold necklace, bronze ring, iron bracelet, small bracelet. After learning the fireball technique, Xin Zhongzi's magic value appeared on his character panel. Then there is the attack power of fireball, double magic attack damage, that is to say, Xin Zhongzi's current magic attack is 25 points, so double magic attack is 50 points of attack. If he could trigger the 0-5 magic attack brought by the ebony sword, Xin Zhongzi's magic attack could reach a maximum of 60 points. 60 points of magic attack power, which is much higher than his physical attack damage. Hello, magician, it seems I have wronged you. Before, Xin Zhongzi thought that even if he learned the magic, the damage would not be as high as the damage he caused with so many stacked equipment. However, it now seems that this is all an illusion. No, the mage has skills, but the warrior does too. If the warrior's skills can also double the attack power, then my attack power can reach over 100, right? Thinking that warriors also have skills, Xin Zhongzi's original enthusiasm for fireball magic was immediately extinguished. Just after completing the task and obtaining the fireball technique, another task appeared in his taskbar. Game tips: please reach level 10 and open the passage to the main city. Mission reward: you can go to the main city to find the magician and transfer to the first level apprentice magician. Let's go buy some magic potions and then try to fight monsters. Xin Zhongzi called to Sumayan. Soon, Xin Zhongzi bought some magic potions small, and then the two of them came to the wild. Level 7 monster area. Xin Zhongzi looked at the demonized lion rushing towards him, and then threw a fireball directly. Xin Zhongzi discovered that his mental power was 10 points, so as long as the fireball was thrown no more than 10 meters, Xin Zhongzi could easily control its speed and flight trajectory. Therefore, mental power is similar to the guidance system of a missile. Bang! The fireball accurately hit the rapidly rushing monster. 43. 45. 44. Xin Zhongzi cast a fireball, directly knocking away more than 130 points of health from the level 7 demonized lion. At this time, the demonized lion had already approached Xin Zhongzi. Faced with such a situation, Xin Zhongzi could only shoot another fireball and start close combat with the demonized lion. In the following time, Xin Zhongzi practiced fireball magic while constantly killing monsters to gain experience. More than an hour later, the fireball spell on Xin Zhongzi's panel changed. Skill: Fireball LV1, 0200, LV2 unlocked at level 11. Consumes 4 mana points to condense a fireball and launch it. It will burn the enemy upon impact, dealing 2.5 times the magic attack value damage per second, lasting 3 seconds. After Fireball was upgraded to level 1, the mana consumed increased from 3 points to 4 points, and the magic attack also increased from 2 times the damage to 2.5 times. Finally, the duration increased by 1 second from 2 seconds to 3 seconds. 3 seconds of continuous damage, which can deal 3 times of magic damage. Unfortunately, in order to upgrade Fireball to LV2, you need to reach level 11. Chapter 15, Perception. As a skill, Fireball is naturally very powerful. However, using Fireball consumes a lot of magic power. Xin Zhongzi has 70 points of magic power, but he can only release 17 fireballs before it is all used up. If you allow yourself to recover your magic power, it will take an average of 1 point of magic power to be recovered in 1 minute. Only by using magic potions can you recover 20 points of magic power in 10 seconds. Under such circumstances, Xin Zhongzi's magic potion was consumed very quickly, and he had to go to the pharmacy to refill it about every half an hour. Finally, when Xin Zhongzi raised his Fireball experience to the critical point of LV2, he became too lazy to use Fireball anymore. Fireball is very powerful, but it also consumes a lot of energy. In this case, it is better to use close combat directly. Wife, come and finish me off. Wife, finish off. Wife, come. After reaching level 7, Xin Jonza began to take Su Mayan to kill the level 8 monster, the demonized bear. Su Mayan was a monster killer above her level, so her experience points increased very quickly. In less than half an hour, Su Mayan's level rose from level 3 to level 4. 2 hours later, Su Mayan's level rose from level 4 to level 5. Seeing Su Mayan's upgrade speed, Xin Jonza felt a little envious. He had worked hard to kill so many monsters to raise his level. And Su Mayan, relying on her husband, was promoted several levels in a short period of time. This is really unfair. Fortunately, Su Mayan's progress slowed down after she reached level 5. By 7 o'clock in the morning, Su Mayan's level was only about 30% of level 5. Let's quit the game. It's daytime in reality. Okay, you retreat first. Su Mayan nodded and then exited the game. After Su Mayan quit the game, Xin Jonza also quit the game immediately. Xin Jonza only felt the scene change, and the next moment he appeared in the guest room. However, when he opened his eyes, what he saw was Su Mayan's frosty face. Xin Jonza, please give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise you will be in great pain today. Su Mayan looked at Xin Jonza with gritted teeth. When Xin Jonza saw Su Mayan's expression, he immediately knew that Su Mayan's memory in the game had been blocked again. This situation made him slap his forehead in frustration. Wife, didn't we agree that this matter was over? I helped you to reach several levels. You can't just put on your pants and ignore me. Xin Jonza looked at Su Mayan with a pitiful look. What did you say? Su Mayan said in a cold tone and reached out to grab Xin Jonza's ear. Hey, it hurts, be gentle, honey, be gentle. 2 hours later. Xin Jonza took Su Mayan on a bike ride to the wilderness in the suburbs, where there was an uninhabited forest. Honey, watch carefully. I'm going to cast the fireball spell now. While Xin Jonza was talking to Su Mayan, he began to perform the fireball technique according to his experience in the game. The next moment, a fist-sized fireball appeared in Xin Jonza's hand. In 1 second, the fireball condensed, and with a wave of Xin Jonza's hand, the fireball flew quickly forward and accurately hit a tree the size of a bull. After the fireball hit the tree trunk, it quickly attached to the trunk and began to burn. 3 seconds later, a hole was burned through the trunk, and then the tree fell down directly. The moment the fireball flew out, Xin Jonza discovered that he seemed to be able to control the flight trajectory of the fireball and make it hit the target like a missile. Of course, when he controlled the fireball, he could only make it deviate slightly, but he couldn't make it turn drastically. Moreover, Xin Jonza discovered that the distance he could control the fireball was only 10 meters. I wonder if controlling the distance of the fireball has something to do with mental strength. Xin Jonza guessed that his ability to control the distance of the fireball should be related to his mental power, and his mental power was exactly 10 points. After gaining free attribute points after the next upgrade, Xin Jonza decided to try adding some mental power. Wow! Hubby, you can actually use fireballs. That's amazing. When Su Mayan saw that Xin Jonza really released the fireball technique, she was stunned. Yesterday, she saw others unleash fireballs, which made her envious. However, today, she actually saw her husband also perform the fireball technique, which was a huge shock to her. Next, Xin Jonza cast the fireball spell several times to open Su Mayan's eyes, which made Su Mayan look dazed. At this moment, Su Mayan finally had no objection to Xin Jonza entering the game. At the same time, Su Mayan also secretly made up her mind that she would enter the game every day and obtain powerful spells. Wife, why don't we enter the game world? Seeing Su Mayan's excitement, Xin Jonza immediately made a proposal. Hearing Xin Jonza's words, Su Mayan's eyes suddenly lit up. Xin Jonza obtained the fireball technique in the game, and she wanted it too. Okay, but I need to edit a message for Mom to be sent 1 day later. If we don't come back in 1 day, it means we are all dead. This way, Mom will know that we died in the game instead of worrying about what happened to us outside. Su Mayan said to Xin Jonza. Okay, wife, you arrange it. Xin Jonza nodded. After spending a few minutes, Su Mayan edited the delay information, and then the two turned off their phones and hid in the grass before entering the game. After entering the game, the two appeared in the novice village. The novice village was very quiet. Except for 2 people, all the others were NPCs. Let's go get some supplies first, and then go to the wild to upgrade. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 men finished their supplies and quickly headed towards the wild. The strategy they adopted was to let Xin Jonza upgrade first, and then have Xian Zhongzi take Su Mayan to the high-level monster area, and then let Su Mayan kill monsters above her level. In this case, the upgrade speed of the two people is obviously much faster than the step-by-step upgrade. Just when Xian Zhongzi was helping Su Mayan upgrade. Kyoto, Shin family. Grandpa, my third son hasn't come out of the game yet, so I suspect something has happened to him. One day, a young man found a middle-aged man and said, "Is your third child not back yet?" "Okay, I got it. I'll contact the ancestor and have him go into the game to sense your third child's situation." Half an hour later, a man who looked like an old man appeared in the game. The next moment, he began to sense quickly. After a moment, a gloomy look appeared on his face. "You're already dead, yet you dare to kill a member of my Shin family? You're really courting death." The old man frowned. At this moment, the middle-aged man also appeared in the game and contacted the old man. "Ancestor, what's going on?" The middle-aged man quickly sent a message to ask. "Your great-grandson is dead. He must have been killed. I sense that he's in the game, but he's probably still in the novice village and hasn't gone to the main city, so I can't sense his exact location. But don't worry. As long as he leaves the novice village, I'll be able to sense his exact location. Then I can just have him killed." Chapter 16 Mother-in-law is in trouble. In the game, Xian Zhongzi is still helping Su Mayan upgrade. At this moment, Su Mayan has become Xian Zhongzi's mobile warehouse. Su Mayan took off all the weights on her body and carried the magic potion for Xian Zhongzi. Although using blue potions to restore mana is really expensive, killing monsters is indeed more satisfying. However, when fighting monsters, Xian Zhongzi could only fire 2 fireballs each time, and then she had to fight the monster in close combat, which made her very unhappy. A few hours later, Xian Zhongzi's level was successfully upgraded from level 7 to level 8. After reaching level 8, Xian Zhongzi tried to use free attribute points to add a little mental power. After increasing his spirit, Xian Zhongzi quickly discovered that the distance he could control the fireball had indeed increased by 1 meter. Seeing this situation, Xian Zhongzi could finally confirm that the distance of his fireball control was completely related to his mental power. So without any hesitation, Xian Zhongzi directly added all his free attribute points to his mental power. In this case, the distance at which Xian Zhongzi could control the fireball technique directly increased from 10 meters to 15 meters. The distance of 15 meters is directly beyond the monster's hatred range. Originally, Xian Zhongzi thought that if he stood outside the monster's hatred range and attacked it, the monster would not be able to detect him. However, just after he hit a monster with a fireball, the monster rushed towards him with a howl. In this situation, Xian Zhongzi finally understood that when he attacked the monster's hatred range was not fixed. However, there is also a benefit after the mental power is improved. That is, Xian Zhongzi used to be able to only launch 2 fireballs and had to fight monsters in close combat, but now Xian Zhongzi can launch 3 fireballs. The first fireball was fired by Xian Zhongzi while standing outside the monster's hatred range. By the time the monster was hit and reacted by rushing towards Xian Zhongzi had already started to condense the fireball again. When the monster was about to rush in front of Xian Zhongzi's third fireball was just able to condense successfully. 3 fireballs can successfully knock down nearly 400 points of the monster's health. To kill a level 8 monster, Xian Zhongzi only needs to use the ebony sword to cut off nearly 400 points of Xian Zhongzi's blood. Moreover, while attacking with the ebony sword, Xian Zhongzi can still release fireball attacks. So in this case, Xian Zhongzi's monster killing efficiency is more than twice as fast as using the ebony sword alone. After killing for a while in the level 8 monster area, Xian Zhongzi took Su Mayan to the level 9 monster area. The 9th level monster area, the monster inside is a demonized tiger. Although Xian Zhongzi is only level 8, it is very easy for him to deal with the demonized tiger. A few hours later, Xian Zhongzi successfully advanced from level 8 to level 9. After reaching level 9, Xian Zhongzi began to help Su Mayan upgrade. In about 2 hours, Su Mayan advanced from level 5 to level 6. It's almost time, let's go back. I looked at the time and it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Soon, Xian Zhongzi took Su Mayan back to the novice village and chose to quit the game. In reality, Xian Zhongzi and Su Mayan suddenly appeared in a dense forest. "Honey, what level am I in the game? When can I learn any skills?" Su Mayan asked Xian Zhongzi as soon as she exited the game. Her memory in the game was blocked, so she needed to ask Xian Zhongzi to find out. "Wife, you are already level 6. I will help you level up again tonight, and then you will be able to learn skills. That's good. Su Mayan nodded. Soon, the two retrieved their mobile phones from the bushes and rode their bikes back to the city. Where have you two been? I can't get through to you on the phone. As soon as she returned to the house, mother-in-law Shin Shui began to question Xian Zhengze and Su Mayan. On the side, Sumu-chan, who had already returned home from school, had a look of gloating on his face. Mom, we went out to look for a job, and I forgot to charge my phone this morning, so it's out of power. Su Mayan explained quickly. What a coincidence. Both of your cell phones are out of battery. Tell me, what were you doing? Shen Shui scolded her daughter. Okay, we went out to play for a day. Su Mayan shrugged and curled up on the sofa with a look of despair. Stand up right there. You left the child to me and went out to play all day. How dare you say that? Don't even eat today. The mother-in-law got angry and immediately scolded Sumu-chan. Seeing her mother getting angry, Sumu-chan quickly stood up obediently. Seeing this situation, Xian Zhengze acted cautiously, just like a primary school student being scolded by his teacher. Inadvertently, Xian Zhengze discovered that his sister-in-law was looking at him with gloating eyes. He quickly nodded towards Sumu-chan, wanting her to help plead for him. His mother-in-law was angry and he didn't want to be scolded. Seeing Xian Zhengze's expression, Sumu-chan turned her face away, as if she wasn't looking. Mom, Dad, Grandma, what's wrong with you? At this moment, a childish voice sounded. Everyone turned around and saw Xian Zhengze and Su Mayan's son walking out of the room with sleepy eyes. Oh, dear grandson, come here quickly. Grandma is not doing anything. Grandma is talking to your parents. Shin Shui's face changed immediately when she saw her grandson. On the side, Sumu-chan and Xian Zhengze looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of my son, he came at the right time. You two, go and cook. Tonight's dinner is up to you. Shin Shui scolded the couple while holding her grandson. Okay mom, let's go cook. The couple agreed and hurried towards the kitchen. Just as the two entered the kitchen, suddenly, a scream was heard outside. Mom, what's wrong with you? The exclamation came from Su Mayan. Hearing the scream, Xian Zhengze and Su Mayan hurried out of the kitchen, and then they saw Sumu-chan supporting Shin Shui, and the child next to them looked at a loss. Mom, what's wrong with you? Sumu-chan hurried forward to check the situation. Xian Zhengze took a few steps and came to his mother-in-law. Mom seems to be unconscious. Xian Zhengze looked at Su Mayan and said, Hurry up and send Mom to the hospital. Su Mayan gave orders. Come, I'll carry Mom on my back. Xian Zhengze quickly squatted down. Xiaochan, your brother-in-law and I will take Mom to the hospital. Please help take care of the two children at home. After Sumu-chan put Shin Shui on Xian Zhengze's back, he hurriedly gave instructions to his sister Sumu-chan. Okay. Although Sumu-chan was also very anxious, she still agreed. She couldn't go with them because if she did, there would be no one to take care of the two children at home. Xian Zhengze carried his mother-in-law on his back and quickly took the elevator downstairs, and then I quickly hailed a taxi on the street. Master, my mother is in a coma. Please go to Qiancheng First People's Hospital. More than 10 minutes later, Xian Zhengze and Sumu-chan brought the unconscious Shin Shui to the hospital. Doctor, please save my mother, please save my mother. In the emergency department, as soon as they saw the doctor, Xian Zhengze and Sumu-chan rushed up with their mother-in-law on their backs. What's going on? My mother suddenly fell into a coma and we don't know what happened. Sumu-chan hurriedly said to the doctor. Put the man on the bed. We'll check your mother out right away. Chapter 17 Healing. Half an hour later. A doctor with a serious look on his face found Xian Zhengze and Su Mayan. Family member of the patient, the diagnosis has been confirmed. Your mother has a brain tumor. The current condition is that a blood vessel in her brain has ruptured and is bleeding, causing intracranial hypertension, which has caused the patient to fall into a coma. The situation is very serious and requires immediate surgery. Do you think we should have this surgery? Do it. Su Mayan nodded without any hesitation. This surgery will cost at least $300,000, We'll do it no matter how much it costs. We'll go raise the money right away. Please ask the doctor to perform the operation on my mother immediately. Su Mayan hurriedly said to the doctor. If you want to have the surgery, you'll have to pay at least 100,000 yuan. Okay, we'll pay right away. After Su Mayan finished speaking, she quickly took out her phone and called Sumu-chan. Sumu-chan, please quickly send the bank card home. Mom needs surgery right away. After Su Mayan finished the call, she said to the doctor, Doctor, please perform surgery on my mother immediately. We will pay for the surgery. This. Hearing Su Mayan's words, the doctor hesitated. If the patient's family does not pay, he has no right to decide whether to perform surgery on the patient. Doctor, I'm a magician. I'll take care of the money issue. You just need to perform the operation on my mother. Xin Zhongzi stood up and said to the doctor. After saying that, a fireball quickly condensed in his hand. There is no money now, but my mother-in-law must have surgery. So for Xin Zhongzi, exposing his magician's identity was the only way to save his mother-in-law. He couldn't just stand by and watch her die, could he? If he did, would he still be a human being? He would be worse than an animal. Seeing the fireball condensed by Xin Zhongzi, the doctor was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. Okay, I'll arrange the surgery right away. After Xin Zhongzi demonstrated his magical abilities, the doctor no longer hesitated. It was obvious that he knew about the magician. For a magician, there is no shortage of money. Even if he doesn't have it now, he will have it soon. In fact, the existence of magicians is not a secret in some classes, but it is too difficult to become a magician. Of course, in reality, most people call magicians and sorcerers psychics. According to national statistics, if you want to become a magician, you have to enter the game world at least dozens of times. And after entering the game dozens of times, the mortality rate can be said to be a life or death struggle. Therefore, most people will basically not enter the game again after escaping the game world alive. Just as the doctor was performing the operation, Sumu-chan came to the hospital with her family's bank card. How much money is in this card? Su Mayan asked her sister Sumu-chan. How would I know? Only mom knows how much money is in there. I'll try to pay the bill. Su Mayan took her bank card and quickly went to the payment window to pay. However, a moment later, she came back with a frustrated look on her face. It didn't work. There's not even 100,000 yuan in this card. Su Mayan felt helpless. It's okay, let's call someone and borrow some. Xin Zhongzi hurriedly comforted. Xiaochan, go back and help look after the child first. Your sister and I will be here. Xin Zhongzi said to Sumu-chan, then took out his phone and started dialing. On the other side, Su Mayan was also on the phone. Xin Zhongzi called his classmates. He was an orphan and had no relatives, so he could only borrow money from his former classmates. However, after making a lot of phone calls, he couldn't borrow a penny. On the other hand, Su Mayan did borrow some money. She mainly called her parents' relatives, and in the end she only borrowed less than 30,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan is a drop in the bucket when it comes to treating my mother in Shin Shui. Just as the two of them were calling around to borrow money. Not long after, the doctor found the two people. You two, I have something to tell you. Doctor, what's the matter? Xin Zhongzi hurriedly said to the doctor. The patient has a large brain tumor. If it's removed, there could be serious side effects, such as paralysis, speech impairment, cognitive decline, and so on. This. Hearing such seriousness, Xin Zhongzi suddenly felt a little at a loss. Well, doctor, do you have any good suggestions? Xin Zhongzi asked the doctor. After hearing what Xin Zhongzi said, the doctor organized his words and said to Xin Zhongzi, Mr. Xin, as a magician, do you know any sorcerers who can perform healing spells? If a sorcerer can perform healing spells, then there's no need for surgery at all, and the patient's brain tumor can be completely cured. Sorcerer? Xin Zhongzi was very surprised when he heard this. Yes, the sorcerer's healing skills are very powerful. It's a pity that our city hospital doesn't have a sorcerer. We have to go to the big hospitals in the provincial capital to find sorcerers. Moreover, the sorcerers in big hospitals will not treat diseases casually. Generally, they charge high fees for each treatment. The doctor said to Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan. Hearing this, Xin Zhongzi thought for a moment and said, Doctor, I can find a sorcerer friend, but it will take several hours. I'm afraid my mother can't wait that long. When the doctor heard that Xin Zhongzi had a sorcerer friend, his eyes lit up. He then patted his chest and said, if that's the case, we can first give the patient conservative treatment, such as making a hole in the skull to let the blood out. This will prevent the formation of intracranial hypertension. In this case, there will be no problem persisting for a long time. Hearing this, Xin Zhongze and Su Mayan looked at each other and were immediately overjoyed. Doctor, please give my mother some conservative treatment. We will go find a sorcerer right away. Okay, I will give the patient conservative treatment right away. After the doctor finished speaking, he left quickly. After the doctor left, Xin Zhongze hurriedly grabbed Su Mayan's hand. Wife, let's find a place to enter the game as soon as possible. I'll help you reach level 7 and learn healing skills. Because they were in a hurry, the two found a deserted place outside the hospital and then entered the game. After entering the game, Xin Zhongze hurriedly took Su Mayan to prepare the red and blue medicines, and then quickly ran into the wild. Soon, Xin Zhongze brought Su Mayan to the level 9 monster area, and then began to help Su Mayan gain experience. 3 hours later, Su Mayan successfully advanced from level 6 to level 7. Let's go learn some skills right away. More than 10 minutes later, Xin Zhongze brought Su Mayan back to the novice village and found the bookstore owner. This is your healing spell. The bookstore owner handed the healing spell to Su Mayan. After receiving the cure, Su Mayan chose to study without any hesitation. A moment later. Healing. Su Mayan tried to use healing magic on Xin Zhongze. The next moment, a green light enveloped Xin Zhongze. The healing spell lasted for 3 seconds and then disappeared. Although he was not ill, Xin Zhongze still felt very comfortable under the influence of the healing technique. Let's quit the game immediately and go save my mother. Su Mayan said to Xin Zhongze, and then chose to quit the game. After exiting the game, Xin Zhongze and Su Mayan appeared at the same place where they had entered the game before. Do you still remember how to perform the healing spell? Xin Zhongze asked Su Mayan hurriedly. After leaving the game, the memories in the game will be blocked. He was afraid that Su Mayan would forget the healing technique after leaving the game. Hearing Xin Zhongze's words, Su Mayan thought for a moment and nodded, remember. Although normal people will lose their memories of the game after leaving it, the skills and insights gained in the game will not be forgotten even after leaving the game. Also, in the game, no one can use any method to transmit the information in the game, including the time password, when to log off, etc., which are all useless. That's good. Hearing that Su Mayan had not forgotten to use her skills, Xin Zhongze nodded, then let's go to the hospital quickly. Chapter 18 Everyone knows. Soon, Xin Zhongze and Su Mayan came to the hospital again. Sister, brother-in-law, where have you been? A crisp voice sounded. Xin Zhongze turned around and saw that it was his sister-in-law Sumuchan. Sumuchan was holding Xin Zhongze and Su Mayan's daughter in her arms, and Xin Zhongze's son was beside her. We have something to do. Let's stop talking. We have to go save mom right now. Su Mayan said to Sumuchan and pulled Xin Zhongze to run quickly towards the operating room. Soon, the two met the doctor they had met before. Doctor, how is my mother? Su Mayan asked hurriedly after seeing the doctor. Seeing that it was Xin Zhongze and Su Mayan who returned, the doctor quickly said, the patient's condition is relatively stable. Have you found a sorcerer? Found it, take us to my mother's place quickly. Su Mayan said hurriedly. Ah. Found it, where is the person? The doctor was confused. It's me. Su Mayan said. As he spoke, he simply waved his hand and cast a healing spell. The doctor was very surprised to see Su Mayan performing healing skills. He didn't expect that the sorcerer they were looking for was actually herself. You are a warlock, why did you? I couldn't use it before, and I just got it right now. Su Mayan explained quickly. Oh. The doctor nodded and quickly said to Su Mayan, then please follow me. The doctor took the two out of the office and walked quickly in one direction. Sister, brother-in-law, what's the situation? Sumuchan hurriedly asked Su Mayan and Xin Zhongze. Hearing this, Su Mayan waved her hands, too lazy to explain to her sister. Xin Zhongze looked at Sumuchan who was holding the child, then stepped forward to take her daughter and said, Mom is fine, she will be fine soon. As he spoke, he quickly followed Su Mayan's footsteps. Soon, the doctor brought several people to an ICU ward. At this time, my mother-in-law, Xin Shui, was lying in the ICU ward. Doctor, how do I perform the healing spell? Should I target my mother's brain? Su Mayan asked the doctor. Yes. The doctor nodded. Hearing this, Su Mayan did not hesitate and started to perform healing magic. Seeing this scene beside the bed, Sumo-chan opened her mouth in shock, her face full of surprise. As Su-mayan performed the healing technique, it was visibly apparent that her mother-in-law Shin Shue's complexion had improved a lot. The healing spell lasted for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, Su-mayan continued to perform the healing spell. In this way, as soon as the healing spell ends, Su-mayan will immediately perform the healing spell again. Su-mayan performed more than a dozen healing spells in a row until her magic power was exhausted and she stopped. Less than a minute after Su-mayan finished performing the healing spell, Shin Shue opened her eyes. Where am I? Mother-in-law Shin Shue looked around, then turned her gaze to Su-mayan, Sumo-chan and Xan Zhengzi. Mom, you are in the hospital now. What's wrong with me? Shin Shue continued to ask. Mom, you're fine, you're just unconscious. Xan Zhengzi said quickly. Mom, how do you feel now? Su-mayan asked her mother quickly. I feel very good. Shin Shue felt her body and nodded. That's good. Just as the family was talking, footsteps were heard outside the ward. Soon, a group of people pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. The leader was the doctor who had treated Shin Shue before, and behind him were several middle-aged men. The patient has woken up. After the doctor came in, he greeted Xan Zhengzi's family and then introduced them. These two are the director and vice director of our hospital, and this is the director of our department. Hello, Dean. Upon hearing the introduction, Xan Zhengzi and Su-mayan hurriedly greeted them. Hello. I heard from Dr. Zhou that a sorcerer who can perform healing arts has come to our hospital. I wonder who he is. The hospital director asked Xan Zhengzi and others with a smile. It's me. Su-mayan nodded. Hello. I wonder if you are willing to come to work in our hospital. We can give you the best treatment. The dean asked Su-mayan. What kind of treatment? Su-mayan asked immediately after hearing the dean's words. These days, her mother Shin Shue always asked her and Xan Zhengzi to find a job. Now, the job has been delivered to their doorstep. With her healing skills, it was actually very easy for her to find a job in a hospital, but she still wanted to ask about the salary. Hearing Su-mayan's question, the dean immediately said, as long as you are willing to come to our hospital, we will give you a basic salary of 50,000 yuan per month, and then for every patient you cure, we will take 50% of the patient's payment. What do you think? Hearing this, Su-mayan's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, a monthly salary of 50,000 plus a 50% commission, the salary is really too high. On the side, Xan Zhengzi's eyes showed envy when he heard the dean's words. If he had known that a Taoist's healing skills could help him find such a good job, he should have chosen to be a Taoist. What a pity. Just as Xan Zhengzi was feeling envious, Shin Shue and Sumo-chan beside him were completely confused. Especially Shin Shue. How come she suddenly woke up and found herself in the hospital? Then a group of hospital leaders came over and invited their daughter to work in the hospital, offering her a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan plus commission. This. Sumo-chan, who was standing aside, was much calmer, because she had just witnessed the whole process of her sister treating her mother. Given my sister's medical skills, it's no surprise that she was chosen by the hospital. Su-mayan, what's going on? Shin Shue couldn't help but ask Su-mayan. She didn't understand what was going on, so she had to ask clearly to prevent her daughter from being deceived. Hearing Shin Shue's question, Su-mayan quickly explained, Mom, I know healing skills, so the hospital wants to invite me to work here, that's it. Healing? Are you a sorcerer? Shin Shue frowned. Mom, do you know warlocks? Su-mayan asked in surprise. Of course I know. It's not a big secret. Shin Shue said lightly. In the game, people can become warriors, magicians, and sorcerers. This is actually no secret. The country just deliberately concealed this fact in order to prevent people from blindly entering the game world and losing their lives. There is almost no information about this on the internet. The country is afraid that many people will continue to enter the gaming world after learning that they can become magicians and sorcerers in the gaming world. Maybe it's okay once or twice, but if you enter the game world too many times, something will go wrong sooner or later. Also, for the sake of social stability, the Federation has to keep many secrets secret. Moreover, even if many parents know these things, they will not tell their children about them for the sake of their children's good lives. I am afraid that my children will find out that they can become magicians or warlocks in the game and then keep entering the game. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. If parents make a mistake just once, they will lose their beloved child. Therefore, many people, even if they know these things, will take the initiative to hide them from their children. It is obvious that Xin Shui is such a parent. Chapter 19: An Unexpected Success. Mom, should I agree to the hospital? Su Mayan looked at Xin Shui. After hearing her daughter's words, Xin Shui thought for a moment and said, if you want to come, that's fine. At least the municipal people's hospital is closer to home. If you want to go to a better hospital, that's fine too. Mom will support you. Hearing her mother's words, Su Mayan looked at the hospital director. Director, can I come back to work in a few days? Also, can the cost of my mother's treatment be waived this time? Hearing Su Mayan's words, the hospital director nodded without hesitation. Okay, you can come back when you want to go to work. In addition, the hospital will waive your mother's medical expenses. Thank you, Dean. Su Mayan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. She didn't expect that every time her mother fell ill and she came to the hospital would actually help her find a job. The hospital leaders were very happy to receive Su Mayan's accurate answer. A sorcerer who can perform healing arts is a treasure in any hospital. Not long after, a group of hospital leaders and doctors left, leaving only the family in the ward. Su Mayan, I have no objection to you coming to work in the hospital. Of course, when you go through the employment procedures, you must say that you are 23 years old. The age on your ID card is fake. Do you understand? Xin Shui solemnly instructed her daughter Su Mayan. Why? Su Mayan was puzzled. Why? Then let me ask you, how long has it been since you were pulled into the game? Xin Shui asked her daughter. This is only for a few days. You know it only takes a few days. Is it reasonable to learn the healing technique in just a few days? What's unreasonable about this? Su Mayan was puzzled. In her opinion, Xin Zhongzi learned the fireball technique before him. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Do you know how abnormal it is that you can learn healing skills in just a few days? Even if a normal person keeps entering the game world, it will take at least several months, or a year, or even several years to learn superpowers. You learn superpowers in just a few days. Aren't you afraid of being caught and sliced up for research? Xin Shui glared at Su Mayan unhappily. After hearing Xin Shui's words, Su Mayan realized the seriousness of the situation. She shrank her neck, then nodded quickly. Then I will say that I am 23 years old and entered the game last year. Yes, that's what I said. After saying that, Xin Shui looked at Xin Zhongzi. Xin Zhongzi, if anyone asks about Su Mayan's situation, you have to say the same thing, okay? And you, Su Muchan, do you understand what I'm saying? Clear. Xin Zhongzi and Su Muchan nodded quickly. After hearing Xin Shui's words, Xin Zhongzi realized that mastering skills in just a few days seemed outrageous in this world. In fact, if Xin Zhongzi had not discovered the barrier, it would have been impossible for him and Su Mayan to advance from level 1 to level 2 in such a short time. If Xin Zhongzi didn't have a cheat that allowed him to stack multiple weapons and equipment, he wouldn't have been able to reach a high level so quickly. If Xin Zhongzi's level was not high enough, it would be impossible for Su Mayan to kill monsters above her level and for both of them to reach level 7 and learn healing skills in a short time. According to the normal situation of people, after entering the game, they don't know that the safe zone is only safe for a period of time, so no one will desperately kill monsters and level up on the first day. Once the safe zone disappears, everyone will face attacks from monsters, and I'm afraid less than 30% of people will survive. After finally reaching level 2 and leaving the game, most people will never enter the game again. Even if someone enters the game out of curiosity, it is not easy to kill monsters in the wild. Monsters in the wild have higher attack, defense, and speed than players of the same level. Killing monsters is okay if a group of people besiege a monster, but if you fight the monster alone, there is a high probability that you will die. Of course, humans mainly rely on their wisdom to survive. If they create traps and mechanisms, they may be able to fight monsters alone. However, killing monsters in this way would be too slow. To upgrade from level 2 to level 7, you need to kill more than 2,000 monsters of the same level. Even if you use various traps and fight monsters one-on-one, if you want to kill more than 2,000 monsters that are stronger than you, it will take several months, which is impossible to complete. It is normal to do it in a year or several years. However, for those who have just left the game world, even if they enter the game again out of curiosity, they may be very patient and can persist once or twice. But in the next period of time, if they find that entering the game does not bring about any changes in their real self, but instead may face the risk of death at any time, then most people will not be able to persist. The vast majority of those who can persist in the game world for more than a year and successfully acquire skills are people with great perseverance and persistence, and are prepared to die at any time. Only such people have the opportunity to master healing or magic, etc. Therefore, it is reasonable for hospitals to hire such people with high salaries. Even if Xin Zhongzi was willing to reveal that he was a magician, there would definitely be many wealthy people willing to pay a high price to hire him as a bodyguard. Even if he wanted to join the army, the military would definitely give him a high position. In Xin Zhongzi's view, normal people want to acquire skills safely. Unless he knows the information in the game clearly, and then organizes a group of people in the same novice village to cooperate, and a group of people fight monsters and level up together, so as to minimize the risk and have a high probability of learning skills. However, the current situation is that everyone will lose their memory of the game after leaving it. They will not remember the situation in the game. They will only think that the death rate in the game is too high and they don't want to die, so most people will not be willing to enter the game again after they come out. In the game, if you play alone, it is very difficult to reach level 7. Fortunately, Xin Zhongzi had a cheat, otherwise he would not have been able to level up so quickly, and his wife Su Mayan would not have been able to level up so quickly as well. If Su Mayan hadn't reached level 7 and learned the healing technique, her mother-in-law Xin Shui would probably be in danger this time. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the hospital examined Xin Shui and found that her condition was stable. She only needed Su Mayan to treat her again and she would be cured. So she was discharged directly from the hospital. At 10:30 in the evening, the family came to a hot pot restaurant near the hospital. In the afternoon, my mother-in-law Xin Shui suddenly fell ill. The whole family had not had time to eat dinner and now they are starving. After eating the hot pot, everyone returned home satisfied. After returning home, Xin Shui immediately called Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan to her room and began a 3-court trial. Tell me, after you came out of the game last time, have you entered the game world every day? Xin Shui asked the couple with a serious face. Hearing this, Xin Zhongzi nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Su Mayan. Mom, we secretly entered the game world at night. You don't have to blame Xin Zhongzi. I forced him to go in with me. Su Mayan said to her mother. Hearing this, Xin Zhongzi's eyes showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect Su Mayan to say that, which puzzled him. However, before Xin Zhongzi could speak, Su Mayan pinched him and told him not to speak. What are you doing? The actions of the two naturally could not be hidden from the mother-in-law Xin Shui opposite. She couldn't help but give Su Mayan a blank look. It doesn't matter who dragged whom into the game world. The problem is that you can't enter the game world anymore. Xiaobao and Weiwei are still so young. If you die in there, are you really going to leave your children to an old woman like me to raise? Can you be so cruel? Chapter 20 Kite Monster. Besides, Su Mayan, you've already acquired the healing skill and found a good job. There's absolutely no need to take risks in the game. Xin Zhongzi, although you haven't gained any superpowers, the game world is too dangerous, so it's better not to enter it. Now Su Mayan has found a good job and her salary is so high, you just stay at home and take care of the children. She can support you. Xin Shui looked at Xin Zhongzi again. And don't feel embarrassed about spending a woman's money. I believe that if you could make money, you would be willing to support Su Mayan. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Xin Zhongzi nodded awkwardly. Well, Mom, I actually also learned superpowers. People in real life don't know that the skills in the game are called skills, so they call them superpowers. As Xin Zhongzi spoke, a fireball condensed in his hand. You. Xin Shui looked at the fireball in Xin Zhongzi's hand in surprise. She didn't expect that not only her daughter Su Mayan had mastered superpowers, but her son-in-law Xin Zhongzi also had superpowers. Taking a deep breath, Xin Shui suppressed her emotions and said, since you two have mastered superpowers, there is no need to enter the game. You should just raise your child well. Mom, we understand. Do you have anything else to say? Su Mayan asked her mother. Hearing her daughter's words, Xin Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. When you go to the hospital, you must work hard and get along well with your colleagues. After being scolded and warned by Xin Shui, Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan were finally released. At this time, my sister-in-law Su Muchan had already coaxed the two children to sleep. Returning to his room, Xin Zhongzi immediately asked Su Mayan, Wife, why did you tell Mom that you were the one who dragged me into the game? Hearing Xin Zhongzi's words, Su Mayan rolled her eyes at him. Are you stupid? Did you bring me into the game? You have to understand that she is my mother, and we are related by blood. She won't have any grudges no matter what mistakes I make. But if she thinks that you brought me into the game and put my life in danger at any time, she may not say it, but she will definitely have a grudge against you in her heart. Also, I didn't let you talk because I didn't want you to reveal that your memories in the game weren't blocked. If my mom knew about this, my sister might know, and if my sister knew, then my future brother-in-law might know. Your situation is too special, and I don't want you to be put at risk. Sumayan said, then put her hands on Xin Jones's shoulders, and whispered, "You are my husband and the father of my 2 children. We are one. Don't let anyone know this secret except us. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Xin Jones was a little moved. He didn't expect Sumayan to care about him so much. Then he nodded, "Don't worry, honey, I won't tell anyone about this." "That's good." Sumayan also nodded. "Wife, are we going to play the game tonight?" Xin Jones asked Sumayan. "What game are you playing? Do you believe my mom will come over to check on me later?" "Well, you can't just never play the game again, right? Why are you in such a hurry? Just listen to me. Then just enter the game. I'll cover you outside. When you reach a higher level, you can take me with you," Sumayan said to Xin Jones. Hearing this, Xin Jones nodded. This was a good idea. Boom boom boom. "Sumayan, are you guys asleep?" At this time, there was a knock on the door and the mother-in-law's voice asking questions. "Look, the people checking on us are here," Sumayan said speechlessly. "Mom, I'm here. We're going to sleep." Sumayan shouted loudly outside. "You can't enter the game." Mother-in-law Xinshui warned, and then there was no movement. In Xinshui's opinion, entering the game will lead to death sooner or later, so she must not let her daughter and son-in-law enter the game. In the room, after thinking that Xinshui had left, Sumayan immediately hugged Xin Jones. "Come on, give it to me once, and then you can go level up in the game." "Good." Soon, a special sound was heard in the bedroom. There was a person eavesdropping outside the bedroom door, but after a moment, she left with a red face. An hour later, Xin Jones entered the game. After entering the game, Xin Jones looked at his personal panel. He is now level 9, but the equipment on the panel is not yet fully equipped. For example, Xin Jones only had 7 ebony swords equipped at that time. There are also rings and bracelets, but only 5 or 6 of each are equipped, and only 4 necklaces are equipped. As for clothes, not a single piece dropped even in the advanced area. So after some consideration, Xin Jones decided to spend a high price to buy all the equipment from the NPC in the novice village. At this time, there were more than 20,000 copper coins on Xin Jones's panel. Fortunately, copper coins were not considered heavy, otherwise he really couldn't carry so many copper coins. Arriving at the weapon shop, Xin Jones spent copper coins to buy 3 ebony swords. Next, he went to a jewelry store and bought 6 gold necklaces, 4 bronze rings, 9 hexagonal rings, 6 iron bracelets and 7 silver bracelets. Finally, Xin Jones went to the garment factory again, bought 5 pieces of cloth, and went to the pharmacy to replenish a large amount of medicine. Buying the whole set cost Xin Jones almost 7,600 copper coins. After buying the whole set and equipping it, Xin Jones's personal panel became like this. Name, Xin Jones. Occupation, Mage. Level, 934-900. HP, 900-900. Magic, 90. Attack, 536-90. Magic Attack, 25-0-18. Defense, 5-18-18. Magic Defense, 5-0-9. Agility, 15+18. Accuracy, 5+9. Spirit, 20. Weight load, 90-90. Skill, Fireball. Unique ability, infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment. Ebony Sword level requirement 1, attack 3672, magic attack 09, durability 64, weight 8. Cloth, male, required level 1, defense 1818, magic defense 09, durability 45, weight 5. Gold necklace, requires level 2, physical attack 09, agility +9, durability 36, weight 1. Bronze ring, required level 3, physical attack 09, durability 45, weight 1. Hexagonal ring, required level 9, magic attack 09, durability 54, weight 1. Iron bracelet, required level 3, accuracy +9, durability 36, weight 1. Silver bracelet, required level 7, agility plus 9, durability 45, weight 1. After getting the full set of equipment, Xin Jones's attack and defense reached a terrifying level. Especially for physical attacks, the maximum attack limit directly reaches 95 points. In this case, even if he faced a level 10 monster, he could kill it easily. After replenishing his equipment and supplies in the novice village, Xin Jones quickly ran towards the level 10 monster area. After killing some level 9 monsters, Xin Jones soon saw level 10 monsters. Demonized Giant Rhino, level 10, HP 1000, attack 30, defense 20, agility 16, skill, infection. The demonized giant rhinoceros level 10 has a very high attack, reaching 30 points. If it attacks Xin Jones, its normal attack can take away up to 7 points of Xin Jones's blood each time. Xin Jones's damage, attacking the demonized giant rhino, with the demonized giant rhino's defense of only 20 points, can take away a maximum of 70 points of its blood at a time, and a minimum of 21 points. If it is a magic attack, a fireball can take away more than 260 points of blood in 3 seconds, and at least 120 points of blood. This was the case when Xin Jones upgraded to level 8 and 9, but he did not put the free attribute points into magic attack. He put them all into mental power. Now, he can attack monsters at a distance of about 20 meters. In this case, he can release 4 fireballs before the monsters get close. This is undoubtedly much more cost-effective than using free attribute points to increase magic attack. Moreover, Xin Jones also thought that when the monster approached him, he could also retreat. In this way, as long as his agility was higher than that of the monster, he could kite the monster. Chapter 21, Do I need to change my job to gain experience points? 20 meters away. Xin Jones quickly released a fireball at a demonized giant rhinoceros. Call out. The next moment, the fireball quickly crossed the space and accurately hit the head of the demonized giant rhinoceros. Roar. Sudden attack, the demonized giant rhinoceros immediately entered combat mode. 87. 76. 81. 3 numbers emerged from the demonized giant rhinoceros head. The next moment, another fireball accurately hit the demonized giant rhinoceros's head. At the same time, when the demonized giant rhinoceros approached Xin Jones's agility of 24 kept him at a distance of more than 10 meters from the demonized giant rhinoceros. After 5 fireballs, the demonized corpse rhino fell to the ground. Such injuries were truly terrifying, and the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Killing a demonized giant rhinoceros also consumed 16 points of Xin Jones's magic power. Xin Jones quickly drank a bottle of magic potion, and then cast a fireball spell on another magic giant rhinoceros nearby. I have to admit that the damage of fireball is really explosive, and it is much faster than close combat with a sword. Under such circumstances, Xin Jones could kill 4 level 10 demonized giant rhinos in an average of 1 minute. 3.5 hours later, Xin Jones's level was successfully upgraded from level 9 to level 10. After reaching level 10, Xin Jones immediately equipped himself with the equipment he had purchased from the NPC in the novice village. Under such circumstances, Xin Jones's attributes were improved again. After reaching level 10, Xin Jones gained another 5 free attribute points. After thinking about it, Xin Jones added all his attribute points to magic attack this time, bringing his basic magic attack to 30 points. Ha! Why don't you have any experience? Just after Xin Jones reached level 10, he found that he could no longer gain experience points by killing monsters. Do you want to change your job? Xin Jones thought that after completing the task of obtaining the fireball spell at level 7, his subsequent task would be to reach level 10, open up the road to the main city, and look for a magician to change his job to an apprentice magician. Xin Jones clicked on the task page, and then he saw a map appeared on the task page, with the road to the main city marked on the map. So, he needs to open up the road from the novice village to the main city. Does that mean killing all the monsters on the way? After thinking about it, Xin Jones walked out of the level 10 monster area and soon arrived on the road leading to the main city. Just as Xin Jones appeared on the road to the main city, he saw a dozen monkey-like monsters dozens of meters away. Demonized Giant Ape, level 11, HP 1200, attack 35, defense 21, agility 19, skill, infection. This is a group of level 11 monsters. Just when Xin Jones saw the demonized giant ape, more than a dozen demonized giant apes also saw Xin Jones. Roar, roar, roar. From a few dozen meters away, a group of demonized giant apes rushed towards Xin Jones quickly. Fuck. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhengze ran away. This group of demonized corpse apes is so terrifying, their hatred range is so far. Facing a single demonized giant ape, Xin Zhengze might not be afraid, but if it was a group of them, he would have no choice but to run away. However, Xin Zhengze did not just run without fighting back. He also attacked with fireballs while running. He can only control the fireball to fly 20 meters, and whether it can hit the target after 20 meters depends on luck. Fortunately, there was a group of demonized giant apes behind them, and his fireballs always managed to hit one of them. In this way, Xin Zhengze relied on his 24 points of agility to start flying kites against a group of demonized giant apes. At the same time, he was releasing fireballs and drinking medicine. If he didn't drink the medicine, his magic power would be exhausted quickly. 7 or 8 minutes later, Xin Zhengze led a group of demonized giant apes around in circles and finally got rid of them. What made Xin Zhengze regretful was that even though he killed a level 11 monster, he did not gain any experience points. After getting rid of this group of demonized giant apes, Xin Zhengze thought about it and decided to return to the novice village. He could do the task of opening up the passage to the main city later. He planned to take Su Mayan to level 10 first. Just when Xin Zhengze returned to the novice village, a surprising situation occurred. Because he saw a player in the novice village. When Xin Zhengze saw the other person also saw Xin Zhengze. This is a woman who is the same age as Xin Zhengze. Of course, people who can appear in the same novice village are naturally the same age. Hi. Are you a player too? When the woman saw Xin Zhengze, she actually took the initiative to greet him. Hello, my name is Xue. What's your name? The woman asked Xin Zhengze. Xin Zhengze. Hello, Xin Zhengze. Xue was really happy to see a living person in the game. Are you from the He family, one of the 36 major families? Xin Zhengze asked Xue. Xin Zhengze planned to trick Xue. He had previously met 2 people who claimed to be from the 36 major families, and then they attacked him without saying a word. If this Xue was from one of the 36 major families, Xin Zhengze would kill her without hesitation. What are the 36 major families? I don't know. Xue looked confused. Hearing this, Xin Zhengze let down his guard a little. As long as he was not from one of the 36 major families, it would be fine. Why did you suddenly enter the game? Xin Zhengze asked Xue. Something happened to me in reality, so I had to learn magic in the game world and become a superior person in the real world. After Xue finished speaking, she turned to Xin Zhengze and said, Brother, why don't we team up to fight monsters together? It's safer if we're alone. I plan to stay in the game until I reach level 7. Otherwise, I might not dare to enter the game next time. Hearing Xue's words, Xin Zhengze shook his head and said, I'm not interested. I'm just here to take a look at the game. If you want to level up, do it yourself. After saying that, Xin Zhengze immediately quit the game. He was already at level 10, and he couldn't level up any higher before changing his job. He wouldn't help others level up for nothing. Just after Xin Zhengze left, Xue showed a look of loss on her face. After finally finding a player, he actually quit the game directly. Chapter 22, Fooling the Mother-in-Law. In reality. At around 5 a.m., Xin Zhengze suddenly appeared in the room. Husband, are you back? The moment Xin Zhengze appeared, Su Mayan was awakened. Yeah, I'm back. Xin Zhengze nodded. Su Mayan took the phone and looked at it. She found that it was only 5 in the morning and immediately asked, Why are you back now? After reaching level 10, I discovered I couldn't gain any more experience points. I had to change my job. Xin Zhengze told Su Mayan about the situation he encountered in the game. So next, I plan to take you to level 10 first. Hearing Xin Zhengze's words, Su Mayan couldn't help but hugged Xin Zhengze's neck. Husband, you are so good to me, I want it, love me. 2 hours later, it was daybreak, and the two ended the game. Wife, have you noticed that your physical fitness has improved a lot after you leveled up in the game? It was not so easy for you to persist for more than 2 hours before. Xin Zhengze said to Su Mayan with a smile. Yes, I feel much better, Su Mayan nodded. Before, after fighting with Xin Zhengze for 3 hours, she felt very tired and had a dull pain down there. But now, she seemed to feel nothing. She felt that she could still fight with Xin Zhengze for 2 hours. What the two of them didn't know was that while Xian Zhengze and Su Mayan were fighting, someone outside the door left again with a red face. In the morning, Su Muchan had breakfast early and went to school. "Mom, I have something to tell you." While eating breakfast, Su Mayan asked her mother Xin Shui to speak. "What's the matter?" Xin Shui didn't even look at Su Mayan, looking very disgusted. "It's like this. The doctor told me to use healing magic to treat you a few more times, but I need mana to perform healing magic. I don't have enough mana now, so I have to enter the game world to restore my mana." Su Mayan said to her mother. "Restore mana? Can't restore it in reality?" "Mom, it can't be recovered in reality. There is no spiritual energy in reality." Su Mayan continued to explain. "In fact, in reality, it is also possible to restore mana or magic power, but it is 10 times slower than in the game. In the game, it only takes 1 minute to restore a point of mana, but in reality it takes 10 minutes. The reason why Su Mayan said this to Xin Shui was mainly because she bullied Xin Shui because she had no skills and didn't know the detailed information in this regard. "You don't have to take risks. I'm in good health now." Xin Shui didn't want her daughter to enter the game. There was no way out at the beginning, anyone would be forced into the game at the age of 22. Now that her daughter has finally gotten out of the game, she naturally doesn't want her daughter to take any more risks. "Mom, don't worry. If it's just to replenish mana, there's no danger. I always choose a safe place when I exit the game. As long as I don't wander around the game world, there won't be any danger. Besides, I'm going to work at the hospital in a few days. How can I use healing to save people without mana? What do you think, Mom?" Hearing this, Xin Shui's expression suddenly became conflicted. She didn't expect that her daughter's job would require her to enter the game world to replenish her magic power. Yan, why don't we just give up this job?" "Mom, I have already promised the hospital, how can I not do it? Moreover, the hospital has waived hundreds of thousands of medical expenses for us. If I don't do it, do you have the hundreds of thousands of medical expenses to pay to the hospital?" Su Mayan asked her mother. Hearing this, Xin Shui fell silent. She had exhausted all her energy in raising the sisters Su Mayan and Su Muchan by herself. How could she save more than 100,000 yuan? Besides, Mom, your illness isn't completely healed yet. If you don't let me continue to treat you, the tumor in your brain will worsen. I don't want to see you die of a brain tumor in front of me. So, I will definitely enter the game, but I can also promise you that I will never go to any dangerous places. Is that okay with you, Mom? Hearing this, Xin Shui was very conflicted. At this time, Xian Zhengze assisted from the side and said, "Mom, how about this? I'm a powerful magician. I'll accompany Mu Yan into the game every time to protect him. What do you think?" After hearing Xian Zhengze's words, Xin Shui looked at Xian Zhengze, then at Su Mayan, and finally sighed and nodded slightly. Seeing her mother nod, Su Mayan immediately showed a smile. Xian Zhengze even secretly gave Su Mayan a thumbs up. Yesterday, Xian Zhengze asked Su Mayan how to convince his mother-in-law to let them enter the game world. Su Mayan said at the time that she had a way, but she didn't expect her way to be like this. After breakfast in the morning, Su Mayan said something to her mother Xin Shui and pulled Xian Zhengze into the game. "Come out early after you go in, and don't go to dangerous places." Xin Shui couldn't help but remind the two of them when they entered the game world. In Xin Shui's opinion, the game world is too dangerous. Anyone who enters it is in danger of death. If she was not forced to do so, she would never let her daughter take the risk. In the game world, the two appeared in front of the novice village pharmacy. Soon, the two bought some medicines and quickly headed into the wild. "Ha! Husband, look over there, someone is fighting monsters over there." Not long after leaving the novice village, the sharp-eyed Su Mayan saw people fighting monsters in the wild. Following the direction Su Mayan pointed, Xian Zhengze also saw it. More than 100 meters away from the two of them, a woman was being chased by two level 2 demonized zombies. It was obvious that the woman seemed to be in trouble at this time. Xian Zhengze saw that the woman's blood volume was only 1/3 left. If she were caught up by the two monsters, she would be dead. At this time, Su Mayan shouted from the side, "Come here quickly." After saying that, she quickly ran towards the woman being chased by the monster. The woman also heard Su Mayan's voice. She turned around and saw Su Mayan and Xian Zhengze. Seeing this situation, she was overjoyed and quickly ran towards the two of them. Seeing Su Mayan rushing towards the woman, Xian Zhengze didn't dare to just stand by and watch. If his wife was scratched by the monster, he couldn't take the responsibility. As they ran in both directions, the two sides were soon only more than 10 meters apart. Without saying anything, Sumayan cast a healing spell directly. When Sumayan's free attribute points were first upgraded to levels 2, 3, and 4, she added agility, which brought her agility to 20 points. Then when she reaches level 5 or 6, her free attribute points are added to her mental strength. After reaching level 7 and gaining the healing skill, mana appeared in her attribute allocation options, so her free attribute points at level 7 were added to mana. She now has only 10 mana. However, her healing spell restored more than 30 points of health to the woman being chased by the monster in 3 seconds. At this time, Xin Zhengzi also came here, and 2 level 2 demonized zombies came into Xin Zhengzi's 20-meter mental perception range. Call out. Without hesitation, Xin Zhengzi directly shot out a fireball. With one fireball, a level 2 demonized corpse was killed instantly. Xin Zhengzi's fireball spell can deal more than 200 damage even to a level 10 monster. Now the demonized corpse is at level 2, with only 200 HP in total, so it can be killed instantly. Call out. After killing a demonized zombie, Xin Zhengzi threw another fireball, and the other demonized zombie was also killed instantly. Chapter 23 Conditions. Thank you, if it weren't for you, I would probably be dead. After being rescued by Xin Zhengzi and Sumayan, the woman hurriedly thanked them. At this time, Xin Zhengzi realized that the woman in front of him seemed to be the woman named Yingxue who wanted to team up with him last night. At this time, Yingxue also recognized Xin Zhengzi, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. You are the one from last night? How do you know the fireball technique? Have you broken through to level 7? Yingxue asked Xin Zhengzi in surprise. Husband, do you know her? Sumayan looked at him unkindly. Last night she suddenly appeared in the novice village and invited me to work with her to kill monsters, but I refused. Xin Zhengzi explained quickly. At this time, Yingxue beside her also noticed the situation, and she quickly explained, It's like this, I just entered the game a few hours ago, and I'm only level 2 now. After hearing what Yingxue said, Sumayan's unfriendly look towards Xin Zhengzi finally subsided. She is fully aware of her man's excellence. Not to mention Xin Zhengzi's handsomeness, he is also the most amazing thing. The most important thing is that Xin Zhengzi can kill everyone in the game and can also help her level up quickly, making her a superpower in reality. Naturally, she would keep a closer eye on such an outstanding man. Just now, the reason why she saved Yingxue was mainly out of the best instinct of human nature. Of course, the most important thing is that she is sure that she can save the other person without getting hurt herself. If the monster chasing Yingxue was a level 20 monster, she would probably not only not rescue it, but would run away instead. Hubby, let's go level up. Sumayan called to Xin Zhengzi. Yeah. Xin Zhengzi nodded, and then took Sumayan to the high-level monster area. Wait a minute, both of you. At this time, Yingxue spoke. Do you have anything else to say? Sumayan looked at Yingxue. You too, can you please help me with your leveling? It's too slow for me to kill monsters alone. I almost died just now. Yingxue said to the two of them hurriedly. Hearing this, Sumayan shook her head and refused directly. Yingxue is so beautiful, there is no way she would let her have a chance to be with her husband. You can actually fight level 1 monsters and just don't provoke level 2 monsters. Although it will be slower to level up, it is safer. Sumayan said to Yingxue. Yingxue smiled bitterly after hearing Sumayan's words. I also want to kill only level 1 monsters, but level 1 monsters and level 2 monsters look the same. The most important thing is that I can't tell which monster is level 1 and which monster is level 2. Hearing Yingxue's words, Sumayan said calmly, then we can't help you. If it really doesn't work, you can exit the game and never come back. Sumayan did not agree to help Yingxue upgrade because it would not benefit her in any way. Husband, let's go. After Sumayan said this, she was about to pull Xin Zhengzi away. You too, I'm actually the daughter of the boss of the Sainton group. My family is very rich. As long as you help me upgrade, I can give you money. Yingxue stopped Xin Zhengzi and Sumayan and said. Hearing this, Sumayan shook her head, Sister, this is completely useless. No matter how much money you have, you will immediately forget all your memories in the game after leaving it. Well, how about this? I'll tell you some secrets that only I know. After you leave the game, contact me and tell me the secrets, so I can know them. Yingxue said quickly. Sister, you still don't understand one thing, that is, after leaving the game, not only will you forget the memories in the game, but we will too. Su Mayan continued to say to He Yingxue. Hearing this, He Yingxue suddenly didn't know what to say. Yes, after leaving the game, not only will she lose her memory, but others will also lose their memories. So even if she promised some benefits now, the other party would not be able to obtain them in reality. It would be great if exiting the game wouldn't block her memory. Otherwise, given her family's wealth, they could just hire some people to help her level up quickly. From this perspective, games block memory and actually put ordinary people on the same starting line as rich people. After all, if rich people lose their memory, they will not be able to use money to control others in reality. Sorry to bother you. After hearing Su Mayan's words, He Yingxue had no choice. If others refused to take her, she couldn't make any promises, so she naturally wouldn't be so shameless as to force others to take her. Hearing He Yingxue say this, Su Mayan waved her hand and then took Xian Zhengzi towards the high-level monster area. After only walking a few dozen steps, Su Mayan stopped again. Turning around, she called out to He Yingxue, "Well, come here. We can help you level up, but you have to agree to a few conditions." He Yingxue's face lit up with joy when she heard Su Mayan's words, and she ran over happily. Having almost died at the hands of a monster just now, He Yingxue no longer had the pride of being the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. Now, as long as someone is willing to help her level up in the game world, she will do anything. Soon, He Yingxue ran quickly to Su Mayan. "Sister, what conditions do you want me to agree to? Just tell me." He Yingxue asked Su Mayan. Hearing He Yingxue's words, Su Mayan was not polite. She said to He Yingxue, "The first condition is that you recognize me as your elder sister and become my younger brother from now on. You will do whatever I ask you to do. Do you agree?" I agree. He Yingxue nodded in agreement without any hesitation. "The second condition is that anything you get in the game must be handed over to me for processing." He Yingxue continued. "No problem." He Yingxue agreed quickly. "Okay, as long as you agree. Let me introduce you. This is my husband. You can just call him brother-in-law. He is 1 year older than me. He came from the main city to the novice village specifically to help me level up." Su Mayan introduced Xian Zhengzi to He Yingxue. Xian Zhengzi was surprised when he heard Su Mayan's words. When did he become a year older than Su Mayan? However, he did not expose her, because he knew that Su Mayan must have her own ideas when she said that. "Hello, brother-in-law. It turns out that you entered the gaming world last year. No wonder you are so awesome." He Yingxue quickly called Xian Zhengzi brother-in-law and complimented him. "Okay, follow us and we will take you to upgrade." He Yingxue waved to He Yingxue, and then signaled Xian Zhengzi to lead the way. Chapter 24 Su Mayan's Confidence. Xian Zhengzi, "Wife, why did you agree to take her with you?" Xian Zhengzi asked Su Mayan in a private message. "Su Mayan, it's too boring to play with just the two of us, so I'm taking in a little sister." "All right." After seeing Su Mayan's explanation, Xian Zhengzi let her go. "It's just one person anyway, and it won't take long to bring him to level 10. Soon, the three of them arrived at the level 10 monster area. "Husband, you should raise her level first, so that we can have an extra mobile warehouse." Su Mayan ordered Xian Zhengzi. "Okay." Xian Zhengzi nodded in agreement. Then, he beat a level 10 monster until only a little health was left, and then asked He Yingxue to kill it. However, the embarrassing thing was that He Yingxue was unable to break the monster's defense. "Wife, you should come. When we go back to replenish supplies later, I will take her to the low-level monster area." In this situation, Xian Zhengzi could only let Su Mayan come. An hour later, Su Mayan's level rose from level 7 to level 8. After more than 2 hours, Su Mayan's level rose from level 8 to level 9. At this time, Xian Zhengzi had used up all the magic potions, so the three of them returned to the novice village to replenish the potions. When passing by the low-level monster area on the way, Xian Zhengzi casually took He Yingxue to level up 3 levels. Xian Zhengzi asked He Yingxue to add her free attribute points to attack first, otherwise she would not be able to break the defense of high-level monsters. After refilling the magic potion, the three returned to the level 10 monster area. At this time, He Yingxue's attack was finally able to break the monster's defense. Since He Yingxue's level was only 4, killing a level 10 monster was like killing a monster 6 levels higher. She could gain 64 experience points from one monster, so by killing 6 level 10 monsters, she was able to level up to level 5. Then, Xin Jonza took her to kill 16 level 10 monsters and level up again. However, when she reached level 7, Xin Jonza helped her kill 37 demonized giant rhinos. Killing monsters above your level and leveling up is so easy. If she followed Yingshua's own upgrade plan, she could only gain experience by continuously killing low-level monsters at a high level, and it would take her a lot of time to kill each low-level monster. Under such circumstances, it would be considered fast for her to reach level 10 within a year. Following Xin Jonza, upgrading is as easy as eating and drinking. After Yingxue reached level 7, Xin Jonza spent several more hours bringing Su Mayan to level 10. At this time, the three of them returned to the novice village and let Yingxue complete the task and gain skills. Yingxue is also a mage, so naturally she acquired the fireball skill. Originally, Xin Jonza wanted Yingxue to add all the free attribute points to magic attack. However, Yingxue told Xin Jonza that the game told her that the maximum value of her magic attack could not exceed twice her mental power. In other words, if the spiritual power is 10, then the magic attack value cannot exceed 20. If you want to exceed 20, you must increase the spiritual power. If calculated this way, Xin Jonza's current mental strength is 20, and his basic magic attack can only be increased to 40 points at most. From Yingxue, Xin Jonza also learned that the initial values of all of Yingxue's data were 5 points, attack 5, defense 5, and mental strength was also 5 points. In addition, Su Mayan also said that her initial value was also 5 points. After hearing what the two women said, Xin Jonza realized that his mental strength was 10 points at the beginning, which seemed a little unusual. Xin Jonza guessed that the reason why his mental power was twice as strong as that of an ordinary person was probably because he had been a human in 2 lives. Level 10 Monster Area. Fireball. Yingxue rolled out a fireball and hit the monster's head accurately. 10. 11. 10. With one fireball, Yingxue directly knocked away 31 points of health from the level 10 demonized corpse rhinoceros. In this situation, without the bonus of weapons and equipment, it is considered normal damage. Xin Jonza is different. Xin Jonza's basic magic attack reaches 30 points, and there is also an equipment bonus of 0.18 points. There is also the plus 10 accuracy provided by the iron bracelet, which allows him to fully utilize the 10 points value from 0.18. In other words, his current magic attack value is equal to a minimum of 40 points, with only 0.8 being a floating value. If Xin Jonza's magic attack reaches its strongest value, he can directly deal 120 points of magic attack damage. After deducting the 20 points of defense of the level 10 demonized corpse rhinoceros, there will still be 100 points of damage. If Xin Jonza attacks a level 10 demonized giant rhinoceros now, one fireball can knock down up to 300 points of the demonized giant rhinoceros's health. If Xin Jonza and Yingxue attack together, after 3 fireballs, the demonized giant rhino will have no more than 30 points of health left, and Yingxue only needs to fire a 4th fireball to end it. After Yingxue learned the fireball technique, Xin Jonza helped her kill monsters much faster. In less than 4 hours, Yingxue's level quickly increased from level 7 to level 10. Okay, let's all log off and rest. After I open the passage to the main city, we can go there. After helping Yingxue reach level 10, Xin Jonza realized that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. On the way back to the novice village, Su Mayan said to Xin Jonza, "Hubby, I want to ask Yingxue some questions. Please go a little further." "All right." Hearing Su Mayan say this, Xin Jonza could only walk quickly in front, more than 20 meters away from the two women. Next, Xin Jonza walked in front, but the two women were whispering behind him, and no one knew what they were talking about. Not long after, the three of them returned to the novice village. After returning to the novice village, Su Mayan said to Yingxue, "Sister He, please quit the game first." "Okay, Sister Yin, I'm quitting." Yingxue nodded and immediately quit the game. She has now been brought to level 10 by Xin Jonza, and has also learned the fireball technique. She is already very satisfied. "Husband, I'm going to tell you something about Yingxue. Tell me after you return to reality." Su Mayan instructed Xin Jonza. "Okay." Xin Jonza nodded. "Well, Yingxue told me some secrets that only she knew, like there's a mole on her butt. She also stole something when she was a kid. She stole an eraser from her deskmate, Ren Xinxin, and she's always felt guilty about it. She did that for the first time when she was 17, hiding in her room. Also, her bank card password is 682,437, her cell phone number is 130, her. Sumayan told He Yingxue a lot of information, and repeated it several times in a row. Honey, let's quit the game immediately, and then you tell me all the information I just told you in real life. Sumayan said to Xin Zhongzi. Wife, you don't want to contact He Yingxue in real life, do you? Xin Zhongzi asked Sumayan. Hearing Xin Zhongzi's words, Sumayan nodded. I find He Yingxue a bit naive and easy to deceive. We have worked hard to help her level up in the game, so how can we not get some of the costs back from her? But if we contact her, how do we explain that we know what's happening in the game? Wouldn't my special situation be exposed then? Xin Zhongzi said. Don't worry, I have a way. Sumayan looked confident. Okay then. Xin Zhongzi nodded. Chapter 25, The Shrewd He Yingxue. Soon, the two quit the game. After exiting the game, Xin Zhongzi prepared to tell Sumayan what Sumayan had explained. What? You met a girl in the game, and you even know she has a plum blossom mark on her butt? Xin Zhongzi, you are such a good person. I married you and gave birth to children for you, but you actually found another woman. Xin Zhongzi didn't expect that Sumayan would question him before he could finish his words. You're such a good person, Sumayan. It was you who asked me to help He Yingxue level up, it was you who inquired about He Yingxue's private matters, and it was you who asked me to relay the information. Now that I've quit the game, you're trying to put the blame on me, right? Xin Zhongzi rolled his eyes at Sumayan in annoyance. Hearing Xin Zhongzi's words, Sumayan felt that Xin Zhongzi seemed very confident, so she slowed down her tone and said, Tell me in detail what happened in the game today. After hearing what Sumayan said, Xin Zhongzi angrily recounted in detail what happened in the game today, and finally repeated everything Sumayan asked him to repeat. Okay. I know what to do. Sumayan nodded. At this time, she had already figured out why she did that in the game. If you don't make good use of the daughter of a super rich man and make some money from her, wouldn't your efforts be in vain? Just as the two were whispering in the room, the door of their room was opened from the outside. As the door opened, an anxious and worried face was revealed. However, when the visitor saw Sumayan and Xin Zhongzi in the room, his expression suddenly turned cold. You two, you actually knew to come back? For half an hour, Shui severely scolded Sumayan and Xin Zhongzi. Ever since her daughter Sumayan and son-in-law Xin Zhongzi entered the game world, Shui has been worried that something unexpected might happen to her daughter and son-in-law in the game world. Now that the two of them have returned safely, Shui felt relieved but also very annoyed. Mom, seriously, once you enter the game world, you can't leave until you've stayed there for a full 8 hours. If you don't believe me, just ask Xin Zhongzi. That's right, Mom. Once you enter the game, you have to stay there for a full 8 hours before you can come out. Xin Zhongzi nodded reluctantly to testify for his wife. Xin Zhongzi knew that Sumayan was bullying her mother-in-law Shui without knowing the specific circumstances. Because after Shui came out of the game world for the first time, she never entered the game world again. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid who's so easy to fool? Shui obviously didn't believe it. Mom, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask others. Anyway, you need to stay in the game world for a full 8 hours. Hearing Sumayan's firm tone, Shui thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll trust you this time. When you enter the game world in the future, don't go to any dangerous places. Got it? I know, Mom. In the evening, after dinner, Xin Zhongzi was playing with his 2 children. Sumayan, on the other hand, hid in the bedroom, locked the door and made a phone call. The phone was dialed and a clear female voice came from the other end. Hello? Who's that? He Yingxue, it's me. Sumayan said to the other end of the phone. Who are you? He Yingxue didn't recognize who the voice belonged to. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you still owe me 1 million. Do you remember? Sumayan asked He Yingxue. I owe you 1 million? I have never owed anyone money outside. He Yingxue was surprised. Today, He Yingxue was very happy because after she came out of the game world, she found that she had become a magician and had also learned the fireball technique. Although she is the daughter of the boss of Sainton Group, one of the Fortune 500 companies, she is not happy at all. Because her mother died when she was very young, and then her father found her a stepmother, who gave birth to 2 younger brothers whom she hated. With the appearance of 2 younger brothers, their father paid more attention to them and naturally paid less attention to her. What made her even more disgusted was that her stepmother and two younger brothers all excluded her. They acted very friendly in front of their father, but were sarcastic to her in private. Shui resisted, but her father said she was ignorant and that she was deliberately picking on her stepmother and two younger brothers. Every time a conflict broke out, my father always sided with my stepmother and two younger brothers. This situation led to the situation that when she turned 18 and her father wanted to arrange a marriage for her, she resisted fiercely and even injured the other party. In the end, her father completely ignored her, and she was still single at the age of 22, while other people of her age already had children. The reason why she entered the game again was because she had a conflict with her father last night. She thought that she would either become a magician in the game or die in the game. Then, when she came out of the game today, she found that she had actually become a magician and had even learned the fireball technique. This really made her too excited. If she becomes a magician, her status in this family will be greatly improved. Even if her biological father saw her, he would have to look at her with respect. If her stepmother and two younger brothers dared to get angry in front of her again, she would slap them twice and make sure they wouldn't even dare to cry out loud. After coming out of the game, she found that she had become a magician who could cast fireballs. However, before she could be happy for long, someone called her and said that he owed her 1 million, which made Shui speechless. "How do you know my phone number? What do you want to do?" Shui asked the person on the other end of the phone. "Sister have you forgotten that you owe me money? You told me a lot of your secrets, like the plum blossom mark on your butt, that you stole your classmate's eraser when you were a child, and that you had your first time when you were 17. Her bank card password is 682,437. Stop, stop, stop." Shui hurriedly shouted to stop on the other end of the phone. At this moment, Shui's face was already flushed. She had begun to believe what was said on the phone, because what the other party said was a secret that only she knew, and no one else knew. For example, she could ensure that no one knew about what she did in her room when she was 17. "Did I say these to you in the game world?" Shui asked the person on the other end of the phone. If someone knew her secret, but she didn't know when she had told them, the only thing she would think of was what she had told others in the game. "Sister what are you talking about? What game?" Su Mayan naturally denied it. Su Mayan didn't expect that Shui would guess the truth she told her in the game right away. What Su Mayan didn't know was that although Shui hadn't experienced the dark side of society, she was not a fool. On the contrary, she grew up in a wealthy family, and had a stepmother and two annoying brothers who often targeted her. How could she be a pure and innocent girl? "Sister, you can remember the memories in the game, right? My ability to become a magician and learn the fireball technique should also be related to you, right?" Shui continued to ask Su Mayan. After hearing what Shui said, Su Mayan remained silent for a long time. "It seems I guessed right. I must have received your help in the game, and then I promised you 1 million and told you some of my little secrets." Chapter 26, Knowing the Current. Su Mayan didn't say anything, but Shui continued, "Sister, send me your bank card number and I'll transfer the money to you." With just a few words, Shui guessed the general situation. For someone who can turn himself into a magician in a short time in the game and learn the fireball ability, she wouldn't blink an eye even if you gave him 10 million, let alone 1 million. Of course, the most important thing is that she doesn't want to offend such a person, and she is probably willing to make friends with the other party. The other party was able to take her into the game this time, so as long as she paid the money generously, maybe he would take her again next time. Even if I don't take her with me, at least I won't do anything to her. On the other hand, if she offended the other party because of a little money, what if the other party killed her in the game? After hearing Shui's words, Su Mayan was silent for a moment, and then the faint voice continued to be heard. "Okay, actually I cheated you out of the 1 million, but in the game you're my little brother. You agreed to follow me. Here's my number, save it. I'll call you next time you log in. Also, don't tell anyone my secrets, and don't check my real identity, otherwise I might kill you." Su Mayan said to Shui threateningly. "I understand, sister. Don't worry, I will definitely not tell anyone, and I won't check your identity." Shui quickly agreed. Although she has no memory in the game, it doesn't mean she has no brain. What good would it do for her to tell someone else's secret? Not only would it not benefit her, it could even lead to her being killed, and she wasn't stupid. As for relying on one's own influence in reality to check the other party's identity or threaten the other party, only a fool would do that. She wouldn't dare reveal the secret of someone who could make him a magician in less than a day even if she had 10 times the courage. Sister, let's add a green bubble. My green bubble is my mobile phone number. He Yingxue said to Su Mayan. Okay. Su Mayan agreed. From the process of calling He Yingxue just now, Su Mayan knew that she had made a mistake this time. He Yingxue is not someone who is easy to be fooled. I guess her performance in the game is all deceptive. This person is as smart as a ghost. Maybe the secrets that the other party told you in the end were also premeditated. And now that I have contacted the other party, I have fallen into their trap. However, since it was exposed, Su Mayan had no choice but to admit it. She did not mention Xin Zhongzi. Even if He Yingxue spread the secret, people would only think that Su Mayan was the one who knew the situation in the game. Oh. I still can't trust others easily in the future. Su Mayan murmured to herself. But she still added He Yingxue's green bubble friend. However, as soon as she added him as a friend, the other party directly transferred 1 million to her. No, how could you transfer so much money on green bubble? Su Mayan was surprised. Green bubbles. My green bubble has special permissions, and the transfer limit is 1 million per day. He Yingxue explained. Please take back the 1 million. I don't want your money. Su Mayan replied. Sister, this is my gift to you. I hope you can guide me more in the game in the future. All right. After thinking about it, Su Mayan accepted the 1 million from He Yingxue. Given He Yingxue's status, 1 million yuan is probably like 100 yuan to an ordinary person. With 1 million yuan, Su Mayan began to think about lying down. After thinking about it, she sent a message to the hospital director. The contact information of the dean was added when I was in the hospital last time. Director, I don't feel like going to work at the hospital anymore. Please calculate the medical expenses from last time and I'll pay it for you. As soon as Su Mayan sent the message, the dean called. Miss Su, I'm Ho Jinlin, the director of the People's Hospital. What's the situation with the message you just sent? Are you encountering any difficulties there? The dean's voice sounded in Su Mayan's phone. Dean, I don't have any problems here. I just suddenly made a fortune and don't want to go to work anymore. Su Mayan explained. Ah? The dean uttered an ah, and then continued, Miss Su, I don't know how much of a windfall you're talking about is, but I think that people living in this world should still have some aspirations. Look, you're a sorcerer who can heal, and you're born to be a doctor. If you don't become a doctor, it would be a waste of talent. How about this, Miss Su, you still come to work in the hospital. I will raise your basic salary to 100,000 per month, and you can get 70% of the treatment costs. What do you think? The hospital director's voice was very sincere. Dean, I'm actually not a person without aspirations. Let me put it this way, as long as you agree to one condition of mine, I will go to work in the hospital. Su Mayan said to the dean. What conditions? It's like this. I don't want a basic salary, I just want a commission, and it's 50% of the commission. However, I only see 30 patients a month, and I can go for treatment whenever I want. The hospital can't control me. Su Mayan's idea is very simple, that is to have full freedom. She doesn't want to go to the hospital to work every day according to the routine. In the past, she had no choice, but now that she has 1 million, she is much more confident. Hospital director Ho Jinlin could also hear Su Mayan's confidence. So without much bargaining, he chose to agree. There is no way to disagree. It is good that there is such a sorcerer willing to come to the hospital to help treat the disease. If you disagree, the loss will be greater. Miss Su, let me put it this way. I agree to all your requests, and your basic salary of 50,000 yuan per month will remain unchanged. However, you still have to come to the hospital to register for employment so that we can give you a formal status. Ho Jinlin said to Su Mayan. Okay then, it's decided. Su Mayan nodded. After hanging up the phone, Su Mayan smiled. Through negotiations, she not only got the treatment she deserved, but she was also able to go to work whenever she wanted, which was really great. The other side. He Yingxue asked the driver to drive to a manor. After the car entered the manor and parked, He Yingxue got out and walked into the manor leisurely. Hey! Isn't this the eldest daughter of the He family? What's going on? You're willing to go home? As He Yingxue entered the manor gate, a mocking voice rang out. He Yingxue looked at him with disdain. In front of her was a young man of about 18 or 19 years old. "Come here." He Yingxue beckoned at the young man. "What are you doing?" The young man asked with his neck stiff. "Didn't you hear me telling you to come over? You're mocking your sister like that? Have you learned the art of respecting the elderly and loving the young?" He Yingxue scolded the young man. "Who do you think you are, He Yingxue? Are you worthy enough to be my sister?" Bang! Before the young man could finish his words, a huge blow hit his face. He Yingshue's speed was too fast, and the young man didn't even have time to react. He Yingxue leveled up 10 in the game, but it wasn't just a level increase of 10, nor did she learn the fireball technique. Her physical fitness also improved several times. Now, let alone ordinary people, even if special forces came, they might not be able to defeat her. "He Yingxue, you dare to hit me? You! What are you doing?" Suddenly, a roaring voice was heard. He Yingxue looked up and saw a middle-aged man appear in the corridor on the second floor. This middle-aged man was He Yingshue's father, He Qingyun. "He Yingxue, you're causing trouble as soon as you come back, right? Why did you hit your brother?" The middle-aged man scolded He Yingxue. Chapter 27. I see who dares. If it were in the past, she would be afraid if she was scolded by He Qingyun. But now, he was the first one to disrespect me as his elder sister. As soon as I came, he started to mock me in a sarcastic way. "If I don't hit him, who should I hit?" He Yingxue said indifferently to He Qingyun. Hearing He Yingshue's words, the young man next to him immediately retorted, "Dad, I didn't do that. It was He Yingxue who picked a fight with me as soon as she came, and then she beat me up." At this time, a middle-aged woman ran out quickly from the stairs on the first floor. "Son, how are you? Are you okay?" The woman was very concerned about the young man's condition. But when she saw that her son's face was red and swollen from being slapped by He Yingxue, her eyes suddenly became cold. But she softly questioned He Yingxue, "Xiaoxue, why did you hit your brother? Look at how hard you hit him, his face is all swollen." After she finished speaking, she complained to He Qingyun on the second floor, "Old He, come and take a look. Your son's face is swollen. Send him to the hospital quickly." Hearing the woman's words, the young man beside her shook his head, and then said to He Qingyun, "Dad, my face hurts, and I feel a little dizzy." At this time, He Qingyun also walked down from the second floor quickly. He first came to his son and took a look. After finding that his son's face was indeed swollen, he looked at He Yingxue with a somewhat unfriendly look. "He Yingxue, look at what you've done to your brother. Are you still a sister? You don't come back normally, but when you come back you beat people up. What are you trying to do?" He Qingyun asked He Yingxue loudly. "Lao Deng, you thought you couldn't see it when he started to mock me in a sarcastic way as soon as he came, right? He didn't act like a younger brother, so naturally I didn't act like a sister." He Yingxue retorted directly. "You." When He Qingyun heard what He Yingxue said, he immediately became furious. He raised his hand and hit He Yingxue hard in the face. However, the next moment, He Yingxue raised her hand and easily caught the slap from He Qingyun. Seeing his hand being grabbed, He Qingyun was furious and wanted to break free, but he couldn't. The next moment, he hit He Yingxue in the face again with his other hand. Seeing this situation, He Yingxue let go of the other person and took 2 steps back. Without a point of support, He Qingyun fell directly to the ground without being able to stand firmly. You are rebelling." He Qingyun was extremely angry. He shouted, "Someone come." Hearing He Qingyun's angry shout, a group of servants from the He family quickly rushed over. At this time, He Qingyun had already stood up. He gave an order to a group of servants, "You, arrest her for me." "Master, don't." At this time, the beautiful middle-aged woman hurriedly stopped him. "Master, I think Yingxue attacked Xinger because she was confused for a moment. I know Yingxue has always been dissatisfied with us. This is normal. Master, please forgive Yingxue this time." The middle-aged beautiful woman patted He Qingyun's chest to calm him down and persuaded him. Hearing the middle-aged woman's words, He Qingyun pointed at He Yingxue angrily and said, "Your Aunt Qian is still speaking for you at this time. Look at how you treat your Aunt Qian. You want to piss me off to death, right?" Hearing this, He Yingxue sneered, then said calmly, "Stop being so hypocritical. You act like a good person in front of my father, but you're being mean to me in private. It's such a shame that you and your son don't become actors." Hearing He Yingshue's words, the beautiful middle-aged woman quickly said, Yingxue, although I am not your biological mother, you can't frame me like this. I know you hate me for giving birth to 2 sons for your father and robbing you of your right to inherit all of your father's property, but your 2 younger brothers are also your father's children. Besides, your father has so much wealth that you can't spend it all in 10 lifetimes. So what if you divide it between your 2 brothers? Why are you targeting us mother and son like this? Hearing this, He Yingxue almost laughed out of anger. Li Wenqian, stop acting here. Do you think I'm really interested in He Qingyun's family fortune? You. Before He Yingxue could finish her words, she was interrupted by an angry voice. If you don't want it, then don't ask me for a penny in the future, and I won't give you any of my property. The person who spoke was He Yingshue's boss He Qingyun. Hey, you're dreaming. Half of my mother's property belongs to you. If you give it all to your 2 sons, just wait and see whether they can survive. I don't want what's not mine, and no one can take it away from me. He Yingxue is not stupid. The reason why Li Wenqian and her mother are targeting her is because she owns half of her father's property, right? Her mother had made a will before her death, which stated that after her mother's death, all of her shares would be inherited by her daughter He Yingxue after she grew up. Originally, He Yingxue should have inherited her mother's estate long ago. However, because Li Wenqian and her 2 sons interfered and sowed discord between her and her father, she has not inherited it yet. It's not that He Yingxue doesn't want to inherit. It's just that He Qingyun, as He Yingshue's father and guardian, although he cannot change the inheritance rights of his ex-wife's estate, he can still make a gesture to some departments and ask them not to go through the inheritance procedure for his daughter. The main reason why He Qingyun didn't let his daughter inherit her mother's inheritance for such a long time was that he felt that his daughter was too rebellious and not mature at all. She seemed to have been corrupted. If he let such a person inherit a large inheritance, God knows what kind of person she would become in the end. In the living room, He Qingyun almost exploded with anger when he heard He Yingxue say shamelessly that it depends on whether your 2 sons can survive. Rebellious girl, you want to kill your 2 brothers? How can you be so vicious? Come, catch her. I must teach her a lesson today. He Qingyun shouted orders to a group of servants nearby. After hearing what He Qingyun said, a group of servants stepped forward to capture He Yingxue. Let's see who dares. He Yingxue shouted loudly, and the next moment, a volleyball-sized fireball condensed in her hand. The fireball emitted a scorching heat, causing everyone nearby to feel waves of heat. Superpower. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Not only did the servants in the manor exclaim in surprise, but even He Qingyun, as well as Li Wenqian and her son, opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with disbelief. Yingxue, are you a person with superpowers? He Qingyun asked He Yingxue in disbelief. What else? Maybe you can ask someone to try and see if my fireball technique is real. He Yingxue said lightly. Hearing this, He Qingyun's face changed for a moment, and then he quickly ordered a group of servants, all of you get out. Hearing He Qingyun's words, all the servants quickly left the manor's living room. Chapter 28 Face Changing. Yingxue, it's true that Dad didn't pay enough attention to you in the past and didn't consider how you would feel about remarrying. Dad will make it up to you in the future. He Qingyun said softly to He Yingxue. Hearing He Qingyun's words, He Yingxue just wanted to laugh. But she just kept a cold face and said nothing. It seems that even now, He Qingyun still doesn't understand why she has such big conflicts with her stepmother and her 2 half-brothers. Did he think that she was acting this way because her stepmother gave birth to 2 younger brothers who were competing with her for the family fortune? If her stepmother and 2 younger brothers hadn't been ostracizing her and mocking her behind her back, but pretending to be very nice to her in front of her, how could she have been so determined to be at odds with her stepmother and 2 younger brothers? In other words, He Yingshue's grandfather and 2 uncles were all high-ranking federal officials. Otherwise, she would probably have been killed by the bitch Li Wenqian when she was a child. The reason why the other party didn't dare to kill him was probably because he considered that after his death, he would face pursuit and revenge from his grandfather and uncle. Although after their mother died, the relationship between their family and their grandparents was not very good. After thinking for a moment, He Yingxue said to He Qingyun, Old dang, let's not talk about anything else. First, you need to complete the inheritance procedures for my mother's estate for me. I just want to get what my mother gave me. I don't want a penny of your property. Just leave it to your 2 sons to inherit. He Qingyun's face turned ugly when he heard He Yingshue's difference. In fact, he had never thought of taking over the things left to his daughter by his ex-wife, but his daughter spoke to him like that, which really made him unhappy. However, the daughter now is a powerful magician. Moreover, he knew that it had been less than a week since his daughter was first forced into the game. My daughter was able to become a magician who learned the fireball technique so quickly, which shows how powerful her talent and ability are in the game world. If such people are willing to join the government, they can directly become officers. If nothing unexpected happens, they can become division commanders in 10 years and generals in 20 years. The most important thing is that He Yingxue has such powerful talents and abilities that the longer she enters the game, the stronger she will become. Ordinary people may not know how terrifying people who develop in the game are, but he knows it. For example, the Shin family in the capital. The ancestor of the Shin family can be called a living immortal. Not only has he lived for hundreds of years, he can also fly and hide underground. In the whole world, no one can stop him from killing anyone he wants to kill. With the talent that my daughter He Yingxue has shown now, if she hadn't died halfway, she would very likely have become someone like the ancestor of the Shin family in the future. It was also because of this relationship that He Qingyun wanted to ease the relationship with his daughter. Okay, I'll have someone handle your mother's inheritance for you tomorrow. In the end, He Qingyun compromised. Let her daughter scold her, after all, she is her daughter, the only daughter born to her and the woman she loves most. Hearing He Qingyun's words, Li Wenxian and her son looked very unhappy. However, they had no choice. He Yingxue is now a powerful magician. If they stop her now, it is likely to irritate He Yingxue. God knows what a provoked He Yingxue will do. What if He Yingxue directly used magic to kill them and their son? In that case, even if He Yingxue was sentenced in the end, what would be the use? They would lose their own lives. I'll come to the company to see you tomorrow. I only want my mother's inheritance. I don't want anything else. He Yingxue said to Lao Deng, then turned and left the manor. After He Yingxue left, He Qingyun called a private doctor to come to the manor to show his son his face that was injured by He Yingxue. In the evening, He Qingyun's other eldest son returned home. As soon as he came back, he was pulled into a room by his mother Li Wenxian. At this time, the mother and her two children finally gathered together. Mom, what should we do now? That little bitch He Yingxue is about to inherit half of the family fortune. The youngest son said to his mother anxiously. Your father will definitely transfer the inheritance left to him by He Yingxue's mother to He Yingxue this time. I'm afraid we can't stop him. Ah! Who would have thought that He Yingxue would become a magician? In this case, even if she doesn't inherit a penny, she will have a better future than her father. If we had known this would happen, we shouldn't have excluded her. If I had treated her well before, now that she's become a magician, she would be a powerful supporter for us in the future. Alas! One wrong step leads to all the wrong steps. Mom, when He Yingxue becomes powerful in the future, will she take revenge on us? The eldest son asked Li Wenxian. Hearing this, Li Wenxian thought for a moment and shook her head. Based on my understanding of He Yingxue, she probably won't do that. Even if she wants to take revenge, it will be on me, not you. After all, you are her younger brothers and He Qingyun's sons. Even revenge on you is not an option, Mom. Is there no way for us to get rid of her threat? The youngest son asked his mother. How do we solve this? Find someone to kill him? Who? Even if we kill her, will her grandfather and two uncles let it go? Besides, even if you kill her, what's the point? The inheritance her mother left him won't fall into your hands. I originally wanted to force her to re-enter the game world and let her die in it. My plan was only half successful. I didn't expect that she would become a magician in the game world. In this case, I'm afraid we will never have the chance to get rid of her again. Li Wenxian shook her head and said to her two sons. The reason why He Yingxue chose to enter the game again after finally escaping from the game world alive was actually a trap set by her. The very next day after He Yingxue came out alive, she deliberately provoked the relationship between He Yingxue and her father, causing a big quarrel between them. When she was feeling somewhat discouraged, she let the servants of the manor chat casually, saying that it would be great if their children could become superpowers in the game world. Then their children would be able to become superior to others, and no one would dare to bully them, and so on. Sure enough, He Yingxue was fooled after hearing these words and quickly entered the game again. What she didn't expect was that He Yingxue actually became a magician. Before setting up the plan, Li Wenxian had inquired about the situation in detail. It would take at least half a year for a person to become a superpower. For those who entered the game again and persisted, the survival rate during this 6 months was less than 1 in 1,000. However, once they officially become psychics, their survival rate in the game will increase significantly, and most of them can live for decades. If you are lucky enough to become a strong man above the 3rd level, then even a big businessman like He Qin Yun will have to salute you respectfully when he sees you. If it was a strong man above level 4, a big businessman like He Qin Yun probably wouldn't even have the chance to meet him. If you become a top level 5th level expert, the head of state will not be able to meet you whenever he wants. As for the 6th level, there are only 3 in the world. Each of them is the mainstay of their country. As long as they are there, no country dares to go too far with them. For example, the small African country of Malta, because of the emergence of a 6th level strongman, not only did the country's area expand from the size of a palm to the size of half of China today. Moreover, during this process, other countries dare not interfere in anything related to this country. At first, the president of the ugly country tried to stop the expansion of the Maltese country, but died at home the next day. A 6th level strongman is so terrifying and so intimidating. A 6th level strongman has a much greater deterrent power than a nuclear bomb. Countries with nuclear weapons may not dare to use them easily, but if you dare to offend a 6th level strongman, you will soon lose your head. Chapter 29 I Was Wrong. Mom, why don't we reveal He Yingshue's situation to those big families? I believe that once those big families know about He Yingshue's situation, they will definitely be interested in He Yingxue. At this time, Li Wenxian's eldest son said after thinking about it. Hearing this, Li Wenxian immediately shook her head. Are you stupid? If those big families knew about this, they would definitely let their most outstanding sons marry He Yingxue. Are you harming her or helping her? Besides, such things can be easily discovered. If He Yingxue holds a grudge against us, even if she wants to destroy us, with the support of those big families, your father He Qingyun probably won't dare to do anything to He Yingxue. So, forget about this stupid idea of yours. You're not harming him, but helping her. Hearing this, the room fell into silence. After a while, Li Wenxian thought for a moment and said, perhaps, we can accidentally let your father know about this idea, and then let your father take the initiative to contact those big families. That way, even if He Yingxue holds a grudge, she won't hold it against us. And if it succeeds, those big families will remember your father's kindness and will be better and better for your father's future development. The better your father's future development is, the more you will gain. In this case, we are indirectly taking advantage of He Yingxue. I think this method is feasible. After hearing his mother's words, the eldest son quickly expressed his opinion. I think so too. The youngest son nodded quickly. In a small villa. At this moment, He Yingxue was typing excitedly. She kept sending messages to a person labeled as Big Sister. Sister, you know, I was so happy to see my dad's expression today. At first, he wanted to eat me. But when I cast the magician's fireball technique, his expression suddenly changed and became very flattering. Also, you didn't see the look on Li Wenxian's face. It was as ugly as it could be. And that little son of his? Sister, tomorrow I will inherit the inheritance my mother left me. I am a magician now, so my father can only let me inherit my mother's inheritance. When I inherit the inheritance my mother left me, I'll be a billionaire. If you need money, just tell me. It can be seen that He Yingxue was extremely excited at this moment. Even if the other party did not reply to her at all, she was still very happy to send the message. In Shenzhen County, Su Mayan was looking at the messages flashing on her phone with a helpless look on her face. She didn't expect that He Yingxue would tell her everything that happened on her side, no matter how big or small. From He Yingxue's information, Su Mayan also learned a lot of information about He Yingxue. Is this the drama of a wealthy family's infighting? Su Mayan was told a big news today. However, He Yingxue's description also made her feel a sense of satisfaction, as if the female protagonist in a novel was bullied by her stepmother, and then the protagonist suddenly got a golden finger and turned around to slap the villain in the face. In the game at this time, Xin Zhongzhe is currently working on the task of opening up the passage from the novice village to the main city. He was walking along an official road and had encountered several waves of monsters along the way. These monsters would rush over and beat up Xin Zhongzhe as soon as they saw him. These monsters gave Xin Zhongzhe the impression that they were very smart, unlike the rigid monsters in the novice village. Moreover, after clearing out several waves of level 11 monsters along the official road, Xin Zhongzhe actually encountered a group of level 12 monsters, which was simply outrageous. In the novice village, monsters of the same level are stronger than players. Now there are monsters 2 levels higher than players, and there are a group of them. In this situation, if Xin Zhongzi was just an ordinary person without any cheats, it would be impossible for him to complete the task of opening up the passage between the novice village and the main city. What Xin Zhongzi didn't know was that because this task was too difficult, many people trapped in the novice village would have to stay there for the rest of their lives. Some people, perhaps relying on their wisdom to constantly deal with these monsters, and then slowly grinding them out, may be able to complete the task in a few years or even more than 10 years. Of course, the mortality rate was the highest when completing this mission. 990 out of 1,000 people died here. In order to open up the passage to the novice village, according to normal game conditions, you will need at least 50 people working together to open up the passage to the novice village in a short time. Fortunately, Xin Zhongzi is not an ordinary person, he is a special person. After a night, Xin Zhongzi cleared out 6 waves of level 11 monsters and 4 waves of level 12 monsters, and finally opened up the passage from the novice village to the main city. After Xin Zhongzi dealt with the 4th wave of level 12 monsters and walked a distance, he discovered that the entire novice village was shrouded in a huge realm. However, just as Xin Zhongzi walked out of the barrier and tried to return, he found that he seemed unable to enter the barrier. Therefore, this barrier can only be exited but not entered, so he cannot return to the novice village. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi immediately became anxious. Because, my wife Sumayan has not come out yet in the novice village. After trying again, Xin Zhongzi found that he could not return to the novice village after leaving the novice village barrier, so he immediately chose to quit the game. Wife, something happened. Around 5 in the morning, Xin Zhongzi woke up Sumayan, who was sleeping soundly. What's wrong? What happened? Sumayan asked Xin Zhongzi in a daze. Hearing Sumayan's question, Xin Zhongzi quickly explained the situation in the game. Wife, you should enter the game right now and leave the novice village along the area where I have cleared the monsters. Otherwise, if time passes, I'm afraid that high-level monsters will wander into the cleared area. Then you will most likely be in danger. Xin Zhongzi said to Sumayan. Although Sumayan is also a level 10 player, he is currently a warlock who only knows healing skills and will soon have no attack power. After hearing what Xin Zhongzi said, Sumayan realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately went in without any sleepiness. I'll enter the game now and leave the novice village with you. Sumayan nodded and was about to enter the game. Wait a minute, call Yingxua along as well. She is a mage and can fight even if she encounters a high-level monster. Xin Zhongzi hurriedly stopped Sumayan and said. Hearing Xin Zhongzi's words, Sumayan quickly took out her mobile phone, found a contact and called him. Soon, the call was connected. Yingxua, enter the game immediately. I'll be waiting for you in the novice village. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you don't have 5 minutes, I'll leave first. From now on, you'll stay in the novice village alone. After Sumayan finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone quickly said, Sister, I'm going to enter the game right away. Wait for me. Both parties hung up the phone. Soon, Sumayan entered the game world and her figure disappeared in the bedroom. Seeing Sumayan enter the game, Xin Zhongzi also hurriedly entered the game and waited outside the novice village. In the novice village, Yingxua saw Sumayan, but then she recalled her complete memory and couldn't help but shrink her neck. You're so good, Yingxua. You actually pretended to be innocent in front of me before. What do you say now? Sumayan questioned Yingxua with an angry face. Sister, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Yingxua quickly apologized and admitted her mistake, being as humble as possible. Outside the novice village barrier, Xin Zhongzi waited for more than half an hour and finally saw 2 women running out of the novice village. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 30, Beach City. Husband. Sumayan also saw Xin Zhongzi and called out quickly. Brother-in-law. Yingxua also saw Xin Zhongzi and immediately shouted. Let's go to the main city together. Xin Zhongzi nodded and said to the 2 women. Honey, we brought you 2 backpacks of magic potions when we came here. Take them first. Sumayan directly traded the medicines on her body to Xin Zhongzi. On the side, hearing Sumayan's words, Yingxua hurriedly traded the medicines in her backpack to Xin Zhongzi. Yingxua, just give me 20 bottles. My backpack can't hold them all. Okay, brother-in-law. After a transaction, the 3 of them began to walk towards the main city with caution, following the instructions on the map. What surprised Xin Zhongzi was that for the next 2 hours, the 3 of them walked along the official road without encountering any monsters. More than 2 hours later, the three arrived at a huge city. Beach City. This is the name of this city. There were 2 guards guarding the gate of Beachy City. Xin Zhengze stared at the guard for 3 seconds, and the next moment the guard's information appeared in front of Xin Zhengze. Beach City Guard, Level 39, HP 14200, Attack 4681, Defense 4556, Magic Defense 4249, Agility 44, Spirit 46, Skill 1 / the guard charges up a single slash, dealing triple the damage. That's it? Seeing the attributes of the guards of Beachy City, Xin Zhengze immediately said in his heart, that's it? This guard's physical attack value is not as high as his. His physical attack value, although the basic attack is 5 points, but the equipment attack reaches 3699. However, this guard's health, physical defense, magic defense, and agility are indeed much higher than Xin Zhengze's. If he faced this guard, Xin Zhengze estimated that he would be dead within 2 moves. With the guard's health and defense, even if he were allowed to fight, it would take him a long time. Then, the guard's agility was as high as 40 points. Facing the guard's attack, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. However, the guard is a level 39 NPC, a strong man who was about to break through to the 4th level from the 3rd level, and he should not be compared with such a strong man. Xin Zhengze brought Sumayan and He Yingxue to the city gate. The entrance fee is 100 copper coins per person. A guard stopped the 3 people. After hearing this, the game prompted Xin Zhengze whether to pay the city entrance fee. Faced with such a situation, Xin Zhengze, Sumayan, and He Yingxue had no choice but to pay the city entrance fee. After paying the entrance fee, the 3 of them quickly entered the city. After entering the city, Xin Zhengze discovered that there were suddenly many more people coming in. Not only were there more NPCs, but Xin Zhengze also saw some players. Are you 3 new players? Are you from a big family? Shortly after the 3 of them entered the city, someone stopped Xin Zhengze and the other 2. The person who came was a middle-aged man, wearing armor that looked like a warrior. What are you up to? Xin Zhengze quickly looked at the other party vigilantly. Relax, you can't fight in the city, and I won't do anything to you. I just came here out of curiosity to ask. Why are you asking us these questions? Xin Zhengze continued to ask. I haven't seen you in Beachy City before, so I came over to chat. The middle-aged man explained to Xin Zhengze with a smile. Oh, so that's it. We indeed just arrived and are preparing to find a magician to complete the job transfer task. Do you know where the magician is? Xin Zhengze asked the other party. Mage, it's over there. I'll take you there. The middle-aged man said enthusiastically. No need, we can go there by ourselves. Xin Zhengze shook his head. Suddenly a stranger showed great enthusiasm towards him, so Xin Zhengze was naturally very alert. Seeing Xin Zhengze so alert, the middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and then stepped aside. After a moment, looking at the backs of Xin Zhengze and the other 2 leaving, a smile appeared on his face. Lao Shang, have you found out? Is it a child from one of the 36 major families? At this time, a man in sorcerer's clothes came over. Probably not. They are people we can win over, but the little guys are very wary of us, so we shouldn't have too much contact with them for the time being. I think after they have been subjected to some social torture by the people from the 36 major families, they will take the initiative to join us. The middle-aged man said lightly. Then we have to keep an eye on these 3 little guys. We must not let them get killed by the people from the 36 major families. Don't worry, I will let Shadow follow them quietly and protect their safety. Damn 36 big families, sooner or later, I will make you taste the iron fist of the people's dictatorship. The middle-aged man suddenly said in a low voice viciously. By the way, Lao Li, do you still have any copies of Mao's selected works? I think I should give a set to some of the little ones when I have the chance, so that they can know that our ancestors were once ruled by the people. The middle-aged man asked another person. Hearing this, the man known as Lao Li looked around and whispered, the selected works of Mao Zedong are banned by federal order. If you're caught in possession of them, you'll be sentenced to jail. So, I don't have many copies here, only 2. What are you afraid of in the game? No one will remember each other after you quit the game. No matter how powerful the Federation is, they can't control what happens in the game. What we need to do now is to unite all players who are not from the 36 major families, and then strive for the neutrality of the official players, and jointly resist the oppression of the 36 major families. Selected Works of Mao Zedong is a good book. When you have time, you can copy a few more copies and try to ensure that every new comrade who joins us has one. Hearing this, Oldley rolled his eyes at him and said, "You think copying is easy? There are so many words, why don't you copy them? Okay, how about this? For every set you copy, I'll give you 10,000 copper coins. How about that? Make a deal." Hearing this, Laoli laughed immediately. On the other side, Xin Zhongzi and the other two successfully found the magician of Biki City, and then Xin Zhongzi and He Yingxue successfully completed their job transfer. Next, the three of them found Su Mayan's mentor who was helping her change careers to a warlock, and helped her change careers to a first-level warlock. After completing the job change, Xin Zhongzi discovered that the task page of the game panel disappeared directly. I asked Su Mayan and He Yingxue, and they both had the same situation, the taskbar disappeared. So from now on, there will probably be no more tasks in the game world. Their future development will depend on themselves. After completing the job change, the three of them started to wander around Biki City. At the beginning, the three of them came to the Biki City weapon shop. The weapon shop in Biki City is indeed much more luxurious than the weapon shop in Novice Village, and the weapons inside are also incomparable to those in Novice Village. Unfortunately, weapons below level 15, except for the ebony sword, are all physical attacks. In the weapon shop in Biki City, the weapon used by the mage is only the level 15 Sea Soul, Magic 1-2, which is much stronger than the 0-1 of the ebony sword. However, Sea Soul needs to be at level 15 to equip it, and the price in the weapon shop is also very high, reaching more than 5,000 copper coins per piece. Now, Xin Zhongzi's entire net worth is only more than 20,000 copper coins, and he can only buy 4 Sea Souls at a price of 5,000 each. However, the physical and magical attack bonuses given to him by the 4 Sea Souls were too little, so he naturally would not buy them. After visiting the weapons store, Xin Zhongzi took the two girls to the Biki City jewelry store. Xin Zhongzi took a fancy to the cast iron ring. To equip the cast iron ring, the magic power needs to reach 160 points, which means that Xin Zhongzi needs to be about level 16 to wear it. The cast iron ring can add 0-1 magic attack and 0-2 physical defense, which is really a good thing. However, this cast iron ring is not only not available for equipment now, but is also not cheap. As for bracelets, Xin Zhongzi favored the sharp bracelet and the evil repelling bracelet, which had the attributes of accuracy +2 and agility +2 respectively. However, to equip these two bracelets, you need to be at level 16 and level 19. Moreover, the prices of these two bracelets are not cheap. Chapter 31, Former Alliance. As for the necklace, Xin Zhongzi took a fancy to the ebony necklace, which had the attribute of magic attack 1-0, and the equipment level only needed to be level 13. The price was not too expensive, about 1,000 copper coins each. However, even so, Xin Zhongzi is not planning to buy it for the time being. He wants to see if he can get it from the monster himself. Moreover, even if he bought it now, he wouldn't be able to equip it. After looking at the jewelry store, Xin Zhongzi soon brought Su Mayan and He Yingxue to the Biki City clothing store. In the clothing store, Xin Zhongzi took a fancy to a light armor male, physical defense 3-3, magic defense 1-2, and the equipment only requires level 11. To equip this kind of clothes, Xin Zhongzi only needs to upgrade one level, but he is not planning to buy it now, because the cloth clothes can still be used for a while, so there is no need to waste money on equipment now. Finally, after leaving the clothing store, Xin Zhongzi took the two to the bookstore. In the bookstore, Xin Zhongzi saw the skills he needed to learn later. Level 12 Fire Resistance Ring. After learning this spell, monsters close to you can be pushed away for a certain distance. In this case, the mage will have the skills to fight monsters at close range. After the Ring of Resistance to Fire, there is the Light of Temptation, which can be learned at level 13. The Light of Temptation can lure a low-level monster to serve as your meat shield and is a consumable item. With a meat shield, the mage's survival rate when fighting monsters can be greatly improved. In the bookstore in Biki City, the mage only has these two skill books. Moreover, the prices of these two skill books are extremely expensive. The Fire Resistance Ring requires 12,000 copper coins to purchase, and the Light of Temptation requires 21,000 copper coins. So after looking at the price of the skills, Xin Zhongzi could only shake his head. It seems that if you want to learn skills, you have to figure out how to earn copper coins. In-game. Just when Xin Zhongzi and the other two arrived at Biki City, an old man suddenly seemed to have a feeling. The next moment, he hurriedly sensed it carefully. A moment later, he sent a message to a middle-aged man. The person who killed your great-grandson has appeared in Biki City. He should be a new player who just entered Biki City from the novice village. Thank you, ancestor, for helping me track down the thief. Upon seeing the message, the middle-aged man hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Not long after, the middle-aged man contacted a young-looking man through a private chat channel. Contact our people in Biki City and ask them to look for the person who just came to the main city from the novice village today. He is very likely the murderer of your third child. The middle-aged man sent a message to the young man. Okay, Grandpa. I'll contact the people in Biki City right away. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the young man quickly agreed. Soon, the young man began to contact family members in Beach City. If players above level 20 were not unable to return to their original Biki City, he would have gone there by himself. If the other party dares to kill his son, he would want to cut him into pieces. On the other side, Xin Zhengzi looked at the time and found that it was already past 7 in the morning. Let's log off. It's already daybreak. Good. The two women agreed and quickly chose to log off. After Xin Zhengzi saw the two women log off, he also logged off. You two, did you enter the game again last night? As soon as Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan exited the game, they saw a frosty face. Mom, I wanted to go into the game to recover my magic power, so I asked Xin Zhengzi to go in with me to protect me. Su Mayan explained quickly. Okay, you don't need to explain, don't you think I don't know what you are thinking? Let me put it this way, as long as you and your wife can earn enough money to raise your two children, I will leave you alone. Otherwise, if you die in the game, I, as a grandmother, will have to continue working to raise your children. Is that reasonable? Xin Shui said to Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan in a light tone. Hearing this, Su Mayan's eyes lit up and asked, Mom, how much money do you think I need to earn to raise two children? After hearing Su Mayan's words, Xin Shui thought for a moment, then said, I think it will take about 500,000. 500,000? That's easy. Su Mayan said quickly. I mean 500,000 for each of the two children, which adds up to 1 million. Hearing Su Mayan's simple words, Xin Shui quickly changed her words. I have 1 million. I'll transfer it to you right away. Su Mayan said without hesitation. Where did you get the 1 million? At this moment, Xin Shui's face immediately showed surprise and disbelief. I earned it myself. I saved a wealthy man, and this is the consultation fee he gave me. As Su Mayan spoke, she opened her mobile banking to check her balance and then showed it to her mother. Xin Shui looked at Su Mayan's bank card balance and was very surprised. Because, there really is 1 million in savings. Seeing the situation, Xin Shui felt a little annoyed. If she had known earlier, she should have said a higher amount. But the words were already out, and there was no changing them now. Okay, transfer the 1 million to me, and if you die in the game, I'll help you raise your child. Thank you, Mom. Su Mayan was a little moved. Soon, Su Mayan transferred the 1 million savings to her mother Xin Shui. Hey! You must also pay attention to safety in the game. Never go to dangerous places. Also, think more about Xiaobao and Weiwei. Xin Shui said earnestly to Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan. Don't worry, Mom. We will be very careful and won't take any risks. With her mother's approval, Su Mayan called Yingshui at 8 o'clock in the morning and then took Xin Zhengzi into the game. After learning the true situation inside the game world, Su Mayan is now more addicted to entering the game world than Xin Zhengzi. Not long after, the three of them reunited in the game. However, not long after the three of them entered the game, a group of people surrounded them. There were 13 people in this group. Xin Zhengzi took a look and found that most of them were above level 15, and some even reached level 18 or 19. The leader was a young man who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, dressed in warrior attire. Are you the newcomers to the main city? The young man brought a group of people to surround Xin Zhengzi and the other two, and then asked indifferently. Who are you? What do you want to do? Xin Zhengzi asked with a frown. We are from the former Alliance Guild. Do you want to join our former Alliance Guild? The young man asked Xin Zhengzi and the other two. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi frowned, then shook his head. I just arrived in the main city and am not familiar with the situation here, so I don't want to join any forces. Hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, the young man narrowed his eyes, then said calmly, Boy, my former ally is the number 1 guild in the game. Are you sure you don't want to join? No. Xin Zhengzi shook his head. He didn't believe in the idea of being the number 1 guild in the game at all. If they were the number one guild in the game, how could they possibly invite him, a person who had just arrived in the main city, to join? Moreover, this group of people surrounded him as soon as they arrived, and Xin Zhengzi could clearly feel the malice from this group of people. So he guessed that this group of people must have bad intentions when they invited them to join the guild. Boy, you don't want to accept my toast and then drink the penalty, right? The young man narrowed his eyes. Originally, he wanted to trick Xin Zhengzi and the other two into joining the guild, and then find an opportunity to take them out of the city. As long as they leave the city in the safe zone, they can kill each other. However, unexpectedly, the other party was not fooled at all. Chapter 32. So that's it. The three men were not fooled, and the young man could do nothing to Xin Zhengzi. Because they don't dare to take action in the safe zone. If you take action in the safe zone, you will be thrown into the dungeon at best, and killed on the spot by the NPC in Biki City at worst. Not to mention that they are only players of level 10 or so. Even if players above level 60 come, they are no match for the NPCs. In Biki City, the career change instructors for the three professions are all 6th level strongmen. In addition, the king of Biki City is an 8th level strongman. Once, someone was fighting in Biki City and was killed on the spot by an NPC. Therefore, even if the young man wanted to take action against Xin Zhengzi and the other two, he needed to lure them out of Biki City. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Just wait for me. Finally, the young man threatened Xin Zhengzi and then left with a group of people. Although the young man left with a group of people, Xin Zhengzi felt as if someone was watching them. There's something strange about this group of people, Su Mayan said in a low voice. It's very strange. Xin Zhengzi nodded. He also felt it. Just then, a middle-aged man walked over. When Xin Zhengzi saw the middle-aged man, he immediately recognized him. He was the player they met when they first arrived in the main city. Have you offended your former allied guild? The middle-aged man asked Xin Zhengzi and the other two. I don't know. They invited us to join their guild, but I didn't agree, said Xin Zhengzi. The former Alliance Guild was founded by the Shin family, one of the 36 major families in the Federation. None of the 36 major families are good people. They usually surround and kill lone players. How could they possibly invite you to join? Are you also from the Shin family? That's not right. If you were a member of the Shin family, you would have joined on your own without being invited. But no matter what, you must have offended your former allies. You better be careful from now on. It's best to stay in Biki City and don't go out, otherwise you will be in danger. The middle-aged man said to Xin Zhengzi and the other two. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi immediately thought of one thing, that is, when he was in the novice village, he seemed to have killed a man who claimed to be a descendant of the Shin family, one of the 36 major families. Before he died, the other party said that his ancestors had set a tracking mark on his body. As long as Xin Zhengzi dared to kill him, the mark would be attached to Xin Zhengzi, and then his ancestors would sense it. Could it be that I have been sensed by the ancestors of the Shin family, and it was the Shin family who came to deal with him just now? Xin Zhengzi thought for a moment, then asked the middle-aged man, Senior, have you ever heard of someone who can place a mark on someone else, and then when the marked person is killed, the mark will attach to the murderer? Hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, the middle-aged man asked in surprise, Did you kill someone from the Shin family in the novice village? After Xin Zhengzi said this, he guessed some of the situations. Hearing the middle-aged man's speculation, Xin Zhengzi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I killed 2 people in the novice village who claimed to be from the 36 major families. They attacked me and tried to kill me the moment they arrived, so I couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, the middle-aged man immediately said, The ancestor of the Shin family is a 6th-level strongman. Maybe he has abilities that we don't know about. After a pause, he continued, If that's the case, you can actually join our guild. Our guild is called the Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance, and it's a guild specifically dedicated to opposing the 36 major families. If you join us, at least in Biki City, the Shin family won't be able to do anything to you. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi was somewhat tempted, but he still didn't agree immediately. Senior, I need to think about joining you. Xin Zhengzi knew that the Shin family's former allies were not good people, but he was not sure that the anti-imperialist and anti-hegemonic alliance that the middle-aged man mentioned was a good thing. You can take your time to think about it, but before that, you must not leave the city, otherwise the Shin family will probably besiege you. The Shin family's former allies in Biki City number at least more than 300 people. The middle-aged man said to Xin Zhengzi. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Xin Zhengzi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Soon, the middle-aged man left. Husband, when did you kill someone from the Shin family? Su Mayan asked Xin Zhengzi hurriedly. The day before you found out I entered the game, 2 people who claimed to be from the 36 major families wanted to kill me, but I killed them instead, Xin Zhengzi explained. It seems that the Shin family has discovered that you killed the Shin family. What should we do now? Should we just hide in Biki City forever? Su Mayan finally asked Xin Zhengzi. There will be a way. At worst, we can just join the anti-imperialist and anti-hegemonic alliance. Xin Zhengzi said calmly. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yingxue and said, Yingxue, I killed the Shin family, which means I have made an enemy of a major force in the game, so you might as well find your own way out. Hearing this, Yingxue quickly waved her hands and said, Brother-in-law, I am now Sister Yan's younger sister. As the saying goes, a loyal minister does not serve 2 masters, and a chaste woman does not marry 2 husbands. Since I am already Sister Yan's, I will follow her for the rest of my life. You saved my life, helped me level up, and brought me to the main city. If I betray you now just because you encounter a strong enemy, am I still a human being? Sister Yan, brother-in-law, don't worry. I, Yingxue, swear that if I betray you, I will be struck by lightning and my body and soul will be destroyed. After hearing what Yingxue said, Xin Zhengzi looked at Yingxue with a much softer look. Su Mayan patted Yingxue's shoulder, saying everything without words. If Yingxue can really do what she says, then Xin Zhengzi doesn't mind taking Yingxue with him when he climbs to the top. Wife, Yingxue, you 2 should stay in the city and don't go anywhere. I will go outside the city alone to meet the people from my former allied guild. Xin Zhengzi said to the 2 women. Hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, Su Mayan quickly shook her head. Husband, don't, it's too dangerous for you to be alone, I don't want you to get into trouble. Hearing Su Mayan's words, Xin Zhengzi said, don't worry, my wife. My agility has reached over 30 points. Most people can't catch up with me at all. That won't work either. It's too risky. If all else fails, let's just join that anti-imperialist and anti-hegemonic alliance. Su Mayan shook her head. She would never agree to let Xin Zhengzi leave the city alone. Hearing Su Mayan's words, Xin Zhengzi sighed in his heart. To be honest, he was not afraid of those people from his former allied guilds at all. Xin Zhengzi checked the information of that group of people. For example, the information about the level 19 warrior. Name, Shin Pingsheng, level 19, professional warrior, attack 47-912, defense 16-37, magic attack 5, magic defense 15-39, agility 24, accuracy 5, spirit 13. Skills, basic swordsmanship level 3 attack triples physical damage. This Shin Pingsheng is the person with the highest level and the strongest attributes among that group of people. However, even for Shin Pingsheng at level 19, his physical attack is only 47-912. With this kind of attack, the highest physical attack is only 59 points. Even if combined with the 3.5 times physical attack of the sword attack, the maximum attack power is only over 170 points. Minus Xin Zhengzi's 25 points of physical defense, the opponent can only cause him a maximum of 150 points of damage at a time. Xin Zhengzi's fireball technique was able to cause more than 300 points of damage to the opponent, even though the opponent's magic defense was only 23 points at most. Under normal circumstances, although the magic attack value of a mage is not as high as the physical attack of a warrior, the magic damage is continuous damage. For example, Xin Zhengzi's fireball can burn continuously for 3 seconds and cause 2.5 times the damage per second. Xin Zhengzi's maximum magic attack is 50 points, which is only slightly lower than the opponent's physical attack. If Xin Zhengzi cannot stack equipment, his maximum magic attack will only be 32 points, and a fireball can only cause more than 170 points of damage to the opponent, an average of only 57 points of damage per second. Of course, if the warrior gets close to the mage, he can hit the mage once every second, so it is very dangerous to let the warrior get close to the mage. In addition, the reason why Xin Zhengzi was confident that his former allies could not do anything to him in the wild was mainly because his agility was as high as 40 points. It is simply impossible for a level 19 warrior with 24 points of agility to catch up. However, since Su Mayan strongly disagreed with him leaving the city alone, Xin Zhengzi gave up the idea of meeting his former allies outside the city. Chapter 33 Kill. However, if he cannot deal with his former allies, how will Xin Zhengzi break the deadlock? If he can't leave the city, where can he go to level up? How can he become stronger if he doesn't level up? Do we really have to join that anti-imperialist and anti-hegemonic alliance? Just when Xin Zhongzi was thinking about how to break the deadlock. On the other side, someone quickly reported something to Xin Pingsheng. Boss, the anti-imperialism and anti-hegemony alliance just contacted those 3 newcomers and said something to them. The damn anti-imperialist and anti-hegemonic alliance wants to ruin our plans again. Xin Pingsheng was immediately furious when he heard the report from his subordinates. Find a way to get those 3 newcomers out of the city. We must get rid of them outside the city as soon as possible. The head of the family is still waiting for good news from us. Xin Pingsheng said indifferently to his men. Boss, what if those rebels try to stop us? The subordinate asked hurriedly. Hearing this, the young man's face turned ugly. But he said lightly, they are just a bunch of rats. They don't even dare to go to Mingzhong City. They only dare to bark at us in Biki. After a pause, he continued, send someone to follow the 3 newcomers. As soon as they leave the city, notify me immediately. I will then give you orders. On the other side, in Biki City, Xin Zhongzi continued to take Su Mayan and He Yingxue for a stroll. Su Mayan didn't allow him to leave the city alone, but he didn't dare to take 2 women out of the city with him. In this case, he could only wander around. Ha! This pharmacy sells strong wound medicine and strong magic potion. 1 bottle of strong wound medicine can restore 90 HP in 10 seconds, and 1 bottle of strong magic potion can restore 150 MP or mana in 10 seconds. It's true, but the price is too high, isn't it? 1,000 copper coins per bottle. Seeing the prices of the powerful wound medicine and the powerful magic medicine, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. A bottle of powerful wound medicine costs 1,000 copper coins. It's enough to buy 100 bottles of wound medicine. Each bottle of golden wound medicine can restore 20 HP, so 100 bottles can restore 2,000 HP. However, the strong golden wound medicine can only restore 90 HP. Therefore, based on the total amount of blood restored, it is more cost-effective to use the small bottle of wound medicine, which is almost 22 times the amount restored by the strong wound medicine. However, the powerful wound medicine can save lives in some emergency situations. The difference between recovering 20 points of health in 10 seconds and recovering 90 points of health in 10 seconds is obvious. So Xin Zhongzi just thought about it for a moment and figured it out. Therefore, he must prepare a few bottles of powerful wound medicine in his backpack, so that it might save his life when he encounters danger. Compared to one's own life, a few copper coins are nothing. So after some consideration, Xin Zhongzi directly spent 10,000 copper coins to buy 10 bottles of powerful wound medicine. Then he gave 4 bottles to Su Mayan, 2 bottles to He Yingxue, and kept 4 bottles for himself. This sun water is also very good. It instantly restores 40 health points and 30 magic points or mana. However, it's too expensive. It costs 1,500 copper coins per bottle. As for solar water, Xin Zhongzi bought it without hesitation, regardless of whether it was expensive or not. Because solar water can instantly restore health and magic power, which is more life-saving than strong wound medicine. In the end, Xin Zhongzi spent most of his copper coins and directly bought 3 bottles of sun water, and then each of the 3 people got 1 bottle. The game world is not like a computer online game. If you die here, you are really dead. There is no setting for resurrection after death. Therefore, in the gaming world, the best thing is anything that can save your life. Wife, since we can't do anything in Biki City, why don't we quit the game? After taking a walk around Biki City, Xin Zhongzi said to his wife Su Mayan. After hearing Xin Zhongzi's words, Su Mayan thought about it and nodded. All right then. After she finished speaking, she turned to He Yingxue and asked, He Yingxue, what do you say? I'm quitting too. He Yingxue nodded. Soon the 3 of them quit the game. After exiting the game, it was naturally Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan's turn to talk about the situation in the game. This was something Xin Zhongzi had to do every time after exiting the game. After Su Mayan leaves the game, she will lose her memory of the game, so she has to hear what happened in the game from Xin Zhongzi. However, this time, Xin Zhongzi did not tell Su Mayan the truth about what had just happened in the game. He finally said to Su Mayan, the main reason is that the monsters in Biki City are very fast. I can handle it alone, but it would be a bit difficult to take you with me. So next, I plan to level up by myself first, and then I will help you level up when you are a little higher. Hearing Xin Zhongzi's words, Su Mayan nodded. In that case, I'll go to the hospital to work for a few days. I've already promised the dean, and I feel bad not going for a few days. Su Mayan nodded. She did not object to Xin Zheng's idea. Others did not know how powerful Xin Zheng was, but she knew it. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Mayan said hello to her family and then went to the hospital. After Su Mayan went to the hospital, Xin Zheng chose to enter the game directly. After entering the game, Xin Zheng did not hesitate and went straight out of the city. He had already inquired about it in Bichi City. From level 10 to level 15, one has to go to the jungle outside Bichi City. There are many monsters there, ranging from level 10 to level 15. Xin Zheng's idea is to upgrade as quickly as possible. The higher the level, the more equipment he can wear and the stronger he will be. And the stronger he becomes, the less afraid he is of being attacked. He is only level 10 now, but he is confident that he can deal with a level 19 warrior. Once he reaches level 20, even a level 30 warrior may not be his match. Just as Xin Zheng was leaving the city, a former ally player immediately sent a message to Shin Pingshang. Boss, there's a new player leaving the city. It's that guy. He left the city through the north gate. Just one person? Where are the other two? The other two people didn't see it, only the man was seen. Keep monitoring, I'll bring people over right away. As soon as Xin Zheng left the city, he immediately ran quickly towards the wild. In order not to lose Xin Zheng, the person who was following him had to catch up quickly. Xin Zheng naturally discovered the person following him, so he deliberately maintained the same speed as the other person. Soon, both sides were several hundred meters away from the Bichi City gate. You're asking for death, so don't blame me. Xin Zheng quickly hid behind a bush beside the official road. Not long after, he saw a young man running towards him quickly. Soon, the distance between the two sides was only more than 10 meters. Without hesitation, Xin Zheng directly cast the fireball spell. This young man is only level 15, but his agility is very high, over 27 points. However, his magic defense is very low, and the maximum magic defense of his equipment is only 18 points. Xin Zheng cast a fireball and hit the opponent instantly. 104. 98. 102. One fireball spell directly knocked away more than 300 points of the opponent's health. Seeing this situation, the young man was horrified. The damage of Xin Zheng's fireball is really terrifying. So the next moment, he turned around and tried to run away. However, Xin Zheng naturally would not let him escape and chased after him directly. Stop. The next moment, Xin Zheng released another fireball. The fireball fell, and 3 seconds later, more than 300 points of health damage were triggered. Mercy. Seeing Xin Zheng's extremely terrifying attack, and the speed at which it was launched, the young man immediately began to beg for mercy. However, Xin Zheng had no intention of letting the other party go. Since the Shin family wants to kill him, don't blame him for fighting back. Next, Xin Zheng cast the fireball spell a total of 7 times and successfully killed the opponent. After doing this, Xin Zheng hurried forward to pick up the equipment dropped by the other party. After taking a look, Xin Zheng found that the opponent's equipment was all for warriors, so he could only sell it to the NPC later. After doing this, he quickly ran further up the official road. He planned to run a little further and then enter the jungle from the official road. There will be no monsters on the official road, only monsters will appear after entering the jungle. Chapter 34, Siege. After entering the jungle, Xin Zheng soon saw a monster. Magic Cat level 11, attack 35, defense 21, skill, tearing, hitting an enemy deals triple damage. Because the jungle has limited vision, when Xin Zheng saw the monster also saw Xin Zheng. Meow. The demon cat roared and rushed towards Xin Zheng quickly. When the two sides discovered each other, they were about 20 meters apart. Therefore, the hatred range of the magic cat should be the same as Xin Zheng, which is about 20 meters. Just as the magic cat rushed towards Xin Zheng immediately launched a fireball attack. 104. 100. 97. Xin Zheng's fireball spell directly caused the monster to lose more than 300 points of health. Seeing the monster rushing towards him, Xin Zheng kept retreating to keep a distance, and then pulled the monster like flying a kite. Xin Zheng's agility attribute is as high as 40 points, which is simply not something an 11th level monster can catch up with. While Xian Zhongzi was killing monsters in the wild, outside the city of Bichi, Shen Pingsheng was looking at the corpse lying on the official road with an ugly expression. The owner of this corpse was a member of his Shen family. He had originally arranged for him to monitor Xian Zhongzi, but he didn't expect that the other party was dead now. In this case, there is no need to guess, we can know that he must have been killed by Xian Zhongzi. Everyone, search for me. We must find where that person is. Yes. After hearing Shen Pingsheng's order, the dozens of people who followed him quickly agreed. Soon, everyone began to look for Xian Zhongzi along the official road. Shen Pingsheng continued to call other members of the guild. Shenyang, take a few people to the north gate to block them. When you see anyone, kill them outside the city. Shen Tianming, take him to the east gate and stop him. Xinyu, take your men to the west gate. Under Shen Pingsheng's arrangement, all the children of the Shen family in Bichi City took action. Except for a small number of people who intercepted at the four gates of Bichi City, more than 200 other people began to search for Xian Zhongzi's traces in the wilderness of the north gate. At this time, Xian Zhongzi was constantly killing wild monsters. These monsters range from level 10 to level 15. Fortunately, these monsters did not gather in groups, giving Xian Zhongzi the opportunity to fight them one by one. In a one-on-one fight, even a level 15 monster is no match for Xian Zhongzi, and cannot even cause any damage to him. Of course, this is only the case with Xian Zhongzi. If it were someone else, he would have died countless times. When leveling up with wild monsters in Bichi City, you might encounter a level 10 monster, and the next moment it becomes a level 15 monster. When a level 10 player faces a level 15 monster, no other player can compare to it in terms of attack or agility. In such a situation, the player has only one outcome, which is death. On the other side, the people from the Shen family had already run through all the official roads outside the north gate, but did not find any trace of Xian Zhongzi. Boss, that man may have entered the jungle. One of his men said to Shen Pingsheng. He's a newcomer to the main city, and he dares to enter the jungle? Isn't he courting death? Boss, what should we do now? One of his subordinates asked Shen Pingsheng. People below level 15 will guard the official road. If anyone dares to come out, they will be killed. Then people above level 16 will go into the jungle to look for people. If they see them, they will be killed without mercy. Shen Pingsheng said lightly. Following Shen Pingsheng's order, those below level 15 stayed on the official road, while others also went into the jungle to look for people. In the jungle, because Xian Zhongzi kept killing monsters above his level, he gained a lot of experience points. A level 10 monster gives him 1 experience point, a level 11 monster gives him 2 experience points, a level 12 monster gives him 4 experience points, a level 13 monster gives him 8 experience points, and a level 15 monster gives him 16 experience points. In the wild, he could kill a monster about once a minute on average, and after an hour, he gained more than 250 experience points. At this rate, he would be able to reach level 11 in 3 hours or so. Just when Xian Zhongzi had just killed a level 13 monster, he suddenly heard some movement behind him. After a moment, he actually saw a person appear in his sight. Just when Xian Zhongzi saw the other person also saw Xian Zhongzi. The next moment, the other person's eyes suddenly lit up. Xian Zhongzi stared at the other person for 3 seconds, and the other person's information appeared in front of him. Name, Shinbai, Occupational Mage, Level 17, HP 1700, Magic Attack 3637, Magic Defense 15, Agility 21, Spiritual Strength 26 Skills, Fireball, Resist Fire Ring, Hellfire. When he saw the other party's message, Xian Zhongzi immediately knew that this person should be from the Shen family. Moreover, this is a level 17 mage. When Shinbai saw Xian Zhongzi, his eyes lit up and he rushed towards Xian Zhongzi quickly. Xian Zhongzi saw that the opponent's mental power reached 26 points, which means that the distance of the opponent's control skills reached 26 meters. So without any hesitation, Xian Zhongzi ran away. Fortunately, the opponent's agility was not high, but Xian Zhongzi's agility reached 40 points, almost twice that of Shinbai. Under such circumstances, Shinbai had not yet approached Xian Zhongzi, but found that Xian Zhongzi was getting farther and farther away from him, and soon lost sight of Xian Zhongzi. Seeing this, Shinbai was stunned. Wow, how much agility has been increased? Because Shinbai was slow, the two of them attracted many monsters while chasing and fleeing. Since these monsters couldn't catch up with Xian Zhongzi, they naturally turned their hatred towards Shinbai. Under such circumstances, Shinbai had to stop and deal with the monsters. Otherwise, even if he was a level 17 player, he would be at great risk of death facing the attack of a group of low-level monsters. In this situation, Shinbai could only escape the same way he came. At the same time, while escaping the monster's attack, he quickly sent a message to Shin Pingxing to report that he had found the target. Not long after, Shin Pingxing came to Shinbai with a group of people. At this time, Shinbai had gotten rid of most of the monsters. Fortunately, other people arrived at this time, and under the attack of a group of people, the monsters that were harassing Shinbai were killed one after another. Boss, the target escaped deep into the jungle from this direction. Chase. Shin Pingxing gave an order, and a group of more than 50 people quickly chased into the depths of the jungle. There were more than 50 people, and when they encountered monsters, they were killed instantly with a round of concentrated fire. On the other side, Xin Zhengzi exerted his full speed. Because his speed is so fast, even if a monster is attracted to him, it will soon lose its hatred. Xin Zhengzi was simply too fast and they couldn't catch up with him at all. Xin Zhengzi ran for half an hour in one breath, covering almost 10 kilometers. In the end, he didn't even know where he was running. Only then did he stop and continue to fight monsters and level up. He must upgrade as soon as possible so that he can face the threat from the Shin family. 3 hours passed quickly. Xin Zhengzi finally reached level 11 from level 10. During these 3 hours, Xin Zhengzi killed monsters and ran deeper into the jungle, so he was never encountered by the Shin family. The jungle outside Bichi City is really too big. It is not easy to find a person in a jungle full of monsters. What's more, Xin Zhengzi went deeper into the jungle while fighting monsters. On the other hand, after the Shin family had been looking for Xin Zhengzi for more than 2 hours, Shin Pingxing wanted to give up. Let's all go back. We just need to guard the city gate. When the man runs out of medicine, he will have to return to the city to restock it. Shin Pingxing decided to give up looking for Xin Zhengzi in the jungle. The jungle is simply too big, and there are so many monsters in it. They are all high-level monks, and killing these low-level monsters will not gain them much experience at all. It is a pure waste of time. He believed that once the other party entered the jungle, their medicines would run out sooner or later. As long as their medicines ran out, they would need to return to the city for replenishment. You just need to wait for the enemy to return to the city for supplies, and then kill them outside the city. Chapter 35 Decision. Beach City. In a private house, several people were discussing something. The Shin family has been dispatched. It seems they are hunting down a newcomer who just arrived in the main city outside the city. What did that person do to infuriate the gods and the people? Why did he cause such a big fuss among the Shin family? I heard that the third son of the current head of the Shin family died in the game. Could this be related? I don't know, but to make the Shin family so upset, what they did must be extraordinary. Could it be that the newcomer has some big secret? Should our Southwest Lu family get involved? Someone said lightly. First find someone to find out the specific situation, and then decide what to do. In the city, another house. This is the headquarters of the anti-imperialist and anti-hegemonic alliance. In a room, more than a dozen alliance leaders were holding a meeting. The Shin family is outside the city chasing a newcomer to the main city. It is said that the newcomer killed a member of the Shin family in the novice village. Should we go out of the city to rescue him? If they had only killed ordinary members of the Shin family wouldn't have made such a big fuss, right? I'm not sure about that, but I think he's not an ordinary Shin family member. Since the Shin family, one of the 36 major families, is targeting him, he is our natural ally. I think we can save him, said one person. If we go to rescue him, we will inevitably have a conflict with the Shin family. People will die in a conflict. It's not worth it for one person, right? Another person opposed saving him. Everyone, if we want to start a revolution, there will be bloodshed and death. Our goal is to overthrow the rule of the 36 major families. Otherwise, ordinary people like us will never have a chance to succeed. Furthermore, even if we don't provoke the 36 major families, they will still kill us all, unless everyone never breaks through to level 20 or above. Yes, our goal should be to unite all the forces that can be united, and then kill all the grassroots members of the 36 major families. If this happens, the 36 major families will lose their ability to generate revenue, and within a few years, they will naturally decline. Death is not a scary thing. As long as we can exchange our lives for the lives of the 36 major families, it will be a win. Over the years, the 36 major families have killed so many ordinary players. If we don't resist, we ordinary players will always become livestock that the 36 major families can kill at will. From the speeches, it can be seen that most people present are inclined to save people. The problem is that if we take action, people from other families will definitely unite to deal with us. We are not yet a match for the 36 major families. Someone said worriedly. Let's put it this way. According to the situation, the Shin family is guarding several city gates, as if they are waiting for an opportunity. We can also arrange people to guard several city gates, and when the Shin family takes action, we can help. As for whether it will succeed, it depends on fate. In the wild, Xin Zhongzi was still leveling up in the jungle. Suddenly he noticed that his wife Su Mayan's name lit up among his game friends. This means that Su Mayan has entered the game. During this period, Xin Zhongzi was always paying attention to Su Mayan's situation, mainly because he was afraid that Su Mayan would rashly leave the city to rescue him after entering the game. So the moment Su Mayan's name lit up, Xin Zhongzi sent a message to Su Mayan. Xin Zhongzi, wife, I am now in the wilderness of Biki City, and I am being hunted by the Shin family. But you don't have to worry, my wife. I am very agile and have already shaken off the Shin family. The Shin family can't do anything to me. My only concern now is your safety. You must not leave the city to rescue me, because you are no match for the Shin family. Once I reach level 20, I will naturally be able to resolve the threat posed by the Shin family. After Xin Zhongzi sent the message, Su Mayan replied quickly. Su Mayan, Xin Zhongzi, you actually lied to me. I went to the hospital to handle my job application, but you went into the game yourself. Do you still have me as your wife in your heart? Su Mayan, Xin Zhongzi, listen carefully. If you die in this game, I won't live alone. Do you understand? Xin Zhongzi, honey, I was wrong. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm already level 11, and I'll be level 20 in a few days. Next, Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan chatted for a long time. At first, Su Mayan's tone was still angry. Later, Su Mayan began to ask Xin Zhongzi what to do if he had no medicine, what he needed him to do for him in the city, etc. Xin Zhongzi's reply was to tell Su Mayan not to do anything and never leave the city. In the end, Su Mayan also agreed to Xin Zhongzi, but she warned Xin Zhongzi again that if Xin Zhongzi died in the game, she would not survive alone, so she asked Xin Zhongzi to put his own safety first. After dealing with his wife Su Mayan, Xin Zhongzi continued to fight monsters and level up. After reaching level 11, Xin Zhongzi's leveling speed slowed down a lot. However, after level 11, his fireball spell quickly reached level 2, which increased his magic attack by 3 times and lasted for 4 seconds. Name, Xin Zhongzi. Occupation, Mage. Level, 11246-1100. HP, 1100. Magic power, 110. Attack, 540-98. Magic attack, 30-20. Defense, 520-20. Magic defense, 50-10. Agility, 20+20. Accuracy, 5+10. Spirit, 25. Weight, 103-105. Skill, Fireball LV2, 0300 consumes 5 mana points, condenses a fireball and launches it. When it hits an enemy, it will burn and cause 3 times the magic damage per second. The duration is 4 seconds. Unique ability, infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment. Ebony Sword level requirement 1, attack 40-80, magic attack 0-10, durability 70, weight 8. Cloth, male, required level 1, defense 20-20, magic defense 0-10, durability 50, weight 5. Gold necklace, requires level 2, physical attack 0-10, agility +10, durability 40, weight 1. Bronze ring, required level 3, physical attack 0-10, durability 40, weight 1. Hexagonal ring, required level 9, magic attack 0-10, durability 60, weight 1. Iron bracelet, required level 3, accuracy +10, durability 40, weight 1. Silver bracelet, required level 7, agility +10, durability 50, weight 1. After reaching level 11, Xin Zhongzi added all 5 free attributes to his mental power, so that the distance he could control the fireball reached 25 meters. Then, his equipment is still at level 10, and he has not continued to equip more equipment. This is mainly because monsters above level 10 do not drop low-level equipment. Items like ebony swords, cloth armor, gold necklaces, etc. will no longer drop. Monsters above level 10 drop short swords, iron swords, bronze axes, light armor, ox horn rings, ebony necklaces, black crystal necklaces, etc. For Xi and Zhongzi, only the light armor and ebony necklace are useful, the other equipment are useless. Therefore, even if Xi and Zhongzi got any equipment other than light armor and ebony necklace, he would throw it away. He has to throw it away because he doesn't have enough weight to carry it. As for the light armor and ebony necklace, because there were too few of them, Xi and Zhongzi did not equip them, but just kept them in his backpack. Light armor is only worth equipping after you have at least 4 or 5 pieces. As for the ebony necklace, it increases magic attack. If there is no way to replenish medicine, it is not as good as the gold necklace. Chapter 36 Elite. Then, shortly after Xi and Zhongzi upgraded, his fireball technique was upgraded to level 2. When fireball is upgraded to level 2, the magic attack is increased to 3 times. Therefore, Xi and Zhongzi's fireball can take away nearly 400 points of health from a level 15 monster. It only takes 6 fireballs to kill a level 15 monster. However, not long after Xi and Zhongzi upgraded his fireball technique, all his magic potions were used up. If the potion cannot be replenished, he will not be able to use fireball to kill monsters at high speed. However, although he can no longer use fireball, Xi and Zhongzi's physical attack is not weak. 79. 80. 75. In the jungle, Xi and Zhongzi quickly used the ebony sword to attack a demon deer. The demon deer is a level 15 monster in the jungle. Xi and Zhongzi's physical attack is as high as more than 100 points. Minus the physical defense of the magic deer, he can also take away more than 70 points of the magic deer's health per second. Although it is much worse than the fireball's magic damage of more than 100 per second, it is actually not much different. Most importantly, using physical attacks does not consume magic power. Because Xi and Zhongzi did not learn warrior skills, he did not need to consume internal energy. Internal energy is the exclusive power of a warrior, and is the same as the magic power of a mage and the mana of a Taoist priest. Since Xi and Zhongzi only uses a sword to kill monsters, he doesn't need to consume anything. The only thing he consumes may be the durability of his equipment. However, Xi and Zhongzi's ebony sword has a durability of over 70, which means that he can use it continuously for more than 70 hours. The most important thing is that the monsters in the jungle only have an agility of more than 20 points, but Xi and Zhongzi's agility is as high as 40 points. So when he fights a monster one-on-one, the monster can't even touch his fur. Although the speed of chopping monsters directly with the ebony sword is a little slower, it is not much slower. A few hours later, Xi and Zhongzi's experience value increased to 60% of level 11. At this rate, he would be able to reach level 12 in a few hours. Sumayan, hubby, I've joined the Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance. The guild members asked you to come back. They'll pick you up at the city gate. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Sumayan sent a message to Xi and Zhongzi. Seeing Sumayan's message, Xi and Zhongzi quickly replied. Xi and Zhongzi, wife, I'm fine now. I'm not planning on going back until I reach a certain level. It's getting late, so I'm ready to quit the game. Xi and Zhongzi sent a message to Sumayan and then chose to quit the game. It is very simple to exit the game. As long as you are not in combat and there are no monsters nearby, you can exit the game. Of course, exiting the game is easy, but entering the game makes it easy to be attacked by monsters. Just because there are no monsters nearby when you log out doesn't mean there won't be monsters when you log in. Maybe a monster will wander over. In this case, as soon as you enter the game, you may be attacked by the monster immediately. So in the gaming world, many people choose to quit the game in the safe zone. However, Xi and Zhongzi doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. At worst, he can just fight back after being attacked by monsters. Even if he can't win, he can easily escape with his agility of 40. Not long after Xi and Zhongzi went offline, Sumayan also went offline. Xi and Zhongzi, tell me, why did you enter the game alone without telling me? As soon as Sumayan came back, she questioned Xi and Zhongzi. This means that he has completely lost his memory of the game. Hearing Sumayan's question, Xi and Zhongzi hurriedly began to explain. However, many of Xi and Zhongzi's explanations were full of subjectivity, and he deliberately downplayed the degree of his own danger, making Sumayan think that Xi and Zhongzi was safe in the game. After listening to Xi and Zhongzi's explanation, Sumayan still forgave Xi and Zhongzi. In the evening, after Xi and Zhongzi finished his meal and played with his children for a while, he continued to play the game and upgrade. He must hurry up and upgrade. Beach Jungle. After Xin Zhengzi came online, he continued his journey of killing monsters. Ha! Are there a swarm of monsters? Just when Xin Zhengzi killed a monster and continued to look for monsters, he suddenly saw 5 or 6 monsters gathered in groups in the jungle. This was the first time Xin Zhengzi had seen such a situation. Ha! Seeing this group of monsters, Xin Zhengzi couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Because he saw that among a group of monsters, there was one monster that was obviously larger than the others. Magic Sheep Warrior, level 15 elite, HP 2500, attack 36, defense 27, magic defense 24, agility 26. Skill, charge. This skill allows it to charge at 1.5x the speed of the target, dealing triple the physical damage. It's actually an elite monster. Xin Zhengzi couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw the message from the demonic Sheep King. I don't know what good equipment the elite monsters will drop. After seeing the information about this elite monster, Xin Zhengzi had nothing to fear. Even if the opponent activates a skill that can increase his speed by 1.5 times, it is still not as fast as Xin Zhengzi's 40 agility. Moreover, Xin Zhengzi had just been fighting monsters with weapons for a long time without using any magic, which meant that his magic power was almost fully recovered. Xin Zhengzi's magic power recovers about a little bit per minute, and it only takes 110 minutes, or less than 2 hours, to be fully restored. So without any hesitation, Xin Zhengzi began to use magic to clear out this group of monsters. Meow meow meow. As Xin Zhengzi's magic was released, it soon attracted the attack of a group of demonic sheep. However, Xin Zhengzi was too fast and he attacked while retreating. A few minutes later, Xin Zhengzi successfully dealt with the last monster. Xin Zhengzi discovered that this group of monsters, whether they were ordinary level 15 monsters or elite level 15 monsters, all dropped equipment. Because Xin Zhengzi was the last one to kill the demonic sheep warrior, the first thing he picked up was the item dropped by the demonic sheep warrior. Seeing the items dropped by the demonic sheep warrior, Xin Zhengzi was overjoyed. Magic Helmet, required level 14, physical defense 0-1, magic defense 1-1, durability 8, weight 4. Xin Zhengzi didn't expect that the elite monster would actually give him a helmet. At present, Xin Zhengzi has not equipped a helmet yet. However, this helmet requires level 14 to be equipped, so you can only wait until it reaches level 15 before equipping it. After picking up the equipment dropped by elite monsters, Xin Zhengzi picked up equipment dropped by other monsters. However, these equipments made Xin Zhengzi a little disappointed, because he had no use for them at all, and most of them were used by other professions. However, Xin Zhengzi was already very satisfied with having a magic helmet. However, this time, in order to deal with this group of monsters, Xin Zhengzi's magic power was exhausted again. So next, Xin Zhengzi could only use his weapons to fight the monsters in close combat. Chapter 37 Inquiry. Just when Xin Zhengzi was killing monsters in the game, Su Mayan entered the game again. Su Mayan, husband, where are you now? As soon as Su Mayan came online, she started asking about Xin Zhengzi's location. Xin Zhengzi, I don't know where I am either. Su Mayan, you can look at the map. There should be coordinates on it. Tell me the coordinates. Xin Zhengzi was shocked when he saw Su Mayan's message. Xin Zhengzi, wife, I'm really fine now. Please don't leave the city to look for me. I can definitely handle the Shin family, but if you come, I won't be able to take care of you. Su Mayan, I'm just asking, why are you panicking? Xin Zhengzi, even asking is useless. I can't let anything happen to you, or I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Honey, I'm serious. You must not leave the city. To tell you the truth, the reason why others can't hurt me is mainly because I've increased my agility to over 40 points. Under normal circumstances, even a level 20 player's agility would not exceed 30 points. Xin Zhengzi said a lot in one breath. He was afraid that Su Mayan would impulsively leave the city to find him. In this case, if Su Mayan was killed by the Shin family, he would regret it deeply. Su Mayan, has your agility really increased to over 40 points? Xin Zhengzi, seriously, if I lied to you, I'd be a non-human. Su Mayan, that's fine, but what if you're leveling up outside and don't have any medicine? And how do you manage the durability of your weapons? Xin Zhengzi, don't worry, my dear. I have a way to handle all of this. I met a wandering merchant in the wild. I can buy potions from him. The wandering merchant was naturally a fabrication by Xin Zhengzi. Sumayan, okay, I feel relieved. You must be careful outside. It seems that Sumayan believed Xin Jones's lies. Not long after, Sumayan went offline again. Seeing this situation, Xin Jones immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After Sumayan left, Xin Jones continued to kill monsters and level up. After more than 2 hours, Xin Jones's level finally rose from level 11 to level 12. Just when Xin Jones was killing monsters in the wild. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Xin Jones discovered that Yingxue had entered the game. Yingxue, brother-in-law, where are you? Why are you the only one in the game? Soon, Yingxue's message came. After seeing Yingxue's message, Xin Jones thought about it and replied. Xin Jones, I plan to upgrade my own level first, and then help you guys upgrade. Yingxue, oh, thank you, brother-in-law. You are so kind. Yingxue, brother-in-law, where are you now? Xin Jones, I'm in the wild right now, but I'm being hunted by my former allies, so you must not leave the city. Stay in the city, or log off. Xin Jones told Yingxue about his situation and his warning. He was afraid that Yingxue would be stupid enough to leave the city and hand her over directly to the Shin family. Yingxue, okay brother-in-law, I won't leave the city. Seeing Yingxue's message, Xin Jones felt relieved. Suddenly, he thought of a problem, that is, he had upgraded and could learn skill books, but he had no way to return to the city now. Xin Jones, Yingxue, please help me find out which monsters in Biki City drop skill books, and where to find monsters above level 16. Yingxue, okay, brother-in-law. Half an hour later, Yingxue sent another message to Xin Jones. Yingxue, brother-in-law, I've found out. Monsters above level 16 need to go to the Biki Cave in the northwest of Biki City. There are monsters from level 16 to 19, such as demon bats, demon scorpions, skeletons, and skeleton warriors. As for the skill book, you have to go to the abandoned mine in the east and kill monsters to get it. The abandoned mine is full of level 20 zombies. Xin Jones, give me the coordinates of the beach cave and the abandoned mine. After a few minutes. Yingxue, abandoned mine coordinates, Biki cave coordinates. Soon, Xin Jones received the coordinates given by Yingxue. He checked the locations of the two coordinates and his own position. A moment later, he was surprised to find that he was very close to the beach cave, less than 10 minutes away. So without any hesitation, Xin Jones ran quickly towards the beach cave. He was very fast and attracted many monsters on the road, but they were soon shaken off by him. When they arrived near the beach cave, Xin Jones was followed only by a few newly attracted monsters. Soon, Xin Jones dealt with several monsters. Arriving at the entrance of Biki Cave, Xin Jones looked inside and saw it was pitch black. How do we do this? It was too dark inside the cave, completely pitch black. I was afraid that I wouldn't even be able to see any monsters once I entered. At this moment, Xin Jones discovered that Yingxue sent him a message again. Yingxue, brother-in-law, you must not enter the Biki Cave and Biki Mine. Xin Jones, why? Xin Jones was puzzled. Yingxue, I didn't ask clearly before. Uncle Zhang from the Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance just told me that the monsters in the Biki Cave are in groups, and there are also magical monsters that can cast magic. Even a team of level 20 players dare not enter the Biki Cave. Xin Jones, if no one enters the Biki Cave, then where do all those players who reach level 20 come from? Yingxue, Uncle Zhang said that players in Biki City only reach level 20 by constantly killing monsters below level 15. It only takes a few more years to level up. Xin Jones was surprised to see this information. He didn't expect that the players in Biki City would level up in this way. However, it would take several years to reach level 20? Xin Jones was a little skeptical. However, after he did some calculations, he became excited. If you are level 19 and kill a level 15 monster, the experience points given are very small because you kill a low-level monster. When you kill monsters above your level, your experience points will be doubled for each level you surpass. When you kill lower-level monsters, your experience points will also be doubled for each level you surpass, but the doubling will be smaller. For example, if a level 19 player kills a level 18 monster, the experience points he gains are only 0.5. If he kills a level 17 monster, it becomes 0.25. If he kills a level 16 monster, it becomes 0.125. And if he kills a level 15 monster, it becomes 0.0625. In other words, a level 19 player needs to kill 16 level 15 monsters to gain 1 experience point. If you want to upgrade from level 19 to level 20, you need to kill at least 30,000 level 15 monsters. However, in the wilds of Bitch City, level 15 monsters are only a small part, and most of them are monsters from level 10 to level 14. The experience points gained from killing these lower level monsters will be even lower. Moreover, players not only need to upgrade from level 19 to level 20, they also need to upgrade from level 10 to level 19. The number of monsters to be killed in this process is probably a huge number. Therefore, if you really only kill monsters from level 10 to level 15 in the wild to reach level 20, it is not an exaggeration to say that it will take several years. Chapter 38, Killing Monsters Above Your Level, So Terrifying. After finishing the chat with Hiyingxue, Xin Zhenzi continued to look at the bitch cave, which was still pitch black. After thinking about it, Xin Zhenzi condensed a fireball and quickly threw it into the cave. Stop! The next moment, the fireball streaked across the cave, flew more than 20 meters, hit the wall of the cave, and started burning. With the help of the light from the fireball, Xin Zhenzi could also see clearly the situation inside the cave. Ha! Xin Zhenzi was okay. Less than 30 meters into the cave, there was a skeleton-like monster. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhenzi hurriedly stepped into the cave. Just when the fireball was about to go out after 4 seconds, Xin Zhenzi released another fireball. After Xin Zhenzi reached level 12, he added all 5 free attributes to his mental power again. So now, the distance at which he can control the fireball has reached 30 meters. As the fireball spell was released, the next moment, a fireball flew out and quickly hit the skeleton-like monster within 30 meters. Skeleton, Undead Monster, Level 18, HP 2600, Attack 43, Physical Defense 31, Magical Defense 29, Agility 24, Skill, Ghost Claw. Use this skill to quickly grab the target, dealing 4x physical damage. 115. 109. 117. 106. A fireball spell directly caused more than 400 magic damage to the level 18 skeleton monster. Click, click. The skeleton monster was attacked and quickly ran towards Xin Zhenzi. Stop. The next moment, Xin Zhenzi threw another fireball. The average time it took to release a fireball was 2 seconds. By the time the skeleton monster approached him, he had already released 3 fireballs. While releasing the fireball spell, Xin Zhenzi quickly retreated towards the cave entrance. Stop. 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 When the skeleton monster followed Xin Zhenzi to the entrance of the cave, Xin Zhenzi had already released 6 fireballs. At this time, the monster only had a few dozen points of health left. Prick. The ebony sword in Xin Zhenzi's hand stabbed straight forward and directly pierced the skull's head. 43. As Xin Zhenzi stabbed with his last sword, the skeleton monster fell down instantly. Just as the skeleton monster fell, a bubble appeared in front of Xin Zhenzi. Xin Zhenzi hurriedly picked it up. What surprised Xin Zhenzi was that after picking up the items dropped by the monsters, Xin Zhenzi found that in addition to a warrior weapon bawang, there was also a bottle of golden wound medicine medium and 2 bottles of magic potion medium. What Xin Zhenzi values most is the magic potion. He now had no way to go back to the city to buy magic potions, but he didn't expect that killing monsters in the bitch cave would actually drop magic potions. Magic potion medium can restore 40 magic points in 10 seconds, and 2 bottles can restore 80 points. 80 points of magic power is enough for him to cast 16 level 2 fireballs. Without hesitation, Xin Zhenzi drank a bottle of magic potion. After his magic power was mostly restored, he threw a fireball into the cave, illuminating the darkness inside the cave. At the same time, he ran forward quickly. After 2 fireball spells, he had already entered the cave more than 50 meters away and was at a corner of the cave. Stop. Another fireball was thrown. Hiss. The next moment, Xin Zhenzi took a breath of cold air. Because under the illumination of the fireball, he saw a large group of monsters, which immediately made his scalp tingle. Chirp. Click, click. Just when Xin Zhenzi discovered the monster also discovered Xin Zhenzi. Then, countless monsters rushed towards Xin Zhenzi quickly. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhenzi ran away without any hesitation. Fortunately, when he ran out of the cave, light scattered in from outside the cave, and Xin Zhenzi could see the cave entrance without throwing fireballs. In a few seconds, Xin Zhenzi rushed out of the cave. Fortunately, after Xin Zhongzi rushed out of the cave, the monster behind him did not rush out. It was as if they had lost their target as soon as Xin Zhongzi left the cave. At this moment, more than 30 monsters gathered near the cave entrance. These monsters are mainly bats, scorpions, and skeletons. Seeing that the monster didn't dare to come out of the cave, Xin Zhongzi suddenly got an inspiration. Since these monsters can't come out of the cave, he can just throw fireballs into the cave from outside to kill the monsters. Do it when you think of it. Call out. A fireball was thrown out quickly and directly hit a level 16 demon bat. This is a monster that looks like a bat, but it cannot fly fast. However, its agility is terrifyingly high, reaching 32. From the observation information, Xin Zhongzi knew that this was a magical monster. It could spit out a corrosive acid that caused high damage, but the attack range was not very far, only less than 10 meters. Just after Xin Zhongzi hit the demon bat roared angrily, rushed out of the cave in the blink of an eye, and rushed towards Xin Zhongzi. Xin Zhongzi was shocked when he saw this situation, but he quickly distanced himself with his 40 points of agility and did not give it the opportunity to get within 10 meters. At the same time, Xin Zhongzi's fireball technique accurately hit the demon bat one after another. Under the attack of Xin Zhongzi's fireball, the demon bat only lasted less than 20 seconds before falling to the ground dead. After killing the demon bat, Xin Zhongzi not only gained 2 experience points, but also obtained a bottle of golden wound medicine and a bottle of magic potion. In addition, there are naturally copper coins. As long as the player kills a monster, the copper coins will be directly converted into numbers on the panel without the need to pick them up. From the time he left Beachy City and kept killing monsters until now, Xin Zhongzi has earned almost 3,000 copper coins. The reason why there are so few is mainly because Xin Zhongzi kills monsters above his level, and the number of monsters killed is not large. 105. 111. At the entrance of Beaky Cave, Xin Zhongzi kept luring monsters out of the cave to kill them. By killing a level 18 monster, Xin Zhongzi can gain 64 experience points. By killing a level 17 monster, Xin Zhongzi can gain 32 experience points. Even if you kill a level 16 monster, you can get 16 experience points. This is the terrifying experience rewarded for killing monsters above your level. Soon, more than a dozen monsters were killed, which allowed Xin Zhongzi to directly gain more than 500 experience points. According to this situation, he only needs to kill one more wave of monsters to upgrade from level 12 to level 13. Killing monsters above your level is truly terrifying. Moreover, after killing this group of monsters, Xin Zhongzi not only gained a lot of experience, but also obtained some equipment that was very useful to him. Sea Soul, required level 15, attack 310, magic attack 12, durability 12, weight 12. This piece of equipment is exactly what Xin Zhongzi can use. He only needs to reach level 15 to use it. Of course, if you want to equip him with them, you have to collect 4 or 5 pieces, which will be equivalent to 10 ebony swords. In addition to the Mage's Sea Soul, Xin Zhongzi also obtained the equipment used by the Taoist priest. Half Moon, required level 15, attack 510, magic 01, Taoism 11. I can give it to Su Mayan in the next half month. But there is no need to rush, you should be able to get more later, so Xin Zhongzi now throws away all the equipment except the mage equipment. Chapter 39. Too fast, too fast. 126. 135. 128. 131. As Xin Zhongzi reached level 13, he added free attribute points to magic attack, which greatly improved his attack again. Even if he attacks a level 18 skeleton, one fireball can deal more than 500 HP to it. Soon, another wave of monsters were dealt with one by Xin Zhongzi. He felt that the monsters in Beachy Cave were not difficult to kill. If you want to kill the monsters in Beach Cave, you can lure the monsters to the cave entrance, and then lead them out of the cave one by one and kill them. In this case, even other people can do it, right? However, Xin Zhongzi did not understand one thing. That is, although he is only about level 10, his agility is as high as 40 points, so he can lead the monster to the cave entrance without any injury. If it were someone else, such as Shen Pingsheng, a level 19 member of the Shen family. As a warrior, Shen Pingsheng's agility reaches 24 points, which is higher than the agility of other mages and Taoist priests of the same level. If he were to lure the monsters, facing the bat monsters with an agility of more than 30 points, he would probably be killed by a group of monsters before he could even reach the cave entrance. As for adding free attribute points to agility, increasing it to 40 points, that is not impossible. However, according to the attribute ratio, the attributes of the warrior are as follows: the basic attack cannot be higher than twice the agility, and the basic agility cannot be higher than twice the mental strength. For mages, the basic magic attack and agility attributes cannot be higher than twice the mental strength. The same goes for Taoist priests. Their basic Taoist attack and agility cannot be higher than twice their spirit. Therefore, if you want to increase your agility to 40 points, you must make your mental strength reach at least 20 points. Therefore, if the mental strength reaches 20 points, then the agility is increased to 40 points, which is equivalent to consuming 10 levels of free attribute points. If you add all 10 levels of attributes to your mental strength and agility, what happens to your attack and defense? Xin Zhengzi did not increase his defense at all. That was because his equipment could be stacked, which allowed him to make up for his own lack of defense. But other people don't have Xin Zhengzi's ability to stack equipment attributes. If they don't defend themselves, they will be fragile no matter how high their attack is. Especially warriors, as a profession that fights monsters in close combat, if their defense is not increased, they will easily die suddenly. So, Xin Zhengzi thought it was easy to kill monsters in the beachy cave, but that was just Xin Zhengzi's own opinion. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to lure the monsters. Then there are so many monsters in the bitch cave that even if a group of people go in, they will not get any good results. Perhaps, if there is a group of warriors, mages and warlocks working together, there is a high probability that they can kill monsters and level up in the bitch cave. However, the same thing goes, although the name of the game world is the game world, once you die, you are dead, and no one will joke about their own life. If it were really like in online games where you could be resurrected after death, the Bai Chi cave would have been overcrowded with people leveling up. Perhaps, Tiandao plagiarized the legendary game and set up the bitch cave, thinking it was a good upgrade point, but what it didn't expect was that no one was willing to risk death to kill monsters in it. Although the leveling speed is very slow when killing monsters in the wild, and it may take several years to reach level 20, it is safer. So, this may be the reason why no one wants to come to Beach Cave to upgrade. However, now, this place has become Xin Zhengzi's paradise for upgrading his equipment. An hour later, Xin Zhengzi's level was raised from 13 to 14 again by killing monsters above his level. After reaching level 14, Xin Zhengzi put on the magic helmet directly, which improved his defense again. Then, Xin Zhengzi's basic magic attack was also increased to 40 points. With the equipment bonus of 20 magic attack points, his maximum magic attack reached 60 points. Such magic attack, with the support of triple fireball, can directly deal 180 points of magic damage per second. Therefore, after Xin Zhengzi upgraded, he killed monsters faster. However, as he leveled up twice, the experience points he gained from killing monsters of higher levels became much less. Previously, killing a level 18 monster at level 12 was considered 6 levels higher, but now killing a level 18 monster at level 14 is only considered 4 levels higher. But even so, the speed at which he gained experience points was not comparable to that of the monsters below level 15 in the jungle. 3 hours later, Xin Zhengzi upgraded again, breaking through from level 14 to level 15. After reaching level 15, Xin Zhengzi directly replaced the 4 sea souls dropped from monsters with the new ones, and then threw away the 10 ebony swords. Although 4 sea souls can only bring 8 points of magic attack to Xin Zhengzi, after equipping the sea souls, they no longer need to take up weight in the backpack. The weight of the 4 sea souls was as high as 48 points, which left him with little weight to store other equipment. By replacing the ebony sword now, a lot of weight can be freed up. Moreover, if you equip the sea soul now, you can equip it directly after defeating the sea soul later without increasing the weight. Time flies, and more than 6 hours have passed. Xin Zhengzi's level once again broke through from level 15 to level 16. In more than 6 hours, Xin Zhengzi not only upgraded his level, but also acquired 2 sea souls again. In addition to the sea soul, Xin Zhengzi also stored 3 medium-sized armors. Medium armor is just what he needs to wear at level 16, so after reaching level 16, he directly changed into medium armor. Medium armor, required level 16, physical defense 3-5, magic defense 1-2, durability 12, weight 12. Then, Xin Zhengzi got 3 magic helmets in the bitch cave, making a total of 4. Finally, after reaching level 16, Xin Zhengzi's fireball spell can also be upgraded to level 3. So in less than an hour, Xin Zhengzi upgraded his fireball technique to level 3. Then, Xin Zhengzi's character panel became like this. Name, Xin Zhengzi. Occupation, Mage. Level, 16127-1600. HP, 1600-1600. Magic power, 160. Attack, 51880. Magic attack, 5622. Defense, 5919. Magic defense, 5414. Agility, 20 plus 20. Accuracy, 5 plus 10. Spirit, 30. Weight, 91 130. Skill, Fireball level 3. Consume 6 mana points to condense a fireball and launch it. It will burn enemies upon impact, dealing 3.5x magic damage per second for 5 seconds. Unique ability, infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment. See Soul level requirement 15, attack 1860, magic attack 612, durability 72, weight 12. Medium armor requires level 16, defense 915, magic defense 36, durability 36, weight 12. Magic helmet requires level 14, physical damage 04, magic defense 44, durability 32, weight 4. Gold necklace requires level 2, physical attack 010, agility plus 10, durability 40, weight 1. Bronze ring required level 3, physical attack 010, durability 40, weight 1. Hexagonal ring required level 9, magic attack 010, durability 60, weight 1. Iron bracelet required level 3, accuracy plus 10, durability 40, weight 1. Silver bracelet required level 7, agility plus 10, durability 50, weight 1. After level 16, Xin Jones's magic attack reached the basic magic attack of 50 points, with an equipment bonus of 622 points. If combined with 15 points of accuracy, it can deal 71 points of magic attack damage with 100% certainty. If combined with level 3 Fireball, it will deal 3.5 times the damage and last for 5 seconds of burning. Xin Jones decided to find a level 18 skeleton to test his current magic damage. Chapter 40, Instant Kill, Extremely Shocked. 218. 221. 219. 222. 218. A fireball spell directly knocked away 1098 points of health from the level 18 skeleton monster, almost reaching 1100 points. Such an injury made Xin Jones extremely excited. It's too strong, really too strong. With this kind of damage, he only needs 3 fireballs to kill a level 18 skeleton monster. After killing the skeleton monster, Xin Jones walked directly into the depths of the beachy cave without hesitation. With his current magic damage, he no longer needs to lure monsters to the cave entrance. He can just pull them around in the cave and almost kill all the monsters. Xin Jones did exactly that, and the results were very good. In this case, he only needs less than 10 seconds on average to kill a monster. Kill 6 monsters in 1 minute. Although the amount of experience points he could gain from killing a monster was much less after his level reached 16, his efficiency in killing monsters increased several times. So, the result was that it took Xin Jones more than 6 hours to upgrade from level 15 to level 16, but it only took him less than 3 hours to upgrade from level 16 to level 17. 3 hours later, Xin Jones obtained 2 more sea souls and equipped them with them, which increased his magic attack by another 4 points. After reaching level 17, Xin Jones once again gained 5 free attributes. According to Xin Jones's basic mental power of 30 points, his basic magic attack should be able to be increased to 60 points. However, just when Xin Jones was about to add free attribute points to magic attack, the game reminded Xin Jones that his physical defense and magic defense were too low and no points could be added. At the same time, Xin Jones also understood a lot of information. That is, the magic attack value cannot exceed 10 times the physical defense and magic defense, and the agility value cannot exceed 5 times the physical defense and magic defense. The reason is very simple, that is, physical defense and magic defense represent the player's physical fitness. If the physical fitness is not good, the agility and attack power naturally cannot be too high. This is also because of the magician, because the magician does not need too strong physical fitness. If it is a warrior, the game stipulates that the physical attack value cannot exceed 5 times the physical defense and magic defense. Seeing this situation, Xin Jones thought about it and could only add all 5 free attributes to magic defense and physical defense. He added 3 points to physical defense and 2 points to magic defense. Sumayan, husband, it's already 9 o'clock in the morning, why haven't you logged off yet? Not long after Xin Jones reached level 17, Sumayan came online and sent a message to Xin Jones. Xin Jones, wife, I'm already level 17 now. I plan to level up to level 20 in one go. On the other side, seeing Xin Jones's message, Sumayan showed an expression of great surprise. Sumayan, husband, are you serious? Xin Junza, wife, why would I lie to you? I'm really already level 17. You'll know when the time comes. Sumayan, how did you upgrade? Sumayan was very surprised. Yesterday, through communication with the Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance, she knew that it would take several years to advance from level 10 to level 20. And now, her husband actually went from level 10 to level 17 in just one day. Is he still a human being? Xin Junza, wife, if you can kill monsters above your level, you can also level up quickly. Seeing Xin Junza's message, Sumayan was speechless. However, when she thought about how Xin Junza had leveled up in the novice village, she felt relieved. According to the Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to get from the novice village to Bitch City, and even several years at the slowest. Therefore, Xin Junza was able to bring them out of the novice village in just a few days, so now, it is not surprising that they can be upgraded from level 10 to level 18 in a short period of time. Bullshit, outrageous, too outrageous, okay? When she was in the novice village before, Sumayan didn't know much about the situation in the game world. But now that she understood, she learned that Xin Junza reached level 17 in just over a day, and realized that it was simply not something a human could do. Sumayan, husband, please be careful. If you encounter danger, run away. Don't try to be brave. Xin Junza, I understand, wife. After finishing his conversation with his wife, Xin Junza prepared to continue fighting monsters. However, after playing for a while, he felt that upgrading in the bitch cave seemed a bit too slow. He was currently level 17, and killing a level 17 scorpion only gave him 1 experience point, and a level 18 skeleton only gave him 2 experience points. There were too few level 19 skeleton warriors. Most of them are level 16 demon bats, which can only gain 0.5 experience. So after some consideration, Xin Junza decided to go and take a look at the abandoned mine. I heard from Shue that the abandoned mines are full of level 20 zombie monsters. He is now level 17. Killing a level 20 monster means he can kill 3 levels higher than the previous level. Killing a zombie can gain 8 experience points. Do it when you think of it. Xin Junza quickly found the coordinates of the abandoned mine from Shue's chat history. Then, Xin Junza began to run at full speed towards the abandoned mine. The location of the Beachy Cave is in the northwest area of Beachy City, while the abandoned mine is in the eastern area, so you have to go almost close to Beachy City. Half an hour later, Xin Junza passed by an official road. Just as Xin Junza was passing by the official road, he happened to meet several players. Which new player is it? When several players saw Xin Junza, they exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, several players immediately rushed towards Xin Junza. Xin Junza's gaze stayed on these people for a few seconds, and then he discovered their identities. Name, Shinping, level 18, professional warrior, HP 2600, attack 44-711, defense 23-5, magic attack 5, magic defense 15-3-9, agility 22, accuracy 5, spirit 13. Skills, basic swordsmanship LV3 increases physical damage by 3 times when attacking. Attack and kill swordsmanship LV1 increases physical damage by 3.5 times when attacking enemies. Except for Shinping, the other few people also have the surname Shin. Seeing this situation, Xin Junza narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Shin family. If he was level 10, he would run away without hesitation. But now, there is absolutely no need. Just when several members of the Shin family rushed to within 30 meters of Xin Junza, he launched a fireball without hesitation. His fireball technique fires every 2 seconds, which is just enough for him to attack the enemies in turns. The burning time of fireball is 5 seconds, and repeated attacks are invalid. For example, after a fireball hits the enemy, another fireball is launched 2 seconds later. In this case, it is equivalent to wasting 2 seconds of damage. Therefore, Xin Junza directly used fireball to attack the 3 people, which maximized the damage. Facing several members of the Shin family, Xin Junza first attacked a mage inside. This mage is only level 12, and his magic defense is less than 12 points. 251, 248, 253, 250, 198. Xin Junza cast a fireball, and the Shin family magician, who was only level 12, had his 1,200 health points emptied out, and then died. Chapter 41: The Mage's strongest single attack skill, Lightning. At the same time, Xin Junza's fireball also hit a fast-running warrior, directly knocking away more than 1,000 points of the opponent's blood. However, the warrior's health is much higher than the mage's, so Xin Zhengzi cannot kill the opponent instantly. Starting from level 10, the warrior's health will be 100 points more than that of the mage and warlock for each level up, which means an increase of 200 points per level up. However, this did not pose a problem for Xin Zhengzi. At most, he would just have to cast 2 more fireball spells. Just when Xin Zhengzi killed the mage instantly with a fireball, and then killed a warrior with more than 1,000 HP with another fireball, the several members of the Shin family, except the warrior who was hit by the fireball, did not notice anything unusual. The warrior who was hit by Xin Zhengzi's fireball was almost scared silly after taking a look at his character panel. Retreat, everyone retreat, this guy's damage is too outrageous. The warrior who was hit by the fireball shouted. However, it was too late. The next moment, another fireball streaked across and accurately hit the soldier. This warrior is only level 16 and has only 2,200 HP in total. Plus his magic defense is not very high. So after the 2 fireballs fell, the level 16 warrior died instantly. At this time, everyone realized that Xin Zhengzi had killed both of their people in an instant. At this time, they had not yet rushed within 10 meters of Xin Zhengzi. Originally, there were 5 of them, but now there are only 3 left. Run! Without any hesitation, the level 18 Shin family warrior turned around and ran. However, how could Xin Zhengzi let him escape? The fireball was thrown in and out instantly. The other 2 members of the Shin family fled in 2 other directions. Faced with such a situation, Xin Zhengzi could only temporarily choose to attack the highest level Shin family member. After 3 fireballs, the Shin family's level 18 warrior died quickly. Then Xin Zhengzi chased after the Shin family's sorcerer who was fleeing in one direction. In less than a minute, Xin Zhengzi killed the opponent. The other person encountered a monster after entering the jungle, so Xin Zhengzi rushed forward and not only killed the other person, but also killed the monster. Afterwards, Xin Zhengzi picked up all the things dropped by the Shin family members. What made Xin Zhengzi happy was that the Shin family gave him a large amount of potions. There are 164 bottles of golden wound medicine and 65 bottles of magic potion. It's a pity that both the wound medicine and the magic potion are in small bottles. Xin Zhengzi thought about it and left all the magic potions, and only left about 10 bottles of wound medicine. It's not that he doesn't want it, it's just that his backpack isn't heavy enough. After killing several players from the Shin family, Xin Zhengzi continued to run towards the abandoned mine. Half an hour later, Xin Zhengzi finally arrived at the entrance of the abandoned mine. Fireball. A fireball streaked across the sky, illuminating the area near the mine entrance. Xin Zhengzi didn't see any monsters in the area about 10 meters within the mine entrance. Then, Xin Zhengzi walked into the mine. Fireball. A moment later, another fireball streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire cave. After entering the cave for more than 20 meters and turning a corner, Xin Zhengzi finally saw the monster inside the mine. Zombie, level 20, HP 3000, attack 46, physical defense 25, magic defense 24, agility 28. Skill, claw attack, increases attack damage by 5 times, cooldown time 5 seconds. Seeing the attributes of the zombies, Xin Zhengzi found that the damage was much higher than that of the skeletons. The most important thing is the zombie skill, 5 times the damage. According to the zombies' 43 attack points, 5 times is 215 points. Xin Zhengzi's physical defense is 5919, and with 15 points of accuracy, he can almost exert the best defense value, but this only gives him 24 points of physical defense. If you get hit or scratched by a zombie, you will lose more than 190 points of blood. Moreover, the cooldown time of this zombie skill is only 5 seconds, which is similar to Xin Zhengzi's fireball technique. Although Xin Zhengzi can release a fireball every 2 seconds, in order not to waste the burning damage in a duel, Xin Zhengzi will wait until the burning effect of the previous fireball disappears before releasing the next one. So when Xin Zhengzi released a fireball, the zombie skills also cooled down. So to deal with zombies, you have to keep them away from you. Call out. A fireball accurately hit a zombie's head. Roar. The next moment, a group of zombies were attracted and rushed towards Xin Zhengzi quickly. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhengzi quickly ran away. Xin Zhengzi was very familiar with such situations. This was how he lured monsters into the beachy cave. Xin Zhengzi's agility is as high as 40 points, so he can easily keep a certain distance from the zombies. Call out. While Xin Zhongzi was retreating, he kept attacking a group of zombies with fireballs. When Xin Zhongzi brought a group of zombies to the cave entrance, he had already used fireball to knock off more than 1,000 points of health from each of the 3 zombies. Soon, Xin Zhongzi left the cave. Xin Zhongzi thought that the zombies would be like the monsters in the beachy cave and would not rush out. However, what Xin Zhongzi did not expect was that a group of zombies rushed out of the cave directly following Xin Zhongzi. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi was not nervous at all. He has high agility, which allows him to kite these zombies outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fireballs fell one after another. Soon, the zombies in the front fell to the ground and died. A few minutes later, Xin Zhongzi cleaned up all the zombies that followed him out of the cave. Each level 20 zombie brought Xin Zhongzi 8 experience points. According to this situation, he only needs to kill more than 200 zombies to reach level 18. In the following time, Xin Zhongzi kept luring monsters, killing monsters, luring monsters, and killing monsters. More than an hour later, Xin Zhongzi discovered that another monk zombie had dropped a skill book. Attack and Kill Swordsmanship, Warrior Skill, requires level 19. This is a skill that only warriors can learn. Xin Zhongzi was a little disappointed that the skill book for the mage was not dropped. However, Xin Zhongzi was not discouraged. Since he could get the warrior skills, he could also get the mage's skills. 2 hours later, just when Xin Zhongzi was about to level up, the zombie race dropped another skill book. Poisoning, Taoist skill, requires level 14. Still no mage skills were revealed, but Taoist skills were. Fortunately, Su Mayan will be able to use the Taoist skills later. Not long after Xin Zhongzi got the Taoist skill book again, his level finally rose from level 17 to level 18. Xin Zhongzi added all the 5 free attributes gained at level 18 to physical defense and magical defense, bringing both physical defense and magical defense to 10 points. After Xin Zhongzi reached level 18, he continued to fight monsters and level up. More than an hour later, Xin Zhongzi got another skill book. This time, it was finally a mage's skill book. Lightning, Mage Skill, requires level 17. Game prompt, Mage Skills detected, do you want to learn them? Study. Xin Zhongzi did not hesitate and chose to study directly. Lightning spell LV0/0100 consumes 5 mana points to summon a bolt of lightning to attack the enemy, dealing 5 times the magic damage. 352. Fuck, that's awesome. A bolt of lightning struck the zombie, causing more than 300 damages, which made Xin Zhongzi exclaim in awe. Although lightning is only a one-time damage, it does not have the 5-second burning damage like fireball. However, the cooling time of lightning is very fast, and it only takes 1 second to cast once. During the 5 seconds of fireball's continuous damage, lightning can also be cast 5 times. Moreover, the current lightning technique is only level 0. Once it is upgraded to level 3, the damage will definitely be higher. However, compared to fireball, lightning has higher damage, but consumes a lot of mana. So, in terms of saving mana, fireball is still more economical. In the abandoned mine, just as Xin Zhongzi began to practice lightning magic while killing monsters. Not long after, Xin Zhongzi received a message from Yingxue. Yingxue, brother-in-law, this is terrible. Sister Yan has been arrested and imprisoned for a month. When Xin Zhongzi saw Yingxue's message, his pupils suddenly shrank. What's going on? Xin Zhongzi asked hurriedly. Chapter 42, Fleeing in All Directions. Yingxue, brother-in-law, this is what happened. Sister Yan and I were just walking around the city when a few people came up to us and started cursing us. The curses were so nasty and ugly, and Sister Yan couldn't hold back and started fighting. Then, she was arrested by the NPCs and thrown into jail. She won't be released for about a month. When Xin Zhongzi saw Yingxue's message, his brows immediately frowned. He looked at Su Mayan's name and sent her an inquiring message. Game tips, this player is in a special area and cannot receive your message. I can't even send a message? After thinking for a moment, Xin Zhongzi asked Yingxue. Yingxue, I don't know if he is from the Shen family, but he just came over and scolded us for no reason. But regardless of whether or not they're from the Shen family, I'm going to find a way to get them back. I'm going to go outside the former Allied Guild headquarters and start cursing. Yingxue was very angry at this time. Her big sister was arrested and put in jail, and she had to avenge her big sister. Xin Zhongzi, okay, leave this matter to me. With his wife thrown into jail, Xin Zhengze no longer had the desire to upgrade his career. The Shin family actually dared to go so far as to bully others. They deserved to die. Without hesitation, Xin Zhengze quickly returned towards Bichi City. Soon, Xin Zhengze came to an official road. As long as he walked along the official road for a distance, he would enter the city of Bichi. On the official road, Xin Zhengze could occasionally see some players. These players were basically in groups of 5, and then they teamed up to fight monsters in the wild. After changing jobs to level 10, the panel will have an additional team function, which allows up to 5 people to form a team at the same time and share experience points. Xin Zhengze's appearance attracted some people's attention. However, many people just glanced at Xin Zhengze and ignored him. These people are not from the Shin family, so naturally they have no grudges against Xin Zhengze. Along the way, when Xin Zhengze arrived near Bichi City, he didn't see any members of the Shin family, which was a little beyond Xin Zhengze's expectations. But if you think about it, it is understandable. In Bichi City, the Shin family is only a small group. In addition to the Shin family, there are players from other families of the 36 major families, as well as a larger number of individual players. In the entire city of Bichi, there are almost 30,000 players from all over the world, including yellow, white, black, brown, and so on. In Bichi City, there is almost a balance between large family players and individual players, and they generally do not attack each other. Although players from large families do suppress individual players in the game world, that is only in more advanced maps, such as Mingzhong, Bai Reiman, Songyu Island and other areas. In these areas, players from large families have an absolute advantage. Xin Zhengze did not see anyone from the Shin family on the official road. However, when he arrived near the gate of Bichi City, he saw a group of people slowly approaching him. When he saw this group of people, Xin Zhengze stared for 3 seconds and found that they all had the surname Shin. The Shin family actually arranged more than a dozen people to wait for him at the gate of Big City. No wonder we don't see anyone from the Shin family on the official road. At this time, the Shin family disguised themselves as ordinary players and did not even pay much attention to Xin Zhengze. However, Xin Zhengze had already known that these people were members of the Shin family. So without any hesitation, he turned around and ran away. Shit, he's found us, hurry up and chase him. Seeing Xin Zhengze suddenly escape, the people of the Shin family quickly chased after Xin Zhengze. At the city gate, many people were surprised when they saw this scene. That seemed to be our former ally Shin Jun just now? Who are they chasing? I don't know him. I've never seen him. On the official road, Xin Zhengze was running away with an agility speed of more than 20 points. He did not show an agility speed of 40. His purpose was not actually to escape, but to fly a kite with the Shin family. Just when the people from the Shin family ran within 30 meters of Xin Zhengze. Fireball. Xin Zhengze turned around and released a fireball, then threw it at the people from the Shin family. Fuck, his casting range is really far. People nearby who saw Xin Zhengze perform the fireball technique showed a look of surprise. On the official road, Xin Zhengze released fireballs while running. Although there is a momentary pause when he releases the fireball, his agility is high enough to quickly create distance. Moreover, when he used fireballs to attack the Shin family, he did not kill them directly. He fireballs at different people every 2 seconds. In less than 30 seconds, Xin Zhengze had already attacked more than a dozen members of the Shin family with fireballs. Damn, he's too fast. Is all his points in agility? His magic attacks do ridiculous amounts of damage. Those who aren't attacked should chase him. I need to recover my health in the back. Although Xin Zhengze's magic damage was ridiculously high and one fireball almost knocked off more than 1,000 of their health, the dozen or so of them were at least level 15 players, and since they were more in number, they did not give up on hunting down Xin Zhengze. A minute later, almost everyone in the Shin family was hit by a fireball thrown by Xin Zhengze. Some soldiers with high blood volume were even hit by 2 fireballs from Xin Zhengze. Stop, don't chase him. He's too fast, and his magic attacks are too damaging. Let's retreat. Just after Xin Zhengze used fireball to suppress everyone's health, the Shin family finally decided to give up chasing Xin Zhengze. However, seeing that the Shin family was about to retreat, Xin Zhengze naturally would not ignore it. So, just when the Shin family stopped, Xin Zhengze turned around and attacked. Fireball. Lightning magic. Lightning magic. Fireball. Lightning magic. Lightning magic. fireballs kept falling on the Shin family, and the next moment after the fireballs hit, 2 lightning bolts would fall. At this time, Xin Zhongzi finally used his trump card. Xin Zhongzi suppressed the health of the Shin family by a large margin. So now, Xin Zhongzi can basically take care of a warrior with 1 fireball and 2 lightning spells. In this situation, Xin Zhongzi only needs 4 seconds to kill a member of the Shin family. Fuck. On the official road, countless other family players and individual players were stunned when they saw this scene. What kind of damage is this? Killing someone is like killing a chicken. Is this lightning magic? It's so awesome. How did he get the lightning technique? Isn't it said that the lightning technique can only be purchased at Mingzhong's bookstore? It's said that fighting zombies in abandoned mines can also drop skill books, but who dares to go? Fuck, the former allies have collapsed. On the official road, just after Xin Zhongzi killed 5 or 6 people from the Shin family in a row, the Shin family finally collapsed. They fled in all directions. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi only had time to kill 3 more members of the Shin family, and then he could only watch the rest of the Shin family escape. He was alone, and faced with the fleeing Shin family, he really had no good way to deal with it. Chapter 43 100,000. Fortunately, Xin Zhongzi managed to kill 8 people from the Shin family through planning. After the rest of the Shin family members had fled, Xin Zhongzi leisurely began to pick up the equipment dropped by the Shin family members. To kill the Shin family, Xin Zhongzi prioritized attacking the mage. So after picking up all the items, Xin Zhongzi directly obtained 3 medium-sized armors, 4 hexagonal rings, and 2 magic helmets, which were all the equipment Xin Zhongzi needed. As for the equipment of other professions, Xin Zhongzi also selected the more valuable ones and put them in his backpack. He planned to go to the city to sell them. As for the remaining equipment, he didn't have enough weight to carry it, so he had to give it to others. After picking up a backpack full of equipment, Xin Zhongzi walked towards Bichi City. After Xin Zhongzi left, nearby players immediately rushed over and picked up his unwanted equipment. My former ally has actually provoked such a fierce man. It's going to be a good show to watch. Our former allies have always been domineering, and this time we've finally run into a tough opponent. Seeing that Xin Zhongzi fought against more than a dozen members of the Shin family alone and killed 8 of them, the onlookers' individual players all looked gloating. As for the players from other families, they had no sympathy either. The 36 largest families in the world, although all of them are large families, are also in competition with each other. For example, there are some conflicts between Chinese families and European and American families. On the other side, Xin Zhongzi has successfully returned to Bichi City. Xin Zhongzi, Yingxue, where are you? Xin Zhongzi sent a message to Yingxue to ask. Yingxue, brother-in-law, I'm outside the former Allied Guild's headquarters. Coordinates. Seeing Yingxue's message, Xin Zhongzi quickly ran towards the coordinates. Soon, we arrived at the coordinates. As soon as Xin Zhongzi arrived at the coordinates, he saw Yingxue cursing at the gate of a courtyard. Surrounding Yingxue was a group of angry people, and 2 women were arguing with her. All around, there were countless players watching the fun, making the entire street crowded. In the crowd, although Yingxue and the 2 women kept cursing each other, no one on either side dared to take action. Because everyone knows that anyone who dares to take action in Bichi City will either face imprisonment or be shot. The Shin family had lured Su Mayan into action before, most likely in order to have her killed by the NPC. Their intentions were extremely vicious. Yingxue. Xin Zhongzi shouted to the crowd. Brother-in-law. Hearing Xin Zhongzi's shout, Yingxue stopped arguing with him and quickly squeezed out of the crowd and ran towards Xin Zhongzi. What are you doing? Brother-in-law, I'm scolding people. They really deserve to be scolded. Okay, take me to see Su Mayan. Xin Zhongzi said to Yingxue. Ah? To see Sister Yen? What's wrong? Brother-in-law, I can't see her. I don't even know where Sister Yen is being held. How can I see her? Hearing this, Xin Zhongzi was speechless. Are you the murderer of my Shin family? At this moment, a faint voice sounded in Xin Zhongzi's ears. Xin Zhongzi raised his eyes and saw a group of Shin family members surrounding him. Oh. Xin Zhongzi snorted lightly and didn't even bother to respond. Anyway, don't let him meet anyone from the Shin family outside of Bichi City. If he does, he will be dead. Let's go. Xin Zhongzi said to Yingxue, then turned and left. Fuck you. Behind me, there was a burst of vicious curses. However, Xin Zhengze ignored it. It is impossible for him to scold more than dozens of other people with just one mouth. If it was outside the city, he would kill without hesitation. But in the city, to be honest, he really didn't dare. "Brother-in-law, where are we going?" He Xue asked Xin Zhengze. "Go buy some things with me." Xin Zhengze brought Xue to a jewelry store and bought 10 hexagonal rings, 10 small bracelets, 10 silver bracelets, and 10 gold necklaces. After buying the jewelry, Xin Zhengze went to the weapon shop to sell a few weapons and bought a few sea souls. In this situation, all his copper coins were spent again. There are still not enough copper coins. Xin Zhengze looked at his backpack, which only contained some medicines and 2 skill books. The skill book, in addition to the Taoist skill book that Xin Zhengze left for Xue, is the warrior's level 19 attack and killing swordsmanship. Xue, do you have any friends in the anti-imperial hegemony alliance? Xin Zhengze asked Xue. Yes. Xue nodded. Contact the people from the anti-imperial hegemony alliance and tell them that I have a sword technique for a level 19 warrior with attacking skills. Ask them if they want it. Xin Zhengze instructed Xue. Okay, brother-in-law. After hearing Xin Zhengze's instructions, Xue quickly contacted the Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance. "Brother-in-law, I asked for you, and they said they wanted it. Ask them what price they are willing to pay." Xin Zhengze continued. Soon, Xue said, "I asked Uncle Zhang. He said he contacted President Liu. President Liu is a level 19 warrior and is willing to pay 100,000 copper coins to buy your attack and kill sword technique." Hearing Xue's words, Xin Zhengze nodded and said, "Send him a message, telling him that I'm waiting for him at the door of the weapon shop, and ask him to bring enough money." 100,000 copper coins. Xin Zhengze has basically exceeded Xin Zhengze's psychological expectations. Xin Zhengze's original psychological expectation was 50,000 copper coins, but he didn't expect the other party's offer to be twice as much. In the bookstore, the price of a level 12 mage's ring of resistance to fire was 12,000, the price of a level 13 mage's light of temptation was 21,000, and the price of a level 16 hellfire was 36,000. As for the level 17 lightning spell, well, it wasn't sold in the Beach City bookstore. As for the warrior, as a pure physical attack profession, he only has one basic skill at the beginning. After the warriors come to Beachy City, Taoist priests at levels 9 and 14, and mages at levels 11, 12, 13, and 16 can all buy skills in the bookstore. But the warriors can't buy any skills. Therefore, almost 99.999% of the warriors in Big City have no skills other than basic swordsmanship. After thinking about this, Xin Zhengze understood why the president of the Anti-Imperial Hegemony Alliance was willing to spend 100,000 copper coins to buy the offensive and killing sword skills. Because as long as he buys the attack and kill sword technique, it means that in the entire Beaky City, he is likely the only one who possesses the skill of attack and kill sword technique. "Brother-in-law, Uncle Zhang said their chairman will be here soon." Xue said to Xin Zhengze. "Yeah." Xin Zhengze nodded, and then waited at the door of the weapon shop. Less than 10 minutes later, Xin Zhengze heard someone calling him. "Is this Mr. Xin? I am Lu Kuan, the president of the Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance. Nice to meet you." A middle-aged man smiled and extended his hand to Xin Zhengze. "Hello." Xin Zhengze stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. "Mr. Xin, you're saying you have the warrior's level 19 skill, attack and kill swordsmanship, right?" "Yes. I want it. I also brought 100,000 copper coins. We can trade immediately." "Okay." Xin Zhengze nodded and immediately started the transaction. Soon, the transaction was completed. Lu Kuan obtained the skill book of attacking and killing swordsmanship, and Xin Zhengze obtained 100,000 copper coins. "Mr. Xin, I wonder how you learned this attacking and killing sword technique?" Lu Kuan asked Xin Zhengze with a smile. "Well, it's a secret." Xin Zhengze responded with a smile. "Sorry, I'm just asking casually. I wonder if Mr. Xin would be willing to join our guild." Lu Kuan invited Xin Zhengze to ask. Chapter 44, Outrageous Combat Power. "I'm not interested in joining the guild for now." Xin Zhengze shook his head. He is a person who doesn't want to be bound by anything. It would be fine if he didn't have the ability, but now that he has it, he naturally won't let others restrain him. Seeing that Xin Zhongzi had no intention of joining the guild, Lu Kuan chatted with Xin Zhongzi for a few words and then said goodbye and left. He Yingxue, you have joined the Anti-Imperial Hegemony Alliance, right? Xin Zhongzi asked He Yingxue. Yes, it was Sister Yen who asked me to join. He Yingxue nodded. What do I need to do to join the guild? What are the benefits? Xin Zhongzi continued to ask. No need to do anything. He Yingxue shook her head. The good thing is that we can go to the guild headquarters and team up with others to go out of the city and fight monsters. For newcomers like us, it's difficult to survive outside the city without the guidance of an experienced person. When you join a guild, is there a guild panel? Xin Zhongzi continued to ask. Guild panel? He Yingxue was puzzled. She didn't quite understand what Xin Zhongzi said. Tell me in detail about the process of joining the guild. Xin Zhongzi asked He Yingxue when he saw her. After hearing what Xin Zhongzi said, He Yingxue quickly told Xin Zhongzi about her joining the guild. He Yingxue was pulled into the guild by Su Mayan. As for Su Mayan, she joined the Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild because Xin Zhongzi was being hunted by the Shin family's former alliance guild. She just hoped that the guild could help Xin Zhongzi. From He Yingxue, Xin Zhongzi learned that almost all the guilds in Biki City were not recognized by the game and had no guild panels. They are just like real-life organizations. As long as you agree to join the guild and register with the president, you will be a nominal member of the guild. In the legendary game on Earth, if you want to establish a real guild, you need to go to the Wama forest to kill the Wama leader and obtain the Wama horn. Only then can you establish a guild and be recognized by the game. However, the Wama horn is not something that players below level 20 in Biki City can obtain. In the legendary game on Earth, the Wama monsters can only be killed when you are at least level 20 or above. If you want to fight the Wama leader, you have to go to the 3rd floor of Wama, where there are many elite monsters and they are very dense. If you want to defeat the Wama cult leader, you probably need at least a large group of players above level 35 to work together. So, although Su Mayan and He Yingxue seem to have joined the guild now, the guild does not have any restrictions or constraints on them. After obtaining 100,000 copper coins through the transaction, Xin Zhongzi bought another 4 sea souls, each costing 3,000 copper coins, spending a total of 12,000 copper coins. In this way, Xin Zhongzi had 18 sea souls. At level 18, he can equip exactly 18 weapons. Afterwards, Xin Zhongzi went to the clothing store and bought 10 sets of medium-sized armor at once. Each set of armor cost 5,000 copper coins, which directly cost Xin Zhongzi 50,000 copper coins. In this way, Xin Zhongzi had 18 pieces of armor. In the end, Xin Zhongzi spent more than 25,000 copper coins to buy 14 magic helmets, each magic helmet costing 1,800 yuan. After Xin Zhongzi bought all his equipment, he only had more than 10,000 copper coins left. But at the same time, his character panel has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Name, Xin Zhongzi. Occupation, Mage. Level, 1854-1800. HP, 1800-1800. Magic Power, 180. Attack, 518-198. Magic Attack, 50-1872. Defense, 1054-108. Magic Defense, 1036-54. Agility, 20 plus 36. Accuracy, 5 plus 18. Spirit, 30. Weight of 51-140. Skill, Fireball level 3. Lightning spell LV0, 63-100 consumes 5 mana points to summon a bolt of lightning to attack the enemy, dealing 5 times the magic damage. Unique ability, infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment. See Soul X18 level requirement 15, attack 54-180, magic attack 1836, durability 216, weight 12. Medium armor X18 required level 16, defense 5490, magic defense 1836, durability 216, weight 12. Magic helmet X18 required level 14, physical defense 018, magic defense 1818, durability 144, weight 4. Gold necklace X18 required level 2, physical attack 018, agility plus 18, durability 144, weight 1. Hexagonal ring X36 required level 9, magic attack 036, durability 108, weight 1. Iron bracelet X18 required level 3, accuracy plus 18, durability 72, weight 1. Silver Bracelet X18 required level 7, agility plus 18, durability 126, weight 1. When Xin Zhongzi equipped himself with all the equipment he had bought, his attributes became abnormal. The limit of physical attack is as high as more than 200 points. Then there is the limit of magic attack, which is also as high as more than 120 points. If Xin Zhongzi uses Fireball to attack a level 20 zombie now, one hit can knock down nearly 2000 points of the zombie's health. If it is changed to level 0 lightning magic, one strike can also deal more than 600 points of damage. In addition to magic attacks, Xin Zhongzi's physical defense is also outrageous, with a minimum of 64 points and a maximum of 118 points. In other words, any monster whose physical damage cannot exceed 64 points will not be able to break through his defense. Xin Zhongzi's magic defense is also very high, reaching up to 64 points. With such high magic defense, even if Xin Zhongzi stood still and let the magic bats attack, it was estimated that the magic bats would not be able to deal any damage. In addition, Xin Zhongzi's agility reached a terrifying 56 points, and his accuracy also reached 18 points. The 18 points of accuracy can ensure that Xin Zhongzi can almost always exploit the weaknesses of monsters with lower agility than himself and deal huge damage. Just when Xin Zhongzi returned to Bichi City. In the city, at the former allies' base, Shen Pingsheng received a message from one of his subordinates. What? When Shen Pingsheng saw the message, he couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Just now, one of his subordinates sent him a message telling him that 7 or 8 members of the Shen family were killed outside the east gate by the newcomer. What kind of monster is that person? How could he possibly fight against more than a dozen people from my Shen family alone? Moreover, the lowest level of these dozen people is above level 15, and one of them is even a level 18 warrior. Shen Pingsheng really found it difficult to accept this fact. However, he had no choice but to accept it because it was the truth. Shen Yang, send a message to others and tell them not to intercept the newcomer outside the city. Shen Pingsheng instructed a young man. He was really a little scared. The opponent alone was able to deal with the joint attack of more than a dozen members of the Shen family, and even killed 7 or 8 of them. In this situation, if we arrange for the Shen family to intercept the other party, wouldn't that be like an old man hanging himself, refusing to live anymore? Boss, that person should be the one who killed the 3rd young master. Are we just going to ignore him from now on? A subordinate asked Shen Pingsheng. When Shen Pingsheng heard what his subordinate said, a grim look appeared on his face. The order given to him by the head of the Shen family was to find the beast that killed the 3rd young master and then kill it. Now, it seems that this task is about to be impossible to complete. Why did that person suddenly become so powerful? Shen Pingsheng was really confused. Chapter 45, Run away if you see him. Yingxue, I'm going to log off. If you have nothing else to do, please log off as well. After saying something to Yingxue, Xin Zhongzi chose to log off. After logging off and returning to the bedroom, Xin Zhongzi found that it was a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. After logging off, Xin Zhongzi did not dare to leave the bedroom, but waited for his wife Su Mayan to log off as well. If Su Mayan saw him log off, she would probably log off herself too. However, Xin Zhongzi waited for a long time but still did not see Su Mayan log off. Just as Xin Zhongzi was waiting for Su Mayan to log off, the bedroom door was suddenly opened from the outside. Then, Xin Zhongzi saw his mother-in-law Shen Shui. Xin Zhongzi, where is Su Mayan? Shen Shui asked Xin Zhongzi. Mom, Su Mayan is still in the game. Xin Zhongzi hurriedly explained. Why did you stay in the game for so long? I thought something happened to you and Su Mayan lied to me. Mom, I'm fine, and Su Mayan is fine too. Xin Zhongzi hurriedly explained. Well, you come out and take care of the kids. I'm going to cook. Shen Shui said to Xin Zhongzi. Okay, Mom. Next, Xin Zhongzi began to take care of the children. At around 5 o'clock, my sister-in-law Su Muchan returned home. Brother-in-law, you're back. Where's my sister? Su Muchan asked Xin Zhongzi. Your sister hasn't come out of the game yet. Oh. Su Muchan put down her backpack and started to ask for it with the 2 children. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, after the family finished dinner, Su Mayan still didn't quit the game. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi said something to his mother-in-law and sister-in-law, and then entered the game again. In Biki City, Xin Zhongzi saw that Su Mayan's friend's name was still lit, but he couldn't get in touch with him. After thinking about it, Xin Zhengzi decided to find someone to ask about the situation. Xin Zhengzi was walking casually on the street, his eyes fixed on the pedestrians. This big brother. Just when a young man was about to pass by Xin Zhengzi stopped him directly. What do you want? The young man asked Xin Zhengzi politely. From the medium armor Xin Zhengzi was wearing, he knew that Xin Zhengzi's level was at least 16. As for the young man, he was only level 15, so he was naturally more polite to Xin Zhengzi. I want to ask you something. Do you know if you can quit the game after being thrown into jail? I have a friend who was thrown into jail. He hasn't quit the game for a day and I can't contact him. Xin Zhengzi asked the young man politely. He suspected that the reason why Su Mayan quit the game every day was that she couldn't quit the game. Sure enough, the next moment Xin Zhengzi's guess came true. People who are thrown into jail cannot quit the game. They can only quit the game after leaving jail. The young man said to Xin Zhengzi. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Xin Zhengzi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. When Xin Zhengzi learned that he couldn't exit the game in prison, he immediately knew that Su Mayan might not be able to return to reality for the next month. If Su Mayan cannot return to reality for a month, God knows whether her mother-in-law and sister-in-law will think that Su Mayan is dead. How would he explain to his mother-in-law then? It is said that Su Mayan was thrown into jail and will not be back for a month? If that's the case, how do you explain that he knows what's going on in the game? Should I tell my mother-in-law the secret that the game 1T blocked my memory? Oh. Xin Zhengzi sighed, not knowing what to do for a moment. The other side. In the He family manor. Husband, Xiao Shui is 22 years old and has inherited her mother's property. As parents, we should find a husband for her, don't you think? On the bed, Li Wenxian snuggled in He Qingyun's arms and said softly. He Qingyun sighed after hearing Li Wenxian's words. I also want to find a good family for my daughter, but the problem is that my daughter doesn't appreciate it. Hearing this, Li Wenxian continued, Xiao Shui doesn't appreciate it, most likely because the man we found for her isn't good enough. Husband, tell me, if we find Xiao Shui a legitimate son of a big family in Beijing, how could she not be tempted? For example, the Lu family, the Song family, the Shen family, etc. Hearing this, He Qingyun's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. It's not as easy as you say. Those big families are all intermarrying with each other. How could they be interested in the daughter of a nobody like us? He Qingyun shook his head and said to Li Wenxian. Husband, you are confused. If it were in the past, those big families in Beijing would naturally look down on our Xiao Shui, but our Xiao Shui is different now. She is a genius who has mastered supernatural powers in just a few years. I believe that if those big families knew about it, they would definitely rush to marry our Xiao Shui. Li Wenxian said to He Qingyun in an affirmative tone. Hearing his wife's words, He Qingyun thought quickly, and then his eyes lit up. Yes, if it were in the past, his daughter really couldn't marry into those big families. But now, his daughter is different. She has mastered superpowers in just a few days. His daughter is so outstanding that she should be able to catch the attention of those big families. Now that his daughter has the talent to be worthy of those big families, He Qingyun began to think about how to connect with those big families. As a top businessman in the Federation, it was naturally easy for him to establish connections with those big families. After all, part of his company's shares are controlled by two of the big families. One is the Rong family in Modu, and the other is the Qin family in Kyoto. Since you want to marry your daughter to a nobleman from a big family, should you choose from the Rong family and the Qin family, or directly contact the Shen family, the #1 family in East Asia? Wife, how do you think I should marry into a big family? He Qingyun thought for a long time and decided to ask his wife Li Wenxian for her opinion. Husband, I think that as long as you spread the news about our Xiao Shui, all the major families will come to propose marriage immediately, and we won't have to promote it ourselves. Li Wenxian said with a smile. Hearing this, He Qingyun's eyes lit up. Next week I'm going to the capital to attend a banquet. There will be many members of the big family attending. I can promote my daughter at the banquet. Hubby, you can take care of the elementary school when the time comes. With our daughter's beauty and talent, I believe there will be many outstanding children from wealthy families vying for her. You're right, we have to take Xiao Shui with us. In the game. Xin Zhengzi doesn't want to upgrade now, he just wants to go to the wild and kill the Shen family. He decided that whenever he met someone named Shen in the wild, he would just kill him, regardless of whether he was mistaken or not. Not only did the Shin family hunt him down, but they also got his wife arrested and thrown in jail. It was impossible for him to reconcile with the Shin family. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xin Jonza bought some medicine and quickly left Biki City. After leaving Biki City, he quickly scanned all the players with his eyes. No, this team is not. Neither is this team. Half an hour later, Xin Jonza met a group of people again. Shinan, Shinquan, Shinbin, Shinjuchi, and Shenmunan. The 5 people with the surname Shin must be members of the Shin family. Just when Xin Jonza saw several members of the Shin family, several members of the Shin family also saw Xin Jonza. Xin Jonza's portrait had long been circulated among the Shin family, so after seeing Xin Jonza, everyone immediately knew Xin Jonza's identity. Run! Without any hesitation, several members of the Shin family chose to escape. The story that Xin Jonza fought against more than a dozen masters of the Shin family alone outside the East City Gate and killed 8 of them had already spread among all the Shin family members. Shin Pingsheng ordered all members of the Shin family to run away immediately if they saw Xin Jonza. Chapter 46: A Different World. When Xin Jonza saw several members of the Shin family running away after seeing him, he immediately knew that he had not found the wrong person. So without any hesitation, he accelerated and chased after the fleeing Shin family. His agility now reached 56 points, twice that of most members of the Shin family. So soon, he caught up with the Shin family within 30 meters. Fireball. Xin Jonza's fireball attacked a level 13 ascending warlock. After the attack hit the opponent, Xin Jonza stopped paying attention. He knew that the opponent was dead. A level 13 warlock only has 1,300 HP, but Xin Jonza's magic attack can now deal more than 2,000 HP with fireball. 2 seconds later, Xin Jonza caught up with a mage and fired a fireball again. Xin Jonza's habit is to kill mages and warlocks first, because mages and warlocks are both long-range attack professions. The mage can cast fireball, burst of fire, lightning, and so on. Taoist priests also have long-range attack methods such as poisoning and soul fire talismans. After Xin Jonza's fireball hit the mage, he gave up chasing him and started chasing other people from the Shin family. A level 15 mage with only 1500 HP would not be able to survive his fireball. A few seconds later, Xin Jonza caught up with a level 16 warrior. A level 16 warrior has about 2200 HP. So after Xin Jonza performed a fireball spell, he performed a lightning spell. Next, in less than a minute, all 5 people from the Shin family died. After killing the 5-man team of the Shin family, Xin Jonza began to pick up items. After picking up some items, Xin Jonza found that almost none of them were useful to him. After picking up some medicines, Xin Jonza's backpack was full. Under such circumstances, Xin Jonza began to look for members of the Shin family in other places to kill them. An hour later, Xin Jonza met a group of Shin family members in the jungle south of Bichi City. This time, because they were in the jungle, Xin Jonza took the approach of sneaking up and then attacking from behind. In less than a minute, all 5 members of the Shin family were dead. Just when Xin Jonza killed the Shin family, Shin Pingsheng also received the message sent by the Shin family members who were killed by Xin Jonza before their death. Seeing this situation, Shin Pingsheng could only contact all members of the Shin family immediately. Shin Pingsheng, return to Biki City immediately. Shin Pingsheng, return to Biki City immediately and gather at headquarters. On the way, be careful of the man who killed the 3rd young master. If you see him, run away immediately. As Shin Pingsheng began to call all members of the Shin family. Soon, Xin Jonza didn't meet anyone named Shin in the wild for several hours. Brother Xin. Just when Xin Jonza was looking for the Shin family on the official road, he met a team of 10 people. One of them greeted Xin Jonza immediately after seeing him. Xin Jonza also saw the other person, who was the middle-aged man he met when he first came to Biki City. According to Su Mayan, it was this person who introduced her to the Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild. This person's surname is Zhang, and his name is Zhang Wenhua. Are you Zhang Wenhua? Xin Jonza asked the other party. Yes, I am Zhang Wenhua. Your wife told you, right? By the way, brother Xin, are you going back to Bichi City? You must not go back. Your former allies are blocking you. Zhang Wenhua hurriedly said to Xin Jonza. Hearing this, Xin Jonza smiled and said, I'm just worried that my former allies won't look for me. At this time, a middle-aged man asked Zhang Wenhua, is this little brother the newcomer who was recently hunted by his former allies? Yes, it's him. Zhang Wenhua nodded. You're awesome, little brother. I heard that you killed 7 or 8 people from the Shin family by yourself at the East Gate. That person was you, right? The middle-aged man asked Xin Zhengze. It's me. Xin Zhengze nodded. There is nothing to hide about this matter. Brother Xin, when did this happen? Zhang Wenhua was very surprised. You were offline before, so you didn't know. You just came online, so we didn't have time to tell you. This matter has spread throughout Biki City now. The middle-aged man said to Zhang Wenhua. Fuck, so powerful? Zhang Wenhua looked at Xin Zhengze with surprise. Brother Xin, what level are you now? Zhang Wenhua asked Xin Zhengze. Level 18. Xin Zhengze said lightly. Holy shit, holy shit. How is this possible? Aren't you a new player who just arrived in Biki City? Zhang Wenhua was shocked when he heard that Xin Zhengze was already level 18. I didn't say I was a new player. I have been in the game for several years. Xin Zhengze said with a smile. Impossible. I've been in the game for more than 20 years. I have an impression of everyone who has stayed in Biki City for a period of time. Zhang Wenhua quickly shook his head. Anyway, I've been in Biki City for several years, believe it or not. Xin Zhengze Weiwei shrugged. Are you guys going to kill monsters? I won't bother you anymore. Xin Zhengze said and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Zhang Wenhua hurriedly called out to Xin Zhengze. Is there anything else? Xin Zhengze asked. Oh, I have something for you. Zhang Wenhua took out a book and handed it to Xin Zhengze. What is this? A skill book? Xin Zhengze asked in surprise. It's not a skill book. You'll know what it is once you read it. Oh, thank you. Xin Zheng thanked after taking the book. By the way, can I add you as a friend? Zhang Wenhua asked Xin Zhengze. Okay. Xin Zhengze nodded. Soon, both parties added each other as friends. Then let's go. Finally, Zhang Wenhua said goodbye to Xin Zhengze and left with the others. After Zhang Wenhua left, Xin Zhengze flipped through the book Zhang Wenhua gave him. Selected works of Mao Zedong? Xin Zhengze was very surprised when he saw the contents of the book. This. At this moment, Xin Zhengze looked extremely disheveled. What did he see? He actually saw selected works of Mao. Selected works of Mao Zedong is a great work, which is the crystallization of a great man's lifelong wisdom. After being reborn into this world, Xin Zhengze always thought that this world was just a parallel world to Earth. Chapter 47 Reason. The year when Xin Zhengze was reborn was 3461. More than 1,000 years have passed since the 21st century. After such a long time, it is relatively easy to erase a period of history. Since the invention of computers, most data has been recorded using computers. In this case, it is very easy to hide historical information. But why did the Federation want to hide that red history? This made Xin Zhengze very confused. Xin Zhengze, Uncle Zhang, where did you get this selected works of Mao? Is it possible to get it in real life? Xin Zhengze couldn't help but send a message to Zhang Wenhua to ask. Zhang Wenhua, this is handwritten by Li Qingyang. If you have time, you can take a look at it. It will definitely be of great help to you. This book is not available for purchase in real life, as it has been banned by the federal government. If the federal government discovers your possession of this book in real life, you could very well face imprisonment. Xin Zhengze, why? Xin Zhengze was very puzzled. Why would one face imprisonment for possessing Mao's selected works? Zhang Wenhua, because some people don't want the people to awaken, don't want the people to rebel against them, and they want to oppress and enslave the people forever. Hearing Zhang Wenhua's words, Xin Zhengze frowned and thought about it. It seemed that the Federation did not oppress or enslave the people. At least Xin Zhengze was raised by the Federation after his parents died when he was young, and he did not feel the slavery and oppression that Zhang Wenhua mentioned. Although the Federation is not as good as the China in Xin Zhengze's memory, it does not have the kind of oppression and slavery that Zhang Wenhua described. Xin Zhengze, Uncle Zhang, it's not as serious as you say. I don't feel any oppression or enslavement. Brother Xin. Just when Xian Zhengze was sending a message to Zhang Wenhua actually ran back. "Uncle Zhang, why are you back?" Xian Zhengze asked in surprise. Hearing Xian Zhengze's words, Zhang Wenhua said, "Aren't you interested in Mao's selected works? I came here specifically to discuss this with you. Let's go back to the city and talk. I want to talk to you about this matter." "Okay then." Xian Zhengze nodded. He also wanted to know everything about this era. "Xian Zhengze, do you think the Federation is pretty good and that you don't feel oppressed and enslaved?" Zhang Wenhua whispered to Xian Zhengze as they walked. "Well, my parents died in the game when I was young, and I was raised in a federal orphanage, so..." He didn't finish his words, but Zhang Wenhua understood immediately. He said to Xian Zhengze, "If you think this is not slavery and oppression, then you are too superficial. Did you know? In fact, more than 1,000 years ago, our human society had already landed on the moon. But now, more than 1,000 years have passed, and human society has not only not made any progress, but has regressed. Do you know why?" "Why?" Xian Zhengze asked. "Because there is a group of people who have become a privileged class and who want to consolidate their position and don't want ordinary people to climb to the top of society." Without waiting for Xian Zhengze to speak, Zhang Wenhua continued, "Do you know who holds power in the Federation?" "Who?" Xian Zhengze really didn't know. "They are all a group of people who have become powerful in the gaming world." After a pause, Zhang Wenhua continued, "Human society today is completely different from what it was more than 1,000 years ago. Since the emergence of the game world, some people have used the rules of the game world to become stronger. They became the first beneficiaries, not only becoming powerful, but also having very long lifespans. For example, the ancestors of the 36 major families are almost all old monsters who have lived for more than 500 years, and they will continue to live, and it is unknown how old they can live to. This group of people are not only extremely powerful and can fly and hide on the ground, but they also use their powerful strength and long lifespan to control the entire country in their hands. Furthermore, in order to prevent their own status from being challenged, they block the path for ordinary people to become stronger within the game. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are so many people in Biki City now. Not only are there people from the 36 major families, but there are also officials from various countries, as well as a large number of ordinary players. But apart from the members of the 36 major families, no one else, whether they are officials from various countries or ordinary players, dares to reach level 20. Why? Asked puzzledly. After reaching level 20, you must leave Biki City within a year, and after leaving Biki City, you will be killed by the 36 major families. Outside of Biki City, whether it's Mingjong City or Berryman, they are all controlled by the 36 major families. They will not allow others who are not from the 36 major families to improve themselves in the game and then challenge their status and privileges. Did you know? In fact, decades ago, Biki City was also controlled by 36 major families, until a great man named Shin Weijun appeared. Shin Weijun is actually also a member of the Shin family, but he is not on the same page with the Shin family. After entering the game for the first time, he discovered a bug in the safe zone of the novice village, and then led everyone to level 2 in one day. Afterwards, he persuaded everyone in the novice village to stay in the game from the moment they entered. This took several months, and he led over 800 people from the novice village into Biki City. The arrival of this group of people directly disrupted the pattern of Biki City being ruled by the 36 major families. After a long period of struggle, Biki City finally had the soil for ordinary players to survive. Otherwise, if you are not from one of the 36 major families, there is only one word for you when you come to Biki City: death. It is precisely because of Shin Weijun's appearance that ordinary players have a foothold in Biki City, and are no longer killed by the 36 major families after finally leaving the novice village. However, even so, we dare not reach level 20 now, because after leaving Biki City, we will still be killed by the 36 major families. Hearing Zhang Wenhua's words, Xian Zhengze asked curiously, "What about Shin Weijun? How did he end up?" Shin Weijun, he finally reached level 20 and went to Mingjong City. He was then executed by the Shin family's strong men. He is dead. But before he died, he told us a lot about the game world. He finally told us not to break through level 20. So, I've been in Biki City for decades, and now I'm only level 18. Hearing this, Xian Zhengze asked in surprise, "Uncle Zhang, do you know Shin Weijun?" Hearing Xian Zhengze's question, Zhang Wenhua smiled and said, "Back then, Shin Weijun and I fought our way up from a novice village. What do you think?" Hearing this, Xian Zhengze looked at Zhang Wenhua with a hint of admiration. If what Zhang Wenhua said is true, then Biki City has so many ordinary players, and we really have to thank them. Uncle Zhang, I see that in Biki City, the number of ordinary players is obviously greater than the people from the 36 major families. Why are we uniting to kill everyone from the 36 major families? Chapter 48. Is this a good thing? Hearing this, Zhang Wenhua sighed. Then he said calmly, do you think we haven't thought about this? However, when we fought against the 36 major families and gained the upper hand, the 36 major families also took some measures. For example, they also began to attract ordinary players who had just arrived in Biki City, and stopped attacking players who had just left the novice village. This led to us and the 36 major families becoming evenly matched again. We told the newcomers how bad the big families were and how they would kill anyone who left Beach City. But they could also tell us how bad we were and that we were part of an evil organization. Many newcomers who have just arrived in Beach City have been brainwashed by the big families and think that we are the bad guys. In addition, many ordinary players are officially recruited into the organization in reality. They form their own faction and are unwilling to become enemies with the 36 major families. The most important thing is that many of the people who came to Biki City with Shin Weijun back then eventually split into more than a dozen factions due to various conflicts. This made everyone lose their unity, and naturally, they had no way to deal with the 36 major families. At this time, Zhang Wenhua and Xin Zhongzi had already entered Biki City. At this time, Zhang Wenhua suddenly stopped and turned to look at Xin Zhongzi with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Uncle Zhang, why are you looking at me like that? When Xin Zhongzi saw Zhang Wenhua stop, he immediately noticed Zhang Wenhua's complicated look and asked in confusion. After hearing what Xin Zhongzi said, Zhang Wenhua thought for a moment and said, actually, you know what? It's actually a good thing that your wife Su Mayan is imprisoned. Huh? What do you mean? Hearing Zhang Wenhua's words, Xin Zhongzi was very surprised and frowned, not understanding what he meant. You don't have to be nervous. Zhang Wenhua waved his hand and explained, there's actually a reason why I said that. What's the reason? Xin Zhongzi asked with a frown. He didn't understand why Zhang Wenhua said that it was a good thing that Su Mayan was thrown into jail. Seeing Xin Zhongzi's confusion, Zhang Wenhua explained, do you know what the real consequences would be if the 36 major families knew that your wife was a sorcerer who could heal? What will be the consequences? Xin Zhongzi asked in confusion. They will try to kill you quietly and then take your wife away. What do you mean? Xin Zhongzi frowned even wider. What they mean is to quietly kill you, your husband, and then have the sons of their family take your wife as a concubine. That way, they will have another person with superpowers in reality. Did you know? In reality, any woman who reveals she can use magic or sorcery will be taken as a concubine by the 36 major families. Women with husbands will have their husbands die due to various accidents, and those without husbands will be forced to take concubines by the major families. This is also the reason why the 36 major families rule the entire world in the real world. Upon hearing this, Xin Zhongzi's face suddenly turned dark. Because, in the real world, Su Mayan had already revealed that she could perform healing arts. If it was true as Zhang Wenhua said, then in reality, he would most likely be secretly killed by the 36 major families, and then his wife would be taken as a concubine. At this time, Zhang Wenhua continued, yesterday, I talked to your Su Mayan about some of the situations. I learned that she had already exposed her healing skills in reality, so I said that it was a good thing that she was arrested and thrown into prison. After being thrown into jail, she can't leave the game anymore. This way, you have some buffer time. Do you know what you need to do next to save your life? Hearing this, Xin Zhongzi just shook his head and looked at Zhang Wenhua without saying anything. Then, Zhang Wenhua said calmly, you only have two choices. The first is to convince Su Mayan not to quit the game for a year. After 1 year, Su Mayan will never be able to exit the game again, so the illusion that Su Mayan is dead can be created in reality. Under such circumstances, the talents of the 36 major families would not target Su Mayan and kill you. Is there another option? Xin Zhongzi asked. There's another option, which is to kill Su Mayan in the game. If she dies, you'll naturally be out of danger in reality. Hearing this, Xin Zhongzi felt a chill on his back. Do you know why I didn't tell Su Mayan about this, but told you first? Zhang Wenhua asked Xin Zhongzi. Why? Because women are untrustworthy. If Su Mayan knew that she could never return to reality, what do you think she would do? Do you choose to stay in the game for your life and never return to reality, or do you choose your own freedom and hope that you won't be killed by the 36 major families? Hearing this, Xan Jungza thought for a moment and said, why not let Sumayan stay in the game for half a year, then go out for a day without anyone knowing, and then stay for another half a year? Wouldn't that be fine? Hearing Xan Jungza's words, Zhang Wenhua shook his head. If the memories in the game can be brought into reality, that's fine, but after leaving the game, Sumayan will lose the memories in the game. Are you sure that she will hide away and not contact anyone after she goes out? Are you sure that after she returns to reality, the 36 major families will not know about it? So, only by letting Sumayan stay in the game forever, or if Sumayan is gone, can your own safety be guaranteed? Otherwise, if you are killed in reality, it will be too late to regret it then. After hearing Zhang Wenhua's words, Xan Jungza thought about Sumayan's situation. Faced with such a situation, what choice would Sumayan make? Will you choose to stay in the game forever for him, or will you ignore his life or death? Xan Jungza felt that if Sumayan knew about this situation, she would probably choose to stay in the game for his safety. Of course, Xan Jungza was not sure either. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds of a feather, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes. Xan Jungza really couldn't guess what Sumayan would choose in the end. The human heart is unpredictable, and Xan Jungza is not sure that Sumayan will choose to stay in the game. After all, Sumayan has a mother, a sister, and a pair of children in real life. It is not certain that she would give up her husband Xan Jungza for the sake of her other family members. It's like, if a lady from a wealthy family wants to marry an ordinary person like you, and asks you to give up your wife so that you can gain great power and wealth, what would you do? Xan Jungza didn't know what he would choose, but he believed that many other people would be willing to do so. After all, this society is very realistic. If you lose your wife, you can find a better one. Power and wealth are undoubtedly more important. However, the next moment, Xan Jungza's expression became relaxed. If it were someone else, they might have to consider the consequences of this matter, but he, Xan Jungza, didn't need to. First of all, he knows what's going on in the game, and his memory won't be blocked by the game. And he has cheats. As long as he is given some time, he will definitely be able to kill his way through the entire game world. At that time, any person or force that dares to attack him will die. Chapter 49 Xan Jungza's speculation. For Xan Jungza, Zhang Wenhua's worries were actually nothing to worry about. Now, the only thing Xan Jungza has to worry about is whether he will encounter attacks from the Shin family's level 40 or 50 strong men after leaving Bai Chi City in the game. Although he can stack equipment, he may not be able to defeat the big guys at level 40 or 50. So, Xan Jungza thought about it, then changed the subject and asked Zhang Wenhua, Uncle Zhang, do you know the situation in Mingzhong City? Is Mingzhong City the same as Biki City, where you can only level up to level 30 before you have to go to another city? If Mingzhong City was the same as Bichi City, Xan Jungza felt that he should be able to handle it. After he reaches level 20 and has 20 pieces of equipment stacked in each equipment slot, players at level 30 will not be his match. After hearing Xan Jungza's words, Zhang Wenhua thought for a moment and said, according to the information sent back by Shen Weijun in Mingzhong, only Biki City has restrictions. After going to Mingzhong, there are no restrictions. People in Mingzhong can go to Berryman and Sanyue Island. Players at level 40 and 50 can also go to Mingzhong City. Hearing this, Xan Jungza's face suddenly became heavy. If players at level 40 or 50 can go to Mingzhong, then he will be in danger. Uncle Zhang, can you tell me the detailed information of this game world? Xan Jungza asked Zhang Wenhua. Xan Jungza wanted to know the detailed information of this game, mainly because he knew the game legend. However, although many settings of this game world are the same as the legend, the monsters in it are different. The monsters in the legend Novice Village are mainly chickens, deer, scarecrows, etc. But the game world is full of demonized zombies, demonized creatures, and various monsters. Therefore, Xan Jungza is not sure how similar this game world is to the legendary game. If the similarity is not high, he may encounter unexpected events if he acts in the game world according to his understanding of the legendary game. After hearing Xan Jungza's question, Zhang Wenhua thought about it and told Xan Jungza what he knew. He heard all these things from Shen Weijun, and there wasn't much detail. However, from the information he learned from Zhang Wenhua, Xan Jungza also gained a great understanding of this game world. At the beginning, this game world adopted the template of the legendary game. Perhaps Tiandao saw the legendary game and then set up this game world according to the template of the legendary game. However, the monsters in this game world are obviously different from the monsters in the legendary game. Therefore, a large part of the experience of legendary games can be used as a reference. Uncle Jean, do you think I can leave Biki City if I am not yet level 20? Xin Zhanze asked Zhang Wenhua. After hearing what Xin Zhanze said, Zhang Wenhua said, you can leave, but what? But after leaving Biki City, even if you go to Mengzhong City, you will find that there is not a single player in Mengzhong City. Zhang Wenhua said to Xin Zhanze. Why? Xin Zhanze was puzzled. Because the Mengzhong City you go to before reaching level 20 and the Mengzhong City you go to after reaching level 20 are not in the same dimension. What do you mean? Xin Zhanze asked in surprise. You can understand it this way. Actually, the Biki City where we are now and the Biki City where players above level 20 are located are two different dimensions of time and space. Without waiting for Xin Zhanze to speak, Zhang Wenhua continued, actually, according to Shen Weijuan's information, after leaving Biki City at level 20, you can return to Biki City. However, the Biki City you return to is no longer the Biki City of our dimension. The Biki City in our current dimension is actually the same as the Novice Village. When you followed the official road from the Novice Village to Biki City, did you not encounter a single player? After hearing what Zhang Wenhua said, Xin Zhanze thought about it and it seemed to be true. In the current Biki City, countless players are entering and exiting the city gate all the time. When Xin Zhanze, Su Mayan, and He Shuwei came to Biki City, there was no player at the city gate or on the official road outside. They only met other players after entering the city. Yes, when I came to Biki City, I did not encounter any players or monsters on the road. That's right. In fact, Novice Village and Biki City are not in the same dimension. After a pause, Zhang Wenhua said, let me tell you this, and then you will understand. I've asked other people, and everyone who comes to Biki City comes from Ginkgo Village in the southeast. However, every year, Ginkgo Village is divided into several parts. For example, the Novice Village I was in back then was Novice Village number 134. Think about it, if there are 134 Novice Villages outside of Biki City, how can we possibly fit them all? If you don't believe me, you can go back to the Novice Village and see for yourself. When you first came out of the Novice Village, you couldn't go back. It was as if there was some barrier separating the Novice Village. But now, you can return to the Novice Village and enter it without being blocked by the barrier. In addition, you can also return to the Novice Village with many people. You came out of the Novice Village with your account number. It's impossible that other people also came out of the Novice Village with your account number, right? The principle is the same. After leaving Biki City at level 20, the Biki City you return to will not be the same Biki City we have now. Hearing Zhang Wenhua say this, Xin Zhanze immediately understood. As long as you leave Bitch City at level 20, the Bitch City you return to will not be the Bitch City of the original dimension. In this Biki City, only players up to level 20 can exist. As for the other city, Biki, players of all levels can come. Uncle Zhang, if I leave Biki City before reaching level 20, can I still come back to this Biki City? Xin Zhanze asked Zhang Wenhua. After hearing what Xin Zhanze said, Zhang Wenhua said, we've actually done some experiments on this. As long as you haven't reached level 20, you can definitely return to Biki City in this dimension. Uncle Zhang, look, I came out of the Novice Village and went all the way to Biki City before entering this dimensional space. So if I leave Biki City at level 20 and go somewhere else instead of Mengzhong City, will I not leave this dimension? Xin Zhanze asked Zhang Wenhua. After hearing Xin Zhanze's words, Zhang Wenhua thought for a moment and said, if you don't go to Mengzhong, how can you change your job to become a second-level junior magician? If you don't change your job, it means you can't continue to level up. What's the point of doing that? It is useful. For example, if a player reaches level 20 and doesn't want to go to Mengzhong to be killed by people from the 36 major families, then he can completely choose not to go to Mengzhong. Instead, he can find a place to hide outside Biki City. In this way, when there are more people, they can enter Mengzhong together, just like Shen Weijun took you into Biki City. Xin Zhanze said with a smile. When Zhang Wenhua heard Xin Zhanze's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, we can completely not go to Mengzhong, but wait outside for more people to enter Mengzhong together. However, this is just your guess. Whether this is the case or not, we still need to have someone test it. Chapter 50. That's not right. There can't be such a bug. Moreover, it is very easy to test whether it is true. Just let a level 20 player leave Biki City, and then follow him with a player less than level 20. If the level 20 player disappears after the two players leave Biki City, it means that the level 20 player has entered another dimension. If the level 20 player does not disappear, it means that the level 20 player is still in this dimension and needs to go to Mengzhong City before entering another dimension, just like the player entering Bitch City from the novice village. Perhaps the people from the 36 major families know about this issue, because often when someone reaches level 20 and leaves Biki City, there are always some low-level players who come to see them off. However, even if I ask the 36 major families, they won't tell me. No, I can ask other people in the guild, maybe they know. Zhang Wenhua muttered to himself, and then began to ask other people impatiently. After a while, Zhang Wenhua's eyes lit up. Because just now, he asked an old friend what he wanted to know. That is, after a level 20 player leaves Baichi City, he will not disappear immediately, but will disappear after entering Mengzhong City. That year, when Shen Weijun left Bichi City, a group of people escorted Shen Weijun all the way to Mengzhong City. Finally, Shen Weijun disappeared as soon as he entered Mengzhong City. It was precisely because of this situation that many people realized that the city of Baichi where they were and the city of Mengzhong where the level 20 players were heading to were not in the same dimension. Wrong. Suddenly, Zhang Wenhua shook his head. What's wrong? Xin Zhongzi asked hurriedly. Hearing Xin Zhongzi's words, Zhang Wenhua quickly said, "It's impossible for the game to have such a big bug. And then, the problems we can think of are impossible for others not to think of. Therefore, I believe that the rule of having to leave Biki City 1 year after reaching level 20 is likely due to the fact that even if the player does not leave Biki City 1 year after reaching level 20, they will directly appear in Biki City in another dimension." After hearing what Zhang Wenhua said, Xin Zhongzi thought about it and felt that this was indeed possible. Otherwise, it would be impossible for others to fail to think of this solution. After all, this is a matter of life and death. When people face life and death, they will definitely use their brains desperately to find ways to survive. One person might not be able to think of this method, but with so many players over 500 years, it is impossible that they would not have thought of this method. So the only explanation why this method doesn't work is probably, as Zhang Wenhua said, that 1 year later the player will directly appear in another dimension of space. But if that's the case, then after reaching level 20, if Xin Zhongzi doesn't go to Mengzhong City, but chooses to go to the Woma Forest to get a Woma horn, can he directly allow people to establish a real guild in the big city of this dimension? At this moment, this crazy idea suddenly popped up in Xin Zhongzi's mind. As for whether Xin Zhongzi can get the Woma horn after reaching level 20? Xin Zhongzi felt that if he could replace all his equipment with top quality ones, it might not be impossible. For example, 20 pieces of medium armor can add up to 6100 physical defense and 2040 magical defense. With 20 magic helmets with a physical defense of 020 and a magic defense of 2020, you can reach a physical defense of 6120 and a magic defense of 4060. This does not include basic defense. Attack words. If the weapons are replaced with 20 level 20 weapons, the magic attack can reach 2060. Combined with 40 level 20 snake eye rings with a magic attack range of 080, the magic attack can reach 2140. If there are 40 ruby rings with no level limit but only magic attack limit, the magic attack of the equipment alone can reach 2220. As for bracelets, Xin Zhongzi would choose 20 level 16 Shapur bracelets and 20 level 19 evil repelling bracelets. 20 Shapur bracelets can increase Xin Zhongzi's accuracy by 40. 20 evil repelling bracelets can increase Xin Zhongzi's agility by 40. It's a pity that these two bracelets are not available in the store. Xin Zhongzi himself has only found 2 or 3 and is unable to equip them. As for necklaces, it is best to bring 20 platinum necklaces. Each necklace can increase magic dodge by 10%. 20 platinum necklaces stacked together will give you 200% magic dodge. If you have 20 white tiger tooth necklaces, not only can your magic dodge be doubled, but you can also gain a lot of physical defense and magic defense. If he were equipped with all these weapons, Xin Zhongzi would not believe that he could not defeat the leader of the Woma sect. Xin Zhongzi, are you willing to join our guild and overthrow the hegemony of the 36 major families together? Zhang Wenhua finally asked Xin Zhongzi. Hearing Zhang Wenhua's words, Xin Zhongzi shook his head and refused. I'm sorry, I'm used to being free and I don't want to join any faction. Xin Zhongzi had no interest in Zhang Wenhua's invitation. Hearing Xin Zhongzi's refusal, Zhang Wenhua sighed. He was a little disappointed that he failed to persuade Xin Zhongzi to join the guild. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me. Zhang Wenhua said to Xin Zhongzi. Thank you. Xin Zhongzi nodded, thought for a moment, and said to Zhang Wenhua, Uncle Zhang, if you see anyone from the Shen family out in the wild, please tell me their coordinates and I will kill them. Okay, I will inform you the first time I see someone from the Shin family next time, and I can also ask other people in the guild to help keep an eye out, so don't worry. Zhang Wenhua nodded to Xin Zhengzi. Thank you very much. Xin Zhengzi also nodded. Oh, by the way, do you know how to go to the cell to see Sumayan? Xin Zhengzi asked Zhang Wenhua. After hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, Zhang Wenhua thought for a moment and said, if you want to see Sumayan, you can go to the gate of the Biki Palace to find the Biki guards, then pay 100,000 copper coins, and then you can go to the prison to visit Sumayan. Thank you. Xin Zhengzi nodded. It was not surprising for Zhang Wenhua to know that he had 100,000 copper coins, because he had earned 100,000 by selling skill books to Lu Kuan, the chairman of the Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance. Maybe Lu Kuan told Zhang Wenhua about this. But Zhang Wenhua may not know that Xin Zhengzi has already spent all the 100,000 copper coins. After the two of them exchanged some more words, they left. After Zhang Wenhua left, he thought about the feasibility of his previous idea. The idea of going to the Wama temple on the level 30 map at level 20 and getting a Wama horn is pretty crazy. However, it doesn't seem impossible. After thinking about it, Xin Zhengzi went to various stores to repair all his equipment, then bought some medicine, and then quickly headed out of the city. He planned to go to the abandoned mine to kill zombies to level up, and also get some skill books to sell for money. Also, he has not yet learned the skills that he can currently learn, such as the fire resistance ring, the tempting light, and the hellfire. He didn't go to the bookstore to buy these skills because it was not cost effective. He could get them by killing monsters, so why should he buy them at a high price? Half an hour later, Xin Zhengzi arrived at the abandoned mine and began killing zombies. 354. 366. 362. 370. 351. After Xin Zhengzi returned to Bichi City to upgrade his equipment, he could now use one fireball to damage a zombie by nearly 1,800 points. Afterwards, Xin Zhengzi used several lightning spells. 575. 588. 34. With 3 lightning spells, the level 20 zombie's health was directly cleared. More than 10 minutes later, Xin Zhengzi's lightning technique was upgraded from level 0 to level 1. Lightning spell LV1, 0200 consumes 6 mana points to summon a bolt of lightning to attack the enemy, dealing 6 times the magic damage. After the lightning spell was upgraded, the magic damage actually increased from 5 times to 6 times. If the magic damage can be doubled with each level up, then according to the legendary game, the lightning spell can be upgraded to level 4, which means 9 times the magic damage. Awesome! 695. 645. After the lightning technique was upgraded, Xin Zhengzi's damage directly increased from more than 500 points to more than 600 points. Now, Xin Zhengzi only needs 2 fireballs, or 1 fireball and 2 lightning spells to kill a zombie. However, in order to save magic power, Xin Zhengzi chose to kill the target with 2 fireballs. With such a powerful attack, Xin Zhengzi no longer needed to lure monsters after entering the abandoned mine. Even if a group of monsters rushed towards Xin Zhengzi, he only needed to use the kite-flying tactics to pull them away for a distance, and then he could quickly clear out the group of monsters. He can cast a fireball every 2 seconds, and at his fastest, he can kill a zombie in an average of 4 seconds. Of course, it is impossible to achieve the fastest speed, but in the end, Xin Zhengzi also achieved an average of killing a zombie every 6 seconds. Under such circumstances, Xin Zhengzi can kill 10 zombies in 1 minute. Chapter 51 1-Year Countdown. As Xin Zhengzi quickly killed the zombies, his experience points were also increasing rapidly. An hour and a half later, Xin Zhengzi's level rose from 18 to 19. At the same time, Xin Zhengzi also obtained 3 skill books. 2 books on Taoist mental combat techniques and 1 book on Taoist poison techniques are skill books that can be purchased in stores, which makes Xin Zhengzi very disappointed. But soon, Xin Zhengzi became happy. Because the zombies dropped a mage skill book on him, Hellfire. Study. Without any hesitation, Xin Zhengzi chose to study directly. Hellfire LV0, 0100 consumes 5 mana points, summons a 5-meter long flame, dealing double magic burn damage to monsters in its path, lasting 2 seconds. Awesome, Hellfire has been changed into this in this game world, and it also causes continuous damage. After learning Hellfire, Xin Zhengzi pushed his hands forward and circulated his magic power. Suddenly, a 5-meter long tongue of fire spurted out quickly, like the flame sprayed by a flamethrower, and sprayed a full 5 meters away. After learning a new skill, Xin Zhongzi wanted to try it out. Soon, Xin Zhongzi attracted a group of zombies. However, in the process of luring the monsters, he was accidentally attacked twice by zombies. However, the zombies' attack did not cause any harm to him. In fact, the zombies' attack is only 46 points, while Xin Zhongzi's defense is as much as 10 plus 54 108. The lowest defense reaches 64 points, and the highest reaches 118. With such defense, only the zombie's skill attacks can hurt him. However, the zombie skills have a pre-swing, so Xin Zhongzi naturally cannot let the zombie skills hit him. After attracting a large group of zombies, Xin Zhongzi deliberately kept a distance of 2 meters from the zombies. Then he cast a spell Hellfire. The next moment, a tongue of fire spewed out and extended 5 meters in an instant, covering more than 4 zombies. 177, 211. 184, 194. 195, 183. 177, 182. One Hellfire caused a total of more than 1,500 points of damage to the 8 zombies. Although this kind of damage is not great to each monster, the total damage to all monsters is not low. Even with Fireball, a single monster can only lose about 2,000 HP. The most important thing is that Xin Zhongzi's Hellfire is only level 0 now. He should be able to upgrade to level 1 soon, and the damage should be further increased by then. This is indeed the case. In less than half an hour, Xin Zhongzi had inflicted 100 effective Hellfire damages, raising his Hellfire skill from LV0 to LV1. Hellfire LV1, 0200 consumes 8 mana points, summons a 5-meter-long flame, dealing 2.5 times the magic burn damage to monsters in its path, lasting 3 seconds. Hellfire is simply a group attack version of Fireball. However, the amount of magic power consumed by Hellfire was directly increased by 3 points. In addition, to upgrade Hellfire to LV2, you need to reach level 21, and LV3 requires level 26. Therefore, before leaving Beachy City and heading to Mengzhong City, Xin Zhongzi probably wouldn't be able to upgrade his skills to level 2 or above. 223, 264, 244. 281, 272, 232. 235, 256, 249. 243, 248, 258. Sure enough, after Xin Zhongzi upgraded the level of Hellfire, the damage inflicted by Xin Zhongzi skyrocketed, reaching a total of more than 3,000 points of damage. Unfortunately, because the monsters were scattered around when chasing Xin Zhongzi could only hit 4 zombies with 1 Hellfire. If the zombies stand densely in a row, Xin Zhongzi is confident that he can hit more than a dozen zombies at once. In that case, the damage will be off the charts. In order to achieve this, Xin Zhongzi had to stand still and let the zombies hit him, in which case the zombies would gather in front of him. However, Xin Zhongzi would not take the risk, even though his defense was high enough that even the zombies' normal attacks could not break through it. The problem is, once you die in the game world, you are dead, and there is no chance of resurrection. It is extremely foolish to put yourself in danger just to test the maximum damage of a skill. Hellfire only attacks 4 monsters at a time. Although the effect is not satisfactory, Xin Zhongzi can ensure that the zombies cannot attack him. An hour later, Xin Zhongzi's level broke through from level 19 to level 20. Game tip: congratulations on reaching level 20. Please leave Beachy City and head to Mengzhong to complete your job change. Countdown: 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 54 seconds. Just when Xin Zhongzi's level reached 20, the game prompted him to go to Mengzhong and displayed a 1-year countdown. Therefore, according to Zhang Wenhua's guess, when the 1-year countdown ends, even if Xin Zhongzi does not leave Beachy City, he will be teleported to another dimension. Even worse, according to more extreme speculation, those whose countdown ends may be directly eliminated by the game. After all, no one knows what will happen to those who don't leave Beach City after 1 year. Maybe the 36 major families know, but they won't tell others casually. But overall, Xin Zhongzi still has 1 year to stay in this dimension in time. After reaching level 20, Xin Zhongzi continued to kill zombies. Sure enough, after level 20, his experience points stopped increasing. Of course, Xin Zhongzi was not trying to gain experience, but to obtain skill books. At this time, Xin Zhongzi already had 2 books on mental combat techniques, 2 books on poison techniques, and later he obtained a book on lightning techniques from a wizard. Next, Xin Zhongzi needs to get the Fire Ring of Resistance, Light of Temptation, Instant Movement, and Fireball. These skills can be learned by mages below level 20. Compared to warriors who can only learn 2 skills, mages have an outrageous number of skills. In the mine, Xin Zhongzi kept killing zombies. During this process, Xin Zhongzi obtained several sea souls. He removed the sea souls that did not last long enough, and then equipped the intact sea souls. He currently has 20 sea souls equipped. Sea Soul X20 level requirement 15, attack 6200, magic attack 2040, durability 240, weight 12. An hour later, Xin Zhongzi finally got a mage skill book Fireball. Fireball level 0, 100. Consumes 4 mana points to condense a large fireball and launch it. It will burn enemies upon impact, dealing 2.5x your magic attack damage per second for 2 seconds. The big fireball is an upgraded version of the small fireball. The initial damage is 0.5 times greater than that of fireball. Therefore, the fireball is completely useless to Xin Zhongzi now. After learning the fireball, Xin Zhongzi continued to fight. He was lucky this time. Half an hour later, Xin Zhongzi obtained a skill book on resisting fire ring. Study. Without any hesitation, Xin Zhongzi chose to study directly. Resist fire ring LV0, 100 consumes 4 mana, charges for 1 second. Releases a circular energy force that repels players and monsters lower in level than the player by 2 meters. Half an hour later, Xin Zhongzi's fire resistance ring was upgraded to level 1. Resist fire ring LV1, 200 consumes 5 mana, charges for 1 second, releases a circular energy force, driving players and monsters lower in level than the player 3 meters away. According to this situation, if it is level 3, it should be possible to drive monsters and players away 5 meters. Chapter 52 Awesome Instant Movement. Next, Xin Zhongzi kept killing monsters and using the fire resist ring. More than 2 hours later, Xin Zhongzi's fire resistance ring was finally upgraded to level 3. Resist fire ring level 3 consumes 7 mana, charges for 1 second, releases a circular energy force, and repels players and monsters lower in level than the player 5 meters away. With the fire resistance ring, you don't have to worry about monsters that are smaller than you getting close to you. At the same time, with the fire resistance ring, Xin Zhongzi's efficiency in killing monsters has greatly improved. Originally, Xin Zhongzi needed to keep running to lure monsters, which caused the monsters to be some distance apart. After obtaining the fire resistance ring, Xin Zhongzi used it to directly squeeze all the monsters chasing him together. The next moment, Xin Zhongzi quickly stepped forward and then used Hellfire. In an instant, Xin Zhongzi's Hellfire skill can hit 7 or 8 zombies at the same time, causing a total of more than 5,000 damage. Under such circumstances, Xin Zhongzi's efficiency in killing monsters is really ridiculously high. Just after Xin Zhongzi learned the fire resistance ring, he soon obtained the Light of Temptation and Instant Movement. Tempting Light LV0, 100 consumes 4 mana points, can cast spells, has a certain probability of controlling a non-undead monster as your follower, and the control will be lost after the player exits the game. Teleportation level 0, 100 consumes 30 mana points, opens a space channel, allowing the player to teleport randomly within an area. Awesome. Xin Zhongzi can only be described as awesome. These 2 skills are awesome. Light of Temptation can control a monster to act as your fighter or shield. With this skill, the mage's safety is undoubtedly greatly guaranteed. The most amazing thing is the instant movement. This skill, in the online game Legend, may just be a skill that allows the mage to travel faster. However, if it were placed in the current game world, or in reality, it would be an unsolvable escape skill. The mining area is full of zombies, which are undead monsters, so the Light of Temptation is useless. So, Xin Zhongzi decided to try out the instant movement technique. It can move instantly, and it consumes 30 points of magic power to perform 1 cast, which is terrifying. However, having this skill is worth it no matter how much mana is consumed. In order to perform instant movement, Xin Zhongzi needs to concentrate his magic power and quickly carve a magic circle in the void. The first time Xin Zhongzi used teleportation, it took him almost 5 seconds to successfully carve the magic circle. Then, a space channel appeared in front of him. Xin Zhongzi hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the space passage. The next moment, Xin Zhongzi's body appeared in another place in the mine. Because this place has not been cleaned up by Xin Zhongzi, there are a lot of zombies. As soon as Xin Zhongzi appeared, countless zombies rushed towards him quickly. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi quickly cast the fire resistance ring and then the Hellfire. After a few minutes, all the zombies nearby were cleared out. Then, Xin Zhengzi continued to perform instant movement. After several instantaneous movements, Xin Zhengzi found that he seemed to have arrived at the innermost part of the first floor of the mine and entered the vicinity of Area A of the first floor of the mine. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhengzi thought of the Corpse King's palace in the legendary game. I don't know whether the game world created by Tiandao also has the palace of the Corpse King. The Corpse King Palace is a place where advanced skills can be unlocked, which made Xin Zhengzi's eyes light up. After thinking about it, Xin Zhengzi decided to look for the Corpse King Palace. After spending more than 10 minutes in clearing out a large number of zombies along the way, Xin Zhengzi successfully entered Area A on the first floor of the mine. Next, Xin Zhengzi continued to use instant movement, and more than half an hour later, he arrived at the eastern part of the abandoned mining area. 2 hours later, Xin Zhengzi finally found the entrance to the Corpse King's palace. This is a downward sloping passage that can only accommodate one person. Xin Zhengzi walked along the passage for more than 10 meters and came across a stone door. Pushing open the stone door and entering, Xin Zhengzi discovered that there was a space behind the stone door. Roar, roar, roar. The next moment, countless roars rang out. Xin Zhengzi quickly released a fireball, then he looked behind the stone gate, and the next moment his face suddenly changed. Because he found that at this moment, a hall with a length and width of only about 10 meters appeared in front of him. In the main hall, there were more than a dozen zombies that looked very tall, and each of these zombies had an iron chain more than 3 meters long wrapped around their hands. Corpse King, level 35, HP 7000, attack 74 510, physical defense 45, magical defense 42, agility 37. Skill, chain sweep, dealing 5x the attack damage when hitting an enemy, cooldown 5 seconds. Xin Zhengzi saw the monster's information and it turned out to be the Corpse King. The corpse's attack was not very powerful, and it could only scratch Xin Zhengzi's skin. The problem is that the skills of the Corpse King are very terrifying. He can sweep the chains, attack a large area, and deal 5 times the damage. One blow can knock down more than 300 points of Xin Zhengzi's blood. If there is only one Corpse King, Xin Zhengzi might still be able to give it a try, but if there are more than 10, Xin Zhengzi can only run away as far away as possible. If it were in the legend, if Xin Zhengzi appeared in the Corpse King Palace, he would be directly besieged by more than a dozen Corpse Kings. But now, Xin Zhengzi looked at the passage behind him that was slanted upwards and could only accommodate one person or a zombie, and then he thought of a solution. At this time, a group of Corpse Kings were rushing towards Xin Zhengzi. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhengzi quickly stepped back. At the same time, he raised his hand and a fireball accurately hit the Corpse King running in the front. 405. 393. 386. 399. 401. A fireball spell directly knocked away more than 1,900 points of health from the Corpse King in front. At this time, the Corpse King had also entered the passage and quickly attacked Xin Zhengzi. Resist the Ring of Fire. Seeing the Corpse King approaching, Xin Zhengzi quickly used the Fire Resistance Ring. However, the Fire Resist Ring is ineffective against the Lich King because his level is too high. Fireball. Xin Zhengzi hit the Corpse King with another fireball. At this time, the Corpse King also ran to Xin Zhengzi, and then grabbed Xin Zhengzi with one claw. 14. 0. 8. The Corpse King can cause damage to Xin Zhengzi almost every second. Fortunately, in such a narrow passage, the Corpse King can only use normal attacks and cannot use skills. What puzzled Xin Zhengzi was why the Corpse King's normal attack could cause him damage. Xin Zhengzi's physical defense is 10 plus 54 108. If the 23 points are counted accurately, shouldn't his physical defense be at least 87 points? The highest normal attack of the Corpse King is only 84 points. How can it break my own defense? Could it be that accurate attributes cannot increase the upper limit of attack and defense? Xin Zhengzi carefully recalled the effects of accurate attributes in the legendary game. It seems that the accuracy attribute can only increase the chance of hitting monsters, so that the monsters will not be dodged all the time. Yes, in the legendary game, it seems that the luck value increases the attack and defense limits. The higher the luck, the higher the probability of launching a high attack. If the luck can be +9, every hit will definitely deal the highest damage. The reason why Xin Zhengzi used accurate attack damage in the beginning of the game world was because he was the weakness of the monsters he attacked, whether in the Novice Village or in Biki City. In the Novice Village, almost every sword he struck could hit the monster's head. Now after using magic, every one of his spells could hit the monster's head. Even the hellfire only burned the upper body of the monster. Therefore, if accuracy does not increase the attack and defense limits, it is understandable that the zombie can cause damage. Chapter 53 Big Profit. While Xian Zhengzi was thinking about the exact attributes, his hands did not stop. After releasing a fireball, he would switch to lightning. One fireball, 3 lightning spells, and then release another fireball. In this situation, even if the Corpse King has more than 7,000 health points, it is not enough for Xian Zhengzi to defeat him. In less than half an hour, with Xian Zhengzi's 3 fireballs and 6 lightning spells, the Corpse King died instantly. After the death of the Corpse King, his corpse blocked the entire passage and it would take about 2 minutes to dissipate. During this process, the Corpse King behind could not attack Xian Zhengzi, and Xian Zhengzi could not attack other monsters. However, after the Corpse King died, a bubble burst on his body, and there was equipment inside. As long as Xian Zhengzi picks up the equipment, not only will the bubbles disappear, but the corpse of the Corpse King will also disappear. Xian Zhengzi waited for half a minute, and after the health that the Corpse King had previously taken away from him was restored, he chose to pick up the items dropped by the Corpse King. The next moment, a skill book and a piece of equipment appeared in Xian Zhengzi's backpack. Xian Zhengzi looked at the name of the skill book: Trapping Spell. Trapping Spell, Taoist level 28 skill. Seeing the skill book, Xian Zhengzi was a little disappointed. Then he looked at the equipment. Pearl Ring required level 20, Taoist attack 02, durability 5, weight 1. Disappointment. It turned out to be a Taoist's equipment. Just as Xian Zhengzi was looking at the equipment information, the second Corpse King rushed up. Then, the two sides started attacking each other again. In less than half a minute, the second Corpse King also died. This Corpse King gave Xian Zhengzi a level 25 warrior assassination sword technique. The assassination sword technique should be the skill that Xian Zhengzi and Su Mayan saw in reality when someone released sword energy to attack. In the legendary game, the introduction of assassination swordsmanship is as follows: the warrior becomes a symbol of the swordsman, and can use sword energy from a distance to cause great damage to the enemy. It is also the nightmare of the mage, making the enemy terrified. In addition to assassination swordsmanship, this Corpse King also dropped a devil necklace that increases physical attack. This can only be regarded as low-end equipment in the legendary game. It is disappointing. After picking up the skill book and equipment, Xian Zhengzi continued to attack the third Corpse King. After the third Corpse King died, it did not drop any skill book, but it did drop 2 bottles of powerful sun water, which made Xian Zhengzi very happy. Powerful sun water instantly restores 80 health points and 60 magic points or mana. Not bad, a very good life-saving potion. Next, Xian Zhengzi continued to kill the Corpse King. After 7 or 8 minutes, Xian Zhengzi killed all the dozen or so Corpse Kings. Under such circumstances, Xian Zhengzi's gains were also amazing. These Corpse Kings dropped 7 skill books alone. The warrior has assassination swordsmanship and brutal charge. The mage has magic shield and hell lightning. The Taoist priest has 2 magic traps and a ghost shield. These skill books are all good things, but it's a pity that Xian Zhengzi can't learn them. Hell Lightning requires level 30, and Magic Shield requires level 31. In addition to skill books, these dozen or so Corpse Kings also drop some weapons, jewelry, and some potions. The weapons are a warrior's frost condensation and a Taoist's demon subduing. The jewelry includes 2 ebony bracelets, 1 blue crystal ring, 1 blue jade necklace, 1 Taoist bracelet, 1 death glove, and a magic bracelet. The medicines include 6 bottles of strong sun water, 24 bottles of strong wound medicine, and 28 bottles of strong magic medicine. The main gain from this is that the skill books are valuable, the rest are just average. Skill books and weapons that exceed your level, such as the frost sword that can only be equipped at level 25, are probably not wanted in Bitch City and can only be sold to NPCs. As for skill books, those with a learning level higher than level 20 probably won't sell well either. The most popular ones are probably the sword attack and killing skills, the mage's lightning skills, instant movement, or the Taoist summoning of skeletons and soul fire talismans. Especially the summoning of skeletons, which can be said to be a skill that can bring about a qualitative change in the Taoist priest. Xian Zhengzi would not consider buying this skill book without hundreds of thousands of copper coins. Of course, he would not take action now, because he planned to keep it for Su Mayan. After all, Su Mayan was a Taoist priest. He would only consider selling it if he got another skeleton summoning book. After getting rid of the Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace, Xian Zhengzi prepared to go back. However, on the way back, he killed some zombies again and was lucky enough to get a book of instant movement, which was really good. More than an hour later, Xin Zhongzi used instant movement to return to the vicinity of Beachy City, and then entered the city. It moves instantly, but it seems that it is impossible to move directly into the city. After arriving in Beachy City, Xin Zhongzi looked at the friend list and Zhang Wenhua's name was still lit. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Zhang Wenhua. Xin Zhongzi, Uncle Zhang, I have some Taoist skill books here called Soulfire Talismans. Do you want them? As soon as Xin Zhongzi sent the message, Zhang Wenhua couldn't wait to send 3 words. Zhang Wenhua, yes, yes, yes. Without waiting for Xin Zhongzi's reply, Zhang Wenhua continued to send messages. Zhang Wenhua, brother Xin, where are you? I'll be right there. You must give me this Soulfire Talisman. I'll pay you whatever the price is. Xin Zhongzi, okay, since Uncle Zhang wants it, then name your price. I previously sold your guild leader a book on attack and killing swordsmanship for 100,000 copper coins. Xin Zhongzi directly sent the comparison price to Zhang Wenhua. The Taoist Soulfire Talisman is equivalent to the wizard's lightning technique. Logically speaking, it should be inferior to the warrior's attacking sword technique. However, the Soulfire Talisman can be said to be the Taoist's only skill to deal damage to himself. Therefore, the price of this skill book should not be too low. If Zhang Wenhua is willing to pay, as long as it does not exceed his psychological expectations too much, he is still willing to sell it to the other party. If the other party wants to treat him as a fool and wants to get a bargain at a low price, he will not agree. Zhang Wenhua, brother Xin, since the guild president is buying your attack and kill swordsmanship for 100,000 copper coins, I'll give you 100,000 copper coins as well. However, you have to wait for me for a while. I need to borrow some money from some friends. Xin Zhongzi, okay, I'll give this Soulfire Talisman to you, Uncle Zhang. You can contact me when you have enough money. Zhang Wenhua, okay, thank you so much, brother Xin. On the other side, after Zhang Wenhua and Xin Zhongzi finished their conversation, they immediately sent a message to the president. Zhang Wenhua, guild master, please lend me some copper coins. I want to buy a skill book. Lu Kuan, what skill book do you want to buy? How much? Zhang Wenhua, buying the Soulfire Talisman costs 100,000 copper coins. I have 18,000 on me. President, can you lend me 30,000? I'll borrow some from others. Lu Kuan, Xin Zhongzi has another skill book? Zhang Wenhua, yes. Lu Kuan, I'm currently at. Come and ask me for money. I'll lend you 40,000 copper coins. Zhang Wenhua, thank you, President. Soon, Zhang Wenhua rushed to the side of President Lu Kuan at full speed. Lu Kuan traded 40,000 copper coins to Zhang Wenhua face to face. Then he said, it seems that Xin Zhongzi has a way to get skill books. Do you think he went to the Beaky mine to kill zombies? Zhang Wenhua thought for a moment and said, I don't know about that either, but it's highly unlikely. After all, the Beaky City mining area is so dangerous. How could he fight monsters alone? Is there some bug that could cause the card to get stuck? Lu Kuan speculated. I don't know. Even if there is a bug, they won't tell us. Zhang Wenhua thought for a moment and said, is it possible that there are some special NPCs in the Beaky City map that we don't know about, and we can buy high-level skill books from them? It's not impossible. Seeing that Xin Zhongzi was able to chase down a group of people from the Shen family by himself, maybe he even has some high-end jewelry and equipment that we don't know about. Chapter 54, Breaking the Million Mark, Prison Visit. After more than an hour, Zhang Wenhua finally collected 100,000 copper coins and found Xin Zhongzi to trade. After the transaction was completed, Xin Zhongzi received another 100,000 copper coins, which brought his balance to about 120,000. Zhang Wenhua was also very happy because he learned the Taoist's strongest single skill, the Soulfire Talisman. With this skill, as a Taoist priest, he can be said to be a master in Beaky City. In Beaky City, 99.999% of the warriors only have basic swordsmanship. 90.990% of people don't have lightning skills. As for the Soulfire Talisman, there is no need to say more. In Beachy City, Taoist priests have always been just auxiliary roles, and their upgrades are much slower than those of warriors and mages. Seeing Zhang Wenhua happily complete the transaction with him, Xin Zhongzi thought for a moment and said to Zhang Wenhua, Uncle Zhang, I have another Soulfire Talisman here. Can you ask if anyone in your guild wants it? Zhang Wenhua produced a total of 3 Soulfire Talismans. He gave one to Su Mayan and planned to sell the rest. Yes, as long as it's a skill book, I want it. Not only for Taoist priests, but also for mages and warriors. Don't worry, as long as you have the skill book, the price is negotiable. After hearing what Xin Zhengzi said, Zhang Wenhuo agreed without any hesitation. There are so many people in their guild, and there are many high-level players. If the news gets out, someone will buy a soul fire talisman for even hundreds of thousands of copper coins, let alone 100,000. To be honest, it is harder than climbing to the sky to get a skill book like the soul fire talisman in Bichi City. If you want to get an advanced skill book, you have to go to the mining cave. There are densely packed monsters there, and the monsters' damage and agility are higher than those of the players. In this case, no matter how many people form a team and go there, they will only die. After hearing Zhang Wenhuo's words, Xin Zhengzi thought for a moment and said, I have 2 books on swordplay, 3 books on lightning, 4 books on fireballs, and 1 book on soul fire talisman. The attack and kill sword technique is still 100,000 copper coins per copy. The lightning technique is a bit less, 70,000 copper coins. All 3 will cost you 200,000 copper coins. The big fireball doesn't seem as good as the level 3 small fireball, so let's call it 50,000 copper coins per copy. The soul fire talisman is still 100,000 copper coins. In addition, I have some skills that can be bought in the bookstore, including those for warriors, mages, and warlocks. If you want them, I can give you a 20% discount on the bookstore price. How about that? Xin Zhengzi asked Zhang Wenhuo. As Zhang Wenhuo listened to Xin Zhengzi's words, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, when Xin Zhengzi asked Zhang Wenhuo nodded without hesitation, this price is fine. I will notify our president immediately, and he will come over to trade with you right away. Okay. Xin Zhengzi nodded. 10 minutes later, Xin Zhengzi met Lu Kuan, the chairman of the Anti-Imperialist and Anti-Hegemonic League. Brother Xin, Brother Zhang Wenhuo has already told me the situation. I have brought enough money this time. Lu Kuan said to Xin Zhengzi with a smile. Hearing Lu Kuan's words, Xin Zhengzi smiled and nodded. Okay, in that case, let's trade first. I'll trade you the high-level skill book first. Soon, the 2 parties completed the transaction of high-level skill books. These were high-level skill books that could not be bought in bookstores. Xin Zhengzi directly earned 650,000 copper coins, plus the previous 100,000, which was 750,000. After completing the high-level skill transaction, Xin Zhengzi began to trade with Lu Kuan for low-level skill books that could be purchased in the bookstore. Xin Zhengzi gave a 20% discount, but after the transaction, Xin Zhengzi still earned more than 300,000 copper coins. This caused Xin Zhengzi's copper coin balance to directly exceed 1,126,386. 1,126,386 copper coins. This amount of money is enough for Xin Zhengzi to spend for a long time. Brother Xin, add me as a friend. If you need any good skill books in the future, you can contact me directly. Lu Kuan said enthusiastically to Xin Zhengzi. Okay. Xin Zhengzi nodded and then added Lu Kuan as a friend. During the first transaction, neither party mentioned adding friends. From this we can see that Lu Kuan at that time may not have thought much of Xin Zhengzi. But now, Xin Zhengzi has obtained so many skill books at once, so he has to take it seriously. After completing the transaction with Lu Kuan, Xin Zhengzi quickly walked towards the Biki Palace. More than 10 minutes later, he found the Biki guard that Zhang Wenhuo mentioned outside the Biki Palace. Through communication, Xin Zhengzi quickly paid 100,000 copper coins and then met Su Mayan, who was imprisoned in the prison. It is called a prison, but it is actually a small house with a yard inside the palace. The outside of the house is shrouded in a magic barrier, which prevents people inside from coming out and people outside from coming in. When Xin Zhengzi saw Su Mayan, she was staring at the sky in a daze in the small courtyard. Husband. When Su Mayan saw Xin Zhengzi, she immediately showed an expression of surprise. Hubby, I've been locked up here for a month and can't quit the game. My mom and sister will definitely think I died in the game. Don't tell them what happened in the game. I'll go back in a month and explain it to them in person. Okay. Xin Zhengzi nodded in agreement. Wife, if mom and the others think you died in the game, will they blame me? Xin Zhengzi asked with some concern. After that, Su Mayan couldn't quit the game for a month. In this case, it is inevitable that the mother-in-law and sister-in-law will think that Su Mayan has died in the game. If they believed Su Mayan was dead, would they be unkind to him, their son-in-law and brother-in-law? Would they blame him? Would they think he was the one who killed Su Mayan? Don't worry, I understand my mother and sister, they won't blame you. Su Mayan comforted Xin Zhengzi. Why don't I stay in the game for a month like you, and then we can quit the game together? Xin Zhengzi suggested to Su Mayan. Hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, Su Mayan's eyes suddenly became sharp. Xin Zhengzi, you are a man, don't be afraid of this or that, you must be responsible, understand? Okay. Xin Zhengzi nodded. He admitted that he was indeed a little scared. He was worried about how to explain to his mother-in-law and sister-in-law after returning to the real world. After hearing Su Mayan's words, he knew that he had to face it. At worst, he would just pretend that Su Mayan was dead. That way, he could see how his mother-in-law and sister-in-law would treat him now that Su Mayan was gone. If his sister-in-law Su Muchan still regarded him as her brother-in-law, she would not blame him much. Then when Su Muchan enters the game, she will tell her the situation in the game alone, and let her follow Shen Weijuan's model and lead most people out of the novice village and go to Biki City. Why should we follow Shen Weijun's model? Because if Su Muchan was the only one who knew the situation in the game, and she didn't attract more other players at the beginning, then she would probably have a hard time even reaching level 10, let alone opening up a passage to the main city. As for the mother-in-law Shen Shui, you can blame her if you want. After all, in Shen Shui's view, her daughter is gone, but her son-in-law is still alive. Her feelings of losing her daughter are understandable. Of course, if the mother-in-law's attitude towards him is too extreme, such as wanting to kick him out of the house or insulting him, that is another matter. Chapter 55. What a pity, what a pity. 10 minutes later, Xin Zhengzi left the palace. Because of the 100,000 copper coins, you can only visit for 10 minutes. After leaving Biki Palace, Xin Zhengzi quit the game. After exiting the game, Xin Zhengzi soon appeared in his own bedroom in reality. However, the next moment after Xin Zhengzi appeared, he saw his mother-in-law Shen Shui and sister-in-law Su Muchan lying on his and Su Mayan's bed. When Xin Zhengzi entered the game, he was lying on the bed. However, when he came out, because his original place was occupied, he appeared directly on the floor outside the bed. Fortunately, he was standing. Xin Zhengzi's appearance did not make any noise, so he did not wake up his mother-in-law and sister-in-law. He saw that at this moment, his mother-in-law and sister-in-law had fallen into a deep sleep on his and Su Mayan's bed. However, judging from their red and swollen eyes, it can be seen that the two women must have cried before going to bed. Well. Xin Zhengzi sighed and suddenly didn't know what to do. Dad. At this moment, a crisp voice rang out. Xin Zhengzi turned his head and found two cribs on one side of the bed. In one of the cribs, his son was staring at him. Xin Zhengzi, you're back? A surprised voice sounded. Xin Zhengzi turned around and found that his sister-in-law Su Muchan had woken up. Zhengzi, you're back. Hearing Su Muchan's cry, mother-in-law Shen Shui also woke up. When she saw Xin Zhengzi, she also shouted in surprise. At this moment, both Shen Shui and Su Muchan, mother and daughter, showed expressions of great surprise on their faces. Mom, Xiaochan, I'm back. Xin Zhengzi said in a low voice. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Shen Shui nodded and said this, but tears started to flow down her face. On the side, Su Muchan couldn't stop crying. This time, Su Mayan did not come back with Xin Zhengzi. So Shen Shui and Su Muchan were both certain that Su Mayan must have died in the game. For Shen Shui, how could she not be sad when her daughter died? The same goes for Su Muchan. How could she not be sad when her sister died? Grandma, auntie, don't cry. At this time, when the 3-year-old Xiaobao saw his grandmother and aunt crying, his mouth suddenly pouted. My dear little darling, Grandma is not crying. Grandma is happy. Your dad is back. Grandma is very happy. Shen Shui hurried to the crib and held Xiaobao in her arms. At this time, Xin Zhengzi saw that his daughter Wei Wei had also woken up, so he hurried forward and picked up his daughter. Xiao Zhe, you must be hungry. I'll ask Su Muchan to cook right away. Shen Shui asked Xin Zhengzi, holding back her tears. Mom, I'm not hungry. It's okay. We have ready-made meals. We just need to heat them up in the microwave. Brother-in-law, I'll go heat up the food. Su Muchan said, then quickly left the bedroom and headed towards the kitchen. Let's go to the living room and talk. Shen Shui said something to Xin Zhengzi, then carried Xiaobao to the living room. It was around 7 in the morning and it was already light. 10 minutes later, the whole family was sitting around the dining table. Zhangzi, Mu Yan is gone. I know you are very sad, and we are sad too, but you have to cheer up. You still have 2 children. At the dinner table, mother-in-law Xin Shui comforted Xin Zhangzi softly. From her tone, Xin Zhangzi could tell that she had no intention of blaming him. Thinking that Su Mayan had died in the game, Xin Shui not only did not ask others for comfort, but she also comforted others. This situation really touched Xin Zhangzi. What Xin Zhangzi didn't know was that Xin Shui knew her own daughter too well. Her daughter has been a person with strong opinions since she was a child. Her son-in-law Xin Zhangzi has been an orphan since childhood. On the contrary, he has no opinions of his own in most cases. At home, he basically listens to Su Mayan in everything. Now that Su Mayan is gone, Xin Shui just thinks that it was Su Mayan who chose the path herself, and she cannot blame her son-in-law for Su Mayan's death. Moreover, the daughter is gone, but the 2 children left behind by her still need someone to take care of them. What's the point of blaming the son-in-law at this time? As a smart woman, she knows what to say and what to do. Brother-in-law, my sister is gone. We are all very sad, but I know that the saddest person right now must be you. The dead are gone, but the living are still here. You still have Xiaobao and Weiwei, and us, so you must cheer up. On the side, Su Muchan also comforted Xin Zhangzi with gentle words. Xin Zhangzi was a little moved when he heard his sister-in-law's words. He could feel that what Su Muchan said was sincere. Mom, Xiaochan, I'm fine. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Next, don't enter the game. Just raise your 2 children to adulthood. Xin Shui said to Xin Zhangzi. Her daughter is gone, and she doesn't want to see her son-in-law die in the game too. Mom, I know. Xin Zhangzi nodded in agreement. Now, no matter what his mother-in-law says, he will agree to it first. Ding dong. Ding dong. Just as the family was having dinner, the doorbell of the house rang. I'll go open the door. Su Muchan said and took the initiative to open the door. The door opened and 2 middle-aged men were outside. Hello, we are from the FBI. What do you want? Upon hearing that it was the FBI, Xin Zhangzi quickly stood up and asked. At this time, she, the only man in the family, naturally had to stand up. Oh, that's right. We heard that your Su Mayan is a person with superpowers, so the higher-ups asked us to come here to find out more about the situation. The middle-aged man said to Xin Zhangzi. Hearing this, Xin Zhangzi thought of what Zhang Wenhua had said to him in the game before. Zhang Wenhua said that if people in real life knew that Su Mayan was a sorcerer who could heal, someone from a big family would definitely kill him secretly, and then. Now, the FBI already knows about Su Mayan's situation, so how long will it take for the people from those big families to find out? My 2, men, my wife Su Mayan is gone in the game. Xin Zhangzi showed a very sad expression. No more? The 2 FBI people were surprised to hear Xin Zhangzi's words. Can you please let us in and tell us in detail? Okay, please come in. Xin Zhangzi nodded. Soon, 2 middle-aged men entered the room. At this time, they saw Xin Shui and Su Muchan with red and swollen eyes. Soon, both parties sat on the sofa. According to our previous statistics, your wife Su Mayan entered the game on June 6 this year, right? A middle-aged man asked Xin Zhangzi. Hearing this, without waiting for Xin Zhangzi to speak, Xin Shui hurriedly said, Sir, my daughter actually entered the game last year. Her ID card shows that she is 22 years old, but she is actually 23 years old. In other words, Su Mayan entered the game last year, and that's why she became a mutant? Yes. Okay, we get it. By the way, are you sure Su Mayan is gone from the game? Hearing this, Xin Shui and Su Muchan's eyes turned red again, and tears streamed down their cheeks. On the side, Xin Zhangzi also had a sad look on his face. Seeing this situation, the 2 immediately concluded that Su Mayan was indeed gone. If Su Mayan hadn't passed away, her mother and sister wouldn't have cried so hard that their eyes were red and swollen. My condolences. In the end, the 2 FBI agents could only offer their condolences and leave. Shortly after the 2 FBI agents left, a phone call was made. Young Master Rome, we just went to the Su family and learned that Su Mayan had died in the game. What? Dead? Yes, when we went there, Su Mayan's mother and sister had swollen eyes from crying. By the way, young Master Rome, we've discovered something. According to the date of birth on Su Mayan's ID card, she should be 22 years old this year, but her mother said she is 23 and has entered the gaming world since last year. Just ask the neighbors nearby and you'll know. Okay, young Master Rong, let's go ask right away. On the other side of the Magic City, a young man hung up the phone with a look of regret in his eyes. Then he opened his phone and found a photo of a very beautiful woman. What a pity, such a beautiful woman is dead. Chapter 56. Nothing wrong. On the other side, the Magic City. Xiaoxue, Dad will be going to the federal capital in a few years. Come with me then. I'll introduce you to some uncles. Inside the villa, Xiaoxue received a call from her father He Qingyun. Dad, go by yourself. I don't want to go. Xiaoxue refused directly. Xiaoxue, you have inherited your mother's shares, so you should learn how to manage wealth. Otherwise, if your father is gone one day, you will be easily cheated. In addition, making connections is also very important. If you have so much wealth in your hands but don't have some connections, it will easily attract the covetousness of others. What do you think? After hearing what He Qingyun said, Xiaoxue thought about it and felt that it was indeed true. Okay then, call me when you leave. Xiaoxue agreed. It is also possible to meet Lao Deng's partners and make some connections. Xian Cheng. A day passed, and Xian Zhongzi could feel that his mother-in-law Xin Shui and sister-in-law Su Muchan were forcing themselves to smile in front of him. In their opinion, Su Mayan was dead, their closest relative was dead, how could they be happy? However, they felt that Xian Zhongzi should be even sadder, so in front of Xian Zhongzi, not only did they not show their sadness, but they repeatedly comforted Xian Zhongzi and told him not to be sad. The most important thing is that there is a little tale behind Xian Zhongzi. Wherever he went, Su Muchan followed. Su Muchan even stopped going to the martial arts gym, just to keep an eye on Xian Zhongzi, as if she was afraid that he would enter the game. Before, Xin Shui asked Xian Zhongzi and Su Mayan not to enter the game, and then Su Mayan kept saying that it was okay and that she would be careful and would not go to dangerous places. As a result, within a few days, Su Mayan died in the game. In this situation, how could Xin Shui feel at ease about Xian Zhongzi who had finally survived? In the hall. Xian Zhongzi was lying on the sofa, while Su Muchan was lying on another sofa, just looking at Xian Zhongzi. The task given to her by her mother Xin Shui was to not allow her brother-in-law Xian Zhongzi to continue entering the game no matter what. As for Xian Zhongzi's promise not to enter the game, Xin Shui was not at all reassured, because she knew how good the relationship between Xian Zhongzi and Su Mayan was. Brother-in-law, don't blame my mother. She is doing this for your own good. I know. Brother-in-law, do you know why my mother didn't agree to let you and my sister enter the game in the first place? Hearing this, Xian Zhongzi said, because mom thinks that if you walk by the river, your shoes will get wet, right? Yes. Su Mayan nodded, and then wanted to say something, but a footstep was heard. Xian Zhongzi turned around and saw his mother-in-law Xin Shui walking towards him. Xin Shui came and sat down on the sofa next to Su Muchan, looked at Xian Zhongzi, and then said softly, Xiaozhe, do you know why mom opposed you and Su Mayan continuing to enter the game world from the beginning? Mom must be worried about the safety of Su Mayan and me. Xian Zhongzi nodded. Yes and no. Xin Shui nodded, then said, in my life, 4 relatives have already left me in this way. I don't need to tell you about Su Mayan, you know it. Then there's your father-in-law. He and I had already left the game, and Su Muchan was born the following year. I didn't expect that he would secretly enter the game without my knowledge, and he never came out. Finally, there are your grandparents. Not only did they enter the game, they were also powerful magicians and sorcerers. They survived in the game for several years. Your grandpa can cast Fireball, Fire Resistance Ring, Tempting Light, and Hellfire. Your grandma can also cast healing spells, poison spells, and so on. They also told me the names of these magic and spells. Even though they were so powerful, they still died in the game in the end. Having said that, Xin Shui sighed, and then she continued, I know that you are pursuing great power. Everyone wants to possess great power. However, possessing great power also brings extreme danger. I really regret not stopping Su Mayan. If I had known that she would die in the game, I would not have allowed her to continue to enter the game even if I had risked my life. After hearing what his mother-in-law Xin Shui said, Xian Zhongzi felt his throat dry. He didn't expect that his mother-in-law had experienced such a thing. Her parents died in the game, as did her husband. Now, in her opinion, her daughter also died in the game. These can actually be avoided. For example, after surviving the game for the first time, you can stop entering the game world. At this time, Shin Shui looked at Xin Zhengzi with a firm gaze, and then said firmly, Su Mayan is gone, so you can't get into trouble. From now on, I will let Su Muchan follow you every step of the way until the end of the year. If you still recognize me as your mother, don't enter the game. Do you agree? Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi opened his mouth. He couldn't help but want to tell the secret that he could know the memories in the game. However, when leaving the game, Su Mayan still told him not to tell his family. So after thinking about it, Xin Zhengzi nodded and said to his mother-in-law, Mom, don't worry, I won't enter the game. I don't believe your verbal promise. Your father-in-law also promised me the same thing. Shin Shui shook her head, then looked at Su Muchan and said, From now on, you must watch over your brother-in-law, even when he is sleeping. As for your fighting lessons, you can ask your brother-in-law to teach you. His fighting skills are no worse than those of the instructors at the martial arts gym. I understand, Mom. Su Muchan nodded, her tone very firm. Her sister is gone, and she doesn't want her brother-in-law to be gone too, so she has to take care of her brother-in-law. Wait for me. Shin Shui said something and then left the living room. After a moment, she returned to the living room again, but this time, she was holding a pair of handcuffs in her hands. You two, cuff one hand each. Shin Shui handed the handcuffs to Xin Zhengzi. Mom, this is not necessary. Xin Zhengzi felt his scalp tingling. He didn't expect that his mother-in-law would do this to him. No, I have to handcuff you, only then can I feel at ease. Shin Shui shook her head firmly and refused. Brother-in-law, you must listen to Mom. Su Muchan on the side also joined in. Do you still want to enter the game world? Shin Shui asked sternly when she saw Xin Zhengzi's hesitant look. Mom, I'll wear it. Is it okay if I wear it? Xin Zhengzi had no choice but to put the handcuffs on his left hand. On the other side, seeing Xin Zhengzi put on the handcuffs, Su Muchan also put the other side of the handcuffs on her right hand. In this case, Xin Zhengzi could not enter the game. To be honest, as parents and ancestors, we don't want our children to die in the game, so we don't let them enter the game world. Is this wrong? That's right. Although there is a chance of becoming a superior person by entering the game world, the mortality rate is too high. Chapter 57. What did you say? Another 105-star reviews plus more. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the two children went to bed, and the mother-in-law stayed with the two children in the same room. Xin Zhengzi did not return to his bedroom to sleep, but stayed on the sofa with his clothes on. Su Muchan moved another sofa over and slept next to Xin Zhengzi. In order to prevent Xin Zhengzi from playing the game and getting himself killed, the mother-in-law watched him very closely. Xiaochan, do you know the names of your grandparents? On the sofa, Xin Zhengzi couldn't fall asleep, so he started chatting with his sister-in-law. I heard from my mother-in-law Shen Shui that Su Muchan's grandparents survived in the game for several years and knew several kinds of magic. This means that Su Muchan's grandfather should have left the novice village and entered Biki City. I just don't know why I died in the game. Could it be that he was killed by people from the 36 major families after breaking through level 20 and going to Mingzhong? On the other side, after hearing Xin Zhengzi's composition, Su Muchan said, My grandfather's name seems to be Shin Weijun. What? What did you say? What's your name? After hearing Su Muchan's words, Xin Zhengzi began to suspect that he had misheard. Shin Weijun, what's wrong? That way, which Jun? Wei for maintenance, Jun for gentleman. As for my grandmother, her name seems to be He Qingqing. Hearing Su Muchan's words, Xin Zhengzi was a little bit unbelievable. He had heard Shin Weijun's name from Zhang Wenhua in the game. Could it be that Shin Weijun is his mother-in-law's biological father? Do you know when your grandfather passed away? Xin Zhengzi asked Su Muchan. How would I know? My mother never told me the details, but she said that she was only a few years old when my grandfather died, said Su Muchan. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi calculated that according to what Zhang Wenhua said, Shin Weijun was in Biki City about several decades ago, which was almost the same time as the death of Su Muchan's grandfather. As for whether it is the same person, Xin Zhengzi only needs to enter the game and ask Zhang Wenhua whether he knows Su Muchan's grandmother He Qingqing. If Zhang Wenhua knew He Qingqing and said that He Qingqing was Shin Weijun's wife, then it goes without saying that Shin Weijun must be his mother-in-law's father. Zhang Wenhua had said before that Shin Weijun was expelled from the Shin family, so his mother-in-law's father was really killed by people from the 36 major families. Damn the 36 major families, damn the Shin family. At this moment, Xin Zhengze had a strong urge to kill the Shin family and those people from the big families. Only by killing all the people from the 36 major families will ordinary people at the bottom have a chance to come forward. But, in the past few hundred years, no one knows how many ordinary people have been killed by the 36 major families. These are all blood debts. The night passed in a flash, and in the morning, Xin Zhengze seemed to have difficulty breathing, as if a ghost was strangling his neck. As he gradually woke up, Xin Zhengze felt a heavy object pressing on him, and then a hand tightly wrapped around his neck. Xin Zhengze looked closely and found that it was his sister-in-law Su Muchan. No wonder he felt like he couldn't breathe. It turned out that Su Muchan's entire left hand was wrapped around his neck. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhengze was speechless and quickly pushed Su Muchan away. Ouch! With a cry of pain, Su Muchan quickly woke up. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Do you know that you almost broke my neck? Who told you to sleep like this? Xin Zhengze said speechlessly. I don't know. Sorry, brother-in-law. Su Muchan looked and found that it was beginning to get light. She then took the handcuff key from her private area and uncuffed the two men. During the day, she is always watching, so there is no need to worry about Xin Zhengze sneaking into the game, so there is no need to handcuff him during the day. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Xin Zhengze followed Su Muchan to the lawn downstairs. Because Su Muchan has not yet entered the game world, in addition to studying academic subjects, the most important thing for her now is to learn fighting. Xin Zhengze is very good at fighting, so when Su Muchan is watching him closely, he has to teach Su Muchan how to fight. You block with your sword, then use the force to thrust forward, so that you can hit my vital points. Raise the tip of your sword a little higher when you stab me. You don't have to worry about hurting me. A broken wooden sword can't hurt me. On the lawn, Xin Zhengze was guiding Su Muchan in cold weapon combat. Thinking that all players use swords when they first entered the game, Xin Zhengze decided to teach Su Muchan how to fight with a sword. Attack me with all your strength. Half an hour later. Next, I will attack you, and you must dodge, block, and counterattack. Half a day passed quickly and soon it was afternoon. In just half a day, Su Muchan was almost exhausted under Xin Zhengze's high-intensity training. As for Xin Zhengze, because he reached level 20 in the game, the power fed back to reality made his physical fitness become very strong. The amount of training that could tire Su Muchan out like a dog seemed to be nothing to Xin Zhengze. Just when Xin Zhengze was teaching Su Muchan how to fight. Xianzhou City Hospital. A middle-aged man found the hospital director and took out an ID, which immediately made the hospital director become respectful. Check out a woman named Su Mayan. She should have been born in your hospital 22 years ago. The middle-aged man said to the hospital director. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the hospital director looked up in surprise. The Su Mayan you are talking about, is it the Su Mayan who lives in Huilong community? After hearing what the hospital director said, the young man looked at the information in his hand and nodded. Su Mayan's address is indeed written as Huilong community. Hearing this, the dean immediately said, I know this Su Mayan. She works in our hospital. You guys from the hospital? Yes, because she can heal, she was hired as a doctor in our hospital. So that's how it is. Then you can check what year she was born. The young man said to the dean. Okay, I'll have someone check it out right away. Half an hour later. Sir, we have already found out that Su Mayan was born on October 24, 3438. 38 years. That means she is indeed 22 years old this year, not yet 23? That's right. The registration date in our hospital cannot be wrong because we archive the information of children born in the hospital on several servers. One server may have an error, but it is impossible for all servers to have errors. The dean nodded. Hearing this, the young man nodded. Okay, it's okay, go and do your own thing. The young man waved to the dean. Yes, sir. The dean agreed quickly and left. After the dean left, the young man took out his cell phone and made a call. Young Master Rong, I found out that Su Mayan was born in October 1939. She's only 22 years old this year, not yet 23. The young man reported into the phone. Impossible. It's only been a short time since the game world started recruiting new players on June 6 every year. How could Su Mayan have learned supernatural powers in such a short time? There was an incredulous voice on the other end of the phone. At this moment, the dean who had left earlier came back. What else do you have to say? The young man asked the dean with a frown. Sir, it's like this. I don't know why you're looking up Su Mayan's information. Maybe it has something to do with her healing abilities. But I heard from Dr. Lin that Su Mayan's husband seems to be a psychic as well. Su Mayan's husband? How old is her husband? I don't know about that. Chapter 58. Come with us. Young Master Rong, the hospital director, just told me something. He said Su Mayan's husband is also a psychic. Young Master Rong, do you need me to check on Su Mayan's husband? Let's check it out. An hour later, the young man arrived at the second municipal hospital and quickly found the hospital leader. Please check for me a person named Xin Zhongzi. His ID number is. Show me his birth record here. Half an hour later. Sir, this Xin Zhongzi was born in September of 1938. Very good. After leaving the hospital, the young man called again. Young Master Rong, I found out that Su Mayan's husband, Xin Zhongzi, was also born in 1938 and is only less than a month older than Su Mayan. Go check and see if Xin Zhongzi is a person with special abilities. Okay, young Master Rong, but what if the other party is a person with superpowers? I'm just an ordinary person. I'll ask Shinsan to fly over to help you right away. No matter whether Xin Zhongzi is a person with superpowers or not, just capture him to me. The voice on the other end of the phone said lightly. Okay, young Master Rong, I will bring Xin Zhongzi here as quickly as possible. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Xin Zhongzi, his mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and his 2 children were having dinner. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. I'll open the door. Xin Zhongzi quickly stood up and walked over to open the door. The door opened, and outside was a middle-aged man and a young man. Xin Zhongzi had met the middle-aged man before he had been here yesterday. As for the young man, Xin Zhongzi had never seen him. FBI, you are Xin Zhongzi, right? Please come with us. The middle-aged man said to Xin Zhongzi. What's wrong? What's wrong? At this time, Shin Shui hurried over and asked the 2 FBI people. Miss Shin, we are from the FBI. We need to take your son-in-law Xin Zhongzi to the FBI. May I ask if my son-in-law has committed any crime? I can't tell you that, but we need to take Xin Zhongzi to the FBI. The middle-aged man said calmly. No, my son-in-law has committed no crime. You can't take him away for no reason. Shin Shui quickly refused and protected Xin Zhongzi behind her. Miss Shin, are you trying to stop the Joint Security Investigation Bureau from investigating the case? You want to take my son-in-law away, do you have a warrant? We asked Xin Zhongzi to go to the FBI to assist us with a case. We will release him after the case is completed. Don't worry. The middle-aged man said to Shin Shui. No, you have to first tell me what case you want my son-in-law to help with. Shin Shui quickly refused. Being in his 40s and with some rich life experience, she could see the ill intentions in the 2 people's eyes as they looked at Xin Zhongzi. Miss Shin, we suspect that your son-in-law Xin Zhongzi is related to the death of your daughter Su Mayan, so we need to take him back for investigation. Please don't stop us from handling the case. The middle-aged man said coldly. What? Shin Shui was shocked when she heard the middle-aged man's words. On the side, Su Muchan heard the middle-aged man's words and looked at Xin Zhongzi in disbelief. After hearing this, Xin Zhongzi frowned immediately, and then his eyes turned unfriendly when he looked at the middle-aged man. This man dared to say in front of his mother-in-law that he might have killed Su Mayan, which made Xin Zhongzi very angry. What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts? Xin Zhongzi stared at the middle-aged man fiercely, his eyes full of murderous intent. At this time, Shin Shui reacted. She stopped in front of Xin Zhongzi and shouted at the middle-aged man, What nonsense are you talking about? My daughter entered the game world and didn't come out. What does this have to do with my son-in-law? Miss Shin, I have a reason for saying this. A few days ago, your son-in-law, Xin Zhongzi, was browsing the internet on his phone and searched for topics on how to kill someone without anyone noticing. Now that Su Mayan is dead, we have reason to suspect that Xin Zhongzi killed Su Mayan in the game. Hearing this, Shin Shui turned to look at Xin Zhongzi. Although she didn't believe what the middle-aged man said, she wanted Xin Zhongzi to give an explanation. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't kill Su Mayan, nor did I search for what he said. He framed me. Xin Zhongzi almost exploded with anger. Xin Zhengzi didn't feel anything about his mother-in-law's doubts. If it were him, he would also have doubts if it concerned his own daughter. After all, the other party is from the FBI and is an official. For example, a policeman tells you that your son-in-law may have killed your daughter and needs to be taken to investigate. If it were you, what would you do? Protect your son-in-law with all your strength? What if the daughter was really killed by her son-in-law? Let the police take him away, maybe they can find out the truth. On the other side, seeing Xin Zhengzi's angry look, the middle-aged man took a step back and retreated to the side of the young man. Then he said to Xin Zhengzi calmly, "You know whether I'm talking nonsense or not, so you should come with us to the FBI and explain your situation clearly. If you haven't committed any crime, we will naturally release you." Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi took a deep breath. Calm down, he needs to calm down. Okay, I'll go with you. Xin Zhengzi didn't want to get entangled with the FBI in front of his mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and children. People said he was suspected of murdering his wife and needed to be taken back for investigation. What's the point of him making excuses here? It only makes people more suspicious. In addition, he felt a vague sense of danger from the young man in front of him. He didn't dare to fight with the other party here because he was afraid of hurting his mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and his 2 children. So, instead of getting entangled, it's better to follow the FBI. Of course, the reason why Xin Zhengzi agreed to go to the FBI was not only because he didn't want to argue with the other party in front of his mother-in-law, but also because he could move instantly, so he was not worried about what the other party could do to him. At worst, if you encounter danger, you can just move away instantly. If all else fails, he can still enter the game world. Hands out. At this time, the young man took out a pair of handcuffs and ordered Xin Zhengzi. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi glanced at him indifferently and then stretched out his hands. "Mom, I'm going to cooperate with the investigation. You have to believe me. I will never hurt Shayan, because killing her will not benefit me in any way." Hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, Xinshui nodded. "Mom believes you, Mom will go to the investigation bureau with you." After saying that, Xinshui looked at the 2 FBI agents and said, "As Xin Zhengzi's family member, I have the right to go to the FBI to find out what happened, right?" "Sure." The middle-aged man nodded. "In that case, let's go together." Hearing this, Xinshui instructed Sumu-chan, take good care of the 2 children at home. Your brother-in-law and I will go to the FBI. Chapter 59 Go Kill Her. Soon, under the escort of 2 FBI officers, Xin Zhengzi and his mother-in-law Xinshui followed into a police car. However, during this process, many neighbors in the community saw Xin Zhengzi wearing handcuffs. It probably won't be long before rumors start flying everywhere. Xin Zhengzi had no choice but to deal with this situation. He couldn't possibly kill 2 FBI agents with magic. Although it was satisfying to kill 2 people, what about my mother-in-law and sister-in-law? What about the 2 children? Although it is indeed infuriating that the FBI framed him. But for the sake of his family and children, he had to endure it. Police cars are driving fast in the city. 10 minutes later, the police car left the city, and soon the police drove into a country road. "Didn't you say we were going to the FBI? Where are you taking us?" Seeing this situation, Xin Zhengzi frowned and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? Our FBI Secret Service is right here." The middle-aged man said calmly to Xin Zhengzi. On the other side, the young man sitting in the passenger seat was watching Xin Zhengzi vigilantly. Half an hour later, the police car stopped at a lawn. There was a helicopter parked on the lawn. The middle-aged man drove the police car near the helicopter, and then the middle-aged man and the young man got out of the car at the same time. "Xin Zhengzi, come down." The middle-aged man gave Xin Zhengzi a cold instruction. "You're not from the FBI? Who are you and what do you want to do?" At this time, Xinshui realized that the other party's purpose in bringing them here was definitely not simple. If they were from the FBI, they should have been taken to the FBI. How could they be brought here? On the other side, Xin Zhengzi also realized that something was wrong, so he began to struggle to break free from the handcuffs. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not break free from the handcuffs. In this situation, he could only quickly cast a fireball spell and then place the iron chain in the middle of the handcuffs on the fireball to burn. However, even if he burned the chain red hot, he couldn't break it. On the contrary, the huge high temperature transmitted by the burning iron chain made Xin Zhengzi feel the heat of the handcuffs, which was probably enough to burn his hands and cause blisters. "You really are a magician." Seeing Xin Zhengzi use fireball magic to burn the chain, the middle-aged man said lightly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he turned to look at the young man. "Third master, it's up to you from now on." After the middle-aged man said this, he retreated directly behind the young man. "Xin Zhengzi, will you come with me obediently, or do you want me to break your hands and feet and take you away?" The young man looked at Xin Zhengzi and said lightly. In the car, seeing that the fireball spell could not burn the handcuffs in a short time, Xin Zhengzi immediately gave up. At this moment, his entire mind was focused on the young man. Because Xin Zhengzi felt extreme danger from this man. "Who are you? What are you going to do?" Xin Shui, who was standing aside, asked the two people loudly. "Shut up." The young man frowned, then said to the middle-aged man, "I'll go catch Xin Zhengzi, you go kill that woman." After the young man said this, he quickly walked towards Xin Zhengzi. "Okay, third master." On the other side, after hearing the young man's instructions, the middle-aged man hurriedly walked towards the car door on Xin Shui's side. In the car, Xin Shui's face turned pale with fright when she heard the young man asking the middle-aged man to kill him. When Xin Zhengzi heard this, he was filled with anger. Unexpectedly, the other party not only arrested him, but also wanted to kill his mother-in-law. So Xin Zhengzi had no more reason to tolerate such a person. Lightning magic. Without any hesitation, Xin Zhengzi used lightning magic directly on the young man. This young man was the one who made Xin Zhengzi feel extremely dangerous. Therefore, he must use all his strength to kill the other party. As Xin Zhengzi released his lightning technique, the next moment, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and instantly hit the young man. What? Lightning magic, how is it possible? The young man was hit by the lightning spell instantly, and the shock on his face froze instantly. The huge power of the lightning spell caused the young man to be seriously injured. The young man quickly rushed towards the car door where Xin Zhengzi was, trying to open the door and pull Xin Zhengzi out. However, boom boom boom. Lightning spells fell one after another. After a moment, the young man fell to the ground. On the other side, the moment the middle-aged man saw Xin Zhengzi perform lightning magic, he realized that something was wrong, and without saying a word, he ran away. However, just when he ran to a distance of nearly 30 meters from Xin Zhengzi, the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck and accurately hit the middle-aged man. After being struck by lightning, the middle-aged man, as an ordinary person, fell directly to the ground and died beyond death. After killing the middle-aged man, Xin Zhengzi's lightning technique continued to attack the young man lying on the ground. After firing more than a dozen lightning spells and consuming most of his magic power, Xin Zhengzi finally stopped attacking. Next, he opened the car window and threw a fireball at the young man lying on the ground. Soon, the fireball attached to the young man's head and began to burn. 5 seconds later, an area of the young man's head had been burned to charcoal by Xin Zhengzi's fireball technique. Call. Only after confirming that the other party was indeed dead did Xin Zhengzi breathe a sigh of relief. The fact that he was able to kill the other person only meant that the other person was careless. I guess the other party didn't expect that I could use lightning magic. Judging from the other party's situation, this young man should be a warrior, probably around level 20. As for why the other party gave Xin Zhengzi a feeling of extreme danger, it was naturally because the mage and the warrior were so close. In the game, although Xin Zhengzi is a mage, he wears enough equipment and the warriors have no way to deal with him. But now it is reality, and his physical fitness is naturally no match for the warriors. Fortunately, lightning magic can be released through the car door. If he only knew fireball magic, he would probably be in trouble today. Just when Xin Zhengzi breathed a sigh of relief after killing 2 people, on the other side, Xin Shui was stunned. She saw her son-in-law kill 2 people with her own eyes, which was a great shock to her. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Although the son-in-law killed someone, his purpose was to save her. If it weren't for her son-in-law, she would probably be in great danger today. Therefore, she usually doesn't blame her son-in-law for killing people. However, how to deal with the aftermath? This made Xin Shui a little embarrassed. Mom, are you scared? Xin Zhengzi turned to ask his mother-in-law. No, no. Xin Shui shook her head. I'll go look for the key to the handcuffs on that person. Mom, you sit in the passenger seat. We'll leave here soon. Xin Zhengzi said to his mother-in-law. Oh, okay. Xin Shui nodded in agreement when she heard Xin Zhengzi's words. Xin Zhengzi opened the car door, got out and came to the young man's body. He squatted down and began to search his pockets. Soon, Xin Zhengzi found the handcuff key. If it's not convenient for you, I'll open it for you. Xin Shui's voice sounded. Xin Zhengzi turned around and saw his mother-in-law coming over. Thank you, Mom. Xin Zhengzi nodded and quickly handed the handcuff key to Xin Shui. Soon, Xin Zhengzi's handcuffs were opened. Xiao Zhe, what should we do next? Xin Shui asked Xin Zhengzi. Let's find a place to dispose of the body first. As Xin Zhengzi spoke, he directly picked up the young man's body, opened the door of the back seat of the police car, and threw the man on the back seat. Afterwards, Xin Zhengzi walked to the middle-aged man's body, brought the middle-aged man's body to the police car, and threw his body in the back seat. After doing all this, Xin Zhengzi said to his mother-in-law Xin Shui, Mom, get in the car. You sit in the passenger seat. Hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, Xin Shui nodded quickly. Chapter 60, Destroying the Corpse. After Xin Shui sat in the passenger seat, Xin Zhengzi sat in the driver's seat. Find something to cover your face so that you don't get caught by the surveillance camera. Xin Zhengzi instructed his mother-in-law. Okay. Xin Shui nodded, then hid under the driver's seat. This way, the surveillance camera would not be able to capture her. On the other side, Xin Zhengzi put on the hat of his clothes and then covered his face with socks. At this time, he couldn't care less. Then, he opened his mobile phone to check the map of the surrounding area. After a moment, he drove the police car in one direction. Half an hour later, Xin Zhengzi drove to a national highway. After seeing that there was no surveillance nearby, he stopped. Mom, get out of the car first and take a taxi back. I'll go and deal with this car and the body. Xin Zhengzi whispered to his mother-in-law. Okay. Xin Shui nodded, then got out of the car and left. Take my cell phone with you. Xin Zhengzi handed his cell phone to Xin Shui. His phone has a location function, and since he is dealing with a corpse, he naturally cannot carry it with him. Xin Shui got off the car with Xin Zhengzi's cell phone. Next, Xin Zhengzi continued driving. More than 2 hours later, it was completely dark and Xin Zhengzi drove to an uninhabited mountain forest. Fireball. Fireball. After parking the car, Xin Zhengzi cast several fireball spells at the car. Moments later, the car burst into flames. Before long, the car was burned to a skeleton, and the two bodies inside the car were burned to ashes. Next, Xin Zhengzi cleaned up some traces and then quickly left. Xin Zhengzi only hoped that these two people were pretending to be from the FBI and that no one knew they were looking for him. However, after what happened today, he knew that his family had to move. Especially his mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and his two children. It was too dangerous to continue staying here. Xin Zhengzi was not sure whether the other party would come looking for him again, nor was he sure whether the other party had anyone strong enough to kill him easily. So now, they have to move, preferably to the countryside. On a small path, Xin Zhengzi was running quickly. More than half an hour later, Xin Zhengzi finally arrived at the national highway. After waiting for a few minutes, a truck came driving quickly. Just when the truck was about to miss him, Xin Zhengzi followed directly behind the truck, keeping the same speed as the truck, and then quickly climbed up from behind the truck. More than an hour later, Xin Zhengzi successfully returned to Qiancheng. More than half an hour later, Xin Zhengzi stole a car and successfully returned home. Ding dong. Ding dong. Who? Mom, it's me. Soon, the door opened, and inside appeared the mother-in-law Xin Shui and sister-in-law Su Muchan, who looked nervous. Mom, we have to move right now and hide somewhere where no one knows us. I don't know why they came after me, but I killed someone, and I'm afraid they'll send someone else after me. By then, I probably won't be able to handle them. Xin Zhengzi quickly whispered to Xin Shui. After hearing what Xin Zhengzi said, Xin Shui thought about it and nodded. Okay, we will move right away. Don't pack your things at home, just leave. Also, leave your cell phones and other things behind, otherwise I'm afraid the other party will be able to locate us using the cell phones. Xin Zhengzi said to his mother-in-law. After hearing what Xin Zhengzi said, Xin Shui quickly asked, what if we leave our phone behind and have no money? In this era, paper money has long become history. If you don't have a mobile phone, it means you don't have any money to buy things. Don't worry, Mom. I have a way. More than 10 minutes later, the family, holding their two children, left the community under the cover of night and got into the car that Xin Zhengzi had stolen earlier. In the car, Xin Zhongzi had already bought a variety of food, enough for the family to eat for a month. More than 10 hours later, Xin Zhongzi drove away from Chenqing City with his mother-in-law, sister-in-law and 2 children, and then came to the depths of the Qinling Mountains. This was the location of Xin Zhongzi's hometown in his previous life. Xin Zhongzi drove the car to a county town, then got a farm vehicle without navigation and positioning, and took his family deep into the mountains. Xin Zhongzi is okay. His hometown from more than 1,000 years ago is no longer inhabited. Most people have probably moved to the city. Finally, Xin Zhongzi parked a 3-wheeled motorcycle less than 10 kilometers away from his hometown village because there was no road further in. Originally, there was a cement road in Xin Zhongzi's hometown in his previous life, but now, the cement road is also covered with trees and vegetation. Under such circumstances, Xin Zhongzi decided to take his family on foot into the mountains. Xin Zhongzi decided to take his mother-in-law and sister-in-law to live in his hometown in his previous life for a while. Wait and see what happens before deciding what to do. A few hours later, Xin Zhongzi and his family trekked through mountains and rivers and arrived at a canyon surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. There is a stream in the canyon and a cave on one side of the mountain wall. In his previous life, Xin Zhongzi often came to this cave to play, but he didn't expect that after so many changes in the world, this place had been abandoned and turned into a deep mountain forest. Next, Xin Zhongzi prepared to live in this cave with his family. After that, Xin Zhongzi spent 2 hours moving all the items in the car into the cave. At this time, the cave had been cleaned out by my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. The 2 of them built a simple bed with some wooden boards, and then spread the bedding they brought on it, so they had a place to sleep. Next, Xin Zhongzi began to cut trees nearby. He planned to build a fence and wall outside the cave to prevent it from being attacked by wild beasts at night. Around 7 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was setting. At this time, my mother-in-law Xin Shui had already prepared a meal. At the dinner table, Xin Zhongzi was eating while considering whether to tell his mother-in-law and sister-in-law about what happened in the game. This time, his mother-in-law and sister-in-law followed him to live in seclusion in the deep mountains and forests without any complaints. Along the way, the 2 women took very good care of his 2 children. It can be seen that both the mother-in-law and the sister-in-law are very reliable. In addition, when they believed that Su Mayan died in the game, they did not change their attitude towards him as their son-in-law and brother-in-law. Instead, they treated him better. All this touched Xin Zhongzi deeply. In addition, Xin Zhongzi felt that his memory was not blocked by the game, and it was not a big secret that could not be told to his mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Of course, the most important thing is that the embarrassing situation they are facing now makes the mother-in-law and sister-in-law very uneasy. If they knew the situation in the game and knew that Su Mayan is still alive, they might be more stable. Chapter 61, Extremely Stupid. Also, if Xin Zhongzi didn't say this, his mother-in-law would definitely not let him enter the game. She was afraid that he would die in the game. In the eyes of mother-in-law Xin Shui, Xin Zhongzi is the only man in the family now. At this moment, Xin Zhongzi has become the pillar of the entire family. If the mainstay also died in the game, it would be like the sky falling and the earth collapsing. However, now Xin Zhongzi has to improve himself in the game. Finally, his biggest secret is actually the ability to stack equipment, and he will not tell this secret to anyone, including his children. As for the memories in the game, it doesn't matter. In addition, he also planned to tell this secret to everyone in the world after he grew up. In this way, all ordinary people around the world will have a great opportunity to develop in the game. By then, the 36 major families will be directly collapsed by the impact of the huge number of game players. You 36 major families dare to kill a small number of ordinary players and prevent them from improving and strengthening themselves. But what if the number of ordinary players reaches hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions? At that time, would your 36 major families dare to kill so many people? And if many people enter Mengzhong at the same time, can your 36 major families kill them all? At that time, if your 36 major families still insist on going against ordinary players around the world, then as long as someone develops in the high-level maps, your 36 major families will be liquidated sooner or later. Moreover, if the 36 major families carry out a large-scale massacre of ordinary players in the advanced map area, then in the future of Biki City, none of your 36 major families will survive. So, after some consideration, Xin Zhongzi decided to tell his mother-in-law and sister-in-law about what happened in the game. Mom, Xiaochan, I'm going to tell you something next. Please don't be too surprised. After dinner, Xin Zhongzi called his mother-in-law and sister-in-law over. What's the matter? Sumu-chan asked hurriedly. Mom, Xiao-chan, actually, my memory was not blocked by the game. Do you believe it? Xin Zhongze asked his mother-in-law and sister-in-law. What's the meaning? That is, I can remember everything that happened in the game world. Impossible. After hearing Xin Zhongze's words, Xin Shui directly denied it. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Xin Zhongze said quickly. Impossible. Xin Shui just shook her head. Then she said, the gaming world has existed for hundreds of years. During these hundreds of years, all countries and forces around the world have made various attempts to obtain information about the gaming world. However, no matter how hard they try, no individual force can convey the situation inside the game. Before Xin Zhongze could speak, his mother-in-law Xin Shui continued. For example, many people have thought that the time spent exiting the game could be used to transmit digital information. For example, after entering the game, if you exit within an hour, your score will be 0, and if you exit after an hour, your score will be 1. The computer's operating logic is composed of zeros and ones, which can transmit information. Sumu-chan's grandparents also did this experiment back then, but the result was that every time they came back, the result was 1. If quitting the game within 1 hour didn't work, they decided to make it 0 if they quit the game within 2 hours, or within 5 hours, and finally within a day. However, no matter how they set it up, as long as they enter the game with the idea of passing on information, the answer they get will always be 1. Don't even mention that quitting within 1 day counts as 0. If you set it as 0 if you quit within 30 days, then you'll definitely quit the game on the 31st day. It'll be like this almost every time, without any exceptions. After hearing what his mother-in-law said, Xin Zhongze finally understood why the real world had no idea about the situation in the game world for hundreds of years. In the real world, the greatest understanding of the game world is probably the skills acquired in the game world. Professional skills are also the only things that can be carried out in the game world. For example, if you learn the fireball technique in the game world, then after returning to reality, even if you forget all your memories in the game world, you will not forget the knowledge and insights of the fireball technique. In addition, the master's magic power, the Taoist priest's mana, etc. can also be brought out of the game. For hundreds of years, countless people around the world have conducted countless experiments, but no one has been able to obtain the information in the game. Xin Shui's parents are both veteran players in the gaming world, so Xin Shui knows more about the real-life situation of gaming than most people. So, after hearing Xin Zhongze's words, she firmly stated that it was impossible. She firmly believed that Xin Zhongze could not possibly know what was happening in the game. Mom, everything I said is true. Can you please listen to me and tell you carefully? Xin Zhongze said to his mother-in-law sincerely. After hearing what Xin Zhongze said, Xin Shui thought about it, then nodded. Okay, go ahead, I want to hear what you have to say. After hearing Xin Shui's words, Xin Zhongze nodded, and then he began to talk about the situation in the game. Xin Zhongze appeared in the novice village, then discovered the barrier in the novice village, and then used the barrier to kill monsters and level up. After reaching level 2, he can exit the game, and after exiting the game, his memory is not blocked. Mom, actually, I entered the game again the same night I returned to reality. I exploited some loopholes and successfully raised my level to level 7. That's how I learned the fireball technique. After that, I helped Su Mayan level up. She was a monster that could kill monsters above her level, so she leveled up very quickly. It was precisely because I wasn't blocked from my memories by the game world that I was able to level up so quickly, learn the fireball technique, and level up with Su Mayan, allowing her to learn the healing technique. It took us less than a week to master the fireball technique and the healing technique. Mom, have you ever heard of anyone who can learn supernatural powers in such a short time? Xin Zhongze asked his mother-in-law Xin Shui. I've never heard that Sumu-chan's grandparents lived in the game world for several years. They learned a lot of information from many channels in reality. Based on this information, I know that it will take at least several months to learn supernatural powers. Hearing this, Xin Zhongze nodded and said, reaching level 7 and learning professional skills in just a few months is already very good. However, level 7 is just the beginning in the gaming world. Next, Xin Zhongze told his mother-in-law about her and Su Mayan's journey from the novice village to Bich City. Finally, he also talked about his encounter with Ying Shui in the novice village. That Ying Shui is said to be the daughter of a wealthy family. Su Mayan once asked Ying Shui some secrets in the game and asked me to tell her after returning to reality. She must have contacted Ying Shui in reality, and the 1 million yuan must have been given to her by Ying Shui. What? Hearing what Xin Zhengzi said, mother-in-law Shen quickly interrupted what Xin Zhengzi was about to say. You said Su Mayan contacted that he Xue in real life? Mother-in-law Shen Shui asked Xin Zhengzi. It should be. Xin Zhengzi nodded. Stupid, really stupid. Chapter 62 Suspicion. Hearing that Su Mayan had contacted He Xue in reality, Shen Shui's face turned very ugly, and she directly called Su Mayan stupid, extremely stupid. After cursing for a while, mother-in-law Shen Shui finally asked Xin Zhengzi, tell me the truth. You were kidnapped and I was almost killed. Was it because Su Mayan contacted that He Xue? Was the person who kidnapped you that He Xue? Also, Su Mayan died in the game. Was it He Xue who did it? Shen Shui asked Xin Zhengzi with a very sure expression. In her opinion, it was Su Mayan who exposed Xin Zhengzi's secret, which led to He Xue killing Su Mayan in the game and then sending people to kidnap Xin Zhengzi in reality. Yesterday, the two people who claimed to be from the FBI obviously kidnapped Xin Zhengzi, not killed him. The other party's purpose yesterday was probably to kidnap Xin Zhengzi by helicopter. Because she had to go to the investigation bureau with Xin Zhengzi yesterday, and because she was of no value, the other party decided to kill her before boarding the plane. I figured it all out. The root of everything is He Xue. The stupidest person was his own daughter Su Mayan, who was so stupid as to reveal her husband's secret and ask others for money in real life. This not only caused her to kill herself, but also almost killed her family in real life. Mom, you're wrong. Xin Zhengzi didn't know what his mother-in-law was imagining. He quickly said, actually, Su Mayan is not dead. She's just been locked up in the prison in Biki City. Will she be released in a month? As for the fact that we were kidnapped, Xin Zhengzi wanted to say that it had nothing to do with He Xue, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. Is it really okay? It doesn't seem necessarily. What if it really was He Xue who did it? When He Xue was in the game, she must have known how scary she was, and perhaps she didn't dare to provoke herself. But in reality, He Xue's memories in the game will be blocked. At that time, she was the eldest daughter of a top merchant family. With her financial resources and power, she was able to send someone to kidnap him. Brother-in-law, you said my sister is not dead and she will be able to come out in a month? At this time, Sumu-chan on the side hurriedly asked Xin Zhengzi. Yes, your sister is indeed not dead, she is just locked up. Then, Xin Zhengzi told Sumu-chan and his mother-in-law Shen Shui why she was locked up. Xiao Zhe, are you telling the truth? The mother-in-law asked Xin Zhengzi hurriedly. Hearing that her daughter was not dead, Shen Shui lost her composure. Mom, it's true. Xin Zhengzi's tone was very firm. Okay. That's great. Shen Shui was very happy to hear that Xin Zhengzi confirmed that Su Mayan was not dead. Mom, aren't you afraid that I'm lying to you? Xin Zhengzi asked his mother-in-law. No, I believe what you say now. Without waiting for Xin Zhengzi to speak, Shen Shui continued, first, you and Su Mayan were able to learn the skills in less than a week, which means you must have a secret. Then, the 1 million that Su Mayan received should have been given by He Xue. As for whether you are lying to me or not, we will know the answer in a month. Besides, even if you lied to me, it would still make me happy for a month. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi nodded slightly. Being able to meet Su Mayan's family, being able to marry Su Mayan, and having such an understanding mother-in-law and sister-in-law is the greatest blessing in his life. By the way, Mom, I heard about Su Mayan's grandfather in the game world. Xin Zhengzi thought of what Zhang Wenhua had told him about Shen Weijun. Oh? Tell me about it. Shen Shui immediately became interested when she heard Xin Zhengzi talking about his father. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhengzi quickly told what he had heard about Shen Weijun's situation. Zhang Wenhua told me that Shen Weijun is from the Shen family in the federal capital. However, because he betrayed the Shen family and opposed them, he was eliminated by the powerful members of the Shen family in the game. Bullshit, the Shen family is really talking bullshit. Hearing someone say that her biological father had betrayed the Shen family, mother-in-law Shen Shui became emotional. Mom, is the Shen Weijun that Zhang Wenhua mentioned Su Mayan's grandfather? Xin Zhengzi asked Shen Shui. Yes. Shen Shui nodded, my father is indeed from the Shen family, but he has a blood feud with the Shen family. The Shen family tortured my grandmother to death in front of my father. My grandmother's surname is also Shen, but she has nothing to do with the Shen family in the imperial capital. My grandmother was also a psychic who mastered the art of fireballs, but after her powers were exposed, the Shin family secretly killed my grandmother's original husband and her 2 children. After that, the Shin family wanted to take my grandmother as a concubine. My grandmother refused, so the Shin family threatened my grandmother's family and forced my grandmother to marry someone from the Shin family. In the end, my grandmother gave birth to my father, Shin Wei-jun. Later, by chance, my grandmother learned that her original husband and child were killed by the Shin family. Later, her family even designed to have her marry into the Shin family as a concubine. So, my grandmother hated the Shin family so much that she killed several of them and then ran away from the Shin family with my father. Later, my grandmother was found by the Shin family and tortured to death in front of my father. My father was not killed because he had the blood of the Shin family, but he was also directly expelled from the Shin family. After a pause, Shin Shui continued to say to Xian Zhengzi, "You said that my father was against the Shin family in the game, so it should be that my father was seeking revenge on the Shin family. As for my father betraying the Shin family, my father never considered himself a member of the Shin family. His surname, Shin, is from my grandmother." After hearing what his mother-in-law Shin Shui said, Xian Zhengzi thought of what Zhang Wenhua said. He said that if Su Mayan revealed her identity as a healer, she would soon be targeted by the big families. At that time, those big families will secretly kill me and then let their children take Su Mayan as a concubine. Before, Xian Zhengzi was still a little skeptical. But now, I heard what my mother-in-law said about her grandmother. Xian Zhengzi knew that this was most likely true. However, judging from the mother-in-law's attitude, she probably doesn't know that this kind of situation is often done by big families. She probably still thought that her grandmother's case was just an isolated case. Otherwise, when she learned that Su Mayan's healing skills had been exposed, she would definitely help her hide it first instead of agreeing to let Su Mayan go to work in the hospital. After thinking for a moment, Xian Zhengzi said to his mother-in-law, Shin Shui, "Mom, actually, when I was in the novice village, I killed someone who claimed to be a direct descendant of the Shin family. He said that the Shin family's ancestor left a mark on him. If I kill him, the mark will appear on me, allowing the Shin family's ancestor to find me in the game." Later, Su Mayan and I went to Biki City, and then we were targeted by the Shin family. So is it possible that the people who wanted to kidnap me in real life were from the Shin family? After hearing Xian Zhengzi's words, Shin Shui fell into deep thought. After a moment, she shook her head. "It's impossible for the Shin family to have memories of the game. Also, from what you said, the Shin family member you killed must have been a very noble and distinguished member of the Shin family. If they could learn about the situation in the game in reality, the powerful warriors they would send out would probably not be something you could handle." "Then, Mom, who do you think wants to kidnap me? Is it that He Yingxue?" Xian Zhengzi asked his mother-in-law. "I'm very suspicious of He Yingxue." Shin Shui nodded. This chapter is a bonus chapter for 105-star reviews. Chapter 63, Come With Me. Shen Shui didn't know much about He Yingxue, so she just thought that He Yingxue was very suspicious. Xian Zhengzi didn't know whether He Yingxue could be trusted, but he would find out when he tried to test her in the game. "Mom, I plan to spend some time in the game world every day to improve myself. When Su Mayan comes out, I will go back home to pick her up." In the end, Xian Zhengzi had a showdown with his mother-in-law. He wants to enter the game to improve himself. After hearing Xian Zhengzi's words and looking at his serious expression, Shin Shui didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, she sighed. "Mom doesn't actually need you to do anything for this family. I just want you all to live well. But since our family is in this situation, if the game world is the only thing that can help you, then go into the game." Shin Shui, her biological parents died in the game, and her husband also died in the game. If Xian Zhengzi hadn't told her that Su Mayan was fine, she would have thought her daughter had also died in the game. Now, her son-in-law wants to enter the gaming world to improve himself, and when family members' lives are in danger, she has no reason to stop him. Although his mother-in-law agreed to let him enter the game, Xian Zhengzi did not enter immediately. Because he hasn't finished building the guardrail at the entrance of the cave. What if wild beasts in the mountains come out and attack people after he enters the game? His 2 children are still so young, they cannot afford to be attacked by wild beasts even if they get injured. Therefore, Xian Zhengzi decided to wait until tomorrow to take precautions before entering the game. The next day, Xian Zhengzi got up at dawn. After getting up, Xian Zhengzi quickly went down the mountain. 2 hours later, Xian Zhengzi drove a dilapidated tricycle and brought a large circle of wire, a chainsaw, and some simple tools. The weight of these things was nearly 300 kilograms, but Xin Zhengzi carried them on his back as if nothing had happened and continued climbing the mountain without taking a break. After Xin Zhengzi reached level 20 in the game, his physical fitness in reality was also greatly improved, and things weighing hundreds of pounds were very easy for him. Buzz buzz buzz. Click. Buzz buzz buzz. All morning, the woods were filled with the sound of chainsaws cutting trees. In a few hours, Xin Zhengzi sawed dozens of trees as big as his head. In the afternoon, Xin Zhengzi began to use the trunks of these trees to build a fence outside the cave. By the evening, Xin Zhengzi had finished building the fence, so there was no need to worry about being attacked by wild beasts at night. Mom, I'm in the game. I'll be out of the game before 8 a.m. tomorrow. In the evening, Xin Zhengzi said something to his mother-in-law and then entered the game. Just when Xin Zhengzi was reclusing with his mother-in-law and her family in the deep mountains and forests, young Master Rome of Modu was very angry. The reason is that 2 of his men have lost contact. Afterwards, he sent 2 more people to check the situation. Through a series of checks including monitoring, they finally confirmed that his 2 men were dead, their bodies had been burned to ashes, and the car had been burned to a skeleton. As for the targets he ordered his men to capture, as well as their entire families, they had all disappeared. Through surveillance and investigation, it was found that the target family drove to the vicinity of the Qinling Mountains and finally disappeared in a small county town. Immediately issue a nationwide wanted notice and increase the reward to 10 million. In the game, Xin Zhengzi appeared in Biki City again. After entering the game, Xin Zhengzi looked at the friend list and found Su Mayan was online. As long as Su Mayan is online, it means she is still alive. In addition to Su Mayan, Xin Zhengzi found that the names of Zhang Wenhua, He Yingxue, and Lu Kuan were dim, which meant that they were not online. After thinking about it, Xin Zhengzi walked towards the direction of Bai Chi's guards again. Soon, Xin Zhengzi met Su Mayan again. Honey, why are you here again? It's so expensive for us to meet. When Su Mayan saw Xin Zhengzi, although her tone was a little resentful of Xin Zhengzi for spending so much money to meet her, her face was full of smiles. Wife, I have something to tell you. What is it? That's it. Then, Xin Zhengzi told him what happened in reality. When Su Mayan learned that her husband was almost captured by bad guys and her mother was almost killed, her face turned pale with fright. Fortunately, Su Mayan finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Xin Zhengzi say that his family had hidden in the deep mountains and forests. Husband, do you suspect that He Yingxue did this? Su Mayan asked Xin Zhengzi. It was Mom who suspected it. She said that besides you, the only person who knew that my memory wasn't blocked by the game was He Yingxue. Hearing this, He Yingxue thought about it and then shook her head. No, it can't be He Yingxue. Why? Because I never told He Yingxue about you. He Yingxue always thought that my memories in the game were not blocked, so even if she arranged to arrest someone, it would be me, not you. At this point, Su Mayan apologized to Xin Zhengzi in a somewhat depressed tone. He Yingxue set me up for this. I'm sorry. It's me who put everyone in danger. Hearing Su Mayan's apology, Xin Zhengzi was stunned for a moment, but he did not comfort Su Mayan. The mother-in-law said that Su Mayan was extremely stupid in doing this, so she needed to be taught a lesson. Tell me, if He Yingxue didn't do this, then who did it? Xin Zhengzi changed the subject and asked He Yingxue. After hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, He Yingxue began to think quickly. After thinking for a moment, he said to Xin Zhengzi, it's very likely that we exposed our abilities. We acquired them too quickly, and perhaps that attracted some attention. After hearing what He Yingxue said, Xin Zhengzi thought about it and felt that this seemed possible. Although the couple told others on mother-in-law that they entered the gaming world last year, this can only fool ordinary people. If someone wants to find out, it cannot be hidden at all. Xin Zhengzi also had another guess, which was whether it was possible that after He Yingxue exposed her healing surgery, she was targeted by people from those big families, and finally the investigation led to him. However, Xin Zhengzi was not sure. However, no matter what the reason is, someone is targeting me. Therefore, the only thing he has to do now is to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Just when Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan were talking, a private message came. He Yingxue, brother-in-law, you're finally online. Seeing He Yingxue's message, Xin Zhengzi thought of things in reality. Although Su Mayan said that it was very likely not He Yingxue who did it, he still wanted to test He Yingxue. So after thinking about it, he sent a message to He Yingxue. Xin Zhengzi, He Yingxue, where are you? He Xue, brother-in-law, I'm here with Veteran Beach. Xan Zhangzi, go to the east gate of Biki City and wait for me. I have something to talk to you about. In the palace, it was soon time for Xan Zhangzi to visit the prison. After Xan Zhangzi left the palace, he quickly headed towards the east gate of Bichi. Soon, Xan Zhangzi arrived at the east gate of Bichi City and saw He Xue at the city gate. Brother-in-law. He Xue hurriedly called out when she saw Xan Zhangzi. Come with me. Xan Zhangzi didn't stop and led the way into the wild. When He Xue saw Xan Zhangzi's actions, she did not hesitate and followed him directly. Chapter 64, Exploration, Heading to Wolma Forest. Xan Zhangzi took He Xue and walked thousands of meters away from the city gate. At this time, there were no other players on the official road, because most of the other players entered the jungle near the city gate. In the jungle near Bichi City, the monsters are of lower levels and are easier to kill and level up. He Xue. Xan Zhangzi stopped, then turned around and looked at He Xue intently. What's wrong, brother-in-law? He Xue asked hurriedly. However, He Xue soon discovered that Xan Zhangzi looked at her with a very fierce look. He Xue, why did you send people to arrest me in real life and kill my family? Xan Zhangzi stared at He Xue. He Xue was stunned when she heard Xan Zhangzi's words, and then she felt extremely aggrieved and anxious after being wronged. Brother-in-law, what did you say? What about me? How could I do such a thing? You are the only one who knows about what happened between Su Mayan and me. If not you, who else could it be? Xan Zhangzi continued. As he spoke, his eyes carefully paid attention to every detail of He Xue's expression. He did not see any panic on He Xue's face due to being caught doing something bad. Her face was full of grievance and anxiety of being wrongly accused. Brother-in-law, I didn't ask anyone to arrest you, nor did I ask anyone to harm your family. If I had done such a thing, may the heavens strike me with 5 thunderbolts and I die a miserable death. If I had done such a thing, may my entire family be wiped out. He Xue's forehead was covered with sweat, and she swore a poisonous oath without hesitation. From the way Xan Zhangzi took her out of the city and the look in Xan Zhangzi's eyes when he looked at her, she knew that if she didn't explain the matter clearly today and clear herself of suspicion, she might die. Brother-in-law, I know you may not believe what I say, but please think about it. What good will it do me if I arrest you? Without you saving me in the game, I might have died in the novice village. Without you helping me level up, I would never have become a superpowered person in reality. I do know some of your and Sister Yan's secrets in real life, but I know even more. If I dare to touch you in real life, how can I dare to enter the game? Am I not afraid that you will kill me in the game? So, I, He Xue, can swear to heaven that I have never sent anyone to kidnap my brother-in-law, nor have I ever had anyone harm his family. After hearing what He Xue said and seeing the details of Su Mayan's expression, Xan Zhangzi began to believe He Xue. If this matter is related to He Xue, it only proves that He Xue's acting skills are too good. Alright. Let's go back. Xan Zhangzi said to He Xue, then took the lead and walked towards Biki City. Looking at him, it seems like he has no defense at all. Brother-in-law, do you believe me? Seeing Xan Zhangzi's attitude, He Xue was very surprised. Judging from Xan Zhangzi's attitude, He Xue knew that Xan Zhangzi already believed in her, at least for the time being. Therefore, He Xue also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the two returned to Beach City. You stay in the city. After Su Mayan comes out, I will start to help you to upgrade. Xan Zhangzi said to He Xue. Thank you, brother-in-law. Hearing Xan Zhangzi's words, He Xue hurriedly thanked him. He Xue had no objection to Xan Zhangzi waiting for Su Mayan to come out before taking her to upgrade. After all, she was with Su Mayan at the time, but Su Mayan was thrown into jail, but she was not hurt at all. Come to think of it, she still feels a little guilty towards Su Mayan. After Xan Zhangzi brought He Xue back to Biki City, he went to the warehouse again and stored all the skill books above level 20 that he had obtained before. After doing all this, he quickly headed towards the north gate. According to the map of Bichi City in the legendary game, as long as he leaves the north gate of Bichi City and walks north along the moat, he will eventually reach the Wolma Forest. Xan Zhangzi decided to go to the Wolma Forest and get some high-end equipment to wear. Now, Xan Zhangzi is only level 20, and the equipment he wears is all low level. Knowing that going to Mengzhong might be life-threatening, he couldn't help but make preparations. Xan Zhangzi's idea was to first get 20 sets of Wama equipment in the Wama map, and then go to Zuma to get 20 sets of Zuma equipment. Except for weapons and necklaces, all Woma equipment does not require a certain level to equip. In the legendary world, the ruby ring equipped by Woma requires 17 points of magic power to be equipped, which requires many people to borrow other equipment from others, and then wait until the magic power reaches 17 points before changing it. However, this is different from the game world and legendary game. The biggest difference is that there are 5 free attributes for each level up. If the ruby ring only needs 17 magic attack points, anyone can wear it. Therefore, Xin Zhengzi felt that in the game world, the Way of Heaven should make some changes to the properties of the ruby ring. But no matter what, as long as it does not require a certain level to equip it, it is not a problem for Xin Zhengzi. Soon, Xin Zhengzi left the West Gate. After leaving the West Gate, Xin Zhengzi immediately used the teleportation technique. The next moment, Xin Zhengzi's figure disappeared. Fuck! Outside the North Gate, those who saw Xin Zhengzi perform the instant movement couldn't help but exclaim wow. After a few minutes and more than 10 moves, Xin Zhengzi finally reached the desired location, which was the northernmost end of Bichi City, near the north left of the moat. Here, if Xin Zhengzi walked, it would take him more than 2 hours to run such a long distance. However, after mastering the teleportation technique, Xin Zhengzi only took a few minutes to reach the destination. However, instant movement does consume some magic power, which made Xin Zhengzi drink several bottles of magic potions. After arriving near his destination, Xin Zhengzi ran quickly north along the riverbank. Soon, he saw a gate on the riverbank. At the gate, there were 2 guards guarding both sides of the gate. Xin Zhengzi looked at the guard, a level 39 Biki guard. Xin Zhengzi ignored him and quickly walked through the gate and left the Biki map. Just after Xin Zhengzi left the Bichi map, the map on his panel instantly changed from Bichi City to Woma Forest. Move in an instant. Without any hesitation, Xin Zhengzi directly started the instant movement. The next moment, Xin Zhengzi appeared in a dense forest. The moment Xin Zhengzi appeared, a monster suddenly attacked him. What the hell? Xin Zhengzi was shocked when he saw the monster's appearance. In front of him appeared a monster that looked like half human, half demon. It stood on 2 legs, but had a bat-like head and a pair of fleshy wings on its back. But judging from the size of its wings, it should not be able to fly because they are too small. Without any hesitation, Xin Zhengzi directly cast the fireball spell. At the same time, Xin Zhengzi quickly saw the monster's information. Night Demon, level 22, HP 3800, attack 50, physical defense 28, magical defense 27, agility 28. Skill, Bite, increases attack damage by 5 times, cooldown time 5 seconds. Xin Zhengzi killed the level 22 monster with just a fireball and 3 lightning spells. Xin Zhengzi's fireball spell can continuously burn away 2000 points of the monster's health. Xin Zhengzi's lightning technique can knock off nearly 800 points of a monster's health with 1 strike. So when facing the level 22 monster, Xin Zhengzi dealt with it very easily. Chapter 65 Woma Temple. Now, Xin Zhengzi's character attributes can be described as extremely abnormal. The attacks of level 22 monsters could not break Xin Zhengzi's defense. Defense can only be broken when the monster uses skills. Name, Xin Zhengzi. Occupation, Mage. Level, 20-2000. HP, 2000-2000. Magic Power, 200. Attack, 560-218. Magic Attack, 60-20-76. Defense, 1060-120. Magic Defense, 1040-60. Agility, 20 + 40. Accuracy, 5 + 20. Spirit, 30. Weight 146-150. Skills, Fireball, Lightning, Hellfire, Big Fireball, Fire Ring of Resistance, Tempting Light, Instant Movement. Unique ability, Infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment. See Soul X20 level requirement 15, attack 60-200, magic attack 20-40, durability 240, weight 12. Medium armor 20 required level 16, defense 60-100, magic defense 20-40, durability 240, weight 12. Magic helmet X20 required level 14, physical defense 0-20, magic defense 20-20, durability 160, weight 4. Gold necklace X20 required level 2, physical attack 0-20, agility +20, durability 160, weight 1. Hexagonal ring X40 required level 9, magic attack 0-40, durability 120, weight 1. Iron Bracelet X20 required level 3, accuracy plus 20, durability 80, weight 1. Silver Bracelet 20 required level 7, agility plus 20, durability 140, weight 1. With XIN Jones's current attributes, even if he was attacked by a monster's skills, he would only lose more than 100 points of blood. Of course, there is a delay before monsters can use their skills. XIN Jones's agility is so high that as long as he wants to dodge, the monster's skills basically cannot hit him. Of course, the premise is that there are not too many monsters. If there are too many, he will not be able to dodge them no matter how agile he is. Then, XIN Jones discovered that after his agility increased from more than 50 points to more than 60 points, his speed seemed to have not changed much. In order to conduct an experiment, he removed several pieces of equipment, causing his agility to drop below 50 points. Then XIN Jones discovered that his running speed did not seem to change when his agility was 50 points and 60 points. His running speed will only slow down when his agility falls below 50 points. So, 50 points of agility and 50 kilometers per hour are the limits of human running speed? However, 50 points of agility and 60 points of agility are still very useful for XIN Jones's reaction ability. When the monster attacked him, XIN Jones's first reaction was to dodge. In this case, the reaction speed of 60 points of agility is faster than that of 50 points of agility. Especially when monsters use their skills, XIN Jones needs to react quickly to avoid being hit by the monster's skills. This may be the reason why higher agility leads to higher dodge. However, the game world is not like the legendary game, where two people stand and fight each other, you hit me, I hit you, and you can also type the word dodge. In the game world, to dodge, players need to avoid the monster's attacks by themselves. Come to Woma Forest. It took XIN Jones more than 10 minutes and more than 20 moves in an instant to find the entrance to the Woma Temple. In order to enter the Woma Temple, XIN Jones specially bought some torches in Beachy City. Torch can illuminate a 10-meter radius for 60 minutes. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as XIN Jones stepped into the Woma Temple, he heard countless roars. At the same time, XIN Jones also stepped into the hatred range of some monsters, and at least a dozen monsters rushed towards XIN Jones. Call out. Boom. Boom. The next moment, XIN Jones began to attack the monster in the cave, using fire and lightning techniques quickly to attack the monster rushing towards him. Woma Warrior, level 30, HP 7000, attack 65, physical defense 38, magical defense 37, agility 33. Skill, Claw Attack, increases attack damage by 5 times, cooldown time 5 seconds. Is this a Woomer Warrior? XIN Jones looked at the monster's name and was speechless. The monsters in the Woma Temple, although called Woma Warriors, are completely different from the Woma monsters in the legendary game. The Woma Warriors in the game world look like goblins, but they are many times taller than goblins, reaching a height of 2 meters. After seeing the monster information, XIN Jones breathed a sigh of relief. The basic attacks of these monsters were completely unable to break XIN Jones's defense. XIN Jones just needs to be careful of the monster's skill attacks. More than 10 minutes later, XIN Jones cleared a large monster-free space at the entrance of Woma Temple. In this case, he has room to maneuver while continuing to kill monsters. A moment later, XIN Jones lured a dozen Woma monsters again. This time, he chose to use Hellfire to attack the monsters. Hellfire is a group attack. As long as a large number of monsters are hit, the damage will be much higher than a single attack. XIN Jones continued to clear out groups of Woma monsters. While XIN Jones was constantly clearing monsters, the monsters also dropped some equipment on XIN Jones. However, XIN Jones discovered that he could not use most of the equipment dropped by monsters. Some of them are very advanced equipment. For example, some high-level equipment for warriors and Taoist priests, and some equipment for mages that require more than level 20 to wear, etc. Fortunately, when XIN Jones was clearing the 7th wave of monsters, a Woma guard dropped an equipment that XIN Jones needed. Yenue. Yenue, a level 20 equipment for mages, has a little more magic attack than Haihun. Yenue is the equipment XIN Jones needs, but Yenue is too heavy and XIN Jones's backpack can only hold a few pieces. According to the rules of the game, unowned items will be refreshed after 1 day. Of course, the monsters in the game world are also refreshed once a day. So XIN Jones could completely hide his equipment. As long as it didn't take more than a day, he wouldn't have to worry about it being refreshed by the game. In the Woma Temple, XIN Jones kept spawning various monsters. Time passes by unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 hours passed. Xin Zhengze looked at the time and it was already past 7 in the morning. In one night, Xin Zhengze obtained 2 swords, 3 snake eye rings, and 5 pig iron rings. As for bracelets, Xin Zhengze didn't get any of the Sibei bracelets he wanted. Xin Zhengze estimated that if he wanted to get the Wama set, he might need to go to the 2nd or 3rd floor of Wama and kill the Wama elite monsters. However, he got 2 Shapur bracelets and 3 evil repelling bracelets, which are high-end versions of iron bracelets and silver bracelets. When there were no Sibei bracelets, these 2 bracelets were just the right transition. As for the necklace, Xin Zhengze planned to change into an amber necklace, but unfortunately he only got one in such a long time. Of course, Xin Zhengze didn't just get these few pieces of equipment that night. In fact, Xin Zhengze got a lot of pieces, but most of them were not what he needed. Judging from today's drop rate, Xin Zhengze felt that it would probably take more than 10 days to get all the equipment. Chapter 66 Rebellion. At around 7:30 in the morning, Xin Zhengze chose to quit the game. Xiaozhe, I'm back. When his mother-in-law Shen Shui saw Xin Zhengze quit the game, she noticed him immediately. Yes, Mom, I'm back. Xin Zhengze nodded with a smile. Glad you're back. I left breakfast for you. It's still hot. Come eat it. Thank you, Mom. Xin Zhengze hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Mom, was there anything wrong last night? Nothing's wrong, I'm fine. That's good. After breakfast, Xin Zhengze went down the mountain again. At noon, he brought some daily necessities and some lighting equipment again. In the afternoon, Xin Zhengze greeted his mother-in-law and then entered the game world again. After entering the game world, Xin Zhengze continued to kill monsters. For level 30 monsters, as long as Xin Zhengze avoids the monster's skill attacks, he can kill the monster quickly with Hellfire. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Xin Zhengze quit the game and had dinner. After reporting to his mother-in-law and sister-in-law that he was safe, he entered the game again. Time flies quickly, and several days have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, Xin Zhengze got 10 snake eye rings and then changed them. The magic attack of 10 snake eye rings is equivalent to that of 20 hexagonal rings. In addition, Xin Zhengze also changed into 13 Shapur bracelets and 11 evil repelling bracelets. In this case, although Xin Zhengze has fewer stacked equipment, his attributes have been greatly improved. Of course, what annoyed Xin Zhengze was that some of the equipment he obtained had to be hidden because they were not heavy enough. However, the hidden gear required him to move it every few hours. Otherwise, the monsters will refresh after a day, and he will have to clear the monsters again if he wants to update the spawn time of his equipment. Just when Xin Zhengze was killing monsters and getting equipment in the Woma temple. In reality, that day, He Yingxue and her father He Qingshan boarded a plane to the federal capital, Kyoto, in a luxurious manner. Today, many luxurious aircraft were parked in the square in front of the manor. A banquet is being held in the manor. As He Qingyun and He Yingxue walked into the manor, a middle-aged man came over to greet them. Boss He, long time no see. Mr. Qian, long time no see. He Qingyun responded quickly. Xiaoxue, let me introduce you. This is your Uncle Qian. He's the chairman of the Shusen Group. Hello, Uncle Qian. Xiaoxue, it's been a few years since we last met. Are you getting more and more beautiful? Thank you, Uncle Qian, for the compliment. Brother Qian, my daughter will be a major shareholder of my company in the future. I hope that you, as a senior, can give her some support in the business world. He Qingyun said to the middle-aged man with a smile. That's for sure. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. After a pause, the middle-aged man asked He Qingyun, Xiaoxue should have entered the game world this year, right? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, He Qingyun immediately smiled happily. My daughter did enter the game world this year. Luckily, she not only successfully came out of the game world, but also awakened the fireball ability. He Qingyun said proudly. Is this true? Xiaoxue has actually become a superpowered person? The game world has only been open for less than 2 weeks, right? Yeah, maybe my daughter is lucky. After saying that, He Qingyun said to Yingxue, Xiaoxue, show your Uncle Qian your fireball technique. After hearing her father's instructions, He Yingxue hesitated for a moment, but still cast the fireball spell. As He Yingxue condensed the fireball, it immediately attracted everyone present. Next, with He Qingyun's boastful explanation, everyone soon knew that He Yingxue had acquired supernatural powers in the game world in less than half a month. My daughter used to be very rebellious. When she was 18, I asked her to get married, but she refused and kept making trouble. In the end, I had no choice but to let her go. Unexpectedly, this year, she not only emerged from the game world, but also gained superpowers. I never expected that. After letting everyone know that his daughter He Yingxue was a person with superpowers, He Qingyun also implicitly told everyone that his daughter had never been married. When they heard that He Yingxue had never been married, countless people suddenly became enthusiastic about He Qingyun. He Qingyun has a daughter who has superpowers, and his daughter is so beautiful, so it will be easy for him to become successful in the future. Sure enough, after He Yingxue's situation spread, the next day, people from all the big families in Kyoto came to the door and expressed their desire to have their children proposed to He Yingxue in marriage. All the big families attach great importance to people like He Yingxue who can acquire supernatural powers in just half a month. Then, because He Yingxue had never been married, all the major families were willing to let their direct descendants marry He Yingxue in the name of a formal marriage. No family is willing to give up on a genius like He Yingxue who can acquire superpowers in just half a month. He Yingxue had never expected that she would become a hot commodity among the top families in the imperial capital just by coming there. Countless direct descendants of large families actually all wanted to marry her. However, He Yingxue has no good feelings about getting married. So she went straight to her father He Qingyun and told him that she didn't want to get married. However, after hearing what He Yingxue said, He Qingyun did not get angry. Instead, he said to He Yingxue calmly, "Xiaoxue, you are now favored by several top families in the imperial capital. These top families are very powerful. If you don't agree, they will not give up. At that time, they can crush all of us with just a finger. Then I won't marry either. If you want to marry, you can do it yourself. You brought me to the imperial capital because of this, right?" He Yingxue was not a fool either. At this time, she also understood Lao Deng's intention of bringing her to the imperial capital. In name, he wanted to help her expand her network, but in reality, he wanted to marry her to a wealthy family in the imperial capital so that he could build connections. He Yingxue really hates getting married. It's not that she doesn't want to get married, but she doesn't want to marry a man. Whenever she thought about having close contact with a man, or even having sex with him, she would feel extremely disgusted. So, she would never get married. That night, He Yingxue and her father He Qingyun had another big fight. After that, she ran away and found a deserted place to enter the game world. As a game player, as long as she wants, she can hide in the game world and make others unable to find her in reality. However, what He Yingxue didn't expect was that although no one could find her in reality. However, as her situation spread among the major families, her name became famous among them. It's amazing that he gained superpowers in less than half a month. After some family members entered the game world, they thought they might be able to find He Yingxue in the game. Some people even thought that they might be able to pursue He Yingxue in the game, and then let He Yingxue get pregnant with their child in the game world, which would be equivalent to winning He Yingxue over. However, everyone thought that He Yingxue should still be in the novice village, so it would take at least some time to see He Yingxue. But soon, someone found He Yingxue in Biki City. He Yingxue's photo information had long been seen by the children of major families, so when they saw He Yingxue in Biki City, they naturally recognized her. At this time, many people realized that among the 3 people being hunted by the Shin family, one of them was He Yingxue. Under such circumstances, naturally many people from other families communicated with the Shin family and asked them not to target He Yingxue. Good news! Today's update rules are 10% off. Previously, I added an extra chapter for every 100 5-star reviews, but now I'll add an extra chapter for every 10 5-star reviews. I'll add as many chapters as you give me. This will only last for 1 day. I'm giving it my all. Let's see how many extra chapters you can let me add. Chapter 67, The Outrageous Wama Cult Leader Additional 1. In Biki City, He Yingxue felt like she was being annoyed to death. A group of men surrounded her, which made her extremely disgusted. That day, she finally couldn't help herself and attacked a disgusting man. Then, like Su Mayan, she was sentenced to a month in jail. He Yingxue, how come you are locked up here too? That day, Su Mayan was sitting in the yard, bored and dazed. Then she saw the NPC bringing a player into the yard where she was. What she didn't expect was that this player was actually He Yingxue. Sister Yen. He Yingxue's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw Su Mayan. Then, she quickly stepped forward and hugged Sumayan. Sister Yen, wow, it's so good to see you. Being hugged by Hiyingxue, Sumayan patted her shoulder and asked, what happened? Why are you also locked up? Me. Hiyingxue sniffed, and she immediately smelled the pleasant scent on Sumayan. This smell immediately made her feel a little distracted. After thinking for a moment, she said to Sumayan, Sister Yen, ever since you were locked up here by your former allies, I've been going to the gate of their compound every day to curse them. Today, someone cursed you in front of me, so I couldn't help but hit you, and then I was arrested. Woo woo woo, Sister Yen, I'm so miserable. It's okay, it's okay. I'll avenge you after we get out, and we'll curse back together. Sumayan hurriedly comforted. Yeah, thank you, Sister Yen. At this moment, in the Woma Temple cave, Xin Junzi was still killing monsters. Today, he finally made it from the first floor of Woma to the second floor. After arriving at the second floor of Woma, Xin Junzi discovered that there were elite monsters on this floor. 10 days passed quickly, and Xin Junzi had cleared the monsters in the cave on the second floor of Woma several times. He did not rush to the third floor because Xin Junzi found that there were too many elite monsters on the third floor, and there were also some monsters with long-range attacks. His current defense is still not enough. If he is attacked by too many monsters on the third floor, he will easily die. So for the past 10 days, he has been killing monsters on the second floor of Woma. Fortunately, after 10 days of killing monsters and obtaining equipment, he finally collected 20 sets of better equipment. At this moment, Xin Junzi's panel has changed drastically. Name, Xin Junzi. Occupation, Mage. Level, 20-2000. HP, 2000-2000. Magic Power, 200. Attack, 580-200. Magic Attack, 60-60-120. Defense, 10-60-160. Magic Defense, 10-40-60. Agility, 20+40. Accuracy, 5+40. Spirit, 30. Weight, 126-150. Skills, Fireball, Lightning, Hellfire, Big Fireball, Fire Ring of Resistance, Tempting Light, Instant Movement. Unique Ability, Infinite Stacking of Equipment Slots. Equipment. Crescent Moon 20 Level Requirement 15, Attack 80-200, Magic Attack 20-60, Durability 240, Weight 13. Medium Armor 20 Required Level 16, Defense 60-100, Magic Defense 20-40, Durability 240, Weight 12. Magic Helmet X20 Required Level 14, Physical Defense 0-20, Magic Defense 20-20, Durability 160, Weight 4. Amber Necklace X20 Required Level 17, Magic Attack 40-0, Durability 120, Weight 1. Snake Eye Ring X20 Required Level 20, Magic Attack 0-40, Durability 100, Weight 1. 20 Cast Iron Rings requires Magical Attack 65, Magic Attack 0-20, Physical Defense 0-40, Durability 100, Weight 1. 20 Shapur Bracelets required Level 16, Accuracy +40, Durability 120, Weight 1. Evil Repelling Bracelet X20 required Level 19, Agility +40, Durability 120, Weight 1. After changing a set of equipment, Xin Junzi's magic attack reached a stable 120-180. In other words, every time Xin Junzi attacks, he can deal at least 120 magic damage, and if he is lucky, he can even deal 180 magic damage. Based on the lowest magic attack, casting lightning spell can deal 720 points of single target damage. If it is the best magic attack, it can deal 1080 points of magic damage. If you cast a fireball spell, it can burn off a total of more than 3000 points of magic damage. In addition, Xin Junzi's defense has become even more abnormal, with the highest physical defense reaching 170 points and the highest magic defense reaching 70 points. With this kind of defense, you won't lose any health unless you're hit by a monster's skills. In addition, agility and accuracy are increased by 40 points. As for agility, Xin Junzi already had a lot of it before, so he didn't feel anything. But after the accuracy improvement, Xin Junzi found that it was easier for him to control the fireball with his mental power. Before, although Xin Junzi could control the fireball to hit wherever he pointed, he couldn't hit the vital point every time. However, after the accuracy improvement, Xin Junzi not only became more proficient in controlling skills, but also could accurately hit the monster's vital points. So next time, when Xin Junzi fights monsters, even if he is not lucky, he can still achieve a very high attack limit. After changing all the equipment. On the 11th day, Xin Zhongzi finally entered the third floor of Woma. The monsters on the third floor of Woma are more dense. Moreover, there are many elite monsters and many long-range attack monsters. In this situation, Xin Zhongzi could only fight for a while and then exit the second floor to rest, and then enter the third floor of Woma after resting. After spending half an hour, Xin Zhongzi finally cleared out a space on the third floor of Woma where he could move around. With space to maneuver, it would be much easier for Xin Zhongzi to clear out the monsters on the third floor of Woma. As Xin Zhongzi gained a foothold on the third floor of Woma, he killed more and more monsters. Moreover, among these monsters, there are also a large number of elite monsters. After killing these elite monsters, Xin Zhongzi finally obtained the equipment in the Woma suit. Ruby Ring requires magic attack power 74, magic attack 04, durability 5, weight 1. Cyber Bracelet requires magic attack power 88, magic attack 02, durability 6, weight 1. Life Necklace requires magic attack power 88, magic attack 15, accuracy +1, durability 8, weight 1. In addition, Xin Zhongzi also hit the Magic Wand. Magic Wand required level 26, physical attack 59, magic attack 25, durability 15, weight 10. Magic Wands are undoubtedly good things. If you can stack 20 of them, their attributes can be directly increased to 4100. It's a pity that the Magic Wand needs to be level 26 to be worn, and the weight of the Magic Wand is too heavy, so Xin Zhongzi can't pick up many of them. So in the end, Xin Zhongzi had no choice but to reluctantly discard the Magic Wand and continue using Yenue. On the third floor of Woma, Xin Zhongzi kept killing monsters. As Xin Zhongzi continued to kill monsters, he obtained more and more Woma equipment. It was the third day that Xin Zhongzi was killing monsters on the third floor of Woma. In a flash, he saw a giant Woma monster about 3 or 4 meters tall from a distance. Xin Zhongzi stared at the monster for 3 seconds. The next moment, the monster's information appeared before his eyes. Woma Cult Leader, level 50, HP 31,000, attack 94,625, magic attack 68,312, physical defense 5941, magic defense 4135, agility 47. Normal attack, a mixture of physical and magical attacks, causing physical and magical attacks to the target. Skill 1, Leader's Wrath, causes 3 times magic damage to enemies within 20 meters for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 2, Teleport, can teleport behind the target to attack the enemy, or any area on the map, cooldown of 60 minutes. Skill 3, Frenzy. When the Woma Cult Leader's HP drops below 30%, he will go into a frenzy, doubling his normal attack damage and attack speed for 60 seconds. It turned out to be the leader of Woma. After seeing the message from the Woma Cult Leader, Xin Zhongzi could only say awesome. A level 50 boss with 3 skills. Its normal attack has double effects of physical attack and magic attack. It is really awesome. This chapter is an extra chapter. 10 5-star reviews will add another chapter. This is valid for today only. Chapter 68, Leading Su Mayan Additional 2. After seeing the message from the Woma sect leader, Xin Zhongzi turned around and ran without any hesitation. The leader of the Woma cult is too perverted. He cannot kill him now. Of course, the most important thing is that the skills of the Woma leader are too abnormal. The first skill is a range attack. If Xin Zhongzi is hit, Xin Zhongzi calculated that he could take away more than 900 points of his health. There is also teleportation. If you let the Woma cult leader teleport behind him and then use a skill to attack, he will have no way to escape. His current health is only 2,000 points in total, which is about 2 skills plus 2 normal attacks, and then he will die. So, forget about challenging the Woma cult leader. After all, there is only one life. If it was the kind of game where one could be resurrected after death, he would just rush in and do it. At worst, he would die and be resurrected. But the current situation is that he is dead and there is no way he can be resurrected, so he naturally won't take the risk. If you want to fight the Woma leader, you should first collect the Woma suit. Next, Xin Zhongzi continued to kill monsters on the 3rd floor of Woma, but as long as he saw the Woma leader, he would turn around and leave without hesitation. Time flies, and a few more days have passed. Xin Zhongzi's Woma set was only partially complete. But on this day, Xin Zhongzi decided to take a day off from playing the game. Because there are only 3 days left before Su Mayan is thrown into prison for a month. So, Xin Zhongzi decided to go to Qianqing City and pick up Su Mayan. Mom, I'm going to pick up Su Mayan. You guys stay here and don't go anywhere. Before leaving, Xin Zhengzi gave instructions to his mother-in-law. I understand. Be careful on the road. Mother-in-law Shen Shui nodded and reminded Xin Zhengzi. I know, Mom. During the time he lived in the deep mountains and forests, Xin Zhengzi not only killed monsters and obtained equipment in the game, but also got a lot of things in the real world. For example, various furniture, food, and even a solar power generation device. During this period, his mother-in-law and sister-in-law lived with him for such a long time without any internet access, without any complaints. Xin Zhengzi saw all of this. So he made up his mind to get good enough equipment as soon as possible, then go to Mengzhong to complete the job change, and then quickly upgrade. The reason why he didn't dare to go to Mengzhong now was because he was afraid of being hunted down by senior players of the Shen family. For example, the Shen family's level 6 ancestor should be a player above level 60. If such a strong man were to chase him, he might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, in order to ensure his own safety, Xin Zhengzi felt that he had to get 20 sets of Zuma equipment to wear. That day, Xin Zhengzi rode a borrowed motorcycle and drove quickly towards Qianqing City. More than 10 hours later, Xin Zhengzi arrived in Qianqing. When we arrived at the community, it was already early in the morning, and Xin Zhengzi had already changed his clothes. He was wearing a set of clothes that covered his body tightly, a mask and a hat. First, he didn't want to be seen by anyone who knew him. Then, he was not sure if someone would ambush him in the community, especially in his home. After arriving at the community, Xin Zhengzi did not take the elevator but chose to walk up the stairs because there was no surveillance on the stairs. When he arrived at the 12th floor, Xin Zhengzi did not enter the house, but observed from outside. He wasn't sure if there was any alarm in the room, something that would go off if he showed his head. If there was, if he went in now, he would probably alert the enemy. Therefore, the best way is to wait until Su Mayan is able to exit the game, and then enter the room to pick up Su Mayan. In the following period, Xin Zhengzi began to arrange various measures near the community. The measures must ensure that even if the enemy is alarmed, he can still calmly take Su Mayan away. After completing the arrangements, Xin Zhengzi entered the game world in the corridor of the community. There are still 2 days before Su Mayan is released from prison, so Xin Zhengzi can still get equipment for 2 more days. On the last day, Xin Zhengzi kept an eye on Su Mayan's name and sent her a message every once in a while. At a certain moment, Xin Zhengzi suddenly discovered that the message he sent to Su Mayan no longer showed as unable to be sent. This means that Su Mayan has been released. Xin Zhengzi, wife, don't quit the game yet. Su Mayan, husband, where are you? Xin Zhengzi, my current location is quite far from Biki City. I've come to pick you up in real life, but it's daytime now, so don't quit the game yet. Wait until 1 or 2 in the morning when everyone is asleep before quitting the game. Su Mayan, okay, husband, I'll listen to you. Seeing Su Mayan agreed, Xin Zhengzi breathed a sigh of relief and then continued to kill monsters and get equipment. At the same time, he also paid attention to Su Mayan's name. If Su Mayan's name dimmed, it meant that Su Mayan had died or quit the game. If Su Mayan quits the game, he must also quit the game. After more than 10 hours, the time finally came to around 1 in the morning. Xin Zhengzi, wife, please quit the game. I will pick you up in real life. Su Mayan, okay, husband. Soon, Su Mayan's name faded. Xin Zhengzi chose to quit the game without any hesitation. After exiting the game, Xin Zhengzi appeared in the corridor. After appearing in the corridor, Xin Zhengzi quickly ran towards his house. Just when Xin Zhengzi arrived at the door of the house. Snap! The door of the house was opened from the inside. Husband. When the door opened, what came into view was Su Mayan's delicate and beautiful face. Is everything okay at home? Xin Zhengzi asked Su Mayan. Nothing serious happened, but it seems like someone has ransacked the house, said Su Mayan. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi hurried into the house to take a look, and found that the house had indeed been turned upside down, and many things were even scattered on the floor. This situation only shows that Xin Zhengzi was right to bring his entire family to live in the deep mountains and forests. Wife, let's leave here quickly. If the room is equipped with a sensing device, it means we have been exposed. Xin Zhengzi hurriedly said to Su Mayan. Okay, let's go. Su Mayan left the room with Xin Zhengzi without any hesitation. Just as Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan left the room. In a villa in Shanghai, a middle-aged man's cell phone began to vibrate wildly. He squinted his eyes and reached for his phone to turn it on. The next moment, he sat up from the bed. After a moment, he made a call. Young Master Rome, we found Xin Junza, and there's a woman there, who looks like Su Mayan. What, Su Mayan is not dead? Yes, Su Mayan and Xin Junza just appeared at their previous home. Get someone to catch them right away. Young Master Rome, that's not possible. We don't have any superpowers in Xinjiang. Then let the authorities arrest the two. This chapter is the second extra chapter. 10 5-star reviews will add another chapter. This is limited to 1 day. Chapter 69, Killing the Wama Cult Leader Additional 3. After Xin Junza brought Su Mayan downstairs, the two immediately got into a car that Xin Zhong had stolen. This time, Xin Junza drove in the opposite direction. Less than half an hour after Xin Junza left, countless law enforcement officers arrived at the community where Xin Junza lived. However, by this time, Xin Junza had already left Xinjiang. When law enforcement officers found out that Xin Junza was driving a vehicle heading south, Xin Junza had already changed to a motorcycle in another city and was driving west with Su Mayan. A few hours later, Xin Junza changed another car and headed north. After more than 20 hours, Xin Junza changed transportation 5 times and finally returned to the cave. Mom. Xiaochan. Xiaoyan. Sister. When Su Mayan met her mother and sister, her eyes naturally filled with tears again. Xin Shui and Su Muchan were so happy and excited to see that Su Mayan was not dead. The mother, daughter and 2 children hugged each other quietly and did not let go for a long time. Mother! Until the 2 little guys found Su Mayan and called out Mom. Xiaobao, Wei Wei, my baby. On this day, the dishes cooked by my mother-in-law Xin Shui were particularly sumptuous. For the next day, the family had endless things to talk about. The next day, Xin Junza told Su Mayan about the situation in the game and asked her not to enter the game but to stay in reality to take care of her family. After all, he was not going to leave the Wama map until he had obtained 20 sets of Wama equipment. Time flies, and another half a month has passed. On this day, Xin Junza finally collected a full set of Wama equipment. The magic attack power required by Wama equipment is essentially unlimited for Xin Junza, who can stack equipment. So, he put on all the Wama equipment very easily. Name, Xin Junza. Occupation, Mage. Level, 20-2000. HP, 2000-2000. Magic Power, 200. Attack, 580-200. Magic Attack, 60-40-360. Defense, 10-60-120. Magic Defense, 10-40-60. Agility, 20+40. Accuracy, 5+20. Spirit, 30. Weight, 126-150. Skills, Fireball, Lightning, Hellfire, Big Fireball, Fire Ring of Resistance, Tempting Light, Instant Movement. Unique Ability, Infinite Stacking of Equipment Slots. Equipment. Crescent Moon 20 Level Requirement 15, Attack 80-200, Magic Attack 20-60, Durability 240, Weight 13. Medium Armor 20 Required Level 16, Defense 60-100, Magic Defense 20-40, Durability 240, Weight 12. Magic Helmet X20 Required Level 14, Physical Defense 0-20, Magic Defense 20-20, Durability 160, Weight 4. Life Necklace X20 requires Magic Attack Power 88, Magic Attack 2100, Accuracy +20, Durability 160, Weight 1. Ruby Ring 40 requires Magic Attack Power 74, Magic Attack 160, Durability 102, Weight 12. Cyber Bracelet X20 requires Magic Attack Power 88, Magic Attack 040, Durability 120, Weight 1. Evil Repelling Bracelet X20 required Level 19, Agility +40, Durability 120, Weight 1. In the character panel, Xin Junza replaced the Amber Necklace with the Life Necklace. Replaced the Snake Eye Ring and Cast Iron Ring with the Ruby Ring. 20 Siebel bracelets were exchanged for the Shapur bracelet. Xin Junza did not replace the remaining Evil Repelling bracelet because he needed the 40 points of agility added by the Evil Repelling bracelet. Under such circumstances, Xin Junza's magic attack directly reached a terrifying value of 100-420. With such magic attack value, if the maximum damage is dealt, one lightning spell can deal 2,520 points of magic damage. If you use Fireball to cause 8 seconds of burning damage, the maximum damage you can deal is over 7,500. Of course, this is the highest damage value. If it is the lowest, then a lightning spell will only cause 600 magic damage. A fireball spell only deals over 1700 magic damage. If you attack the Woma cult leader, you can only deal more than 1500 damage. But even so, Xin Jones's damage was still very terrifying. With the health of the Woma cult leader at over 30,000, if Xin Jones could use his fireball to deal the maximum damage every time, then he would only need 4 fireballs and a few lightning spells to deal with him. However, the Woma cult leader can teleport, so Xin Jones cannot avoid being hit by the Woma cult leader's skill 1. Therefore, Xin Jones was also considering whether to challenge the Woma sect leader in a one-on-one fight. Finally, Xin Jones looked at the more than 20 bottles of powerful sun water in his backpack. Each bottle of powerful solar water instantly restores 80 health points, and 10 bottles can restore 800 health points. Therefore, Xin Jones only needs to withstand the first skill attack of the Woma sect leader once to kill the Woma sect leader. However, Xin Jones still hesitated. After all, no matter how good the boss is, you only have one life. After hesitating for a while, Xin Jones calculated the winning rate of a one-on-one challenge against the Woma sect leader countless times. Finally, Xin Jones decided to do it. Before attacking the leader of Woma, Xin Jones decided to clear out all the monsters on the 3rd floor of Woma first. With the attributes of Xin Jones's current equipment, fighting against Woma is probably like fighting against a weak Kuan. Woma Warrior, the lowest level of Woma Warrior is 30. If he is lucky, Xin Jones can kill him with just one fireball. The Woma Warrior level 32 monster can be solved with a fireball and a lightning spell. For a level 34 Flame Woma, one fireball and 2 lightning spells can solve the problem. As for the level 36 Woma Guardian, it only takes 2 fireballs to deal with it. Therefore, when Xin Jones was concentrating on clearing out the monsters, he killed them very quickly. A few hours later, there were no monsters left on the entire 3rd floor of Woma except the Woma leader and the 10 Woma guards around him. After doing all this, Xin Jones began to challenge the leader of Woma. Of course, before challenging the Woma cult leader, he needs to eliminate all the Woma guards first. Fireball. Lightning magic. Fireball. Xin Jones released magic while running quickly. Behind him, a group of Woma guards and the Woma leader were chasing him madly. Fortunately, Xin Jones's agility was as high as 60 points, which made it impossible for a group of monsters to catch up with him. In less than 5 minutes, all the Woma guards around the Woma leader were dead. After the death of the Woma guard, Xin Jones began to take action against the Woma leader. Fireball. As Xin Jones's fireball hit the head of the Woma leader, the next moment, a long string of damage numbers appeared. This long list of damage numbers probably adds up to more than 5,000 points. Seeing such damage, Xin Jones was very satisfied. Lightning magic. Lightning magic. Fireball. Lightning magic. While attacking the Woma cult leader, Xin Jones kept a certain distance from him. Just when Xin Jones attacked the Woma leader and reduced his health to only half, suddenly, the Woma cult leader disappeared. Seeing this situation, Xin Jones was overjoyed. This shows that the Woma cult leader used the teleportation skill. It chose to escape using the teleportation skill, so there was no way to teleport behind him and attack him. Next, Xin Jones only needs to find the Woma leader and then kite him to death. Fortunately, Xin Jones had cleared out all the monsters on the 3rd floor of Woma before, otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with the current situation. More than 10 minutes later, Xin Jones found the Woma leader in a corner on the 3rd floor. A minute later, Woma fell to the ground and died, and then a bubble burst. Xin Jones hurried forward and picked it up. After picking up the equipment, Xin Jones chose to check it immediately. However, when Xin Jones saw the equipment dropped by the Woma sect leader, an ecstatic look immediately appeared on his face. Chapter 70 Equipment Explosion Additional 4. After killing the Woma cult leader, a skill book dropped. Summoning Divine Beast, Taoist Level 35 Skill Book. This is the Taoist's Level 35 Skill Book, which can be given to Su Mayan later. In addition to the skill book, there is also a weapon and several pieces of jewelry. Woji Stick requires 88 Taoist Arts, Attack 816, Taoist Arts 35, Durability 25, Weight 15. This is also a weapon equipped by Taoist priests, and the Taoist skills required are a bit high, but there is no doubt that this is a good equipment. Xin Jones plans to take this equipment back and let Su Mayan equip it. In addition to weapons, Xin Jones also dropped several pieces of Woma set jewelry. As for the jewelry of the Wama set, except for the mage's jewelry, Xin Zhongzi had to throw away all of them because his backpack was not heavy enough. However, there was one item that made Xin Zhongzi ecstatic. Teleport ring, requires level 12, durability 5, weight 1. Allows you to enter coordinates and teleport to any location you've been to before. Cooldown time is 1 day. Awesome! When Xin Zhongzi saw the teleportation ring, he could only exclaim awesome. This means that after he is equipped with the teleportation ring, he can be teleported directly to Bichi City. Unfortunately, the cooldown time of the teleportation ring is as long as 1 day, which means that it can only be used once a day. This equipment made Xin Zhongzi very happy. In addition to the teleportation ring, what made Xin Zhongzi happiest was that he got the item he wanted. Woomer Horn, a necessary item for creating a guild. Whoever obtains this item can command the world. You can go to the Bichi City Palace to find the Bichi City Emperor to create a game guild. After defeating the Wama cult leader, Xin Zhongzi looked at the map and began to check the places he had been to. Finally, Xin Zhongzi turned his gaze to the coordinates of the Corpse King Palace in the Bitch Mine. After thinking about it, Xin Zhongzi replaced the 20 ruby rings with a teleportation ring. Click on the teleportation ring, enter the coordinates of the entrance to the Corpse King's Palace in the mining area, and then select teleport. In an instant, Xin Zhongzi's figure disappeared. The next moment, Xin Zhongzi appeared outside the Corpse King's Palace. Soon, Xin Zhongzi entered the Corpse King Palace again from the underground passage. After entering the Corpse King Hall, Xin Zhongzi discovered that the Corpse King in the Corpse King Hall had been refreshed. Fireball. This time, Xin Zhongzi did not hide in the passage to attack the Corpse King, but went directly into the Corpse King's palace to fight the Corpse King head-on. The Corpse King's ordinary attacks were simply unable to break through Xin Zhongzi's defense. Xin Zhongzi only needs a fireball spell and a lightning spell to kill a Corpse King. So in less than 3 minutes, all the Corpse Kings in the entire Corpse King Palace were cleared out by Xin Zhongzi. After killing the Corpse King, Xin Zhongzi also gained a lot. I obtained several high-level skill books again, including the Taoists summoning skeletons, the warriors attacking swordsmanship and assassination swordsmanship. Xin Zhongzi felt that the most valuable thing here was the mage's instant movement. In order to get these skill books, Xin Zhongzi threw away a lot of medicines before picking them all up in his backpack. After doing all this, Xin Zhongzi quickly used teleportation to leave. Half an hour later, Xin Zhongzi successfully came out of the Bichi mining area and arrived at the map area of Bichi City. After several more teleportations, in less than 10 minutes, Xin Zhongzi entered the city of Bichi from the south gate. Xin Zhongzi, Uncle Zhang, I have a new batch of skill books here, do you want them? Xin Zhongzi saw Zhang Wenhua online, so he sent her a message. Zhang Wenhua, yes, brother Xin, we want all the skill books you have. Where are you now? I'll have the guild president come find you right away. Xin Zhongzi, I am. In less than 10 minutes, Xin Zhongzi met Zhang Wenhua and Lu Kuan, the president of the Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance again. I have 2 books on attacking and killing swordsmanship, one on summoning skeletons, one on invisibility, one on soul fire talisman, and 2 on thunder and lightning techniques. Please name your price. Xin Zhongzi said to Lu Kuan. When Lu Kuan heard that Xin Zhongzi had so many skill books, he was immediately ecstatic. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to Xin Zhongzi and said, Brother Xin, let me tell you the truth. The high-level skills you sold us have been a great help to us. Now that many guilds know we have high-level skills, they are all asking for the source of the high-level skill books. If you sell the skill books to other forces, the price will definitely be more than 100,000 copper coins. So? Lu Kuan paused, then continued, how about this? I'll buy all the skill books at double the previous price. Your summon skeleton and invisibility books are very valuable. I'll give you 800,000 copper coins for them. What do you think? Okay. Xin Zhongzi nodded after hearing Lu Kuan's words. Lu Kuan took the initiative to raise his price, which made him very satisfied. In the end, Xin Zhongzi's high-level skill book was sold to Zhang Wenhua for 1.6 million copper coins. However, because the amount was too large, Zhang Wenhua did not have that much money on him at the moment, so he needed to raise some money, which would take about an hour. An hour later, Xin Zhongzi successfully obtained 1.6 million copper coins. Adding the 800,000 copper coins he had before, the number of copper coins he had directly reached 2.4 million. Brother Xin, I plan to keep this soul fire talisman, as well as the skeleton summoning and invisibility techniques for your wife Sumayan. I will let her learn them after her level is raised. What do you think? Lu Kuan said to Xin Zhengzi after they completed the transaction. Lu Kuan's purpose was very simple, that was Sumayan was also a member of their guild, and in order to win over Xin Zhengzi, he was willing to invest in Sumayan. Hearing Lu Kuan's words, Xin Zhengzi waved his hand and said, "No need. I have already reserved my wife's skills for her." Xin Zhengzi didn't want Sumayan to owe the Anti-Imperial Alliance Guild too much of a favor. The most important thing is that skill books are easy for him to obtain, and he doesn't need to owe favors to others. Okay, I was rude. After hearing what Xin Zhengzi said, Lu Kuan had no choice but to give up. After completing the transaction with Lu Kuan, Xin Zhengzi went to the warehouse and stored all his skill books above level 20 and some equipment that he did not need temporarily in the warehouse. After doing all this, Xin Zhengzi stared at the Wama horn in his backpack in a daze. The Wama horn allows you to establish a real gaming guild. Xin Zhengzi's idea was to create a real gaming guild in the novice area of Biki City, but he didn't want to set up the guild himself. He wandered around freely by himself. There must be a lot of trivial things to do after establishing a guild. He thought about selling the Woma horn to Zhang Wenhuo or Lu Kuan, but Xin Zhengzi felt that the Woma horn was so precious that they could not afford it. This item can only be dropped by killing a level 50 boss. This is the 4th update, and I feel like I can't handle it anymore. How about canceling the update event? Chapter 71, Creating a Guild Additional Chapter 5. You can give me the Woomer horn. I'm very interested in establishing a guild. Back to reality, after Xin Zhengzi told Sumayan about the Wama horn, he didn't expect that Sumayan was very interested in establishing a guild. Honey, are you serious? The guild leader has a lot to manage. It's okay. I'll just take it as exercise. Besides, it's a great way to improve one's personal abilities. Most people don't have such an opportunity yet. Hearing Sumayan say this, Xin Zhengzi nodded. He decided that after entering the game, he would give the Wama horn to Sumayan and let her develop the game guild on her own. Xin Zhengzi was naturally reluctant to give the Wama horn to someone else, because he had worked hard to kill monsters in the Wama temple for more than a month to get it. Now that my wife Sumayan wants it, there is no problem. After all, your wife's things are still yours. Wife, you guys go into the game tomorrow and I'll help you level up. Okay. That night, Xin Zhengzi and Sumayan entered the game, and then Xin Zhengzi traded the Wama horn to Sumayan. After Sumayan obtained the Wama horn, she and Xin Zhengzi immediately went to the palace and found Emperor Biki. Game tip: congratulations to player number 382-454-6012, Sumayan, for establishing the Game Guild Anti-Tyranny Alliance Guild. Game tip: congratulations to player number 382-454-6012, Sumayan, for establishing the Game Guild Anti-Tyranny Alliance Guild. Game tip: congratulations to player number 382-454-6012, Sumayan, for establishing the Game Guild Anti-Tyranny Alliance Guild. Just when Sumayan successfully established the guild, Xin Zhengzi saw that the game prompt was refreshed 3 times in the World Channel. The World Channel can only be opened by players who have reached level 30 or above. Before, Xin Zhengzi's World Channel was always black screen, but now 3 game prompts appeared directly. Just when Sumayan established the guild, many players in the game saw this information. Fuck, who is this Sumayan? How did he get the Wama horn? Among our 36 major families, there's no one with the surname Su, right? Does anyone know who this Sumayan is? In the game, many people are asking who Sumayan is. In Biki City, Zhang Wenhua and Lu Kuan also heard the game prompts. After hearing the game prompts, they first showed a look of surprise, and then looked at each other. It shouldn't be her, right? Lu Kuan asked Zhang Wenhua. It shouldn't be. There are people who are called Sumayan. Neither of them thought about the Sumayan in the game prompt and the Sumayan they knew. Honestly, if this was the commotion caused by the Sumayan they knew, it would be too outrageous. No, look at the game number, it's the Sumayan we know. Suddenly, Zhang Wenhua said in shock. What? When Lu Kuan heard Zhang Wenhua's words, he was stunned. And look at the name of this guild, the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild. It's only 2 characters different from our Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance. Is this really the guild founded by Sumayan? Where did he get the Wama horn? Lu Kuan asked in disbelief. I don't know about that. I'll ask Su Mayan what's going on. Why did she quietly set up a gaming guild? After a moment, Zhang Wenhua said excitedly, Su Mayan replied. She said it was indeed the guild she founded. Real? Real. Where is she? Can I see her? She said she's in the palace, let's go there quickly. Soon, Zhang Wenhua and Lu Kuan arrived at the Biki Palace. Su Mayan, brother Xian, you established a real gaming guild? Zhang Wenhua asked Xian Zhengze and Su Mayan excitedly. Yes. Su Mayan nodded. I am also the president now. President Su, I want to join your guild, is that okay? At this time, Lu Kuan hurriedly said to Su Mayan. You want to join my guild? Don't you have a guild yourself? Su Mayan was embarrassed. She didn't expect that a guild president would actually ask to join her guild. President Su, I'm serious. Your guild is a real gaming guild, while mine is just a guild in name only. Neither of us has any binding force. After hearing Lu Kuan's words, Su Mayan looked at Xian Zhengze. She couldn't make up her mind whether to accept Lu Kuan or not. Seeing Su Mayan looking at him, Xian Zhengze thought for a moment and said, You can agree to it and give him the position of vice president. All right. Su Mayan nodded, then said to Lu Kuan, Welcome to join my guild. I will give you the position of vice president, and you can recruit 50 guild members. Thank you, President. Lu Kuan was overjoyed when he heard Su Mayan's words. Compared to becoming the vice president of a real gaming guild, he simply looked down on the position of guild president that was not recognized by the game. Well, I also want to join the guild, what do you think? Zhang Wenhua said to Su Mayan somewhat embarrassedly. He had said bad things about Su Mayan before, and Xian Zhengze told Su Mayan about this. Su Mayan had questioned Zhang Wenhua in a private message. Now was the first time they met after Su Mayan was released from prison, so it was naturally a little awkward. Hearing Zhang Wenhua's words, Su Mayan looked at him with complicated eyes, then nodded, Okay, I will also give you a vice president position, and give you 50 guild member quotas. Thank you. Seeing Su Mayan being so generous, Zhang Wenhua hurriedly thanked her with some guilt. Just as Su Mayan and Xian Zhengze were talking, a middle-aged man also came to the Biki Palace. Xiao Mayan, what do you want to talk to me about? Xian Zhengze also knew the middle-aged man. He was the player who copied Mao's selected works for Zhang Wenhua. His surname seemed to be Li, and his name was Li Yan. Uncle Li, I've created a gaming guild. I'll give you the position of vice president, and you'll help me recruit 50 guild members. The middle-aged man didn't react for a while after hearing Su Mayan's words. It wasn't until the game prompted Su Mayan to invite him to join the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild that he realized what was happening. Fuck, you actually founded the Anti-Tyranny Alliance Guild. Isn't that outrageous? The middle-aged man was so shocked by Su Mayan that he stuttered. However, he quickly agreed to Su Mayan's invitation. The guild created by Su Mayan is only a primary guild with only 200 guild member quotas. After distributing 150 students, she can still recruit 50 students herself. Su Mayan decided to recruit these 50 places herself so that she could have her own team. Of course, she had asked Xian Zhengze at the beginning if he wanted to be the vice president. However, Xian Zhengze had no interest in being the vice president of the guild. He wasn't even willing to join the guild. In the end, it was Su Mayan who forcibly pulled him into the guild and made him an ordinary guild member. There are many benefits to joining a real guild. First, there is the guild attack mode. After turning on the guild attack mode, members of the same guild will not be able to harm members of other guilds. In this case, the guild can organize large-scale teams to fight monsters or engage in fights. In the absence of a guild, the maximum number of people in a team is only 5. In this case, if someone organizes a large team to fight, it is easy to accidentally injure teammates. With the guild attack mode, you don't have to worry about being attacked by magic from a mage in the same guild, or being accidentally injured by poison from a Taoist priest in the same guild, nor do you have to worry about being damaged by a warrior's skills. Of course, if it is a purely physical attack, there will still be injuries. For example, if a warrior uses an offensive sword technique to chop a guild member, the guild member will not receive additional damage from the skill, but will receive basic physical attack damage. Of course, the basic physical attack damage is not very high without the support of skills. Joining a guild, in addition to the guild attack mode, there is also a guild channel function. This function can realize group chat function, and it is free of charge. You should know that sending a message in the regional chat channel costs at least 100 copper coins. If the number of words exceeds 100, the number of copper coins required will be doubled. I kind of regret it now. I shouldn't have done the extra chapter promotion. I'm so dizzy from typing so hard right now. I didn't think many people would give it 5-star reviews. Chapter 72, the previous method is no longer effective. Additional 6. In addition to the guild chat channel, there is also a guild warehouse function. In the warehouse of Biki City, there is a fee for storing items, and the number of items stored is less than 20 slots. However, the guild warehouse can not only store 50 items, but is also free to use. Most importantly, even if you are kicked out of the guild, you don't have to worry about losing the items you previously stored, because although you can't continue to store them, you can get all the items you previously stored back. In addition, the guild warehouse also has a sharing function. The president can store equipment in the guild's public warehouse, and then guild members can take it and use it. Of course, this requires cooperation with the guild contribution system. The guild president can assign guild tasks and allow guild members to earn contribution points. Then, the guild president can set the contribution points required to exchange weapons and equipment in the guild's public warehouse, which can enhance the sense of belonging and enthusiasm of guild members. Finally, guild members can see the names of other guild members. In this way, they can know whether the other party is a member of their own guild from a distance. This is very useful in group fights, because as long as you see someone with the guild name above their head, they are in the same camp, and you don't have to worry about attacking your teammates. If there are no guild members, it will be difficult to distinguish between friends and foes in a team battle. In this case, the team battle will undoubtedly be lost. In the game world, there is no uniform to distinguish between friends and foes. Most people wear equipment that explodes in the game world, which makes many people's equipment look the same. In such a situation, guild members naturally have an advantage. Of course, real gaming guilds have stronger cohesion and better organization than guilds that are not recognized by the game. At the Biki Palace, Su Mayan assigned Zhang Wenhua, Lu Kuan, and the other two the position of vice president of the guild, and then left with Xin Zhengze. After leaving Biki Palace, Su Mayan contacted He Yingxue. He Yingxue has not left the game since she last entered it. She was released from prison a week ago after spending a month in jail. So after Su Mayan informed He Yingxue quickly ran over. Sister Yen, brother-in-law. As soon as He Yingxue saw Su Mayan and Xin Zhengze, she greeted them politely. Game tips: player Su Mayan invites you to join the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild. Do you agree to join? Just after saying hello, He Yingxue received a game prompt. Agree. Without any hesitation, I chose to agree. After He Yingxue agreed, Su Mayan directly left it to him to be promoted to vice president. A guild can have 4 vice presidents. Xin Zhengze doesn't want the positions of vice president and elder, and only wants to be an ordinary guild member. Naturally, Su Mayan wants to promote her little follower. In this way, she finally had her own team. Let's go to the wild to level up. Su Mayan called to He Yingxue. Soon, the 3 of them left Biki City from the east gate. The 3 of them formed a team and walked several kilometers away from Biki City before Xin Zhengze took the 2 of them into the jungle. After entering the jungle, Xin Zhengze quickly saw the monster, which was a level 15 monster. Lightning magic. Xin Zhengze cast a lightning spell. The next moment, the monster was killed instantly. Seeing Xin Zhengze kill the monster with a lightning spell, Su Mayan and He Yingxue both looked puzzled. How much experience did you gain? Xin Zhengze asked the 2 women. After hearing what Xin Zhengze said, Su Mayan looked at the experience column and said, "It seems that no experience has been added." Me too. Yingxue from his side also said quickly. You don't have any experience at all? Xin Zhengze was surprised. Why don't you try killing a monster? Su Mayan said. Okay. Soon, Xin Zhengze saw another monster. Lightning magic. Another lightning spell was cast, and the monster was killed instantly. No, I didn't gain any experience points. Su Mayan shook her head. Me too. Hearing this, Xin Zhengze thought for a moment, then said, "Next, I'll cripple the monster, and then you guys finish off the enemy." Afterwards, when they encountered a monster, Xin Zhengze used Hellfire to cripple the monster, and then asked Su Mayan to finish it off. Still no experience points gained. No increase at all? Xin Zhengze frowned. Right. At this moment, He Yingxue on the side spoke. Sister Yen, brother-in-law, I understand. What do you know? Su Mayan asked quickly. I just messaged Uncle Zhang and she said that after leaving the novice village, other people won't be able to help you much with leveling up after killing monsters. How much experience points you gain from a monster depends on your damage to the monster. After a pause, He Shui continued, so, my brother-in-law's method of crippling monsters and then letting us finish them off won't work. We can only gain experience points by killing monsters ourselves. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi couldn't help but frown. If that's the case, her plan to upgrade Su Mayan and He Shui as quickly as possible will be dashed. Next, I will lure 2 monsters, and then you two will attack 1 monster each. Xin Zhengzi said to Su Mayan and He Shui. Good. Hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, Su Mayan and He Shui quickly agreed. Not long after, Xin Zhengzi attracted 2 monsters. Wife, you hit this end, He Shui, you hit the other end. Xin Zhengzi ordered the 2. Hearing Xin Zhengzi's order, the 2 women immediately began to attack the monster. Su Mayan attacked a level 14 monster, while He Shui attacked a level 12 monster. While the 2 women were attacking the monster, Xin Zhengzi was keeping a close eye on their situation. Just as the monster rushed forward, Xin Zhengzi directly used the fire ring to resist. As Xin Zhengzi unleashed his resistance fire ring, the next moment, the 2 monsters were pushed back 5 meters. Su Mayan, come forward and attack me from 4 meters away. I will help you push the monsters away. He Shui, just stand near me and attack with fireball. Next, Xin Zhengzi kept using the fire resistance ring, while Su Mayan and He Shui, one kept attacking the monster with weapons, and the other kept using fireballs. While the monster could only passively take the beating and was unable to defend itself, He Shui killed the level 12 monster with fireball in less than a minute. How is it? How many experience points do you have? Xin Zhengzi almost asked He Shui. I gained 4 experience points. He Shui said quickly. That's not bad. Xin Zhengzi nodded, then said to He Shui, you can lure a monster over here yourself. Okay, thank you, brother-in-law. Not long after, He Shui led a monster over. Then, with Xin Zhengzi continuously releasing the resistance fire ring, He Shui once again attacked the monster without fear. Another minute later, on the other side, Su Mayan finally dealt with the level 14 monster. I gained 16 experience points. He Shui said happily to Xin Zhengzi. Not bad. Wait a minute. Once He Shui finishes beating this monster, we'll go lure some more monsters. A few minutes later, after He Shui defeated a monster, Xin Zhengzi directly led more than a dozen monsters over. Fortunately, as Xin Zhengzi continued to release the fire resistance ring, the monster was never able to attack Su Mayan and He Shui. On the contrary, Su Mayan and He Shui could attack the monster without any scruples. The 6th update. Chapter 73. Only you can afford it. Additional 7. After more than 2 hours, their levels reached level 11. After reaching level 11, He Shui's fireball spell quickly reached level 2, which greatly increased her magic damage. In contrast, Su Mayan's attack power has hardly improved. In addition, with the 3 of them constantly using their skills, magic potions were clearly not enough, and they had to return to the city for replenishment almost every 2 hours. It would be great if someone could send us medicine. He Shui couldn't help but sigh while replenishing supplies in Beachy City. Upon hearing this, Xin Zhengzi's eyes lit up. I have an idea. What do you have in mind? Su Mayan asked quickly. Let's go to the warehouse. Soon, Xin Zhengzi brought the 2 women to the warehouse. Xin Zhengzi took out a book on thunder and lightning techniques and a book on soul fire talisman from the warehouse and handed them to Su Mayan. Put these 2 skill books in the guild warehouse, set it to require 1,000 guild contributions to exchange, and then distribute them to the person who delivers medicine to us. Each time he delivers the medicine, he can get 10 guild contributions. Xin Zhengzi said to He Shui. At this moment, the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild established by He Shui already has more than 80 members. These members should be invited to join by Zhang Wenhua, Lu Kuan, and Li Yan. After hearing what Xin Zhengzi said, Su Mayan quickly did as she was told. She placed the 2 skill books in the guild warehouse, set a limit of 1,000 contribution points to exchange for the skill books, and issued a task to deliver medicine to the president. Each time medicine was delivered, she would receive 10 points of guild contribution. Although 10 points of guild contribution may seem small, if you calculate it based on the value of a skill book of 100,000 copper coins, then that 1 point of contribution is equivalent to 100 copper coins. Delivering medicine once earns 10 contribution points, which is equivalent to a reward of 1,000 copper coins. Who can earn 1,000 copper coins by running an errand? Therefore, after Su Mayan posted the task, it was taken up instantly. I saw the name of the person who took the task, Zhang Wenhua. Good job. A few minutes later, Zhang Wenhua came running over. President, Brother Xin, Xiuha. Zhang Wenhua greeted Xin Zhongzi, Su Mayan, and He Xue with a chuckle. Uncle Zhang, why did you accept this task? Xin Zhongzi asked with a smile. The guild contribution is so valuable, of course I have to accept it. Grandpa has nothing to do anyway. Zhang Wenhua said with a chuckle. Okay, then empty your backpack and buy magic potions, and then go to the wild with us. Xin Zhongzi nodded and instructed Zhang Wenhua. Soon, the four of them went in and left Beach City with backpacks full of magic potions. 10 minutes later, the four entered the jungle. Afterwards, Xin Zhongzi attracted more than a dozen monsters for Su Mayan and He Xue to fight. Fuck, is this how you guys leveled up? Zhang Wenhua was stunned in surprise when he saw Xin Zhongzi helping Su Mayan and He Xue level up. What's so strange about this? Don't you also have a fire resistance ring? Xin Zhongzi said to Zhang Wenhua. Zhang Wenhua is also a mage, and the fire resist ring is only a level 12 skill that can be bought in the bookstore, so he must have learned it. I do have the fire resistance ring, but the fire resistance ring doesn't always work. After a pause, Zhang Wenhua continued, why does your fire resistance ring always succeed? Isn't this too outrageous? Can't your fire resistance ring succeed every time? Xin Zhongzi asked in surprise. Hearing Xin Zhongzi's words, Zhang Wenhua said, you can tell by looking at my fire resistance ring. Then, Zhang Wenhua also began to cast the fire resistance ring. The first time, it didn't work. The second time, it didn't work. The third time, it worked. After Zhang Wenhua succeeded, he did not stop, but continued to cast the fire resistance ring. Finally, Xin Zhongzi discovered that Zhang Wenhua's fire resistance ring was only successful once every 3 times on average. Even if that's the case, we can find several mages who can resist the fire ring and cast it continuously. This way we can achieve the effect I have now. Xin Zhongzi thought for a while and said to Zhang Wenhua. Hearing Xin Zhongzi's words, Zhang Wenhua couldn't help but roll his eyes. You think it's that easy? Don't you know how much magic power is lost when you cast the fire resistance ring like that? A team can only have a maximum of 5 people. Even if there are 3 wizards and magicians constantly casting resistance fire rings, the medicine and money consumed will be astronomical. Who can afford it? After hearing this, Xin Zhongzi calculated that it takes 7 points of magic to cast a level 3 fire resistance ring. If it is cast once per second, it consumes 7 points of magic per second, which means 420 points of magic per minute. Xin Zhongzi took magic potions medium throughout the whole process, and occasionally took a bottle of strong magic potion to maintain consumption. Magic potion medium restores 60 mana points every 10 seconds, an average of 6 mana points per second. Therefore, in this case, Xin Zhongzi needs to take about 6 bottles of magic potion medium every minute, and then take a bottle of strong magic potion every 3 minutes, so as to maintain the continuous release of magic power consumption to resist the fire ring. Based on the price of 100 copper coins per bottle of magic potion medium in the store, 6 bottles would cost 600 copper coins. In other words, Xin Zhongzi needs to consume 600 copper coins per minute. Of course, Xin Zhongzi bought the kind of medicine that came in a bundle of 6 bottles of magic potion. A bundle of magic potions like this only counts as 1 backpack slot. Each player's backpack has only 40 slots. If all of them are used to buy bulk magic potions, they can only hold 40 bottles. And if you buy bundles of magic potions, you can buy 240 bottles. However, when someone like Xin Zhongzi consumes magic potions, he actually consumes copper coins. He consumed 600 copper coins per minute, which means 36,000 copper coins per hour. Plus, if you consume a bottle of powerful magic potion every 3 minutes, that adds up to 56,000 copper coins. If it were an ordinary player, how could they afford to spend real copper coins? More than 56,000 copper coins in an hour is too crazy. But Xin Zhongzi was the only one using the fire resist ring to push the monster away. If, as Zhang Wenhua said, he found 3 mages to cast the fire resist ring continuously, how much money would it cost? 170,000 copper coins per hour? That's even crazier. Spending nearly 170,000 copper coins per hour just to help two newbies upgrade safely? Is there anything more crazy than this? Therefore, Xin Jones's current method of helping Su Mayan and Hien Shui upgrade is something that only he has the ability to do. He now has more than 2.4 million copper coins on him, and the consumption of less than 60,000 copper coins per hour is nothing to him. Next, Xin Jones continued to take Su Mayan and Hien Shui to upgrade in the wild. With Zhang Wenhua's help in buying medicine, the three of them no longer needed to go back to the city for supplies. 3 hours later, Hien Shui and Su Mayan's levels were raised to level 12 one after another. More than 5 hours later, Su Mayan and Hien Shui quickly reached level 13. As a mage, Hien Shui has the skill attack of Fireball, so her attack is naturally faster than Su Mayan's. Fortunately, Xin Jones always assigned higher level monsters to Su Mayan, which allowed her to gain more experience than Hien Shui every time she killed a monster. After the two of them reached level 13, whenever Xin Jones encountered a monster below level 13, he would use lightning to kill it instantly, so as not to delay the two women's leveling. Xin Jones decided that after Su Mayan reached level 14 and learned the poison technique, he would take them to the beachy mine to kill zombies and level up. Please stop giving 5-star reviews. The author can't take it anymore. Chapter 74 Don't Run Away Additional 8. Because the highest level of monsters in the wild of Beachy City is only level 15, Xin Jones took the two of them to kill monsters in the wild for more than 10 hours before they were able to level up from level 3 to level 14. Uncle Zhang, thank you for helping me deliver the medicines for so long. I won't need your help with the delivery next time. Xin Jones greeted Zhang Wenhua. Not long after, the group returned to Beach City. Immediately, Su Mayan and Xin Jones quit the game because it was already daytime. During the day, the two still need to quit the game to prevent anything from happening to their mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and 2 children. Fortunately, everything is back to normal after exiting the game. After all, the family was hiding in the deep mountains and forests, isolated from the world, and they didn't carry any electronic products with them. It was very difficult to find them under such circumstances. Mom, if I just hold on for a few more months, I'll be able to solve this problem. Xin Jones also did not forget to make a promise to his mother-in-law. He was afraid that his mother-in-law and sister-in-law could not bear to live in isolation in the deep mountains and forests. It's okay, as long as you are safe, I can live anywhere. During the day, after checking the situation and teasing the children for a while, the couple returned to the game. After entering the game and replenishing supplies, Xin Jones once again took Su Mayan and Hien Shui to the wild. This time, Xin Jones took the two women straight to the beachy mine. Honey, I heard that the beachy mine is full of level 20 monsters. Can we defeat them? Don't worry, I'm here to make sure I get through it. This time when he returned to the city for supplies, Xin Jones bought Su Mayan a 015 bronze axe. Combined with her original attack and the doubled physical attack from her mental combat skills, it was already capable of breaking through the defense of a level 20 zombie. As long as you can break the defense, killing the zombies will just be a matter of time. However, killing a level 20 monster at level 14 counts as killing a monster 6 levels higher, and killing one will give you 64 experience points. In this case, one monster can be equivalent to killing more than 30 level 15 monsters in the wild. Half an hour later, Xin Jones brought the beautiful girl to the beachy mine. After arriving at the beach mine, Xin Jones entered the cave first, and then cleared out the densely populated zombies in the cave. After there was enough space for them to move around, Xin Jones let the two women in. After the two entered the mine, Xin Jones began to lure monsters and then let the two women fight them. It took Su Mayan 5 minutes to kill a zombie. As a mage, Hien Shui has a high attack power, so when Su Mayan killed one zombie, she had already killed 2. Under such circumstances, it took less than an hour for Hien Shui's level to rise from level 14 to level 15. Another hour later, Su Mayan's level reached 15. However, not long after, Hien Shui's level rose to level 16. Hien Shui, who was at level 16, quickly upgraded her fireball spell to level 3, and her damage increased again. In this case, it only takes her less than 2 minutes on average to kill a zombie. However, Su Mayan still needs 5 minutes to kill a zombie. 3 hours later, Hien Shui's level reached 17, while Su Mayan only reached level 16. During this process, Xin Jones was not idle. If he ran out of medicine, he would quickly use Hellfire to clear a group of monsters, and then pick up the potions dropped by the monsters. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Hien Shui's level was raised to 18. Su Mayan's level is still only level 16. It took her 5 minutes to kill a fast fish, which was too slow. At 5:30, Xin Zhongzi took the two women out of the mine. She asked He Yingxue to stay in the jungle outside the mine and not move, and then she and He Yingxue logged off. The reason they went offline was mainly because the couple and their mother-in-law Shen Shui had agreed that they must quit the game and eat at 7 a.m. and 5 to 6 p.m. every day. By the time the couple finished their meal and entered the game again, it was already around 6:30. As soon as Xin Zhongzi and He Yingxue entered the game, they received a message from He Yingxue. He Yingxue, Sister Yin, I'm being hunted by my former allies. Please save me. Seeing He Yingxue's message, Su Mayan hurriedly asked about He Yingxue's location. Su Mayan, can you run towards the mine? He Yingxue, I couldn't run away. They chased me out of the mine. Luckily, I had 2 levels of free attributes that I hadn't increased. After I encountered danger, I increased all of them to agility. Seeing He Yingxue's message, Su Mayan quickly said to Xin Zhongzi, Husband, let's go save He Yingxue. Okay. Xin Zhongzi nodded. He also received He Yingxue's location information. I'm very agile, I'll catch up first, you follow slowly and be careful. Good. Soon, Xin Zhongzi's figure disappeared from Su Mayan's sight. Behind him, Su Mayan opened the guild channel. Su Mayan President, everyone, our people are being hunted by our former allies in the direction of. I'm on my way there. All brothers and sisters in the guild, please provide support immediately. Li Yi member, the President has spoken. I have received your message and will support you immediately. Lu Koan Vice President, everyone, support the President immediately. The guild channel suddenly became lively with Su Mayan's speech. At the same time, in all directions of Biki City, countless people were running quickly towards the coordinates given by Su Mayan. On the other side, a group of former allied players are chasing He Yingxue. He Yingxue, don't run away. We don't mean to hurt you. We just want to know why you leveled up so quickly. As long as you tell us, we won't do anything to you. Earlier, He Yingxue didn't believe it at all when she heard this. If she hadn't added several levels of free attribute points to agility, she might have been caught by now. If he were caught by his former allies, God knows what would happen. You know, anything you can do in the real world, you can also do in the game world. Just when He Yingxue was escaping quickly with a group of former allies, Xin Zhongzi also contacted He Yingxue and asked her to take her former allies on a journey, and he would pick her up directly on the way. Less than 10 minutes after receiving the message from Xin Zhongzi, He Yingxue and her former allies met Xin Zhongzi. Fuck, it's that killer, run. A group of former allies were startled when they saw Xin Zhongzi appear, and immediately tried to run away. Xin Zhongzi's previous battle record was so incredible that the Shen family, his former allies, did not dare to confront him head-on. Want to run? Can you run away? Xin Zhongzi snorted coldly and quickly chased after him. Lightning magic. Fireball. Lightning magic. Fireball. Lightning magic. Xin Zhongzi casts a lightning spell almost every second and a fireball spell almost every 2 seconds. Facing the magicians and Taoist priests of the Shen family, she could kill them instantly with just one lightning spell. And when facing the warriors of the Shen family, all he needs is a fireball. Under Xin Zhongzi's pursuit, in less than a minute, 13 members of the Shen family, his former allies, were killed by him. In the end, a few people from the Shen family still ran away. There was no way. Xin Zhongzi was alone, and when the other party finally scattered and ran away, he could do nothing. This is my 8th extra chapter. I've written 10 chapters today. Guys, I'm really exhausted. Even if there are extra chapters, please wait until tomorrow. I'm going to sleep now. I feel incredibly tired. Chapter 75 Su Mayan Su Command. Thank you, brother-in-law, for saving my life. Seeing Xin Zhongzi quickly kill more than a dozen members of the Shen family and drive away the rest, He Yingxue immediately expressed her gratitude. At the same time, the look she gave Xin Zhongzi was also stunning. Xin Zhongzi killed people so easily, just like killing a chicken. Just when Xin Zhongzi rescued He Yingxue, Su Mayan also ran over shortly afterwards, with a group of monsters following her. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi used a few hellfires to solve all the monsters. Just after Su Mayan arrived, Xin Zhongzi saw some people with guild logos on their heads coming here. President. When the people who came saw Su Mayan, they couldn't help but call her president. These are the people I called. They are all brothers in the guild. Su Mayan explained to Xin Zhongzi. Xin Zhengzi didn't have time to check the guild channel, so he didn't know that Su Mayan had asked for help in the guild. As time goes by, more and more people come here. Half an hour later, everyone in the guild arrived. Xiao He, are you okay? Zhang Wenhua asked He Yingxue with concern. I'm fine. My brother-in-law saved me. Everyone. At this time, Su Mayan spoke. When they heard Su Mayan speak, everyone listened attentively. Everyone, thank you for coming to support us, so I have decided to reward everyone who comes to support me with 10 points of guild contribution. Su Mayan said to everyone. 10 points of guild contribution equals 1,000 copper coins. Thank you, President. While Su Mayan was talking to the guild members, she was contacting Xin Zhengzi privately. Su Mayan, husband, do you think we should take the guild members to explore the Beaky Mine? I think with so many of us, even without your help, we should be able to take on the level 20 zombies. After seeing Su Mayan's message, Xin Zhengzi thought about it and felt that it seemed possible. Su Mayan wants to develop the guild, so he can't be the only one to get the equipment and skill books that the guild members need. Even if he were made of iron, how many nails could he hammer? And if the guild members were to organize themselves, they could definitely challenge the bitch mine. The most important thing is that after Su Mayan established a real game guild, once the guild damage mode was turned on, she no longer had to worry about her skills hurting her teammates. In this case, you can organize a team of warriors to stand in the front, a team of mages to output in the back, and then the Taoist priests to add blood to the warriors. In the past, the reason why players couldn't cooperate was because there was no guild, which easily led to accidental injuries. In the gaming world, life is very important. Once you die, you cannot be resurrected, so many people cherish their lives very much. Now some guilds can ignore the skill attacks of teammates, so they can naturally fight against mine zombies. So, after Xin Zhengzi thought about this, he immediately agreed with Su Mayan's idea. Everyone, since everyone is here, I have a suggestion. Let's go explore the Beaky Mine. Everyone, don't worry. Our guild has a guild attack mode. You don't have to worry about being accidentally injured by your teammates. So you can definitely go into the mines and fight the zombies. Everyone was very excited when they heard Su Mayan's words. If it were in the past, they would never go to the mine to provoke zombies. Now, the function of the game guild has given them great confidence. President, in that case, let's go to the mine and fight the zombies. Lu Kuan was the first to stand up and agree with Su Mayan. Following Lu Kuan's agreement, others also agreed. Not long after, a team of over 100 people, led by Su Mayan, quickly headed towards the mine. When they entered the mine, there were no monsters because the monsters at the entrance had been cleared out by Xin Zhengzi, Su Mayan, and the other two. A group of people went into the mine for several hundred meters and came to another fork in the road, only then did they see hordes of zombies. All warriors, move forward. Mages and Taoist priests, follow behind. Taoist priests, pay attention to replenishing blood. Warriors, if you can't hold on, retreat. I will send people to support you. Finally, I must emphasize again that the equipment and skill books you obtain must be turned in. I will then convert all items into contribution points and distribute them to everyone. If you want any equipment, you can go directly to the guild's public warehouse to exchange it. Okay, start killing monsters, but don't attract too many at first. Next, under Su Mayan's command, everyone started moving. At the beginning, Su Mayan attracted several zombies. When the zombies arrived, the soldiers attacked them. At the same time, the wizard's fireballs were thrown at the zombies as if they were free. As for the Taoist priests, they pay attention to the situation of the soldiers. If a soldier is attacked by a zombie, several Taoist priests will immediately cast healing spells on the soldier. There were simply too many players on the side, and a few zombies melted before they could even last 10 seconds. Ha ha! This level 20 zombie is nothing special. Seeing how easy it was to kill the zombies, everyone had a smile on their face. Seeing that everyone killed several zombies so easily, Su Mayan asked people to lure more than a dozen zombies over at once. However, even with more than a dozen zombies, the group of zombies could not last more than a minute under the joint attack of all the players. Next, everyone started the exciting monster killing journey. When players unite, level 20 zombies are no match at all. Ha, I've upgraded. The experience points shared by killing monsters above your level are really high. Some low-level players shared a lot of experience points, so many people were able to level up in a short time. Of course, there were also some people who had come but had no intention of attacking any zombies. These people are actually players who have reached level 19 and will have to leave Biki City if they want to level up again. Therefore, the lower level players were killing monsters and leveling up like crazy, while the level 19 players just watched from the sidelines. 15 zombies is the limit, please don't attract too many zombies. Hit me hard. In the mine, Sumayan excitedly directed all guild members to launch rounds of attacks on the zombies. Under her command, everyone attacked in an orderly manner. There were a lot of equipment that fell to the ground, but no one picked them up. Only Sumayan, the president, went to pick them up. When Sumayan's backpack was full of space, she traded some of her equipment to several vice presidents and asked them to help carry it. 2 hours later, some people left the mine with a sense of reluctance. The truth is, everyone has run out of potions, and someone needs to go back to the city to restock them. What excited everyone the most was that within 2 hours, they had obtained several skill books, including the mage's lightning spell, which made all the mages very envious. However, if you can get skill books by killing zombies in the mine today, you will get more in the future. By then, sooner or later, they will be able to have their own high-level skill books. In this situation, all guild players have hope in their hearts. Chapter 76 Heading to Zuma. What surprised Xin Zhengze the most was that in the guild's team battle against zombies, the Taoist player who had no output could actually get experience points. In this case, Xin Zhengze doesn't have to worry about Sumayan. For the next 10 hours, Sumayan directed the guild members to kill zombies. Under Sumayan's command, no guild members were injured or killed. Under such circumstances, Sumayan's prestige immediately rose to a new level. Before, although Sumayan was the guild president, many guild members did not know her and had no respect for her. Now, as Sumayan commanded a group of people to obtain high-level skill books in the mine, she naturally gained prestige among the guild members. That's all for today. Everyone can go back and have a good rest. We'll continue at 8 o'clock this evening. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Sumayan said to all guild members. After fighting zombies all night, Sumayan felt a little tired. Okay, President. When they heard Sumayan's words, countless people immediately agreed. Half an hour later, all the members of the Anti-Hegemony Alliance returned to Beach City. Sumayan brought 4 vice presidents to the warehouse and stored all the equipment obtained today in the warehouse. Afterwards, they began to discuss pricing all the equipment they had obtained and distributing guild contribution points. Guild contribution points are distributed at a value of 100 copper coins per point. The value of all equipment is determined according to market prices. After the contribution points were distributed, several people discussed the price of the exchange equipment. As a guild member, exchanging guild contributions for equipment or skills will definitely be cheaper than the market price. In the end, Sumayan set the price at 50% off the market price. For example, a book on poison techniques would cost 35,000 copper coins to buy at a bookstore. If you use guild contribution to redeem it in the guild warehouse, you only need 175 guild contribution points, which is equivalent to more than 17,500 copper coins. Of course, if a guild member uses contribution points to exchange for equipment and then sells it, Sumayan will not stop him. Because guild contributions cannot be exchanged for copper coins and are not transferable. They can only be obtained when completing guild tasks. In this case, if you are willing to do guild tasks to earn contribution points, then Sumayan will not care if you use the contribution points to exchange for equipment and sell them for money. More than 2 hours later, Sumayan, Zhang Wenhua, Lu Koan and others finally finished dealing with everything. In one night, everyone gained equipment and skill books, allowing everyone to earn 31 points of guild contribution. Among them, Zhang Wenhua made the largest contribution to the guild, mainly because he earned a lot when delivering medicine to Xin Zhengze and Sumayan, reaching more than 170 points of guild contribution. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Sumayan quit the game. At this time, Xin Zhengze had quit the game for more than 2 hours. After having breakfast and learning from Xin Zhengze what happened in the game yesterday, Sumayan couldn't wait to pull Xin Zhengze into the game again. Hubby, we don't need you to help us upgrade now. Just go and do your own thing. After becoming the guild president, Sumayan devoted all her attention to the affairs of the guild. Of course, the most important thing is that if she reaches level 20 now, she will have to leave Biki City in a year. What will the guild do then? She also wants to develop the guild and then take revenge on the people from the 36 major families. Seeing that Sumayan really didn't need him anymore, Xin Zhengze thought about it and decided to go get Zuma equipment. Wamasut, Xin Zhengze still feels uneasy about going to Mingjong City. Although he could easily kill a level 50 Wama leader with Wama equipment, the ancestor of the Shin family, was a player over level 60. Therefore, it would be safer to get 20 sets of Zuma equipment. After deciding to get Zuma equipment, Xin Zhengzi did not hesitate. He quickly left from the north gate of Biki City, and then he quickly performed the teleportation technique. After dozens of instantaneous movements, Xin Zhengzi entered the Viper Valley from the northeast of Biki City. After dozens of instantaneous movements, Xin Zhengzi successfully entered the area of the Mengzhong map. After entering the Mengzhong map, Xin Zhengzi didn't dare to use instant movement, because if he moved directly into Mengzhong City, it would be equivalent to arriving at a map of another dimension, and there would be no way to return to the Biki City of the current dimension. Wouldn't that be the end of him? According to the map in the legendary game, the Zuma temple should be in the northeast direction of the map. Next, Xin Zhengzi spent more than 5 hours before finally finding the location of the Zuma temple. Soon, Xin Zhengzi entered the underground passage of the Zuma temple. The first floor of Zuma is full of monsters. Sure enough, the game designed by Tian Dao does not allow people to fight monsters properly. Fortunately, Xin Zhengzi's defense and attack are now strong enough. Giant Rat, level 30, HP 7000, attack 65, physical defense 39, magic defense 34, agility 35. Skill, Bite, increases attack damage by 5 times, cooldown 5 seconds. Troll Mosquito, level 32, HP 8600, attack 68, physical defense 40, magical defense 39, agility 35. Skill, Claw Attack, increases attack damage by 5 times, cooldown time 5 seconds. On the first level of Zuma, these two are the main monsters. Xin Zhengzi was not going to waste time on the Zuma level. It took more than 2 hours, and after Xin Zhengzi used teleportation more than a dozen times, he successfully entered the second floor of Zuma. The reason why it takes 2 hours to teleport more than a dozen times is mainly because the first floor is full of monsters. If Xin Zhengzi wants to perform teleportation, he needs to clear out all the monsters around him, otherwise his teleportation will be easily interrupted. After entering the second floor, there is one more type of monster. Troll Hornfly, level 35, HP 11,000, attack 71, physical defense 43, magical defense 42, agility 37. Skill, Venom Splash, increases attack damage by 3 times, lasts 3 seconds. Cooldown 5 seconds. Xin Zhengzi did not stay on the second floor of Zuma, but spent more than 2 hours to reach the third floor. On the third level of Zuma, there is one more type of monster. Zuma Archer, level 38, HP 13400, attack 77, physical defense 45, magical defense 45, agility 40. Skill, Charge an Arrow, increasing attack damage by 5 times, cooldown 5 seconds. Seeing the Zuma Archer, Xin Zhengzi realized that he could no longer use teleportation. Because if you are teleported into a group of Zuma Archers, your life will be in danger. A single Zuma Archer cannot cause fatal damage to him, but if a group of Zuma Archers use their skills to damage him at the same time, he will definitely die. Fortunately, because of the appearance of Zuma Archers, the number of monsters on the third level of Zuma is not too dense. Perhaps this was designed by nature to balance the game. Otherwise, who could withstand a group of densely packed ranged monsters attacking at the same time? Chapter 77 Zuma Suit Update 1 from yesterday. Fireball. Lightning Magic. A fireball spell directly knocked away more than 5,000 health of the Zuma Archer, and with the help of several lightning spells, the Zuma Archer died directly. Zuma Archer, the skill damage is very high, but the hatred range is only 20 meters. Xin Zhengzi's mental strength reached 30 points, and he could accurately attack monsters at a distance of 30 meters. So when facing the Zuma Archers had no time to react and were killed by Xin Zhengzi. On the third level of Zuma, Xin Zhengzi was looking for a way to the fourth level of Zuma while quickly killing the Zuma monster. The Zuma monster dropped a lot of equipment that Xin Zhengzi thought was pretty good before, but unfortunately it was of no use to Xin Zhengzi now. More than 10 hours later, Xin Zhengzi successfully entered the fourth floor of Zuma. On the fourth level of Zuma, there are not only Zuma Archers, but also Zuma statues. Zuma Statue, level 39, HP 14200, attack 75, physical defense 43, magical defense 43, agility 37. Skill, Heavy Attack, increases attack damage by 5 times, cooldown 5 seconds. At the fourth level of Zuma, Xin Zhengzi continued to push forward. On the fourth level of Zuma, by killing Zuma Archers and Zuma Statues, Xin Zhengzi finally got lucky and got some Zuma equipment. Strength Ring, requires attack power 98, attack 06, durability 6, weight 3. Unfortunately, it's not a mage's equipment. Since it was not a mage's equipment, Xin Zhongzi chose to throw it away directly. More than 10 hours later, Xin Zhongzi entered the 5th level of Zuma. In the past 10 hours, Xin Zhongzi obtained several pieces of Zuma equipment. Fortunately, Xin Zhongzi obtained 2 pieces of Zuma equipment for the mage. 2 purple conch rings. Purple Jade Snail, requires Magic Attack 88, Magic Attack 05, Durability 5, Weight 2. Purple Cone Ring, the Magic Attack is slightly higher than that of the Ruby Ring. Wearing it requires 88 points of Magic Attack power. With such Magic Attack, players need to reach level 30 or above and then equip it with other magic equipment. As for being unable to equip it? That's impossible. After all, Xin Zhongzi is only level 20, and his basic magic attack has reached 60 points. On the 5th floor of Zuma, Xin Zhongzi continued to kill monsters and get equipment. On the 5th floor of Zuma, a new monster appeared, the Zuma Guardian. Zuma Guardian, level 40, HP 15,000, attack 78, physical defense 44, magical defense 44, agility 37. Skills, heavy attack, increases attack damage by 5 times, cooldown 5 seconds. Xin Zhongzi felt that dealing with Zuma guards was easier than dealing with Zuma archers. It was just a matter of releasing one more lightning spell. So at the 5th level of Zuma, Xin Zhongzi continued to push forward. Instead, Xin Zhongzi discovered that the monsters on the 5th floor of Zuma had a much higher drop rate than those on the 4th floor of Zuma. In just a few hours, Xin Zhongzi sold several more pieces of Zuma jewelry. It's just that Xin Zhongzi was unlucky and didn't have any mage equipment. Just when Xin Zhongzi was clearing out the Zuma monsters, he actually saw an elite monster. Zuma Guard Captain, level 45, HP 23,000, attack 88, physical defense 49, magical defense 49, agility 42. Skill 1, heavy attack, increases attack damage by 5 times, cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 2, sweep, increases attack damage by 3 times, cooldown 10 seconds. Yes, it's actually an elite monster. When Xin Zhongzi saw the elite monster, his eyes suddenly lit up. Fireball. Lightning, 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 fireball. Xin Zhongzi attacked and pulled at the same time. The damage of his magic attacks was truly abnormal. In less than a minute, the Zuma Guard Captain with over 20,000 HP was killed. What made Xin Zhongzi happy was the equipment dropped by the Zuma Guard Captain. Black Iron Helmet, requires attack power 128, physical defense 45, magic defense 23, durability 10, weight 20. It's a good thing, but it's a pity that there is only one, which is too little. Then, the captain of the Zuma Guard also dropped a warrior's knight bracelet and his own mage's dragon bracelet. The knight bracelet was useless to Xin Zhongzi, so Xin Zhongzi threw it away directly, and the dragon bracelet was put into his backpack. After killing the captain of the Zuma Guards, Xin Zhongzi continued to fight monsters while looking for the passage to the 6th floor of Zuma. A few hours later, Xin Zhongzi finally found the passage to the 6th floor. However, at the entrance of the 6th floor passage, an extremely tall monster appeared. Zuma Guardian, level 50, HP 31,000, attack 98, physical defense 55, magical defense 55, agility 47. Skill 1, heavy attack, increases attack damage by 6 times, cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 2, sweep, increases attack damage by 4 times, cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 3, venom splash, increases attack damage by 3 times, lasts 3 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. This monster made Xin Zhongzi take it seriously. Mainly, it has to be very agile and deal strong damage. If he uses his skills to deal damage, he can deal at least 300 points of damage. If splashed by venom, Xin Zhongzi would suffer 500 to 600 damages. Xin Zhongzi's current health is only 2,000 points. With such damage, he will die in just 4 or 5 hits. Therefore, this elite monster has the potential to kill Xin Zhongzi. Faced with a life and death crisis, Xin Zhongzi had to take it seriously. Fireball, lightning, 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 fireball, lightning, 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 lightning. Xin Zhongzi attacked and pulled at the same time. 2 minutes later, the monster died. At the same time, Xin Zhongzi also lost 1,000 drops of blood. What Xin Zhongzi didn't expect was that the monster's hatred range and attack range reached 30 meters. He was hit twice by the venom splash damage, so he lost more than 2,000 health points. Fortunately, the splash cooldown is 30 seconds, which allows him to quickly restore his health, otherwise it would be really dangerous. Therefore, Xin Zhengzi decided that when she upgraded in the future, she must first improve her mental strength, otherwise her attack distance would still be too close. After Zuma's guardian angel was killed by Xin Zhengzi, a large number of equipment also dropped. Gold bars can be exchanged for 1 million copper coins from the warehouse manager. Silver ingot can be exchanged for 100,000 copper coins from the warehouse manager. Xin Zhengzi was very happy that he had made so much money. In addition to money, Guardian Tian also dropped the Zuma weapon, the Staff of Judgment. Staff of Judgment required level 30, physical attack 030, durability 32, weight 80. Unfortunately, this is equipment used by warriors. Xin Zhengzi wanted to throw it away, but he was reluctant. The reason why he was reluctant to part with it was because Xin Zhengzi felt that if he took this weapon out, he would be able to sell it for a high price in Mengzhong City. However, this Staff of Judgment is too heavy, weighing up to 80 points. If he took this weapon, he wouldn't be able to take much other equipment. Finally, Xin Zhengzi thought about it and decided to take the Staff of Judgment with him temporarily, and hide it after reaching the 6th level of Zuma. At that time, he would only need to pick it up every once in a while, and he would not have to worry about it being refreshed by the game. After killing the Zuma Guardian Queen, Xin Zhengzi not only obtained Zuma weapons, but also obtained several pieces of Zuma jewelry. Among them, Xin Zhengzi needs mage equipment. Devil Bell requires magic attack power 95, magic attack 07, accuracy +2, durability 6, weight 1. Good stuff, it actually adds 2 points to be accurate. Chapter 78 Su Mayan was surrounded and killed make up for yesterday's 2. After killing Zuma's Guardian Queen, Xin Zhengzi quickly entered the next level of the passage. However, after entering the passage, it was not the 6th floor of Zuma as imagined. The map shows that the map Xin Zhengzi entered was Zuma Pavilion. A square room, only 10 meters in diameter, with 2 Zuma guards inside. After killing the Zuma guards, Xin Zhengzi hesitated for a moment, then chose a door and entered. However, the next moment, Xin Zhengzi saw another identical place, and the map name was still Zuma Pavilion. Next, Xin Zhengzi kept going in and out of the 4 rooms of Zuma Pavilion. A few hours later, Xin Zhengzi felt numb all over. Because he was trapped in Zuma Pavilion. Fortunately, in Zuma Pavilion, Xin Zhengzi met an NPC, the owner of Zuma grocery store. What surprised Xin Zhengzi was that one could buy all kinds of medicines from the grocery store owner, including powerful magic potions and sun water. After a few hours, perhaps because of good luck, Xin Zhengzi finally got out of Zuma Pavilion. Ha! You actually came directly to the 7th floor of Zuma? Xin Zhengzi was very surprised, because after leaving Zuma Pavilion, he found that the small map showed the 7th floor of Zuma. So, this is directly skipping the 6th level of Zuma. That's not bad. After reaching the 7th floor, Xin Zhengzi continued to kill monsters and obtain equipment. On the 7th floor of Zuma, the number of monsters is very dense. The proportion of elite monsters is also obviously much higher than that of the 4th and 5th floors. Of course, the probability of equipment dropping is much higher. A few days later, Xin Zhengzi got a backpack full of Zuma equipment. Among them are mages, warriors, and Taoists. Xin Zhengzi really couldn't bear to throw it away. Therefore, Xin Zhengzi decided to use the legendary ring to teleport these equipment back. Each time you teleport, you can carry about 20 pieces of equipment. That's pretty good. On the 5th day of his trip to the Zuma temple, Xin Zhengzi returned to Beachy City again. In the past few days, Xin Zhengzi has been alone in the Zuma temple killing monsters and getting equipment. Su Mayan, on the other hand, led 200 people from the guild to kill zombies in the bitch mine. In order to improve the efficiency of killing monsters, Su Mayan asked Lu Koan to lead a group of hundreds of people to kill zombies. In just a few days, Su Mayan led the guild members to obtain more than 20 skill books that were not available in stores, as well as a large number of weapons and equipment above level 16. They made a lot of money. The only drawback is that with so many people working together to fight monsters, the consumption of medicine is too high. Su Mayan had to sell some skill books to people from other brother guilds, and then use the money to buy medicine. Of course, the actions of the Anti-Hegemony Alliance guild where Su Mayan was located could not be hidden from people in other guilds. Some guilds were envious when they saw Su Mayan leading people to kill zombies in the mine and get skill books. Soon, people from other guilds also organized teams and killed zombies in the mine. However, because they were not a real guild recognized by the game world and had no guild attack mode, many people died at once. Under such circumstances, people from other guilds had no choice but to give up the martial arts mine. Compared to skill books, your own life is more important. At this time, everyone knew that the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild established by Su Mayan was actually established in the novice area of Beachy City where they were. This situation really shocked countless people. When some members of the big families heard the news, they were initially incredulous. This was because they knew that in order to establish a guild, they had to kill the level 50 boss, the Wama cult leader, and obtain the Wama horn. In the novice area, Beachy City, the highest level person will not exceed level 20. In this case, how can we kill the level 50 boss Wama leader? Therefore, many people speculated that Su Mayan probably did not use the Wama horn to establish the guild. Some people wanted to ask Su Mayan how to set up a guild, but Su Mayan ignored them. Beach City. Dozens of people gathered in a manor. Everyone, I'm sure you all already know about the Anti-Hegemony Alliance. Their guild's name clearly targets us. So, we must kill this real gaming guild before it develops. Otherwise, we will be in danger once it develops. I also think that this real guild should be eliminated. Our mortal enemy Lu Kuan is the vice president of this guild. If they develop their power, they will definitely not let us go. Alas! It's all because our family's ancestors were too cruel to ordinary players in the past. Now they are clearly trying to rebel. A few hours later, the people from the 36 major families reached a consensus, which was to completely destroy Su Mayan's Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild. Fortunately, there are only 200 places in a gaming guild. As long as these 200 people are killed and Su Mayan is killed, the guild will disappear and be removed from the guild. Beach City. After Xin Zhongzi stored all his equipment in the warehouse, he prepared to exit the game and wait for the teleportation ring to cool down. After being busy for several days, Xin Zhongzi is ready to return to the real world to spend more time with his family. 10 o'clock in the evening. Xin Zhongzi was sleeping with his daughter in his arms. Suddenly, Xin Zhongzi saw Su Mayan appear in front of him. "Wife, why did you quit the game at this time?" Xin Zhongzi asked Su Mayan in surprise. I don't know." Su Mayan shook her head. She had no memory of the game. After more than 10 minutes, Su Mayan teased her daughter for a while and then entered the game again. However, Su Mayan had been in the game for less than 2 minutes when she returned to reality. "Honey, did something happen in the game?" Seeing Su Mayan quit the game so quickly, Xin Zhongzi immediately had some bad guesses. It is impossible for Su Mayan to quit the game at night, and now, she quit the game just after entering it. After hearing what Xin Zhongzi said, although Su Mayan didn't know what happened in the game, she knew herself well and knew that something bad had happened. "Xiaochan, please help take care of the child. Your sister and I will go into the game and take a look." Xin Zhongzi could only hand the child to his sister-in-law, and then enter the game with Su Muchan. As soon as he entered the game, Xin Zhongzi appeared in Beachy City. The next moment, Su Mayan's message came. "Su Mayan, husband, I'm surrounded by people from 36 major families in the Beachy mine. They have too many people, several thousand strong. We are no match for them. Please provide support immediately." When Xin Zhongzi saw the information, his face suddenly changed. "Xin Zhongzi, where are you now, my wife?" "Su Mayan, I'm currently on level A of the mine. We just cleared out all the monsters on this level when the 36th family arrived. If we hadn't cleared out all the zombies on level A, I wouldn't have been able to quit the game. In the game world, if you want to quit the game, you either have to go to the safe zone or clear all the monsters in the monster map." Seeing Su Mayan's message, Xin Zhongzi ran quickly towards the beach mine without saying a word. In the beach mine. At the gate leading from the first floor of the mine to the A floor, more than 100 members of the Anti-Hegemony Alliance had been blocked inside by thousands of people from the 36 major families. Because the members of the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild gathered together, and the width of the mining gate was less than 3 meters, not too many people could launch an attack. In addition, the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild has a guild attack mode that can ignore the damage of teammates' skills and is not afraid of accidentally hurting teammates. This is why the guild members led by Su Mayan suffered no losses. On the other side, although the 36 major families are numerous, only a few of them can attack the Anti-Hegemony Alliance at the same time. In addition, if too many people release skills to attack, it is easy to accidentally hurt teammates. In addition to the restrictions of the terrain, as long as the people from the 36 major families dared to rush forward and break through the gate of the mining area, they would be instantly killed by the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild. So for a while, thousands of people from the 36 major families were unable to do anything to the more than 200 people from the Anti-Hegemony Alliance, and finally a standoff broke out. Chapter 79. Don't regret if you want to leave. Additional 1. Damn it! Hu Jun ignored my message. Are they just going to watch the 36 major families slaughter us? Don't they know the truth that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? At the gathering place of the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild, Lu Koan couldn't help but curse. Just now, he contacted the presidents of several ordinary guilds. The presidents of these guilds were all people who had followed Shin Wei-jun to resist the 36 major families in Biki City. But after Shin Wei-jun died, they parted ways. In the past, when the 36 major families targeted someone, the other guilds would help. However, today, when Lu Koan contacted these guild presidents again, he did not receive any response. In the city of Beach, the man Lu Koan called Hu Jun was having a meeting with several of his subordinates. Boss, are we really not going to save Lu Koan and the others? Someone asked Hu Jun. Hearing this, Hu Jun sighed. It's not that we don't want to save him, it's that all other forces want to do it. The Anti-Hegemony Alliance is too conspicuous. They've actually become a guild truly recognized by the game. If such a guild exists in Biki City and is allowed to develop unchecked, it will inevitably disrupt the balance, which is not allowed. Not only do the 36 major families not allow such a guild to exist, but ordinary guilds like us also don't want to see such a force rise so quickly. The deepest part of the first floor of the beach mine. In the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild, many people looked very unhappy. Listen up, everyone in the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild. We are only targeting Su Mayan. As long as you withdraw from the Anti-Hegemony Guild, we can let you go. After several waves of attacks did not cause much casualties to the Anti-Hegemony Alliance, the 36 major families decided to adopt another strategy. That is to incite ordinary members of the guild to rebel. You've been surrounded. No one from other ordinary guilds will come to rescue you. If you don't withdraw from the Anti-Hegemony Alliance, there will be only one outcome, death. When the people from the 36 major families heard the calls, there was a commotion among the crowd of the Anti-Hegemony Alliance. Judging from the expressions of some people, they were obviously moved. Seeing this situation, Su Mayan's face looked very ugly. At this moment, Su Mayan received a message from Xin Zhengze. Xin Zhengze, wife, I'm already outside the Biki mine. How's the situation over there? Seeing Xin Zhengze's message, Su Mayan quickly replied. Su Mayan, the situation here isn't looking good. People from the 36 major families are trying to sow discord, and some people are considering quitting the group. Xin Zhengze, it's okay. If you want to quit, just let them do so. I'll be in the mines to rescue you right away. After seeing Xin Zhengze's message, Su Mayan immediately felt confident. Everyone listen, those who want to quit can do so now. I will not deprive you of the chance to live. Those who refuse to leave the guild and are willing to fight alongside me will be my brothers and sisters from now on. As long as I'm alive, I promise to make you stronger. In the cave, Su Mayan looked at everyone and said. After hearing Su Mayan's words, several vice presidents did not speak. After a while, a Taoist player stood up and said, I'm sorry, President, I don't want to die. Okay, you can quit the guild and leave here. I want to see if the people from the 36 major families are trustworthy. Su Mayan said indifferently to the Taoist priest. After hearing Su Mayan's words, the Taoist player chose to quit the guild and headed towards the 36 major families. Seeing this situation, the people from the 36 major families did not stop the Taoist player, but actually let him leave. Seeing this situation, many people in the crowd immediately chose to withdraw from the club. When faced with a life or death decision, many people tend to cherish their lives. Shen Hong, you also chose to quit the club? Why? Just when a mage quit the guild, Lu Koan finally couldn't bear it anymore. He had a very good relationship with this wizard. Lu Koan had just given Xin Zhengze a copy of the lightning technique that he had bought from him. Boss, I'm sorry, I don't want to die. When Lu Koan heard Xinhua, his face was immediately filled with disappointment. Okay, we are no longer brothers from now on. Lu Koan waved his hand, signaling the other party to leave. A few minutes later, about 60 people left the guild together. The people from the 36 major families did not stop them from leaving. Just when more than 60 people left the guild, Xin Zhengze has arrived at the entrance of Biki Cave. Here, a group of 36 major families are guarding the gate of the mine. Xin Zhongzi started to act without any hesitation. Fireball. Thunder and lightning magic, thunder and lightning magic. Thunder and lightning magic. Fireball. Facing the warriors of 36 major families, Xin Zhongzi used fireball magic, and against the mages and Taoist priests, he used lightning magic. Under Xin Zhongzi's powerful magic attack, the people from the 36 major families had no ability to resist at all and were almost all killed instantly by Xin Zhongzi's magic. Xin Zhongzi's fireball technique was able to knock off over 5,000 to 6,000 HP from the Wama cult leader. Xin Zhongzi's lightning technique can also take away more than 2,000 HP of the Wama cult leader. Such an attack, when hitting an ordinary level 20 player, is simply a Jianwei blow. A level 20 warrior has a maximum of 3,000 health points, while a mage and a Taoist priest only have 2,000 health points. In this situation, Xin Zhongzi's skills can almost kill instantly. After entering the Bichi mine, Xin Zhongzi killed everyone he saw. He can release a skill in 1 second and kill a person in 1 second. Seeing Xin Zhongzi's strength, people from the 36 major families at the entrance of Biki Cave fled. Soon, Xin Zhongzi came to a fork in the road. The guild members that Su Mayan belongs to are all at the fork in the road on the right. The people from the 36 big families are also in the fork on the right. So in this situation, Xin Zhongzi alone surrounded thousands of people from 36 major families. Next, Xin Zhongzi quickly cleared out the people from the 36 major families along the fork in the road. Xin Zhongzi not only has a strong attack level, but also a long attack range. In this situation, even if people from the 36 major families want to resist, they will not be able to do so. Just as Xin Zhongzi was killing people in the mining cave, people from the 36 major families soon learned about the situation at the cave entrance. Quick, gather the men, let's go surround and kill that Xin Zhongzi. A few minutes later, Xin Zhongzi discovered that people from 36 major families began to attack him together. In this situation, Xin Zhongzi was not surprised but happy. He retreated quickly and finally came to a narrow passage only 3 meters wide. Here, he was confident that he would not let anyone from the 36 major families escape. Moreover, there is a corner here. Xin Zhongzi only needs to hide in the corner and he doesn't have to worry about being attacked by magic or poison from Taoist priests from the 36 major families. Xin Zhongzi only needs to use the Hellfire skill when the players from the 36 major families rush to the narrow passage to burn a large group of them to death. Xin Zhongzi's Hellfire consumes 8 points of magic power and deals 2.5 times magic damage to enemies within a 5-meter path, lasting for 3 seconds. Xin Zhongzi's current magic damage can reach a maximum of more than 400 points, and a minimum of more than 100 points. One Hellfire from Xin Zhongzi can take away at least 2,000 or even 3,000 HP from a level 20 player. So, when a group of people from 36 major families rushed towards him, Xin Zhongzi was not surprised but happy, and then quickly cast Hellfire. Just as Xin Zhongzi was casting Hellfire, the attacks of some mages and Taoist priests also deflected Xin Zhongzi. However, what they faced was Xin Zhongzi's physical defense of over 100 and magic defense of over 70. Countless fireballs hit Xin Zhongzi, but they couldn't break his defense at all. The properties of Fireball are 3.5 times the magic attack, minus the target's defense, multiplied by the damage for 5 seconds. With Xin Zhongzi's defense, even if he was hit by the fireball of a level 20 mage, he would only lose a few dozen points of blood at a time. He has powerful golden wound medicine and sun water, so he can recover quickly. Moreover, in the narrow passage, there were only 3 or 4 mages at most who could attack him. Therefore, Xin Zhongzi was in a state of being a lone man guarding the pass against 10,000 men. Chapter 80 Kill. Kill him and turn the world upside down plus more. Under the attack of Xin Zhongzi's Hellfire, the people from the 36 major families who rushed up were killed one after another by Xin Zhongzi's Hellfire. No matter if it is a warrior, a mage, or a Taoist priest, there are no exceptions. Seeing this situation, everyone behind couldn't help but feel scared. Soon, those who were rushing towards Xin Zhongzi stopped and some even retreated. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi was not polite. His attack range was long, so one lightning bolt after another quickly fell on the heads of the people from the 36 major families. Run! Soon, someone couldn't bear the pressure anymore and turned around and ran away. Seeing this, some people turned around and ran away. For a moment, there was chaos in the mine. For Xin Zhongzi, the more chaotic the mine is, the better, so that he can reap lives more calmly. 10 minutes later, Xin Zhongzi had killed hundreds of people. At this time, people from the 36 major families organized themselves to attack Xin Zhengzi again. Faced with such a situation, Xin Zhengzi could only hide behind the narrow passage again and use the Hellfire skill to kill the enemies in groups. Under such circumstances, Xin Zhengzi's killing speed did not slow down at all, but became even faster. At this moment, deep in the cave, the leaders of the 36 major families all looked very ugly. Xin Zhengzi is too powerful. We are no match for him at all. Killing us is as easy as stepping on an ant. Every time he kills us instantly. Why don't we go and negotiate with Su Mayan and ask Xin Zhengzi to let us go? We promise that we will never go against the Anti-Hegemony Alliance again. Someone suggested. That's all we can do. Soon, someone came to the area where the Anti-Hegemony Alliance members were. From a distance, someone shouted to Su Mayan, please tell your people to stop. We are willing to negotiate with you. On the other side, Su Mayan also heard the voices of the 36 major families. After hearing this, she had no intention of negotiating with the 36 major families. She has been in contact with Xin Zhengzi and knows that Xin Zhengzi is quickly killing people from the 36 major families and has killed hundreds of people so far. Now, she just needs to buy time. Su Mayan, what do you mean? Seeing that Su Mayan didn't answer, people from the 36 major families suddenly became anxious. President, who is attacking the 36 major families? They look like they've suffered heavy losses and are eager to negotiate with us. Don't worry, if anyone dares to cross the gate, we will focus our fire and kill them instantly. Su Mayan said lightly. Su Mayan, I came here to negotiate with you, please don't attack me. At this time, a person from a large family of 36 came towards Su Mayan. Just as they passed the gate between the first floor of the mining area and the first floor of Area A, Su Mayan gave the order directly, kill him. Without any hesitation, more than a dozen uncles cast fireball spells at the same time. In less than 2 seconds, the person died. Su Mayan, what do you mean? Don't you understand the principle of not killing envoys when two armies are fighting? Suddenly, an angry voice came from the other side. I don't need to know this. I only know that whoever dares to get close will die. Su Mayan responded indifferently. Su Mayan, if you don't agree to negotiate, the 60 or so people who left earlier will die. Don't you care about their lives? Since they've left the guild, they're no longer members of our guild. Do whatever you want with them. Just when Su Mayan refused to negotiate, Xin Zhengzi was still killing people outside. After more than 10 minutes, Xin Zhengzi killed hundreds of people from the 36 major families again. At this time, the people from the 36 major families were extremely anxious. Everyone, follow me to attack the Anti-Hegemony Alliance. Only if we take down the Anti-Hegemony Alliance will we have a chance to negotiate with that person. Finally, the 36 major families chose to attack the Anti-Hegemony Alliance team. Only by defeating the Anti-Hegemony Alliance and capturing Su Mayan can they negotiate with that killer. Kill. 36 major families organized thousands of people and rushed towards the Anti-Hegemony Alliance. However, the gate, which is less than 3 meters wide, could not accommodate too many people at the same time. Attack! Seeing the people from the 36 major families charging into the battle formation, Su Mayan ordered an attack without any hesitation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Countless fireballs and poison spells were thrown at the people from the 36 major families. The Taoist's red poison can increase the mage's attack damage by 20%. The Taoist's green poison can make the enemy lose blood continuously. Even if the people from the 36 major families rushed through the gate that was less than 3 meters wide and broke through the attacks of the mages and Taoist priests, they still had to deal with the warriors of the Anti-Hegemony Alliance. So soon, there were corpses lying all over the ground near the mine gate. The corpses on the ground blocked the gate, making it impossible for people behind to move forward. Players are different from monsters. After a monster dies, they only need to pick up the items dropped by the monster, or wait 2 minutes, and then the monster's body will disappear. As for players, their corpses can exist for up to 7 days before being refreshed. Under the joint attack and defense of the Anti-Hegemony Alliance, the plans of the 36 major families were undoubtedly a failure. The truth is, the mine entrance is too small, and there is no way for too many people to rush in, forming a terrain where one man can block the way for 10,000. Here, seeing that they could not achieve their goal, the people from the 36 major families began to despair. The only thing they could do was to rush away from Xin Zhengzi, but Xin Zhengzi was guarding the narrowest part of the passage, and with his group attack skill Hellfire, no one could get through. Furthermore, among the 36 major clans, less than 10% were level 20 players, with the majority of the others being around level 15 or 16. Even if these players used their skills to attack Xin Junza, they could not break his defense. What made the people from the 36 major families despair the most was that Xin Junza was too fast and they could not attack him at all. Have you contacted the dozen or so major guilds in Biki City? What did they say? We contacted them, and they said they wouldn't help the Anti-Hegemony Alliance, nor would they help us, even though we promised them countless benefits. Damn it. Hearing this, many people showed angry expressions on their faces. We gave them so many benefits before, and they just watched us get annihilated by the Anti-Hegemony Alliance? They said that was a condition for them not helping the Anti-Hegemony Alliance, not a condition for saving us. Damn it. Keep contacting those big guilds. As long as they're willing to save us, we're willing to exchange all our resources. A one layer of the mining area. President, several guild presidents have contacted me, wanting to mediate the conflict between us and the 36 major families. Lu Kuan said to Su Mayan in the crowd of the Anti-Hegemony Alliance. Hearing this, Su Mayan said calmly, "What were they doing before? Why didn't they mediate when we were attacked by the 36 major families? Mediation now? It's too late. Besides, isn't it our long-held wish to wipe out the 36 major families? Now that they've trapped themselves in the mine, we can wipe them out in one fell swoop." Chapter 81 is about to become history +3. President, what level of mage is your husband? How could he return to our dimension? At this time, Lu Kuan couldn't help but ask Su Mayan. He believed that Xin Junza must be a high-level player. Because only high-level players can slaughter low-level players in Biki City. The only thing he couldn't understand was how Xin Junza got from the high-level dimensional map to their level 20 dimensional map. As for the fact that Xin Junza was a new player who had just come from the novice area, Lu Kuan would never believe it. After hearing Lu Kuan's words, Su Mayan thought for a moment and said, "My husband, well, he should be around level 50. Su Mayan made up a random level. What Xin Junza told her was that he was not restricted by the map and could keep upgrading. In addition, you can only see the name in the friend column, but not the friend's information, so Su Mayan doesn't know what level Xin Junza is now. Su Mayan, husband, what level are you at? Finally, Su Mayan asked Xin Junza curiously. Xin Junza, level 45. Xin Junza also made up a random level. If he didn't say that he was at a high level, it wouldn't make sense for him to have such high damage, so he could only make up a lie that he had unlimited experience in Biki City. On the other side, when Lu Kuan heard Su Mayan say that Xin Junza was over level 50, he immediately looked enlightened. Sure enough, only big guys above level 50 can single-handedly challenge thousands of people from the 36 major families. Outside, Xin Junza was still slaughtering. "Please let us go. Sir, I was wrong, please spare my life. Mercy, mercy." Outside, many people from the 36 major families collapsed when they saw that Xin Junza killed people as easily as crushing ants. Some people even knelt on the ground and begged Xin Junza for mercy. Some people tried to pretend to be dead, but they couldn't pretend to be dead in front of Xin Junza. Xin Junza ignored the people from the 36 major families who begged for mercy, and killed them instantly as long as they were within his attack range. Are you begging for mercy now? When the 36 major families were so arrogant and slaughtered ordinary players, why didn't they say anything about letting ordinary players go? Now, the people from your 36 major families are about to die, and you start begging for mercy and asking for forgiveness? Impossible. There is no way Xin Junza would let go of the people from the 36 major families. Before, when he was in the novice village, he was almost killed by 2 people from the 36 major families because he was not from the 36 major families. There is no way he could let these people go now. The existence of the 36 major families is a cancer in the gaming world. Only by eliminating this cancer can other ordinary players have room to survive. In the mine, no matter whether the people from the 36 major families begged for mercy or resisted, when facing Xin Junza, they would have only one outcome, and that was death. In the passage that Xin Junza came through, the corpses of players from the 36 major families were densely packed. Xin Junza had no interest in picking up the countless equipment that dropped after these players died. All of us, fight that man together. Under the call of the leader, countless players from the 36 major families attacked Xin Junza for the 16th time. Under such circumstances, Xin Junza fought and retreated to the narrow passage again. Afterwards, he pushed forward all the way, driving everyone deeper into the mine. During the repeated struggles, more and more people from the 36 major families died. After killing so many people, when Xin Zhengzi didn't have enough magic potions on him, he only needed to pick up items dropped by a few players to get enough magic potions. Therefore, when killing 36 big family players, he didn't even need to go back to the city to replenish medicine. More than an hour later, Xin Zhengzi killed more than 3,000 players from 36 major families. Half an hour later, Xin Zhengzi killed all the remaining more than 1,000 people from the 36 major families in the innermost part of the mine. At this point, all the people who were besieging the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild had died, except for a few people who escaped to another passage at the beginning. Xin Zhengzi, wife, bring people out to pick up equipment. After killing all the people from the 36 major families, Xin Zhengzi sent a message to his wife Su Mayan. Xin Zhengzi himself has no interest in the equipment dropped by players from the 36 major families. Not long after Xin Zhengzi sent the message to Su Mayan brought more than 130 people to clear out the corpses blocking the door, and then walked out of the mine on the first floor of Area A. Honey, are you okay? When Su Mayan saw Xin Zhengzi, she quickly ran forward and hugged Xin Zhengzi. I'm fine. Xin Zhengzi smiled and patted Su Mayan on the back. I'm glad you're okay. The two men let go of their bodies, and Su Mayan saw that the ground was full of corpses. Husband, did you kill all these by yourself? Yes, you should have someone pick up the dropped equipment. Xin Zhengzi said with a smile. Good. Hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, Su Mayan nodded quickly. Just when Su Mayan led people to pick up equipment. At this time, the other players in the guild looked at Xin Zhengzi with awe. They didn't expect that Xin Zhengzi, an ordinary member of a guild, was not only the husband of the president, but also so powerful. In the advanced gaming area, countless high-level players from the 36 major families were in an uproar. What? A high-level player went to the novice zone, Biki City, and killed thousands of people from my 36 major families? Damn it, who is it? How did he get there? Damn it, bastard. Faced with what happened in the novice area, Biki City, the senior players of the 36 major families, although they received the information, could only be furious. Because they can't get through at all, both sides are not in the same dimension. In the mine, all the guild members began to pick up equipment from the ground. However, when they saw more and more corpses of players from the 36 major families, they looked at Xin Zhengzi as if he were a god of death. Wife, take the others to pick up the equipment. I'm going back. Xin Zhengzi killed thousands of people in a row and felt a little tired. Okay, husband, go back. Xin Zhengzi nodded, returned to Biki City, and then quit the game. Just when Xin Zhengzi quit the game, Su Mayan was leading the guild members to pick up equipment dropped by players from the 36 major families. Although many of these equipment are useless, they can be sold to NPCs to make money. After about 7 or 8 hours and more than a dozen trips back and forth to Biki City, Su Mayan finally led everyone to clean up the battlefield. When Yingxue led people to clean up the battlefield, something else happened. That was when Lu Kuan brought people out for the first time. He encountered a group of people who were about to enter the cave, about 80 of them. These were people from the Anti-Imperialism and Anti-Hegemony Alliance who wanted to come and support Lu Kuan, but were blocked outside the cave by some people from the 36 major families. Not only did they come to support Lu Kuan, but some people from the 36 major families who did not go online at the beginning also wanted to go to support after learning about the situation in the mine. As a result, they met more than 80 people from the Anti-Imperialist and Anti-Hegemonic Alliance who also came to support. Afterwards, the two sides began to confront each other at the entrance of the cave. After the situation inside the cave became clear, the remaining people from the 36 major families fled directly. Lu Kuan was very moved when he saw that more than 80 brothers chose to support him, although they did not make it in the end. On the other hand, the Anti-Imperialist and Anti-Hegemonic Alliance once had more than 1,800 brothers, but at the last moment only about 80 brothers were willing to come to support, which really made Lu Kuan very disappointed. Just when Su Mayan was leading everyone to clean up the battlefield, the news that all 36 major families were wiped out shocked all the players in the entire Biki City. The remaining players who did not participate in the event, or the few players from the 36 major families who escaped, hid in Biki City and dared not go out. From now on, the 36 major families in Biki City will become history. Chapter 82, I can't afford to offend you, I really can't afford to offend you more. In Biki City, many players couldn't help but show awe when they saw the people from the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild. Uncle Lu, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, the guild still needs to fill its quota of members. This time, you need to be more careful and vetted. We need reliable people. In Biki City, He Yingxue said to the three vice presidents Lu Kuan and Zhang Wenhua. I understand. We will conduct a strict review this time. Lu Kuan nodded quickly. Today, when facing the siege of 36 major families, more than 60 people chose to leave the guild, which made Lu Kuan feel very embarrassed. Among them, several were Lu Kuan's confidants, and their common ambition was to fight against the 36 major families. However, when they actually faced the people from the 36 major families, they chose to retreat. Fortunately, more than 80 brothers came to support us today. They should be relatively reliable and can be absorbed into the guild. After all, even if they came to support just for show, they were much better than those people who had no idea about their background, not to mention it was not a show. Lu Kuan could be sure of this. After all, it was easy for one person to put on a show, but it would be difficult to conceal the fact that more than 80 people came to put on a show. The day passed quickly. At around 10 o'clock the next morning, Xin Zheng's teleportation ring finally cooled down. After greeting Xin Zhengzi and Su Mayan, they were directly teleported to the 7th floor of Zuma and began their plan to continue clearing out monsters and getting equipment. 2 days later, Xin Zhengzi killed monsters all the way to the entrance to the Zuma leader's home on the 7th floor. After thinking about it, Xin Zhengzi chose to go inside. As soon as he entered the leader's house, Xin Zhengzi saw more than a dozen elite monsters. At the same time, he also saw the Zuma leader who looked like a stone sculpture. In the legendary game, the Zuma Lord will only come alive after someone gets close to him. Zuma Leader, level 60, HP 63,000, attack 107,819, magic attack 78,718, physical defense 51,509, magic defense 51,35, agility 54. Normal attack, a mixture of physical and magical attacks, causing physical and magical attacks to the target. Skill 1, Leader's Wrath, causes 4 times magic damage to enemies within 30 meters for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 32 seconds. Skill 2, Frenzy. When Zuma's health drops below 30%, he will go into a frenzy, doubling his normal attack damage and attack speed. This lasts for 60 seconds, with a 12-minute cooldown. Skill 3, Summon Guards. The Zuma leader can summon 1 Zuma Guard Captain, 5 Zuma Guards, 7 Zuma Statues, and 10 Zuma Archers. The cooldown is 30 minutes. When Xin Zhengzi saw the message from Zuma sect leader, he felt his scalp tingling. Without any hesitation, he retreated directly to the 7th floor of Zuma. I can't afford to offend you. I really can't afford to offend you. Xin Zhengzi estimated that with so many players entering the game world over the past few hundred years, no one had ever killed such a powerful Zuma leader. After all, Zuma cult leader is a level 60 boss, and among the entire player group, how many players are above level 60? Back to the 7th floor of Zuma, Xin Zhengzi continued to go back along the same path he came from. The passage on Zuma's 7th floor was very long, and Xin Zhengzi had fought for several days before reaching the leader. So, not long after returning, the monsters in the place he had previously fought had already respawned. For the next month, Xin Zhengzi kept destroying the 7th level of Zuma. Facing a life and death crisis in reality, he had to strengthen himself in the game as quickly as possible. Just when Xin Zhengzi was killing monsters on the 7th floor of Zuma. In the outside world, the people from the 36 major families were in a frenzy. Because they found that more than half of the young disciples in their families had not quit the game for several days. Although they can know what happens in the game as soon as they enter the game, they will forget everything in the game when they exit the game. This results in them knowing clearly what is happening in the game, but in reality, they are still expecting their younger generations to quit the game. However, as time passed, everyone realized that their descendants might have met with an accident. From the 36 major families, more than 4,600 people died in the game. In reality, this is a huge blow to the 36 major families. Under such circumstances, the number of personnel from the 36 major families in Biki City was reduced by more than half, leaving only a small half. And the remaining half are all players below level 15. It can be predicted that as the high-end combat power of the 36 major families in Biki City disappears, ordinary players will definitely target the remaining low-level players of the 36 major families. There is no need to guess about this matter, because the 36 major families also target ordinary players in this way in other maps. A month later, Xin Zhengzi finally got 20 sets of Zuma equipment for the mage. Name, Xin Zhongzi. Occupation, Mage. Level, 20-2000. HP, 2000-2000. Magic Power, 200. Attack, 580-200. Magic Attack, 60-2460. Defense, 10,140,200. Magic Defense, 1060-100. Agility, 20+40. Accuracy, 5+40. Spirit, 30. Weight 134-150. Skills, Fireball, Lightning, Hellfire, Big Fireball, Fire Ring of Resistance, Tempting Light, Instant Movement. Unique ability, infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment. Crescent Moon 20 level requirement 15, attack 80-200, magic attack 20-60, durability 240, weight 13. Medium armor 20 required level 16, defense 60-100, magic defense 20-40, durability 240, weight 12. Black Iron Helmet X20 requires 128 attack, 80-100 physical defense, 40-60 magic defense, 200 durability, weight 20. Demon Bells X20 requires magic attack power 95, magic attack 0-140, accuracy +40, durability 6, weight 1. Purple Snail 40 requires magic attack power 88, magic attack 0-200, durability 102, weight 22. Dragon Bracelet X20 requires magic attack power 98, magic attack 0-60, durability 120, weight 3. Evil Repelling Bracelet X20 required level 19, agility +40, durability 120, weight 1. After changing into the Zuma suit, Xin Zhongzi's magic attack, physical defense, magic defense, etc. have all been greatly improved. The 20 Black Iron helmets in particular significantly boosted Xin Zhongzi's defense. His physical defense reached over 200 points, and his magic defense also reached over 100 points. Then there is magic attack. The equipment bonus attribute is directly increased from 360 to 460, an increase of a full 100 points. It's just a pity that the minimum magic attack not only did not increase, but instead decreased by 20 points. This means that the minimum damage Xin Zhongzi can inflict has become smaller. Of course, if the highest magic damage is dealt, the damage will be explosive. For example, the lightning spell, at its highest damage, can reach more than 3,000 points of magic damage. If it is replaced with fireball, the cumulative magic damage of 5 seconds of burning can exceed 9,000 points. Of course, the premise of all this is to be able to deal the highest damage. Of course, both the lowest damage and the highest damage depend on luck. Under normal circumstances, the maximum damage that should be inflicted is the middle value, which is about 300 points of magic damage. If attacking at this value, Xin Zhongzi's lightning technique can deal about 1,800 damage, and his fireball technique can deal more than 5,000 damage. Of course, after equipping the Zuma suit, the most important thing is the improvement of defense. Xin Zhongzi's physical defense directly reached a terrifying level of 150-210. Magic defense also reached 70-110 points. However, even with such high defense, Xin Zhongzi still did not dare to provoke the Zuma leader. Because Zuma Master has a group damage with a range of 30 meters, 4 times the damage per second and lasts for 5 seconds. Xin Zhongzi calculated that this skill could take away more than 1,400 points of his health. In addition, the Zuma leader will also summon guards, and he can't handle the 10 Zuma archers alone. Therefore, Xin Zhongzi felt that if he wanted to challenge the Zuma leader, he would need to continue to increase his defense and his blood volume. His health is too low, only 2,000 points, which is not enough for the Zuma leader to hit him. Of course, if Xin Zhongzi could attack Zuma Lord with peace of mind without worrying about being attacked by Zuma Lord, with his magic damage, Xin Zhongzi could kill Zuma Lord in less than a minute. Of course, it is impossible for Zuma leader to be beaten without fighting back. After getting a set of Zuma equipment, Xin Zhongzi felt that even if a level 60 player came, he should not be able to kill him, but he was not sure. However, as long as he can quickly upgrade after going to Mengzhong and then wear more equipment, the high-level players of the 36 major families should be unable to do anything to him. Chapter 83 Come quickly, give you something good. After obtaining 20 sets of Zuma equipment, since he was not planning to fight the Zuma leader, Xin Zhongzi prepared to return to Bichi City. Just as Xin Zhongzi was about to use the teleportation ring to return to Bichi City, he suddenly thought that he should be able to defeat the Wama leader again. So the next moment, Xin Zhongzi directly changed the coordinates of Bichi City to the 3rd floor of the Woma temple. Teleport. The next moment, Xin Zhongzi appeared on the 3rd floor of the Woma temple. The teleportation ring is really awesome. Having such a ring can at least save Xin Jonza more than 10 hours of travel time. It's a pity that the cooldown of the teleportation ring is too long, it takes a day. Wama 3 floors. As soon as Xin Jonza appeared, he attracted the attack of a group of monsters. Fortunately, Xin Jonza's defense is high enough, and he won't lose any blood unless he is hit by any skills. Hellfire. Xin Jonza did not hesitate at all and directly used Hellfire attack on the group of monsters. Before long, a large area near Xin Jonza was cleared. Half an hour later, Xin Jonza successfully saw the Woma leader. Seeing the leader of the Woma cult, Xin Jonza did not attack the leader of the Woma cult immediately, but quickly cleared out the other monsters on the third floor of Woma. 3 hours later, all the monsters on the third floor of Woma were cleared out, leaving only the Woma leader and a few nearby monsters. At this time, Xin Jonza finally took action against the leader of the Woma sect. Fireball. Thunder and lightning, thunder and lightning, thunder and lightning. Fireball. Under Xin Jonza's extreme pulling, the Woma leader died on the ground in less than a minute. During the battle, Woma cult leader also caused some damage to Xin Jonza, mainly because Woma cult leader's teleportation was too buggy. He teleported directly behind him to launch an attack, which no one could dodge. Fortunately, Xin Jonza's defense was high enough, and the damage caused to him by the Woma cult leader was not fatal. After killing the Woma leader, Xin Jonza obtained another Woma horn. With this Woma horn, Sumayan's guild can be upgraded to a second-level guild, and the number of guild members can be increased fivefold, allowing the guild to reach a size of 1,000 members. In addition to the Woma horn, Xin Jonza also got a book, The Fiery Sword Technique. This is a level 35 skill for warriors and is very powerful. In addition, the Woma cult leader also dropped a piece of clothing, the ghost suit. When Xin Jonza saw this equipment, he was speechless. Last time, the Woma cult leader dropped the Taoist's weapon, the Wuji stick, and this time, he dropped the Taoist's clothes. Fortunately, in addition to the ghost armor, the Woma leader also dropped a magic wand. This wand, plus the ones he has stored in the warehouse, makes a total of 16 wands. Next, he just needs to wait until his level reaches 25, and then he can replace thee with a magic wand. Except for a few of these wands that dropped on the third floor of Woma, most of them were obtained on the 7th floor of Zuma. At present, the only Zuma weapon he has obtained is the Staff of Judgment. This shows that Zuma weapons are really difficult to obtain. After defeating the Zuma leader, because the teleportation ring was in a cooling state, Xin Jonza could only walk with his senior brother to rush to Bitch City in an instant. After more than 4 hours, Xin Jonza finally returned to Biki City. After returning to Bichi City, Xin Jonza immediately stored all the extra equipment in his backpack in the guild warehouse. As for his personal warehouse, it has long been full. Xin Jonza, wife, where are you? After returning to Biki City, Xin Jonza sent a message to Sumayan. Sumayan, I'm leading the team to fight zombies. Xin Jonza, after you finish the fight, come to Biki City and I'll give you something good. Sumayan, what good stuff? Xin Jonza, you'll know when you come back. Sumayan, wait for me, I'll be back soon. Xin Jonza was surprised when he saw Sumayan's message. Xin Jonza, didn't you lead the team to fight monsters? Now you're not fighting anymore? Sumayan, no, I can let Yingxue take charge and I can come back on my own. Hearing this, Xin Jonza quickly replied, please don't come back alone, I'm worried. Although Sumayan is now level 17, if he comes back alone and is besieged by a group of people in the wild, he will die with hatred. Xin Jonza, I'll pick you up, since I don't have anything to do right now. Sumayan, okay, then come on. Xin Jonza quickly left Bichi City and began to perform instant movement. After moving for a dozen or so seconds, Xin Jonza approached the entrance of the mine. A few minutes later, Xin Jonza entered the mine. Half an hour later, Xin Jonza successfully met Sumayan. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, brother-in-law. After seeing Xin Jonza, the members of the guild all called him brother-in-law. Most of them followed Yingxue and called him brother-in-law. Sumayan is the guild president, and Xin Jonza is Sumayan's husband. You can't call the president husband or the president husband. Therefore, the title of brother-in-law was given to Xin Jonza. Honey, what good things are you going to give me? Sumayan asked Xin Jonza expectantly. After hearing what Sumayan said, Xin Jonza traded the items to Sumayan without saying a word. The things Xin Zhengzi traded with Su Mayan included a Woma horn, a Wuji stick, a silver snake sword, a soul battlesuit, a ghost battlesuit, a set of Woma jewelry, and a set of Zuma jewelry. Fuck. When Su Mayan saw the items that Xin Zhengzi gave her to trade, she couldn't help but exclaim wow. In face-to-face transactions, only the two parties involved can see what the item is, no one else can. So when they heard Su Mayan exclaim oh my god, everyone couldn't help but look curious. Honey, where did you get so many things? Su Mayan asked Xin Zhengzi in surprise. We went to the high-level monster map to fight. Xin Zhengzi said with a smile. After hearing what Xin Zhengzi said, Su Mayan walked up to Xin Zhengzi, hugged his head and kissed him fiercely. Hubby, you're so good to me. After saying that, Su Mayan waved her hand and said to everyone, next, you guys continue to fight monsters. I have to go back to Biki City. After hearing Su Mayan's words, the others knew that there was no way to find out what Xin Zhengzi had just given Su Mayan, and they couldn't help but show a look of regret. Soon, Su Mayan took Xin Zhengzi and ran quickly towards Biki City. Su Mayan now wants to return to Biki City more urgently than Xin Zhengzi. After more than 2 hours, the two finally returned to Biki City. After returning to Biki City, Su Mayan couldn't wait to go to the Biki Palace. More than 10 minutes later, the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild created by Su Mayan was successfully upgraded to a second-level guild. The functions of the guild remained unchanged, but the number of members reached 1,000. Next, if you want to upgrade your guild to level 3, you will need to obtain 2 more Woma horns. Just when Su Mayan successfully upgraded the guild, all guild members received a game prompt. Fuck, the president is awesome. That's amazing. Our guild is actually a second-level guild. Bullfrog, there are 1,000 guild membership spots. As Su Mayan upgraded the guild to level 2, the number of vice presidents in the guild increased from 4 to 8. This time, without asking for Xin Zhengzi's consent, Su Mayan directly appointed Xin Zhengzi as the vice president of the guild. Regarding Su Mayan's actions, Xin Zhengzi could only roll his eyes and could do nothing about her. Chapter 84 Don't Mind Your Own Business. After the guild was successfully upgraded, Su Mayan brought Xin Zhengzi to the warehouse again. A few minutes later, Xin Zhengzi saw that the Wuji stick, silver snake, ghost battlesuit, soul battlesuit, as well as the Woma set and Zuma set jewelry appeared in the guild's public warehouse. However, Su Mayan set these equipments to be exchanged for 999,999 guild contribution points. Judging from her actions, she never thought of asking others to exchange guild contributions for these equipment. Therefore, Su Mayan hung these equipment in the guild warehouse just to show off. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhengzi couldn't help but laugh. After thinking about it, Xin Zhengzi also opened the warehouse, took out the equipment, and initiated a transaction with Su Mayan again. This time, Xin Zhengzi traded all the staff of judgment he got in Zuma, most of the items he didn't need, Woma equipment and Zuma equipment of other professions, and all the high-level skill books to Su Mayan. These equipments are useless to Xin Zhengzi, but now they can be used by Su Mayan to show off. After several transactions, Xin Zhengzi finally traded everything. Su Mayan was very happy after receiving the equipment items traded by Xin Zhengzi. Next, she put all the equipment in the guild warehouse. However, this time when setting the contribution exchange amount, it seems much more normal. The exchange price of a piece of Woma jewelry is 2,000 to 3,000 contribution points, while the exchange price of a piece of Zuma jewelry is 4,000 to 5,000 contribution points. As for the staff of judgment, Su Mayan bid the highest price. Xin Zhengzi suggested that she directly mark it as 50,000 guild contributions, which is equivalent to 5 million copper coins. The staff of judgment was extremely difficult to obtain. He had been playing on the Zuma map for over a month and only just managed to obtain this one. Almost as expensive as judgment is the level 35 warrior skill book Fiery Sword Technique. As for the Taoist book about summoning divine beasts, Su Mayan set the exchange price at 999,999 contribution points. It was obvious that she was planning to keep this skill book for her own use. When the guild members check the guild warehouse, they will definitely be shocked. Su Mayan said to Xin Zhengzi with a grin. Of course, they will be shocked to suddenly have so many advanced equipment. Xin Zhengzi agreed with a smile. By the way, wife, I plan to take the guild members to the Woma temple to get some equipment, and then I will go to Mingzhong. Xin Zhengzi suddenly said to Su Mayan. So soon? You're not level 50 yet, are you? Can't you reach level 60 before going? That would be safer. Su Mayan said to Xin Zhengzi. I'm already level 50 now. I can't gain experience after reaching level 50, so I have to go to Mingjong City. Xin Zhongzi lied without hesitation. Besides, I'm a mage with the ability to teleport instantly. It's impossible for others to kill me, so don't worry, honey. Besides, only after I have established a firm foothold in the advanced map can I guarantee your safety when you go to Mingjong in the future, right? After hearing what Xin Zhongzi said, Su Mayan was still very worried, but she didn't say anything else. At noon the next day, after the 200 people of the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild replenished their potions, they quickly headed towards the Woma forest under the leadership of Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan. 4 hours later, everyone arrived at Woma forest. After arriving at the Woma forest, Xin Zhongzi led everyone to the room in the Woma temple. 5 hours later, everyone successfully entered the first floor of the Woma temple. After entering the Woma temple, Xin Zhongzi began a crazy killing spree. Apart from that, the other members of the guild followed behind Xin Zhongzi without causing any harm. The reason why guild members are not allowed to deal damage is mainly because the level of the Woma monsters is too high. If the experience gained from dealing damage is too high, it will be easy to level up. Now, many people have boldly reached level 18 or even level 19. If they upgrade further, they will reach level 20. At that time, these level 20 people must go to the Alliance within 1 year. Therefore, Xin Zhongzi's purpose of bringing more than 200 guild members to the Woma temple was very simple, which was to pick up equipment. Especially pick up equipment below level 20. The drop rate of such equipment in Zuma temple is very high, but Xin Zhongzi has never picked it up before. Now, with 200 guild members here, they can pick up as much as they can. A day later, Xin Zhongzi brought everyone into the third floor of Woma. For the next month, Xin Zhongzi spent all his time on the third floor of Woma, and he didn't even know how many pieces of equipment he had dropped. It wasn't until a month later that the Woma cult master refreshed again. It was at this time that Xin Zhongzi realized that the refresh time of the Woma leader was once a month. Under everyone's gaze, Xin Zhongzi easily killed the Woma leader, and then obtained a Woma horn and a level 35 mage skill book, Ice Roar. This Ice Roar is exactly the skill Xin Zhongzi needs, it is very good. In addition to the skill book, the Woma cult leader dropped another good piece of equipment, a level 28 warrior weapon moon in the well. After killing the leader of the Woma sect, Xin Zhongzi led all the members of the guild back to the direction of Bichi City. After more than 10 hours, Xin Zhongzi finally brought everyone back to Bichi City safely. However, the harvest from this trip to the Woma temple to get equipment was amazing. Almost everyone has put on a set of the best equipment at the current level. In addition, a lot of equipment was placed in the guild's public warehouse, and then Su Mayan put it on the list of guild contribution point exchange at half price. After returning to Bichi City, Xin Zhongzi still did not go to Mingjong City. He planned to defeat the Woma cult leader once more, and then fight for a Woma horn, so that Su Mayan could upgrade the guild to level 3. In this way, the number of members of the Anti-Hegemony Alliance Guild can reach 5,000. For the next month, Xin Zhongzi spent most of his time with his family in real life. Then, every 10 days, he would go to the Corpse King Palace to fight the Corpse King. The Corpse King is refreshed every 10 days. A month later, Xin Zhongzi killed the Woma leader again, and obtained another Woma horn and another level 35 mage skill book, Ice Roar. After Xin Zhongzi gave the Woma horn to Su Mayan quickly upgraded the guild to level 3. As expected, the number of guild members in the third level guild expanded 5 times again, reaching 5,000. Wife, I'm leaving now. You guys just need to develop well in Bichi City. Once I've established a foothold in the advanced map, you can come to Mingjong. That day, Xin Zhongzi and Su Mayan said goodbye and prepared to go to Mingjong. Husband, please be careful. That day, Su Mayan brought a group of guild members and sent Xin Zhongzi all the way to the junction of the Viper Valley in Mingjong, and then went back. After Xin Zhongzi arrived at Mingjong, he immediately used the instant movement technique. After moving more than 30 times, Xin Zhongzi finally appeared outside Mingjong City. In the past, Xin Zhongzi was not sure whether he could teleport into Mingjong City, but now he is sure that he cannot. Xin Zhongzi's last teleportation made him appear at the north gate of Mingjong City. When Xin Zhongzi entered Mingjong from the north gate, he felt that the scene changed in Mingjong City suddenly became bustling from being deserted. It was as if Xin Zhongzi suddenly arrived from one dimension to another. Hey! A new player who just came to Mingjong. In Mingjong City, some players saw Xin Zhongzi suddenly appear, and a meaningful look appeared on their faces. My friend, you have just arrived at Mingjong, right? A player greeted Xin Zhongzi enthusiastically. What do you want? Xin Zhongzi asked the other party. The person in front of him was only level 31 according to the information Xin Zhongzi found. He doesn't even take players of this level seriously. My friend, you just arrived at Mingzhong, and you should be changing your job to a second-level junior magician. The job change instructor is here, I will take you there. The level 31 player said to Xin Zhongzi enthusiastically. Xin Zhongzi looked at the direction the other party was pointing, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Good man, they are treating him like a fool. Because the direction the other party pointed to was exactly the direction out of the city. If Xin Zhongzi followed the other party out of the city, he could guess what the result would be without even thinking about it. He lied to you. Don't go with him. If you leave the city with him, he will kill you. They are from the 36 major families. At this moment, a voice came into Xin Zhongzi's ears. Xin Zhongzi turned around and saw an old man in his 60s. And under Xin Zhongzi's gaze, his information soon appeared. Only level 20? Xin Zhongzi was very surprised because he found that the old man was only level 20. Old man, please don't meddle in other people's business. After hearing what the old man said, someone immediately warned him. Oh, if you have the guts, just kill me. The old man said disdainfully to the person who warned him. Chapter 85, Mingzhong City, the prison of ordinary players. Hello? Where is the magic instructor? Xin Zhongzi asked the old man with a smile. It can be seen that the old man is not from one of the 36 major families. Come with me, I'll take you there. The old man said to Xin Zhongzi. Seeing that Xin Zhongzi and the old man were getting in touch, the people nearby suddenly curled their lips in boredom, as if the fun they wanted to watch was gone. Bah, garbage. The player who had been very enthusiastic towards Xin Zhongzi before even spat behind Xin Zhongzi. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi frowned immediately. You want to fucking die, right? Xin Zhongzi looked at the other person with cold eyes. Yes, I just want to die, come and hit me. The player said in a mean way when he heard Xin Zhongzi's words. Don't be impulsive. At this time, the old man grabbed Xin Zhongzi. Don't bother with them. If you start a fight first, you'll be caught and thrown into jail by the NPC. Hearing this, Xin Zhongzi immediately knew that the situation in Mingzhong City should be the same as that in Bichi City, and NPCs would intervene if any action took place in the city. However, Xin Zhongzi really couldn't bear it today. He turned around, pointed at the player and said calmly, alright, if you have the guts, come with me to a duel outside the city. Xin Zhongzi took a look and found that there were a group of players around level 30 but less than level 40. So he was not afraid of being killed outside the city. Hearing Xin Zhongzi's words, the player immediately laughed. Okay, let's go. Whoever doesn't leave the city is a grandson. Young man, don't be impulsive. The old man's face changed drastically and he quickly grabbed Xin Zhongzi. Don't be afraid, sir. He can't beat me. No, if you really leave the city, they will besiege you if they can't defeat you. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xin Zhongzi forcibly pulled his arm out of the old man's hand, and then quickly ran out of the city. Seeing Xin Zhongzi running out of the city, the previous player and the players who were watching the fun also ran out of the city. Seeing this situation, the old man was so anxious that he jumped to his feet, but there was nothing he could do. Soon, Xin Zhongzi arrived outside the city. At the same time, a dozen or so onlookers came to the outside of the city with Xin Zhongzi. After Xin Zhongzi appeared outside the city, the previous player attacked Xin Zhongzi without any hesitation. Of course, Xin Zhongzi did not hesitate at all and directly used a combination of fireball and lightning techniques to quickly attack the opponent. After a fireball and 3 lightning spells, the level 1 warrior died instantly. Fuck, he killed Su Jin. At this time, a group of onlookers reacted. Everyone come together and kill him. With a shout from someone, a group of onlookers rushed forward. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi did not hesitate at all and started to fight back. The first people he attacked were the mages and Taoist priests in the crowd. The mage and Taoist priest have low health, and Xin Zhongzi can kill one of them instantly with just 1 fireball. For warriors, they also need fireball and lightning. A moment later, Xin Zhongzi had killed several people. Fuck, he's too strong. I can't beat him. Xin Zhongzi not only has powerful damage, fast speed, high dodge rate, but also has a long attack range. In this situation, the player who attacked Xin Zhongzi finally chose to escape. Fortunately, the group of people were not far from the city gate and quickly escaped into the city. Seeing this situation, some people watching at the city gate couldn't help but gasp. Before, the old man who persuaded Xin Zhongzi not to be impulsive was even more stunned. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi just kept a cold face and stepped forward to pick up the equipment dropped by the killer. Xin Zhongzi was lucky. Among the people he killed, 2 were mages, both equipped with magic wands. This gave him 2 more wands. As for other equipment, Xin Zhongzi's backpack was too full to hold them, so he didn't pick them up. After picking up these, Xin Zhongzi did not stay outside the city, but quickly entered the city. At this moment, I believe many people have already started contacting high-level players. He must change his job as soon as possible and then upgrade. Uncle, please take me to the place where I can change my job. Xin Zhongzi came to the city gate and said to the old man. Okay, come with me. The old man looked excited. Under the unwilling gazes of all the players from the big families, Xin Zhongzi followed the old man and quickly went to the place where he would change his job. After more than 10 minutes, Xin Zhongzi completed his job change. In addition, he also spent hundreds of thousands of copper coins to buy more than a dozen job-changing scrolls, so that he could continue to change jobs without having to find a mentor. Little brother, you should stay in Mingzhong City and don't go anywhere. If you stay in the city, they won't be able to do anything to you. The old man said to Xin Zhongzi. Through communication, Xin Zhongzi learned that the old man's name was Yangon, and the two became friends. According to Yangon, he is 126 years old this year and has been in Mingzhong for more than 100 years. The main reason why he is still level 20 is that he has never left Mingzhong City. It's not that he doesn't want to leave, but if he dares to leave Mingzhong City, he will be killed by the people from the 36 major families. The people from the 36 big families are very domineering. If anyone who is not from their family dares to leave the safe zone, there is only one word: death. Moreover, there are many people like Yangon in Mingzhong City. According to Ho Wing-on, there are about 500 people. However, even though there were more than 500 people, these people did not dare to leave the city. Because there are more people in the 36 big families, and their levels are very high. Uncle I know. Xin Zhongzi knew that Yangon didn't let him leave the city for his own good, but Xin Zhongzi had his own reasons for leaving the city. However, he didn't need to tell Yangon about this matter. When the time comes, he will just find an opportunity to leave without saying anything. Little brother, come on, I'll take you to meet the others. Yangon enthusiastically wanted to take Xin Zhongzi to meet other people who stayed in Mingzhong City. Xin Zhongzi did not refuse. Perhaps Yangon sent private messages to some people, so soon, a group of people gathered in a small tavern in Mingzhong City. There were more than 30 people coming this time. Although Yangon said that there are more than 500 players like him in Mingzhong City, many of them rarely enter the game. The main thing is that even if we can't do anything after entering the game, it's already very good to have more than 30 people now. With Yannon's introduction, Xin Zhongzi got a preliminary acquaintance with a group of players who were stranded in Mingzhong City and could do nothing. Everyone was very enthusiastic towards the newcomer Xin Zhongzi. Just when Yangon took Xin Zhongzi to meet other people. Previously, the incident in which Xin Zhongzi, a newcomer to Mingzhong, killed several players outside the city was quickly reported to the top leaders of some large families. So in less than half an hour, several strong men over level 50 arrived in Mingzhong City. The actions of Xin Zhongzi and his group have always been under the surveillance of players from the 36 major families. However, as long as Xin Zhongzi does not leave the city, the people from the 36 major families will not be able to do anything to him. Chapter 86 Rocket Speed. In Mingzhong City, Xin Zhongzi communicated with a group of players for almost 2 hours. I have a full understanding of the situation in Mingzhong City. Of course, the main reason was that everyone was too enthusiastic about him, inviting him to dinner and drinks. Through communicating with everyone, Xin Zhongzi also had a general understanding of the situation in Mingzhong. For example, the 36 major families are mainly the Shin family, the Edward family, and the Holman family. These 3 big families all have 6th-order strongmen above level 60. Other large families have mostly players at level 50, and each large family has almost dozens of players above level 50. Xin Zhongzi also asked everyone about the upgrade location. Xin Zhongzi learned from everyone that there was a stone tomb cave inside Mingzhong City. Players from large families below level 35 usually fought monsters and leveled up in this stone tomb cave. However, people who are not from the 36 major families dare not go in because they will die. Xin Zhongzi was not planning to enter the stone tomb cave. He planned to teleport directly to Zuma. Zuma's monsters are of higher levels, so he levels up faster. After finishing the conversation with a group of people, Xin Zhongzi went to the warehouse. He found that the items he stored in the Bichi warehouse could also be obtained in the Mingzhong warehouse. However, when Xin Zhongzi opened the guild warehouse, he found that the guild's public warehouse had lost its function and only the guild's private warehouse could be used. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi could understand it. After all, this place is not in the same dimension as the novice area, Bichi City. If the public warehouse can be used, he can get good equipment here and store it in the public warehouse. Then, wouldn't the guild members in the novice area, Bichi City, be able to use it? Therefore, in order to limit this, the game can only use private warehouses. After opening the warehouse, Xin Zhongzi took away 20 magic wands. After putting on the magic wand, Xin Zhongzi took out a few skill books and put them in his backpack, then put on the teleportation ring and entered the coordinates of the 5th floor below the Zuma temple. The coordinates Xin Zhongzi entered were on the 5th floor, near Zuma Pavilion. If there are many high-level players from the 36 major families spawning monsters on the Zuma map, he can directly enter the Zuma Pavilion. Zuma Pavilion is a complicated place like a maze, and many rooms are not in the same dimension, and there are monsters inside. It is a good place for him to upgrade. Xin Zhongzi entered the coordinates and chose to teleport. The next moment, Xin Zhongzi's body disappeared in Mingzhong City. Xin Zhongzi only felt a flash before his eyes, and then he appeared on the 5th floor of Zuma. Roar! As soon as Xin Zhongzi appeared, he attracted the attention of a group of monsters. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi immediately knew that no one here had upgraded. Hellfire. Next, Xin Zhongzi released Hellfire to attack the monster while dodging the monster's skill attacks, and at the same time, he showed off his powerful golden wound medicine in Sunwater. He needs to gain a foothold here first, and then he can slowly clear out the monsters around him. A few minutes later, Xin Zhongzi cleared a large area without monsters in the corridor on the 5th floor. At this time, his level directly rose by more than 10 levels, which was extremely exaggerated. The reason why it is so exaggerated is that when Xin Zhongzi kills the Zuma archer, it is equivalent to killing a monster 15 levels higher. If you kill the Zuma statue and Zuma guard, you can kill monsters above level 19 and 20. If the experience points for killing monsters doubled for every level higher, Xin Zhongzi could gain over 30,000 experience points by killing Zuma archers, and over 1 million experience points by killing Zuma guardians. However, the reality is that no matter how many levels you jump, it will only be counted as jumping 10 levels. This means that whether you kill a monster 15 levels higher or 20 levels higher, only the experience gained by 10 levels higher will be counted. Level 10 is the limit of experience points gained by killing monsters above your level. But even so, when Xin Zhongzi cleared out an area of Zuma monsters in the corridor on the 5th floor of Zuma, he was able to level up more than 10 levels. The reason why the upgrade is so exaggerated is that even if you kill monsters 10 levels higher, the experience points you get are enough. The game gives 1024 experience points for killing monsters above level 10. Xin Zhongzi only needs 2000 experience points to upgrade from level 20 to level 21. In this situation, Xin Zhongzi only needs to kill 2 Zuma monsters at random. From level 21 to level 20, you still only need to kill 2 more monsters to level up. To upgrade from level 20 to level 30, the total experience points required are 24,500, and Xin Zhongzi only needs to kill 25 monsters. However, after reaching level 30, Xin Zhongzi's experience points suddenly decreased visibly. Because after he reaches level 30, killing a Zuma archer can only be considered as killing a monster 5 levels higher, and killing a Zuma statue can only be considered as killing a monster 9 levels higher. But even so, after Xin Zhongzi cleared all the monsters nearby, he still reached level 33. It is no exaggeration to say that this upgrade speed is as fast as riding a rocket. After reaching level 33, Xin Zhongzi learned several skills including Exploding Flame, Firewall, Flash Movie, Hell Lightning, and Magic Shield. Exploding Flame is a group attack skill. Like Lightning Technique, it summons a 3-meter diameter flame out of thin air and then attacks the enemy. The burst fire will make a crackling sound when it hits the enemy. It's a pity that the explosive flame is a one-time damage and there is no attached continuous damage. Exploding Flame LV0-0100 consumes 10 mana points, summons a 3-meter diameter flame, dealing 2.5 times the magic damage to enveloping monsters. Then there is the Firewall, which Xin Junza thinks is very useful. Firewall LV0-0100 consumes 10 points of magic power to summon a 2-meter flame that falls to the ground, burning for 30 seconds. Each point of magic attack increases the duration by 1 second. Monsters that enter the Firewall's attack range will inflict double the continuous magic burn damage. Seeing this skill, Xin Junza could only say it was awesome. According to his previous highest magic attack of 520 points, if he releases the Firewall, plus the 30-second basic time, it will be 550 seconds. In other words, his wall of fire can burn for a maximum of 9 minutes. Then there's Aurora Movie, a skill that shoots a 10-meter bolt of lightning forward that can connect all enemies in its path. Xin Junza felt that this skill was useless. First of all, the attack distance was too short, and the damage was not very high. Then came the Lightning of Hell. This skill shoots countless tiny lightning bolts in all directions centered around the player, and can attack monsters within a 5-meter radius. This skill is useless in Xin Junza's opinion. First, the attack distance is too short, then it consumes too much magic power, and finally, the damage is low. The most useful skill should be the last one, Magic Shield. Magic Shield LV0-0100 consumes 12 points of magic power, instantly creates a defensive barrier covering the entire body, reducing enemy damage by 15%. Lasts for 5 seconds, and each point of magic attack increases the stat by 1 second. Each attack reduces the stat by 2 seconds. A level 0 magic shield could only last for 5 seconds, but if cast by Xin Junza, it could last for at least several hundred seconds. Chapter 87, Terrifying Values. After entering the Zuma Pavilion area on the 5th floor of Zuma and clearing out the nearby monsters, Xin Junza finally gained a foothold. Next, Xin Junza began to continue clearing out the monsters in one direction. He covered a passage with a wall of fire, and then lured a group of monsters into the range of the wall of fire. It only takes a dozen seconds and all the monsters will be burned to death by the wall of fire. Awesome! Seeing such an effect, Xin Junza exclaimed that it was awesome. Under the powerful damage of the firewall, Xin Junza killed monsters very quickly. Not long after, Xin Junza reached level 35. At this time, Xin Junza also learned the mage's level 35 skill Ice Roar. Ice Roar LV0-0100 consumes 15 points of magic power to summon a high-speed whirlwind with a diameter of 3 meters, mixed with icicles, dealing 4 times the magic damage to targets within it. Ice Roar can be considered as an enhanced version of Exploding Flame, a group attack version of lightning, and its attack power is abnormal. However, this skill consumes a lot of magic power. It takes 15 points of magic power to cast it once, and this is the level 0 Ice Roar. After Xin Junza's level broke through to 35, he no longer gained the bonus of killing monsters above his level when killing Zuma archers. However, Xin Junza did not stop, but chose to continue killing monsters. After learning the new skill Xin Junza's monster killing speed and efficiency have been significantly improved. A few hours later, Xin Junza's level reached 38. At this time, his upgrade efficiency has become very low. Despite this, he still had no intention of leaving the Zuma map. A day later, Xin Junza reached level 39. After the teleportation ring cooled down, he teleported directly to the 7th floor of Zuma. What surprised Xin Junza was that no one was killing monsters to level up on the 7th floor of Zuma. In this case, he could enjoy the monsters on the 7th floor of Zuma all to himself. What Xin Junza didn't know was that the reason why no one upgraded to the 7th floor of Zuma was simply because there were too many monsters on the 7th floor of Zuma and no one could withstand it. Generally speaking, even a level 60 player does not have the abnormal defense power of Xin Junza. For the next few days, Xin Junza was on the 7th floor of Zuma, killing monsters and upgrading his equipment. After he reached level 40, his leveling speed stagnated. However, after a few days, his level reached 41. Of course, in addition to upgrading, Xin Junza's main purpose is to obtain Zuma equipment. Half a month later, Xin Junza reached level 43. He was also equipped with 43 black iron helmets, 43 demon bells, 86 dragon bracelets, and 86 purple conch rings. At the same time, he also obtained more than 20 magic wands, bringing the number of stacked weapons to 43. In addition, his clothes were also changed from medium armor to the level 22 magician's exclusive clothes magic robes. In this case, Xin Junza's character panel attributes directly became like this. Name, Xin Zhongzi. Occupation, Mage. Level, 4312 4300. Health, 4300 4300. Magic power, 430. Attack, 10,215,387. Magic attack, 100, 86, 1299. Defense, 20,297,430. Magic defense, 20,215,301. Agility, 50. Accuracy, 5 plus 86. Spirit, 50. Weight, 234 265. Skills, Fireball, Hellfire, Big Fireball, Fire Ring of Resistance, Light of Temptation, Teleport, Aurora Movie, Hell Lightning. Lightning spell LV3 consumes 8 mana points to summon a bolt of lightning to attack the enemy, dealing 8 times the magic damage. Firewall LV3 consumes 16 points of magic power to summon a 2 meter flame that falls to the ground. It burns for 30 seconds, increasing by 1 second per point of magic attack. Monsters that enter the firewall's attack range inflict 3.5 times the continuous magic burn damage. Magic Shield LV3 consumes 21 points of magic power, instantly generates a defensive barrier covering the entire body, reducing damage by 60%. Lasts for 16 seconds. In addition, each point of magic attack increases the value by 1 second. If attacked, the duration is reduced by 2 seconds. Ice Roar LV3 consumes 21 magic points to summon a high-speed whirlwind with a diameter of 3 meters, mixed with icicles, dealing 7 times the magic damage to targets within it. Unique ability, infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment. Magic Wand X43 level requirement 26, attack 215 387, magic attack 86 215, durability 645, weight 10. Magic Robe X43 required level 22, magic attack 086, physical defense 129 215, magic defense 129 172, durability 860, weight 12. Black Iron Helmet X43 required attack 128, physical defense 172 215, magic defense 86 129, durability 430, weight 20. Demon Bell X43 requires magic attack power 95, magic attack 0 310, accuracy plus 86, durability 258, weight 1. Purple Snail 86 requires magic attack power 88, magic attack 0 430, durability 215 2, weight 22. Dragon Bracelet X86 requires magic attack power 98, magic attack 0 258, durability 258x2, weight 3x2. Now, Xin Zhongzi's magic attack has reached an outrageous 1399 points. Physical defense also reached an outrageous level of over 400 points. The magic defense is a little less, but it is still more than 300 points. Xin Zhongzi added most of the free attribute points from level 20 to level 43, except for some magic attack, to agility and mental strength. Not to mention mental power, you cannot increase magic attack without increasing mental power, because magic attack cannot exceed twice the mental power. The reason why Xin Zhongzi increased his agility was because he was planning to replace the evil repelling bracelet that increased agility with a dragon bracelet. Finally, Xin Zhongzi added 5 points of attack. The reason for increasing attack is that defense cannot exceed twice the attack power. Xin Zhongzi's magic attack is so outrageous now. If he can achieve the highest damage value, using the level 3 lightning spell can cause more than 10,000 spell damage. With such an attack, it only takes 3 lightning spells to defeat the Wama cult leader. If you cast Fireball to deal the highest magic damage, it would be more than 20,000 points of magic damage, which is a very outrageous attack. Then there is the Firewall, which can burn for up to 22 minutes and cause more than 4,800 magic damage to monsters per second. It is a group attack version of Fireball. The most powerful group attack spell is Ice Roar, which can cause 7 times magic damage to targets within a 3 meter diameter area, only slightly less damage than lightning. Now, Xin Zhongzi can kill a group of Zuma monsters instantly by throwing down 2 Ice Roars. Of course, the most useful thing for Xin Zhongzi is the Magic Shield. A level 3 Magic Shield can reduce damage by 60%. Level 0 is 15%, level 1 is 30%, level 2 is 45%, and level 3 is exactly 60%. The Magic Shield, combined with his physical defense and magical defense attributes, can only cause dozens of damage to Xin Zhongzi even when facing the first skill of Zuma Lord. As for Zuma's other 2 physical attack skills, it is estimated that they cannot even break Xin Zhongzi's defense. It was at this time that Xin Zhengze had the idea of challenging the leader of Zuma. Chapter 88 Awkward Situation. Ice Roar. Ice Roar. Xin Zhengze quickly advanced towards the home of the Zuma leader. He could attack a dense group of monsters from a distance of 50 meters. Under his attack, the Zuma monsters in the corridor fell down quickly like harvested wheat. Unfortunately, Xin Zhengze is now level 43. When he fights a level 40 Zuma guard, he has to lower his level by 3 levels and the experience value he gains is only 0.25. If it is a Zuma archer, he has to lower his level by 8 levels and the experience value he gains is only 0.007. A few hours later, Xin Zhengze arrived at the end of the 7th floor of Zuma. Entering through the door at the end of the 7th floor of Zuma is the home of the Zuma leader. Before, Xin Zhengze went in once and then backed out directly. This time, after Xin Zhengze entered the Zuma leader's house, he directly attacked the dozen or so monsters inside. Fireball, Ice Roar, and Lightning. As expected, in less than a minute, all the dozen or so monsters inside were cleared out. At this time, Xin Zhengze turned his gaze to the Zuma leader in the middle. At this time, the Zuma leader was still in the form of a statue. Xin Zhengze released a lightning spell, but it did not cause any damage to the statue. Until Xin Zhengze walked within 3 meters of the statue. The next moment, the color of the statue changed rapidly, from grayish-white to red. Roar! A deafening roar rang out. The next moment, the Zuma leader came back to life. Fireball! At the first moment, Xin Zhengze cast the spell with the strongest overall damage. Next, it's the lightning technique. Roar! At this time, the Zuma leader also quickly attacked Xin Zhengze. Boom boom boom. The Zuma leader's fist hit Xin Zhengze, knocking him back. However, even so, it did not cause any harm to Xin Zhengze. On the contrary, Xin Zhengze can deal between 1,500 and 10,000 damages with a single lightning spell. In less than a minute, under Xin Zhengze's crazy attack, the blood volume of the Zuma leader was reduced by half. At this time, the Zuma leader activated the summoning skill. The next moment, more than a dozen Zuma monsters of various types appeared out of thin air. Ice Roar! Then, Xin Zhengze switched from lightning magic to Ice Roar. In less than 20 seconds, all the monsters disappeared. At this time, the Zuma leader used the supernatural power of the leader's wrath. 34. 52. 43. 38. 44. As the Zuma leader launched a magic attack, Xin Zhengze's blood volume was reduced by more than 100 points. Awesome! Xin Zhengze laughed a little when he saw that Zuma leader had taken away more than 100 points of his health. After several lightning spells, the Zuma leader fell to the ground and a bubble burst out. Pick up bubbles. Immediately, Xin Zhengze obtained all the equipment dropped by the Zuma leader. Of course, in addition to the equipment dropped by the Zuma leader, the elite monsters at the beginning also dropped some equipment. Zuma Avatar, you can go to Biki City and submit a Zuma Avatar to King Biki to initiate a fight for the ownership of Shabak City. This Zuma portrait seems to be of no use to Xin Zhengze. I will give it to Su Mayan when she comes to Mingzhong. Bone Jade Scepter, required level 35, physical attack 612, magic attack 26, durability 18, weight 20. Xin Zhengze felt that this Bone Jade Scepter was just so-so. Its magic attack was only slightly higher than that of a magic wand, and it was also extremely difficult to explode. To him, it was just garbage. It seems that I can only give it to others in the future or sell it. Demon Robe, requires magic attack 98, magic attack 14, physical defense 47, magic defense 34, durability 25, weight 19. The Devil's Robe is the equipment that Xin Zhengze needs, but unfortunately there is only one, which is still too little. In addition to the Demon Robe, the Zuma leader also dropped an Invisibility Ring. Invisibility Ring, required level 12, durability 5, weight 1. Wearing this ring will cause you to become invisible, but will not work against other players. Only the target will be visible when attacking. Some monsters and bosses can break invisibility, but each break consumes 1 point of durability, requiring you to wear it again to regain invisibility. The invisibility ring is a good thing, but it seems to be of no use to Xin Zhengze. First, the invisibility ring's invisibility ability has no effect on players. Then, Xin Zhengze relied on powerful attacks to defeat monsters. If he wears the invisibility ring when fighting monsters, he will not attract the hatred of other monsters, so the monsters will not be able to gather in groups. If monsters don't gather together, his group attack magic won't be able to deal the maximum damage. However, it seems to be useful in special scenarios. For example, when he is in a hurry, he wants to go from the first floor of Zuma to the leader's home on the 7th floor of Zuma. If he has invisibility, he can use teleportation continuously without worrying about his skills being interrupted by monsters. In this way, he can reach his destination as quickly as possible. Then, if he was being chased, he could take the invisibility ring and escape to a high-level monster map. Then, the people chasing him would naturally be stopped by the dense monsters, but he would not be affected at all. Overall, this invisibility ring seems to be pretty good. It's like learning the Taoist invisibility technique. In addition to the invisibility ring, Zuma leader also gave Xian Zhongzi a bottle of something called blessing oil. Blessing oil can add luck or curse to weapons. Nice one. When Xian Zhongzi saw the blessing oil, he exclaimed that it was a good thing. This thing can increase luck for weapons. It is said that as long as luck is +9, you can reach the maximum attack limit with 100% certainty. For example, now Xian Zhongzi's magic attack power is 186-1399, so as long as the luck is added by 9, he can deal 1399 magic damage every time with 100% certainty. However, if you want to use blessed oil to increase the luck of a weapon to 9, you need not only incredible luck, but also countless bottles of blessed oil. Blessing oil adds luck, from luck 1 to luck 3, just drink it casually. The probability of luck 1 is more than 95%, and the probability of luck 3 is more than 38. For the 4th and 5th stages of luck, at least more than 30 bottles of blessed oil are needed. As for the 6th and 7th luck, don't even think about it without more than 100 bottles. As for reaching the 8th and 9th luck, it is not determined by the amount of blessing oil, but by a person's true luck. It may be an exaggeration to say that it is comparable to winning the lottery, but it is definitely true that it is 1 in 1,000. However, this is very easy to achieve for Xian Zhongzi. He only needs to have 9 bottles of blessed oil, and then use the blessed oil on any 9 weapons among his equipped weapons to increase his luck by 9. In addition to the blessed oil, Xian Zhongzi also obtained a Taoist level 35 skill book that allows him to summon divine beasts. The level 35 skill book seems to be a must-drop item from the world boss. It's a pity that Xian Zhongzi can't use this thing. Su Mayan already has one, so it seems he can only sell it to someone else later. After defeating the Zuma leader, Xian Zhongzi prepared to use the teleportation ring to teleport back to Mengzhong City. At this moment, he suddenly encountered an embarrassing problem. That is, if he wants to wear the teleportation ring, he must take off 43 purple conch rings, but Xian Zhongzi's backpack only has 40 slots. This is embarrassing. If Xian Zhongzi wanted to use the teleportation ring by force, he would have to throw away part of the purple conch ring. I don't know if this backpack can be expanded. Now I can only walk back. Chapter 89, Closing the Door and Beating the Dog. It took Xian Zhongzi more than 4 hours to return to Mengzhong City from the 7th floor of the Zuma Temple. Xian Zhongzi entered the city from the east gate of Mengzhong City. The players coming in and out of the city gate did not recognize that Xian Zhongzi was not from the 36 major families. There are simply too many people in the 36 major families, and not everyone knows each one of them. When they saw Xian Zhongzi walking from outside the city, everyone thought that Xian Zhongzi was also a child of a big family. After arriving in Mengzhong, Xian Zhongzi went to the warehouse first and stored the unused equipment there. After saving the equipment, Xian Zhongzi discovered that Uncle He Yangan was still online. Although He Yangan is over 100 years old, Xian Zhongzi still calls him uncle, which makes him look younger. Xian Zhongzi, Uncle He, did you know that you can add more compartments to your backpack? Xian Zhongzi asked He Yangan. Just after Xian Zhongzi asked, He Yangan replied. He Yangan, backpack slots can be expanded by visiting the owner of Mengzhong Jewelry Store. 100,000 copper coins are required to expand one slot. Fuck, it's so expensive. Seeing He Yangan's message, Xian Zhongzi couldn't help but complain. Xian Zhongzi, thank you, Uncle He. After thanking He Yangan, Xian Zhongzi hurried towards Mengzhong Jewelry Store. Soon, he arrived at Mengzhong Jewelry Store. Xian Zhongzi had 3.6 million copper coins on him. More than 2 million of it was earned from selling skill books to Lu Kuan. The remaining 1 million was earned from a gold bar and a silver ingot, as well as from killing monsters during this period. After arriving at the jewelry store, Xin Jonza directly spent 3 million copper coins to expand the capacity of his backpack to 70 slots. In this case, when he uses the teleportation ring again, he can remove the 43 purple conch rings without worrying about not having enough space in his backpack. After expanding his backpack, Xin Jonza immediately took off the 43 purple conchs and put on the teleportation ring. After putting on the teleportation ring, Xin Jonza immediately entered the coordinates of the third underground floor of the Woma temple. Stop! Xin Jonza's figure disappeared and then appeared on the third floor of Woma. Roar! Quick, attack! Here, let's fight this Woma guard first. As soon as Xin Jonza entered the third floor of Woma, he heard an extremely noisy sound. There are the roars of monsters and the voices of players shouting. Xin Jonza observed the situation nearby and found that there were many people on the third floor of Woma. He saw dozens of them with his own eyes, but most of them were players over level 40. In addition, there are also some level 50 players. Most of the information about these players is about a family called Panasonic among the 36 major families. The Japanese family. Xin Jonza narrowed his eyes when he saw the names of these players. In that case, there is no need for Xin Jonza to be polite. Less than 30 meters away from Xin Jonza, there were 5 players over level 40 besieging 2 Woma guards. The next moment, Xin Jonza raised his hand and cast a fireball, hitting one of the warriors. A second later, an ice roar appeared and hit a mage and a Taoist priest. A second later, a bolt of lightning struck and hit another mage. Another second later, another bolt of lightning fell and hit a warrior player. Finally, Xin Jonza added another lightning spell to the last warrior player. This set of output took less than 7 seconds to complete. And 7 seconds later, the 5 players who had been besieging the 2 Woma monsters had all fallen to the ground. Xin Jonza's magic damage is explosive. Even the level 60 Zumo leader can't withstand it, let alone ordinary players. Afterwards, Xin Jonza threw out another ice roar, instantly killing the 2 Woma monsters. After Xin Jonza killed 5 players and 2 Woma monsters, the people nearby had not yet noticed that a team had been killed by Xin Jonza. Seeing this situation, Xin Jonza was no longer polite. After thinking about it, he quickly ran towards the entrance from the third floor of Woma to the second floor of Woma. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the third floor of Woma. The next moment, Xin Jonza began to cast the firewall technique. Baga, what are you doing? Nearby, a group of people saw Xin Jonza's actions and immediately frowned and scolded him. Ha! You're not from our guild. Ice Roar! Without any hesitation, Xin Jonza directly used Ice Roar. A few seconds later, several people who questioned Xin Jonza fell to the ground. After killing a few nosy people, Xin Jonza continued to spread fire on the ground. His magic attack power is as high as more than 1,300 points. If the highest magic attack power is triggered, the firewall can burn for 23 minutes. Even if the lowest magic attack is triggered, it will burn for 3 minutes. Before long, Xin Jonza had covered the passage from the third floor to the second floor of Woma with a wall of fire. At this moment, another group of people came down from the second floor to the third floor of my mother's house. As soon as they stepped into the third floor, they stood on Xin Jonza's wall of fire. Baga, who laid the wall of fire? Baga, the damage is so high. The mage and warlock with the least health died before they could finish their 2 sentences. Seeing this situation, the 2 warriors with thick blood turned around and returned to the second floor. Seeing this situation, Xin Jonza was very satisfied with the damage of the firewall. Just now, several players stood on his firewall, and each of them dealt nearly 3,000 damage. The level 40 mage and Taoist priest had a total health of only over 4,000, so they died in less than 2 seconds. However, the soldier's health reached more than 10,000. Seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly retreated to save his life. If they had retreated a second or 2 later, they would probably have been gone. Xin Jonza laid a large wall of fire outside the passage on the third floor of Woma. After making sure that no one could escape through the wall of fire back to the second floor of Woma, he immediately began to harvest the players on the third floor of Woma. For mages and warriors, he only needs 1 lightning spell to kill them instantly. If a mage and a Taoist priest stand together, 1 ice roar can kill them instantly. If it is a warrior with a lot of health, a fireball can kill it. If it's a warrior above level 45, 1 fireball and 1 lightning spell will be enough. Xin Jonza quickly killed players on the third floor of Woma, and this situation was soon known to all players on the third floor of Woma. The truth is that all the players on the third floor of Woma are from the same guild. After someone saw Xin Zhongzi killing a guild member, he directly notified the guild channel about the incident. Some people saw that Xin Zhongzi was alone, and then they rushed towards him and attacked him. The result was naturally self-evident. Some people saw that Xin Zhongzi's attack was so terrifying, killing people was like killing chickens, so they immediately panicked and ran away. There were also some players who, under the command of the guild's top leaders, gathered in an area and formed a team of dozens of people before launching an attack on Xin Zhongzi. Xin Zhongzi loves it most when facing players standing together and attacking him. Ice roar! Ice roar! Ice roar! After a few ice roars, more than half of the team of dozens of people were killed. At the same time, some of the opposing mages and Taoist priests also hit Xin Zhongzi. However, despite Xin Zhongzi's powerful defense and the magic shield that reduced damage by 60%, they were unable to break Xin Zhongzi's defense. On the contrary, Xin Zhongzi's attack can cause huge damage even if the enemy mage has a magic shield. Fuck, devil. When they saw that more than half of their people were killed in the first encounter, the others immediately fled in all directions. In the following time, the entire third floor of Woma was a scene of chasing each other. Even a level 50 player couldn't withstand 3 hits from Xin Zhongzi's lightning attack. After chasing and killing some players on the third floor of Woma, Xin Zhongzi will return to the passage from the third floor to the second floor of Woma and continue to place some firewalls. Anyway, Xin Zhongzi was going to shut down the door and kill everyone on the third floor of Woma today. Chapter 90, First Clash with a level 60 player. On the third floor of Woma, Xin Zhongzi had a great time today. At this moment, there are at least more than 300 people in the third floor of Woma, and these 300 players are all above level 40 or even over level 50. In order to prevent these players from playing hide and seek with him, Xin Zhongzi even set up firewalls in some permanent nodes. More than an hour later, on the third floor of Woma, there was no living person or monster left except Xin Zhongzi. If it is a legendary game, all players have an item, which is the return scroll. However, there is no such thing as a return scroll in this game. This made Xin Zhongzi very happy. Because if he had a return scroll, he would never be able to kill so many high-level players. Of course, if there were return scrolls, the 36 major families would not be able to suppress ordinary players like this. In short, the number of ordinary players is much greater than that of the 36 major families, and if there is a thing called the return scroll, the 36 major families will not be able to kill ordinary players in the wild. As long as ordinary players are given the opportunity to develop, the last 36 major families will sooner or later be swept into the garbage dump of history by ordinary players. The reason why the 36 major families have dominated the game for hundreds of years is because there is no such thing as a return scroll. The 36 major families only need to seal off Menjong City and prevent ordinary players from leaving. What Xin Zhongzi didn't know was that just when he was slaughtering players from big families on the third floor of Woma, outside, the news had spread like wildfire. In Biki City, the Mahakala Guild. In the guild channel, more than 10 minutes ago, countless people were sending messages for help. And now, there is not a single message for help. In addition, the number of guild members has decreased by more than 300 people. Most of the remaining 300 or so players are the guild's top players, including a dozen level 50 players and more than 300 level 40 players. Among them were several vice presidents of the guild. Now, these top players in the guilds are almost wiped out. Under such circumstances, it was a huge blow to the Japanese Mahakala Guild. Of course, the reason why the top players of the Mahakala Guild were wiped out by Xin Zhongzi was all because today was the day when the Wama cult leader refreshed. This time, it's the Mahakala Guild's turn to fight against the Wama cult leader. So early in the morning, the people from the Mahakala Guild, led by the president and several vice presidents, began to go to the third floor of Wama to clear out ordinary monsters. And now, because of the appearance of Xin Zhongzi, almost all of the more than 300 top players in the guild are gone. Damn it! What's going on? How could a single player kill so many of us? Who is it? Who is it? Even if it were those 3 level 60 players, it wouldn't be possible for them to kill so many of us so easily, right? Compared to the complex issues faced by the members of the Mahakala Guild. When the people from other guilds heard the news, they were all shocked. Beach City. At the Bilderberg Guild headquarters, a middle-aged man looked at the message sent to him by his subordinates and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. The middle-aged man's name was Lucas Edward. He is the only 6th level player above level 60 in the Edward family. Which family is this from? Could it be that another level 6 player has appeared? Seeing the message sent by his men, Lucas Edward couldn't help but mutter to himself. Interesting. After thinking about it, Lucas Edward replaced one of the rings on his body with a teleportation ring. Then he entered the coordinates of the 3rd floor of Woma. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the guild headquarters. In the 3rd floor lobby of Woma, Xin Zhongzi is picking up equipment dropped by players. He found that the equipment of these players was really good. Almost every player above level 40 has a set of Woma equipment. Players above level 50 each have a set of Zuma equipment. Xin Zhongzi picked up a backpack full of Zuma mage equipment, but there were still some that he didn't pick up because the backpack didn't have enough slots and load capacity. Just when Xin Zhongzi was picking up something, suddenly, Xin Zhongzi discovered that a person suddenly appeared a few meters in front of him. Teleportation ring. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi immediately thought of the teleportation ring. The other person was wearing Taoist clothes, so he was obviously a Taoist priest at first glance. Taoist priests can't move instantly, so they must have used a teleportation ring. After staring at the other person for 3 seconds, Xin Zhongzi soon saw the other person's information. Name, Lucas Edward, occupation, Taoist, level, 62, HP, 6200. Mana, 620, attack, 15924, Taoist magic, 146, 1140, defense, 3917, magic defense, 358, agility, 50, spirit, 74. Skills, healing, mental combat, poison. Summoning divine beasts. When Xin Zhongzi saw the other party's message, he suddenly exclaimed in his heart. On the other side, when Lucas Edward saw Xin Zhongzi, he immediately released 2 skills, Ghost Shield and Holy Armor. As he cast Ghost Shield and Holy Armor, his physical and magical defenses increased by 10 points each. Then, he used the summoning technique to summon the divine beast. 5 amulets quickly condensed into a formation before his eyes. The next moment, a unicorn-like monster appeared in front of him. However, this monster looks like it is made up of energy and is not a real living creature. Xin Zhongzi also saw the monster and soon learned its detailed information. Summon Beast, level 62, HP 31,000, magic attack 124, physical defense 31, magic defense 31, agility 62. Skill, Fire Magic, deals 5 times the magic damage to the target. Lucas Edward was ready for battle as soon as he arrived. On the other side, Xin Zhongzi saw the situation and did not show any courtesy at all. He rushed directly towards Lucas Edward. His mental strength is only 50 points and his attack range is only 50 meters. Therefore, he had to get within 50 meters before he could attack the opponent. On the other side, when Xin Zhongzi rushed to a distance of more than 70 meters from Lucas Edward directly released poisoning magic towards Xin Zhongzi. As the 2 poison spells fell on his body, the sacred Qilin beast beside him quickly rushed towards Xin Zhongzi. At the same time, he did not forget to release a spiritual revelation to Xin Zhongzi. The mind revelation skill mainly allows Taoist players to see the target's health. Just after Lucas Edward released his spiritual revelation to Xin Zhongzi, the next moment, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Impossible, how can you only be level 43? Lucas Edward looked incredulous because he saw that Xin Zhongzi only had more than 4,000 health points. This amount of health is exactly what a level 43 mage has. Xin Zhongzi ignored Lucas Edward's exclamation and rushed towards Lucas Edward at a faster speed. At this time, Lucas Edward came to his senses and quickly cast the Soulfire Talisman towards Xin Zhongzi. 133. 127. One Soulfire Talisman after another hit Xin Zhongzi, but each time it only caused more than 100 points of damage. Xin Zhongzi could recover from this damage by drinking powerful sun water. The level 3 Soulfire Talisman increases the Taoist damage by 3 times. This amount of damage is really nothing to Xin Zhongzi. Just when Lucas Edward cast 2 Soulfire Talismans, he finally rushed to the 50-meter range. At this time, Lucas Edward's summoned beast also came to Xin Zhongzi. Puff! The summoned beast spewed out a breath of flames towards Xin Zhongzi. 182. Lucas Edward's summoned beast directly knocked away more than 180 points of Xin Zhongzi's health. At this time, Xin Zhongzi also took action. Lightning Magic. Chapter 91 The Boy Who Brings Wealth. 6,200. Perhaps it was because of the high damage, Xin Zhongzi killed Lucas Edward, who had more than 6,200 HP, instantly with a bolt of lightning. Awesome. Xin Jonza didn't expect that he could kill a level 62 player instantly. Of course, if the damage is high, this is nothing. After all, his highest magic attack can reach nearly 1,400 points. Combined with the 8 times magic damage of lightning, he can directly deal more than 11,000 magic damage. After killing Lucas Edward, Xin Jonza hurried forward to pick up the items dropped by the other party. Ghost Battlesuit, Dragon Sword, Soul Necklace, Three-Eyed Bracelet 2, Titan Ring 2, Teleportation Ring. Awesome. Seeing what exploded from the other party, Xin Jonza exclaimed that it was awesome. Killing a level 62 player will drop more equipment than killing a level 60 Zuma leader. Not only a Zuma suit, but also a teleportation ring, which is great. This set of Zuma equipment with a dragon pattern sword can be kept for Sumayan to use in the future. Just when Xin Jonza killed Lucas Edward, the Shin family in the imperial capital. On that day, the head of the Shin family entered and exited the game 3 times in just 1 hour, which meant that something big must have happened in the game. Grandpa, something big must have happened in the game. Do you want to go in and take a look? The head of the Shin family found the ancestor of the Shin family and said. Although he didn't know what happened in the game, he quit the game as soon as he entered. In this case, something big must have happened. After hearing what the head of the Shin family said, the ancestor of the Shin family thought about it and nodded. Not long after, the ancestor of the Shin family entered the game. Soon after the ancestor of the Shin family entered the game, countless messages were sent to him. What? Hundreds of elite players from the Mahakala Guild were killed by one person? Who is so awesome? Upon seeing the message, the ancestor of the Shin family frowned. He hasn't entered the game for more than a month since more than 200 descendants of the family died last time. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen today. Ha! Suddenly, he sensed that there seemed to be a mark appearing in, the Woma temple? How is this possible? It's only been a few months. How could he have gone to the Woma temple? The ancestor of the Shin family was very shocked. He sensed that the person who killed the third young master of the Shin family was now in the Woma temple. Just now, my subordinate said that a large group of elite players of Mahakala were killed. Could it be related to that person? Impossible. Then he shook his head. The strongest member of the Mahakala Guild was level 57, and he could not be killed by someone who had just arrived in Biki City from the novice village for less than a few months. However, since he had entered the game world, as the first person in the game world, he decided to visit the Woma temple. Then he put on the teleportation ring. After a while, his figure disappeared. After the transmission, he appeared on the 3rd underground floor of the Woma temple. It's nearby. After appearing on the 3rd floor of the Woma temple, he sensed quickly and soon discovered that the target he was looking for was actually nearby. In other words, the other party is on the 3rd floor of Woma. After sensing the direction, he ran quickly towards the target. Before long, he saw the target he was looking for. At the same time, Xin Jonza also saw that there was one more person on the 3rd floor of Woma. Soon, the information about the visitor appeared in front of Xin Jonza. Name, Shin Kanglan, Occupation, Taoist, Level, 68, HP, 6800. Mana, 680, Attack, 15-10-26, Taoist Magic, 100-13-45, Defense, 39-17, Magic Defense, 35-8, Agility, 50, Spirit, 150. Skills, Healing, Mental Combat, Poison, Soul Fire Talisman, Invisibility, Holy Shield. Summon Divine Beast. Mental Shock, Tracking. Xin Jonza was very surprised when he saw the message from the opposing player. Looking at the other party's name and his level, there is no doubt that he should be the ancestor of the Shin family. But Xin Jonza didn't expect that the ancestor of the Shin family was also a Taoist priest. Moreover, Xin Jonza also saw that the ancestor of the Shin family had some skills that Xin Jonza had never heard of before. For example, mental shock. Is there a mental shock in the legendary game? There is also tracking technology. Is there tracking technology in the legendary game? But then, Xin Jonza thought of this game world. It was just that Tiandao imitated the legendary game template, and not all of it was necessarily set up according to the legend. Moreover, none of the monsters in this game are the same as the monsters in the legendary game. For example, the Woma monster, although its name is Woma, is nothing like the Woma monster, it is like a very tall goblin. There are also Zuma monsters, which are also different from the monsters in the legendary game. Therefore, it is understandable that the skills here are different from those in the legendary game. Xin Zhongzi observed Shen Kanglin's mental shock in detail, and soon, the information about the mental shock appeared in front of Xin Zhongzi. Mental shock requires 150 mental power, consumes 20 mental power, condenses mental waves to impact the enemy, causing mental shock to the target and making them dazed. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. Tracking requires 150 mental power. Releases a mental imprint on the target, allowing the target's location to be sensed. If the target is killed, the killer can be sensed. Can only track up to 2 people. If this technique is used on a third person, the mental imprint of the first person disappears. Awesome! At this time, Xin Zhongzi finally understood why the Shen family said that his ancestors would track his location when he was in the novice village. It turns out that after a warlock's mental strength reaches 150 points, he can learn such awesome skills. But why did Shen Kanglin increase his mental power to 150 points? Did he obtain the skill book first and then increase his mental power to 150 points? However, this mental shock skill is very powerful, equivalent to a paralysis ring. Just when Xin Zhongzi discovered Shen Kanglin also discovered Xin Zhongzi. At this time, the two were about 150 meters apart. At this time, Shen Kanglin just looked at Xin Zhongzi, and then a mental shock was released by him. 345. A number 345 appeared above Xin Zhongzi's head. Fuck! Xin Zhongzi was shocked to see himself losing so much blood in an instant. Then, he quickly found the powerful wound medicine and powerful sun water and quickly clicked to use them. After using several bottles of powerful solar water, his blood volume finally recovered. At this time, Xin Zhongzi's first thought was to rush forward and then use lightning to kill the opponent. However, the two were 150 meters apart. If he rushed forward, the other party might not necessarily keep the distance. Therefore, the best way is to retreat in order to advance. So without any hesitation, Xin Zhongzi ran away from Shen Kanglin. On the other side, seeing Xin Zhongzi running away, Shen Kanglin quickly chose to chase him. At the same time, his red poison and green poison were quickly cast upon Xin Zhongzi. Then, one soul fire talisman after another quickly attacked Xin Zhongzi. Fortunately, the damage of the soul fire talisman was too low and posed no threat to Xin Zhongzi. Just when Xin Zhongzi had run about 100 meters, there was a corner in front of him. Without any hesitation, Xin Zhongzi turned around and disappeared around the corner. Xin Zhongzi seemed to have disappeared, from Shen Kanglin's perspective. In fact, Xin Zhongzi just hid behind the corner where Shen Kanglin couldn't see him, and then waited quietly for Shen Kanglin to approach. Chapter 92, The Boy Who Sends Wealth +1. Unbeknownst to Xin Zhongzi, when he was hiding at the corner, Shen Kanglin behind him revealed a look of disdain. Because at this moment, all of Xin Zhongzi's actions are under Shen Tsong's mental detection. What most people don't know is that after mental power reaches 100 points, several abilities will be generated, that is, the externalization of mental power. By releasing mental power, one can detect all movements around, as if countless pairs of eyes are monitoring everything within the perception range from all directions. Therefore, all the movements of Xin Zhongzi hiding in the corner were seen clearly by Shen Kanglin. Call out. A soul fire talisman was shot out by Shen Kanglin. The next moment, the soul fire talisman turned 90 degrees in the air and hit Xin Zhongzi accurately. Behind the corner, Xin Zhongzi was suddenly hit by the soul fire talisman. Damn it! Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi was very surprised. He could hear that Shen Kanglin was on the other side, but how did this soul fire talisman hit him? Soon, Xin Zhongzi knew it because he saw a soul fire talisman turn 90 degrees and hit him. Fuck! Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi almost broke down. Is this correct? His mental power could only shift magic like fireball by a few degrees, but the Shen family's ancestor could make the soul fire talisman turn 90 degrees. Also, how did the other party know where I was? Could this thing have automatic enemy lock-on? Although Xin Zhongzi didn't understand why Shen Kanglin was able to attack him, he guessed that Shen Kanglin must know that he was hiding here. So without any hesitation, Xin Zhongzi took out various blood bottles and spun them violently, as if he was seriously injured. Xin Zhongzi's goal was to lure Shen Kanglin closer to him so that he could fight back. However, Shen Kanglin was very steady and did not show any sign of approaching Xin Zhongzi. He just kept sending soul fire talismans towards Xin Zhongzi. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi had no choice but to continue running away. Xin Zhongzi felt that to deal with an extremely cautious top player like Shin Kanglin, he must kill him with one strike, otherwise he would most likely get away. Although he used a legendary ring to reach the third floor of Woma, God knows how many teleportation rings he has. What if we can't kill him in a short time and he just teleports away? Seeing Xin Zhongzi running away, Shin Kanglin followed Xin Zhongzi slowly, and then kept using the Soul Fire Talisman to attack. It can be seen that Shin Kanglin is extremely cautious. Ha! Why isn't he dead yet? Shin Kanglin was a little surprised. He has attacked so many times, but the opponent is not dead yet. After thinking about it, he realized his spiritual enlightenment towards Xin Zhongzi. The next moment, Xin Zhongzi's health bar appeared in Shin Kanglin's eyes. Only 4300 HP? A level 43 mage? Shin Kanglin was very surprised. This is weird. In an instant, Shin Kanglin noticed something strange. That is, how could the opponent's level 43 mage survive so many attacks from me? Soul Fire Talisman. Another Soul Fire Talisman hit Xin Zhongzi. Then, Shin Kanglin saw that his Soul Fire Talisman only took away 84 points of Xin Zhongzi's health. With such a small amount of blood, Xin Zhongzi could almost restore it to full with a bottle of powerful solar water. Combined with the effect of the powerful golden wound medicine, it could be fully recovered in 1 second. Seeing this situation, Shin Kanglin was very surprised. He was surprised that the damage of his Soul Fire Talisman was so low. Even though he added most of his free attributes to his mental strength, it shouldn't be enough to cause this much damage, right? Mental shock. At this time, the cold group time of the mental shock was up, and Shin Kanglin activated the skill immediately. 334. Seeing that the mental shock only took away more than 300 points of Xin Zhongzi's blood, Shin Kanglin was shocked again. His soul attack, combined with poisoning, can deal more than 1,700 magical damages. Even if it is weakened by 60% by the magic shield, it is impossible that the damage is only more than 300. Weird, this person is too weird. In front, Xin Zhongzi was running away quickly while drinking strong solar water quickly. Xin Zhongzi did not stop and quickly went towards the passage from the third floor to the second floor of Woma. He planned to use the passage to wait for Shin Kanglin on the second floor. From his current position, it would only take him 1 minute to reach the second floor passage. He did not try to rush towards Shin Kanglin and get close to him. Because Shin Kanglin is cautious, if Xin Zhongzi did this, Shin Kanglin might become suspicious and think that Xin Zhongzi has the means to threaten him. By then, not only will Shin Kanglin keep a distance of more than 100 meters from Xin Zhongzi, but Xin Zhongzi's idea of killing Shin Kanglin may also change. Xin Zhongzi quickly headed towards the second floor passage of Woma, and Shin Kanglin followed behind and attacked continuously. Because Xin Zhongzi was determined to escape, Shin Kanglin did not become too wary. More than a minute later, Xin Zhongzi kept picking up potions dropped by others along the way. After drinking countless bottles of potions, he finally ran to the entrance of the second floor of Woma. During this process, Xin Zhongzi saw the newly refreshed Woma cult leader in an area, but he didn't have time to fight the Woma cult leader now. After arriving at the second floor passage, he went straight into the passage on the second floor of Woma without any hesitation. After Xin Zhongzi entered the second floor passage of Woma, Shin Son's mental power could no longer sense Xin Zhongzi. This situation made Shin Kanglin frown. This situation made him lose the feeling of being in control of everything, which made him very uncomfortable. However, after hesitating for a moment, he quickly rushed towards the second floor passage of Woma. According to observations of Xin Zhongzi, many people killed by Xin Zhongzi on the third floor of Woma dropped items, including potions, which was why Xin Zhongzi was able to hold out for so long under his attack. As long as he enters the second floor of Woma, Xin Zhongzi will lose his supply of potions. At that time, even if he can only inflict more than 80 points of damage to Xin Zhongzi in one attack, he can still slowly wear him down. So after arriving at the second floor passage of Woma, Shin Kanglin did not hesitate and went straight into the passage. However, what Shin Kanglin did not expect was. To be frank, when he appeared on the second floor of Woma, he was greeted by a lightning spell. Xin Zhongzi was prepared and realized that if one lightning spell failed to kill the opponent, he would immediately use another one. However, after one lightning operation, there is no need to perform another one. Because in a second, Shin Kanglin turned from a living person into a corpse. Then, a bubble burst on Shin Kanglin's body. Xin Zhongzi hurried forward to pick it up. When Xin Zhongzi saw what Shin Kanglin revealed, he fell into ecstasy. Fuck, This Shin Kanglan actually has 3 teleportation rings. Shin Kanglan's equipment is actually similar to Lucas Edwards, but he has 3 teleportation rings. How could this not surprise Xin Zhengzi? We are currently in the 200,000 word book beta test period, so we will update 2 chapters every day. We will add more chapters after the beta test is over. Chapter 93, Challenging the Rainbow Demon Leader. Xin Zhengzi checked the 3 teleportation rings and found that the cooling time of one of them was more than 23 hours and 50 minutes. This should have been used by Shin Kanglan when he was teleported here. The other 2 are in usable condition. Today, Xin Zhengzi got 3 teleportation rings from Shin Kanglan, and 1 from Lucas Edward, the guard. Together with his own one, he now has 5. Awesome! I'm probably the person with the most teleportation rings in the game world now. After picking up Shin Kanglan's teleportation ring, Xin Zhengzi will no longer be afraid of being hunted down. For example, today, if he was facing Shin Kanglan in the wild, the other party would hit him from a distance of 100 meters, and he would not have any chance to fight back. The final result was that he was tortured to death by Shin Kanglan. Even if he only needs 1 lightning spell to wipe out Shin Kanglan, it would be useless because you can't hit the opponent at all. Your agility is 50, and his agility is also 50. How do you fight him? Now that we have so many teleportation rings, we can run away if we can't win. The teleportation ring does not allow instant movement. Blink requires several seconds of pre-casting time, and being attacked during this process will interrupt the casting. The teleportation ring is different. After entering the coordinates and selecting teleport, you will be teleported away instantly and cannot be interrupted. After picking up the items dropped by Shin Kanglan, Xin Zhengzi was in a good mood. Afterwards, Xin Zhengzi quickly returned to the 3rd floor of Wama. Because just when he was being chased by Shin Kanglan, he saw that the Wama leader seemed to have refreshed on the 3rd floor of Wama. After reaching the 3rd floor, Xin Zhengzi quickly found the leader of the Wama sect. Big Fireball. Lightning magic, lightning magic, lightning magic. A huge fireball, coupled with several lightning spells, killed the Wama cult leader instantly. Afterwards, Xin Zhengzi picked up a Wama horn and a book on the fiery sword technique for a level 35 warrior. As for the other things, they were all garbage in Xin Zhengzi's eyes, and he was too lazy to pick them up. No wonder there were so many people here before. It turns out that the main reason for the Woma cult to refresh is because of this. At this time, Xin Zhengzi finally understood why the Japanese devils arranged so many people to clear monsters on the 3rd floor of Woma. The 3rd floor of Woma is full of monsters over level 30, and players in their 40s or 50s can't gain much experience points by killing monsters here. Moreover, when high-level players fight low-level monsters, the probability of equipment dropping will become very low. And now, everything makes sense. They are coming for the Wama cult leader. After defeating the Wama cult leader, Xin Zhengzi put on a teleportation ring and prepared to enter the coordinates of Mingzhong. However, the next moment, he stopped and quickly entered the coordinates of Biki City. The coordinates are not entered by typing on the keyboard, but in the form of brainwaves. It is very fast as long as you think about it. Teleport. The next moment, Xin Zhengzi appeared in Biki City. The Biki City that Xin Zhengzi came to now was not the Biki City he came to with Su Mayan, but the Biki City in another dimension. After arriving in Biki City, Xin Zhengzi went to the Biki warehouse immediately and stored the backpack of equipment he picked up in the warehouse. However, just when Xin Zhengzi was about to save the Wama horn and zoom a portrait, he suddenly had an idea. That is, can he set up a guild of his own and then submit a dispute over the ownership of Shabak to King Biki? Xin Zhengzi felt that with his current strength, he could take down Shabak alone. However, Xin Zhengzi just thought about it and then gave up. Because he was planning to upgrade his level again. It would be safer to upgrade his level first and then equip more Zuma suits. After storing the equipment in the warehouse, Xin Zhengzi took a tour around Biki City. He found that there were not many players in Biki City, which might be related to the fact that there were no high-level monster maps near Biki City. Those who can come to Biki City are all players above level 20. There is no place in Biki City for players above level 20 to level up. Perhaps the only thing that can attract players in Biki City is the intermediate skill books dropped in the Corpse King's Palace, such as the Magic Shield of the Mage, the Group Healing of the Taoist Priest, the Wild Charge of the Warrior, and so on. However, when fighting the Lich King, your level cannot exceed 30, because the Lich King is not a boss. When players above level 30 fight the Lich King, it is like a high-level player fighting a low-level monster, and the explosion rate will be very low. Xin Zhongzi thought of the best way to defeat the Corpse King, which was to have several high-level mages continuously use the resistance fire ring to prevent the Corpse King from getting close, and then let low-level players output damage to the Corpse King. Move in an instant. Move in an instant. Move in an instant. After storing his equipment in the warehouse in Beachy City, Xin Zhongzi put on an invisibility ring and began to quickly perform instant movement to travel. Xin Zhongzi plans to go to the Demon Ceiling Valley, and then go to the Thunder Road and the Demon Ceiling Palace to fight monsters and level up. With Xin Zhongzi constantly using instant movement and no monsters interrupting him, it only took him a few minutes to reach the Wolma Forest. Less than 10 minutes later, Xin Zhongzi headed to the Demon Ceiling Valley from a canyon on the left side of the Wolma Forest. When he arrived at the Demon Ceiling Valley, Xin Zhongzi did not stop and soon entered the Demon Ceiling mining area. However, after entering the Demon Ceiling mine, there are quite a lot of caves inside. Moreover, the cave at the beginning was filled with monsters over level 30. After arriving at Thunder Road, the Monster Overlord Hall, the monsters level broke through to level 35. After arriving at the Demon Soul Palace, the monster's level daughter appears to be level 40. It was not until entering the Demon Ceiling Palace that the monster level exceeded level 40, mixed with some monsters from level 40 to level 45. For example, White Wild Boar. The reason why Xin Zhongzi came to the Demon Ceiling Palace instead of going to the Red Moon Canyon was mainly because he heard that the White Wild Boars in the Demon Ceiling Palace could drop blessed oil. After spending nearly 2 hours, Xin Zhongzi finally arrived at the Demon Ceiling Palace. Because Xin Zhongzi was wearing an invisibility ring, his figure could not be seen by the monster. At this time, the Demon Ceiling Hall was filled with monsters. Here are Zuma guards, Zuma statues, white boars, Iris pig guards, Iris scorpion guards and so on. Among them, the white boar is a level 45 monster, the Iris pig guard is level 46, and the Iris scorpion guard is level 47. Finally, Xin Zhongzi found the Rainbow Demon Leader, who was 5 or 6 meters tall, in the central area of the Demon Ceiling Palace. Rainbow Demon Leader, level 70, HP 127000, attack 129-1239, magic attack 89-924, physical defense 71-914, magic defense 51-612, agility 61. Normal attack, a mixture of physical and magical attacks, causing physical and magical attacks to the target. Skill 1, Leader's Wrath, causes 5 times magic damage to enemies within 50 meters for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 32 seconds. Skill 2, Summon Guards. The Iris Master can summon Iris personal guards. Cooldown of 30 minutes. Skill 3, Bloodsucking, causes damage to the target and can restore 5% of the damage value's health, cooldown of 1 minute. Skill 4, Near-Death HP Recovery. When the Rainbow Demon Cult Leader's HP drops to 5-8, he will quickly recover 30% of his HP, cooldown, 60 minutes. Seeing the attributes of the Rainbow Demon Leader, Xin Zhongzi could only say that he was invincible. If a group of people come to fight the Iris Lord, the more people come, the more health the Iris Lord will recover. After seeing the attributes of the Iris Lord, Xin Zhongzi was also evaluating whether he could fight the Iris Lord alone with his current strength. Finally, Xin Zhongzi's assessment is acceptable. With Xin Zhongzi's defense, the Rainbow Demon Sect Leader's ordinary attacks could not break through it. As for the first skill, it can cause about 100 points of health to Xin Zhongzi every year. Xin Zhongzi can use powerful wound medicine and powerful sun water to solve this injury. The second skill summons personal guards, but it is estimated that the summoned personal guards cannot break Xin Zhongzi's defense. As for the third skill of restoring health, this skill is even more useless, restoring 5% of the attack damage. In other words, the Rainbow Demon Leader has to take away 100 points of Xin Zhongzi's health before he can recover 5 points. As for the fourth skill that restores 30-80% of health when near death, that's just a matter of casting a few more lightning spells. Chapter 94 The Terror of Lucky 9. After evaluating the strength of the Iris Lord, Xin Zhongzi decided to clear out the monsters in the Demon Ceiling Hall first, and then fight the Iris Lord. Ice roars. Ice roars. Ice roars. With the invisibility ring, only the monsters attacked by Xin Zhongzi can see Xin Zhongzi. However, when the monster attacked by Xin Zhongzi saw Xin Zhongzi and reacted, Xin Zhongzi's 2 ice roars hit it and killed it instantly. Wow! This invisibility ring is pretty good. Before, Xin Zhongzi thought the invisibility ring was useless. But now it seems that the invisibility ring is much more important to other players than the teleportation ring. If an ordinary player goes to various maps to fight monsters, he will definitely face the fate of being besieged by a group of monsters. If you carry an invisibility ring, you can fight a monster alone. In the game world, people only have one life, and the invisibility ring can undoubtedly increase people's chances of survival. Moreover, with the invisibility ring, the leveling efficiency is definitely much higher than that of others. In order to save their lives, others only dare to level up with monsters lower than themselves. Because monsters of the same level as them would definitely attack him in large groups, and it would be easy for him to die. Even if guild members team up to fight monsters, it is just a lot of people fighting a small number of monsters, such as 100 people besieging a dozen monsters, and the experience points they get will definitely not be much. With the invisibility ring, you can fight monsters of the same level alone, which gives you much more experience than fighting in a group. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary players, the invisibility ring is definitely better than the teleportation ring. Ice Roars. Ice Roar. In the Demon Ceiling Hall, Xin Zhongzi kept releasing Ice Roar, and the magic potions in his backpack disappeared one by one quickly. Fortunately, killing monsters can drop potions, which can replenish his magic power. Under Xin Zhongzi's attack, the monsters in the Demon Ceiling Hall fell down in groups. After clearing a large area, Xin Zhongzi felt that using Ice Roar was a bit annoying and not cost-effective, so he started laying down a wall of fire directly. He first laid a wall of fire in the blank area, and then laid a wall of fire inside the monster group. Finally, he took off his invisibility ring and attracted more monsters to step into the firewall. In this case, his monster clearing speed is several times faster than before when he used Ice Roar to clear monsters. Half an hour later, Xin Zhongzi's level rose from 43 to 44. 2 hours later, Xin Zhongzi's level rose from 44 to 45. After reaching level 45, Xin Zhongzi cleared monsters for less than 10 minutes. Then, except for the monsters near the Rainbow Demon Leader, the entire Demon Ceiling Palace became empty. In the process of clearing monsters, Xin Zhongzi also gained a lot. He killed Zuma guards and Zuma statues and obtained several sets of Zuma jewelry. After his level was raised, he put it on directly, which increased his magic attack a little more. What made him happy was that killing the white wild boar really gave him blessed oil. In less than 3 hours, he killed nearly 300 white wild boars and obtained a total of 7 bottles of blessed oil. After obtaining the blessed oil, Xin Zhongzi did not hesitate and directly used the blessed oil on the 7 magic wands. Then, Xin Zhongzi's luck became +7. Next, he only needs to produce 2 more bottles of blessed oil, and his luck will increase to 9. In the legendary game, luck +9 can deal 100% of the maximum damage. I don't know if this is how Tiandao is set up in the game world. After clearing out the Demon Ceiling Palace, Xin Zhongzi began to attack the Iris Leader and the monsters near him. Ice Roars. Ice Roar. Ice Roar. Take medicine, take medicine, take medicine. From level 43 to level 45, Xin Zhongzi added all 10 free attributes to mental power. However, after adding 2 more sets of Zuma equipment, Xin Zhongzi's magic attack increased by 88 points. This brought Xin Zhongzi's highest magic attack to 1487 points. In this case, if the maximum damage is dealt, the Rainbow Demon Lord can be directly depleted of 10,000 points of health. It's a pity that even with Xin Zhongzi's luck +7, he can't deal high damage every time. But overall, it was quite easy for Xin Zhongzi to kill the Rainbow Demon Sect leader. In less than a minute, the Iris Leader and all the monsters around him fell to the ground. After killing all the monsters, Xin Zhongzi stepped forward to pick up the dropped equipment items. Xiaoyaofan, required level 35, physical attack 513, Taoist magic 410, durability 30, weight 45. Hidden attributes, luck +1, agility +5, soul fire talisman damage +15%. The weapon dropped by the Iris Cult leader was a Taoist equipment. I was speechless. But I have to say, this Xiaoyaofan is really cool, and it also has hidden attributes. Xin Zhongzi was very envious, but there was nothing he could do. In addition to weapons, there are skill books. Fire Sword Technique, Warrior Level 35 Skill Book. Xin Zhongzi has no use for the Warrior's Skill Book. In addition, the Iris Leader also dropped a special ring. Defense Ring, required level 16, Taoist 1-2. Wearing this ring grants a Taoist level 1 healing spell. Wearing this ring grants a Taoist level 1 healing spell. Wearing this ring grants a Taoist level 1 healing spell. The ability disappears upon removal. This defensive ring is very good. After wearing it, you can actually gain the Taoist healing skills. For a mage, using this ring can restore his health. Xin Jonza tried wearing the defensive ring and found that casting a healing spell consumed 4 points of magic power, and then restored 20 points of health plus an additional 2 points of health for each point of Taoism. Xin Jonza has all the Taoist magic in his body, but only 1/2 of them come from his defense ring, so he can only recover 24 points of health at most. Rubbish. All of a sudden, Xin Jonza looked down upon this defensive ring, as the blood volume it restored was only the amount of a bottle of small golden wound medicine. However, this ring can be used by Taoist priests, who have higher Taoist skills. Could it be that the first boss killed in the game world will 100% guarantee a special ring? Xin Jonza got one when he killed the Zuma leader before, and now he got one when he killed the Iris leader. As for the Woma cult leader, Xin Jonza felt that this was the first time that the Woma cult leader in another dimension was killed, so the teleportation ring exploded. In addition to the weapon skill book and special ring, the Iris leader also dropped 2 bottles of blessed oil, which made Xin Jonza very happy, because with these 2 bottles of blessed oil, his weapon luck can be increased by 9. As for the rest, they are all Zuma equipment and are of no use. After Xin Jonza picked up the blessed oil, he used it directly on the 2 magic wands. Immediately, Xin Jonza's luck officially reached +9. So, Xin Jonza decided to find a monster to try and see if he could inflict the maximum damage 100%. A few minutes later, Xin Jonza came to the outside of the demon ceiling palace and found a scorpion. Lightning magic. 11,852. A lightning spell was cast, directly causing the highest magic damage. Awesome. Regarding this situation, Xin Jonza exclaimed that it was awesome. In order to confirm whether it was a coincidence, Xin Jonza found several more monsters to experiment with. However, every experiment results in the highest damage. Not only lightning, but other skills, such as firewall, ice roar, etc., can all deal the highest damage. Sure enough, Tiandao copied the lucky setting of the legendary game. Chapter 95 challenged the final boss of the early version. After adding 9 to his luck, Xin Jonza's attack damage can not only reach the maximum every time, but his defense can also reach the maximum value every time. Under such circumstances, Xin Jonza felt that he should be able to challenge a more powerful boss. Of course, the most important thing for him now is to level up first. Only after raising his level will he be safer in reality. A few hours later, Xin Jonza returned to Woma Forest and then entered the Berryman map from the northwest corner of Woma Forest. After arriving at Berryman, Xin Jonza first found the warehouse manager of Sherman to store the equipment he had obtained, and then used instant movement to arrive at the jungle maze. An hour later, Xin Jonza entered the Red Moon Canyon. As soon as he entered the Red Moon Canyon, Xin Jonza saw densely packed spider monsters of all kinds. These spider monsters are all level 45 to 50 monsters. An hour later, Xin Jonza arrived at the Devil's Altar. Inside the Demon Altar, there are monsters above level 50, including various spiders, 2-headed King Kong, blood zombies, etc. Ice Roar! Ice Roar! Ice Roar! Faced with so many monsters, Xin Jonza said nothing, but just kept roaring. An hour later, Xin Jonza's level broke through from 45 to 46. Firewall! 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 More than an hour later, Xin Jonza's level broke through from level 46 to level 47. At this time, after Xin Jonza cleared all the monsters in the Demon Altar, he returned to the place of decision to continue killing monsters. 2 hours later, Xin Jonza's level broke through to level 48. At this time, Xin Jonza looked at the time and it was already past 6 in the morning. After thinking about it, Xin Jonza decided to log off and see. So, he returned to the Demon Altar. He had killed all the monsters in the Demon Altar, so he could quit the game here. On the map of the Land of Decision, he cannot exit the game until all the monsters are killed by him. This is how legendary games work. When there are monsters or other players on the minimap, you cannot exit the game unless you return to the safe zone. This is also why Xin Jonza slaughtered the members of the Mahakala Guild on the 3rd floor of Woma, and why the members of the Mahakala Guild couldn't quit the game and hide. There is also the reason why when Xin Jonza massacred the people of the 36 major families in the mine, the people of the 36 major families could only wait for death in despair. If players could quit the game at any time, the 36 major families would not be able to suppress ordinary players like that. Ha! Can't exit the game? Returning to the Demon Altar, Xin Jonza discovered that he was unable to exit the game. Is it a special terrain? Xin Jonza was surprised. If it weren't for the special terrain, then it would be that the monsters in the demon altar map were not killed by him. More than 10 minutes later, Xin Zhongzi found a monster he had missed, the blood zombie. This thing must have been newly created. Xin Zhongzi felt that it was impossible for him to miss a monster, so there was only one explanation for the new one. After 2 lightning spells, the blood zombie died. Xin Zhongzi instinctively stepped forward to pick up the item. Hey! Good stuff! After killing a blood zombie, the blood zombie unexpectedly gave him a mage's top weapon, blood drink. This is a very handsome long sword. Blood drink requires magic attack 96, physical attack 314, magic attack 35, accuracy +5, durability 20, weight 12. Good stuff, it actually adds 5 points to be accurate. It's a pity that the output of the blood drinker weapon is too small. If you want to replace your weapon with this one, it will be difficult to collect enough in a few years. Therefore, this thing can only be sold or given to others in the future. After killing the blood zombie, Xin Zhongzi finally successfully exited the game. After exiting the game, Xin Zhongzi could clearly feel that his body had become much stronger. In the outside world, Xin Zhongzi and his family have been living in the deep mountains and forests for several months. Living here, all daily necessities and food supplies were obtained by Xin Zhongzi alone from the small county town at the foot of the mountain. He had no money, but as a magician, it was very easy for him to get these things. For example, he can easily enter the warehouses of some large shopping malls. With his current physical condition, it is no problem for him to jump more than 20 meters. Even if he falls from a height of hundreds of meters, his body will not be hurt. Mom, we will be able to leave here after a while, Xin Zhongzi said to his mother-in-law. In the game, Xin Zhongzi is leveling up quickly. When he reaches level 60, he doesn't believe anyone would dare to target him. If level 60 doesn't work, then try level 70. If level 70 doesn't work, then try level 80. Upgrading is not too easy for him who can stack equipment attributes. The reason why the ancestors of those big families level up slowly is simply because it is too difficult for them to fight monsters, especially monsters of the same level. I think it's great here. I haven't enjoyed this kind of peaceful life for a long time, mother-in-law Shen Shui said to Xin Zhongzi with a smile. It's not that she doesn't want to return to city life, but she doesn't want to put too much pressure on her daughter and son-in-law. Xin Zhongzi is very grateful for the understanding of his mother-in-law and sister-in-law. But in the past few months, his mother-in-law and sister-in-law have been taking care of his children every day without any complaints. For such a family, Xin Zhongzi must treat them better in the future to repay their kindness. In reality, Xin Zhongzi had breakfast, chatted with his family for a while, and teased his 2 children for a while. Then, Xin Zhongzi continued to enter the game world. Returning to the game world, Xin Zhongzi left the demon altar and continued to kill monsters. 4 hours later, Xin Zhongzi broke through to level 49. At this time, he had already arrived at the secret passage in the valley. After arriving here, the next step is the Red Moon Lair, where the Red Moon Demon is located in the legendary game. Now that he was here, Xin Zhongzi decided to go and take a look. After reaching level 49, Xin Zhongzi put on another 4 sets of Zuma equipment. At this time, his magic attack has reached the highest value of 1663. With this kind of magic attack, a bolt of lightning can directly cause more than 13,000 damages. If it is a big fireball, it can burn for 5 seconds and cause more than 33,000 magic damage. The attack of the fireball seems to be stronger than that of the lightning spell, but if it is performed within the same 5 seconds, the lightning spell can be cast 5 times, and the total damage is as high as more than 66,000, which is twice as high as the damage of the fireball. Soon, Xin Zhongzi arrived at the Red Moon Lair. As soon as he entered the Red Moon's lair, Xin Zhongzi was attacked. In an instant, his invisibility ring was broken. This is the Red Moon Demon's full map attack ability. Unexpectedly, it can also break the invisibility of the invisibility ring. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhongzi quickly replaced the invisibility ring and equipped all the Zuma rings. The Red Moon's lair is a very small place of only over 200 square meters. In addition to the Red Moon Demon, there are almost 100 monsters inside. After being attacked twice more, the attributes of the Red Moon Demon also appeared in front of Xin Zhongzi. I'll add 1 chapter today, and I'll add more after the book test is over. Then, ask for 5-star reviews. Chapter 96, Colorful Feathered Clothes, Paralysis Ring. Red Moon Demon, level 80, HP 307000, attack 1481639, magic attack 1271024, physical defense 731012, magic defense 73617, agility 50. Normal attack, indiscriminate full screen stabbing attack, a mixed attack of physical and magical attacks, causing physical damage and magical damage to the target. Skill 1, Demonic Poison, sprays a circle of venom with a diameter of 3 meters towards the target, causing 3 times the magic damage to the target, lasting for 5 seconds, and a cooldown of 32 seconds. Skill 2, Bloodsucking, causes damage to the target and can restore 5% of the damage value. Cooldown time is 1 minute. Skill 3, Last Respite, when the Red Moon Demon's health drops below 10%, it quickly recovers to 30%. It also summons Red Moon Guardians to protect it and grants a magic shield. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Skill 4, Summon Guards. The Red Moon Demon can summon 30 Red Moon Guards to protect itself. Cooldown time is 30 minutes. Skill 5, Magic Shield. While Borrowed Light is active, the Crimson Moon Demon gains a magic shield, reducing incoming damage by 30%. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Awesome, this Crimson Moon Demon has one more skill than the Red Demon Leader. If an ordinary player comes here to fight the Red Moon Demon, he should not even think about killing the Red Moon Demon unless he sacrifices countless lives and spends a long time on it. However, this is for other players. For a monster with high attack and high defense like Xin Zhengzi, it is too easy to defeat the Red Moon Demon. Fireball, Firewall, Ice Roar, Ice Roar. Although the Red Moon Demon has 50 points of agility, it cannot move. Xin Zhengzi can throw a wall of fire to cause continuous damage to the Red Moon Demon. Just as Xin Zhengzi was attacking the Red Moon Demon was also constantly attacking Xin Zhengzi. However, the Red Moon Demon's attack on Xin Zhengzi was like a tickle. Even if it was a skill attack, Xin Zhengzi only needed to drink powerful gold wound medicine and powerful sun water to recover. On the other hand, the Red Moon Demon and the monsters around him suffered a great disaster. Under Xin Zhengzi's roaring attack, the monsters fell to the ground quickly. A few minutes later, there was no living creature in the entire Red Moon lair except Xin Zhengzi. At this time, Xin Zhengzi stepped forward to pick up the equipment items. Rainbow Feathered Robe Female, required level 40, magic attack 25, physical defense 49, magic defense 46, durability 26, weight 21. It's a good thing, it's a high-end costume for a mage, it looks very beautiful, but it's a pity that it's clothes worn by women. Soul Devouring Staff, required level 35, physical attack 613, magic attack 28, durability 10, weight 28. Hidden Attributes, increases the success rate of Tempting Light, increases the damage of Lightning Ice Roar by 8%, increases the damage of Firewall by 3%, and deals 10% additional damage to mages with Magic Shield activated. Awesome! This mage's weapon is really awesome, it has so many hidden attributes. The Soul Eating Staff is a weapon as famous as the warrior's dragon-slaying sword. It's a pity that this weapon is rubbish to Xin Zhengzi, because it is impossible for him to get countless soul-devouring staffs to stack magic damage. This weapon is extremely rare in the legendary game, and some areas may only have one. Therefore, the soul-eating staff can only be sold later or given to others. For example, when my sister-in-law Sumuchan comes to the game in the future, let her choose a mage, and then give her both the Rainbow Feather Robe and the soul-eating staff. Then, there are the skill books that every boss will drop. Lion's Roar, level 38 warrior skill. Xin Zhengzi had no interest in the warrior's skill book. In addition to this, there are special restrictions. Perhaps it was the first time that the Red Moon Demon was killed by a player, so it dropped another special ring. Paralysis Ring, required level 16, physical attack 0-1, durability 5, weight 1. When attacking in melee, there is a 1/15 chance of petrifying the target for 5 seconds, rendering it unable to move. Level differences are ignored. Awesome! This paralysis ring is really awesome. It's a pity that it's useless to Xin Zhengzi. Because this paralysis ring requires melee attacks, which means you need to use your weapon to kill monsters directly. If Xin Zhengzi did this, he would be a fool. The probability of triggering it is 1 in 15. By the time Xin Zhengzi has paralyzed the monster, he would have killed it with magic attacks. Therefore, this ring is only suitable for warriors. Therefore, this ring can only be sold to other people or given to other people for use in the future. Otherwise, let Sumuchan choose the warriors in the future? In addition to weapons, clothes, skill books, and special rings, the Red Moon Demon also dropped 2 pieces of Red Moon jewelry. Mage God Necklace requires magic attack power 124, magic attack 18, hit rate +2, durability 7, weight 1. Tianzuan Bracelet requires Taoist attack power 128, Taoist 14, defense 12, durability 7, weight 1. The Magic God Necklace is the equipment that Xin Zhengzi needs. It's a pity that there is only one now, and the drop rate is very low. If you want to collect dozens of sets, I don't know how long it will take. At present, the Red Moon set is not as good as the Zuma set for Xin Zhengzi. Just look at the advanced maps that follow to see if the drop rate of the Red Moon set can be improved. For example, the Dragon map. Anyway, when killing monsters in Red Moon, the drop rate of Zuma suits is several times higher than that of Zuma Temple. In addition, the Red Moon Demon also dropped a pair of shoes. Purple Silk Boots, required level 30, physical defense 03, carrying capacity +5, durability 8, weight 1. This pair of purple silk boots can actually increase the load-bearing capacity by 5, which is equivalent to upgrading to a higher level. Good stuff, but unfortunately there are too few of them. Besides that, Xin Zhengzi also got dozens of bronze belts while fighting the Red Moon monster. Bronze belt required level 30, physical defense 1-2, magic defense 0-1, durability 8, weight 1. Bronze belts are equipment that can be dropped by small monsters. After equipping these bronze belts, after killing the Red Moon Demon, Xin Zhengzi thought for a while and prepared to leave. However, suddenly, he looked at the monster corpse that had been picked up and it was not displayed, which made him feel very strange. Could it be that there is something special about this corpse? Xin Zhengzi approached the corpse of a spider and touched it. At this moment, the words "whether to explore" suddenly appeared in front of Xin Zhengzi. Fuck, you can actually dig out meat? Xin Zhengzi chose to explore. A moment later, an item appeared in his backpack, a bamboo flute. Rubbish. Xin Zhengzi threw it away directly. Just after Xin Zhengzi explored the monster's corpse, the monster disappeared. Seeing that he could obtain equipment by exploring the doubts, Xin Zhengzi immediately became interested. Soon, Xin Zhengzi explored all the monster corpses that had not disappeared in the Red Moon lair. What surprised Xin Zhengzi was that he actually got a piece of Red Moon jewelry, but unfortunately it was a warrior's holy war ring. At this time, Xin Zhengzi thought again that many of the monsters killed in the Valley Secret Passage, the place of decision, and the demon altar did not disappear at the beginning. It's a pity that he didn't explore at that time, and everything was refreshed by the game world later. If no items are picked up from the monster corpse within 2 minutes, it will automatically disappear. What a pity! If I had picked it up then, I would have gotten more Red Moon sets. At this time, it was no use for Xin Zhengzi to regret. After leaving the Red Moon's lair, Xin Zhengzi returned to the secret passage in the valley. Next, Xin Zhengzi continued to kill monsters. This time, Xin Zhengzi was killing monsters while exploring their corpses. After more than 6 hours, Xin Zhengzi's level was successfully upgraded from 49 to 50. During these 6 hours, Xin Zhengzi obtained 2 more pieces of Red Moon jewelry, the warrior's holy war bracelet and the Taoist's Tianzuan ring. After reaching level 50, Xin Zhengzi still added 5 free attributes to mental power. Xin Zhengzi figured it out. While other attributes can be improved with equipment, mental strength cannot be improved with equipment. Before, Shin Kanglin used 150 points of mental power to walk him around like a dog, which had a huge impact on him. If his mental strength was also so strong, then when he attacked others, he could use the kite tactic, and the opponent wouldn't even be able to touch him. After reaching level 50, Xin Zhengzi also equipped himself with 50 sets of Zuma equipment. So, his character panel now looks like this. Chapter 97 Farewell Wine, Tragic Old People. Name, Xin Zhengzi. Occupation, Mage. Level, 50,05000. HP, 5000. Magic Power, 500. Attack, 10,250,450. Magic Attack, 100, 100, 1700. Defense, 20,350,503. Magic Defense, 20,250,350. Agility, 50. Accuracy, 5 plus 100. Spirit, 85. Load Capacity, 286 300 plus 5. Skills: Fireball, Hellfire, Great Fireball, Ring of Resistance, Light of Temptation, Teleport, Burst of Fire, Aurora Cinema, Hell Lightning, Lightning, Firewall, Magic Shield, Holy Word, Ice Roar. Unique ability: Infinite stacking of equipment slots. Equipment. Magic Wand 50 level requirement 26, attack 250 450, magic attack 100 250, durability 750, weight 10. Magic Robe X 50 required level 22, magic attack 0 100, defense 150 250, magic defense 150 200, durability 1000, weight 12. Black Iron Helmet X 50 requires 128 attack, 200 250 physical defense, 100 150 magic defense, 500 durability, weight 20. Demon Bell X50 requires magic attack power 95, magic attack 0 350, accuracy plus 100, durability 300, weight 1. Purple Snail 100 requires magic attack power 88, magic attack 0 500, durability 502, weight 22. Dragon Bracelet X100 requires magic attack power 98, magic attack 0 300, durability 600 x2, weight 3 x2. Purple Silk Boots X1 required level 30, physical defense 0 3, carrying capacity plus 5, durability 8, weight 1. After reaching level 50, Xin Jones's magic attack reached 1,500 points. With such a high magic attack, if you use lightning magic, you can directly deal 12,000 magic damage. If it is a big fireball, it can continuously burn 26,000 magic damage for 5 seconds. If it is replaced with a firewall, it can burn out 5,250 magic damage per second, which is more than 52,000 in 10 seconds and 310,000 in 1 minute. Now, the fireball technique used by Xin Jones can continue to burn for 25 minutes, which is quite abnormal. With such damage, if he participated in the battle for Shabak and laid a wall of fire in the city lord's mansion, who could rush in? Even if they rushed in, who could survive? After reaching level 50, Xin Jones continued to fight monsters in the Red Moon map, but it was not cost-effective to gain experience points. Therefore, Xin Jones decided to go directly to the Demon Dragon. Compared with the Demon Dragon monster, it should allow him to reach level 60 or above as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Xin Jones put on the teleportation ring and teleported to Mingjong City. Hey! Brother Xin, you're online. I haven't seen you in a few days. As Xin Jones arrived in Mingjong City, a voice sounded in his ears. Xin Jones appeared suddenly, just like a player suddenly came online, so it was not surprising that he was mistaken for having just come online. Xin Jones turned around and found that the person calling him was a middle-aged man. Xin Jones had seen this middle-aged man before. He was the one Yangon had brought him to see before. He was also one of the ordinary players in Mingjong City who did not dare to leave the city. Hello? I've been busy outside lately, so I haven't been online yet. Xin Jones guessed that the other party didn't usually check his game friends. As long as he looked at the game friends list, he would know that Xin Jones was online most of the time. Or maybe the other person has too many friends and he can't keep up with them all. Brother, do you know why the players from the 36 major families look so unhappy? Suddenly, the middle-aged man asked Xin Jones mysteriously. Well, I don't know. Xin Jones looked around and found that some players indeed had ugly expressions. Let me tell you in secret, the players with ugly faces are the devils from the Mahakala Guild and the people from the Shin family in the imperial capital. The white players are from the Edward family. It is said that thousands of elite players from the Mahakala Guild died in the Woomer Cult's Hall. The Shin family's ancestor, Shin Kanglin, the world's #1 player, and the Edward family's ancestor, Lucas Edward, also died on the 3rd floor of Woomer. After hearing what the middle-aged man said, Xin Jones looked around and found that many players had ugly expressions. Unexpectedly, the melon actually fell on his head. This is really interesting. Brother, do you want to go for a drink? I can talk to you about this matter. At this time, the middle-aged man asked Xin Jones. No, I have something else to do. Xin Jones quickly refused. Oh, well, get busy then. After saying goodbye to the middle-aged man, Xin Jones hurriedly stored the equipment he had obtained in the Red Moon map in the warehouse, and then he repaired all the equipment on his body. After doing all this, Xin Jones prepared to go to the Demon Dragon map. But how do I get to the Dragon map? At this time, Xin Jones realized how to get to the Demon Dragon. In the legendary game, going to the dragon seems to be teleported from the veteran of the Alliance. But in the Mingjong city in the game world, there are no Mingjong veterans at all. Just when Xin Junza was thinking about how to get to the demon dragon, suddenly, Xin Junza received a message. He Yangan, brother Xin, would you like to come to Mingjong Tavern? After seeing the message, Xin Junza thought about it and decided to walk towards Mingjong Tavern. Soon, Xin Junza arrived at Mingjong Tavern and saw a large group of people in a private room in the tavern. There are about 50 people here, and most of them are white-haired old people. Brother Xin is here. He Yangan greeted Xin Junza hurriedly when he saw him. Uncle He, what are you doing? Xin Junza looked at He Yangan and asked, not understanding what so many people gathered here meant. Brother Xin, these old brothers are almost at the end of their lives, so they plan to try their luck in the pig cave. If it doesn't work, as long as they can kill some of the kids from the 36 major families, they can make their money back even if they die in the pig cave. He Yangan said to Xin Junza. What does it mean that the lifespan is almost over? Xin Junza asked in confusion. Hearing Xin Junza's question, someone explained, this is what happened. This game world has a function that can increase a person's lifespan. Did you know that? Well, I know. Xin Junza nodded. It is said that the ancestor of the Shin family lived for more than 500 years. How could he not know this? It's like this. In the game world, every level up adds 10 years to the player's lifespan. These old brothers are already over 200 years old. If they don't level up, they will die of old age. So, they plan to go to the pig cave to try their luck. He Yangan explained. After hearing what He Yangan said, Xin Junza immediately understood. How likely is it that we can go to the pig cave? Xin Junza asked. It's a near miss, or maybe even a near miss. He Yangan sighed and said, those big families won't let us improve ourselves. They'll try every possible way to kill us. At this time, an old man said to Xin Junza calmly, actually, we went to the pig cave with the intention of fighting those people from the big families. Dying of old age is death anyway, so why not drag a few people from the big families with us? Hearing this, Xin Junza fell silent. Hearing about the plans of these old people, Xin Junza was very impressed. 36 big families, you really deserve to die. Chapter 98 I'll go with you. Everyone, please wait for me, I'm going to get something. After Xin Junza finished speaking, he quickly left the tavern. After leaving the tavern, Xin Junza went to the warehouse and took out the Wama horn. Afterwards, Xin Junza put on the teleportation ring. At this time, most of his teleportation rings had cooled down. A moment later, Xin Junza was teleported to the outside of the Biki City Palace. After entering the city of Biki, Xin Junza handed the Wama horn to King Biki, and then created a guild Mingjong veterans. Of course, before creating the guild, he first withdrew from the anti-hegemony alliance. Sumayan, husband, why did you quit the club? I created a guild myself, Xin Junza replied. At this time, the game notification has begun. Game tip, player number, Xin Junza, has created the Mingjong Veterans Guild. The game gave 3 prompts in a row, and almost all online players could see it. Inside the tavern in Mingjong City. What? Xin Junza founded the Mingjong Veterans Guild? Is this the Xin Junza who left the guild? That's impossible. I heard that the guild is going to Biki City. How long has he been away? Besides, the 36 major families won't let him leave so easily, right? Since it's not Brother Xin, then it must be another player with the same name as Brother Xin. In Biki City, after Xin Junza created the guild, he directly used a teleportation ring again to return to Mingjong City. Soon, Xin Junza came to the tavern again. At this time, He Yangan and a group of old people were still in the tavern. Brother Xin Junza, did you see the game prompt on the World Channel just now? A player with the same name as yours created a guild. He Yangan said to Xin Junza. I saw that, and that's what I created. After saying that, Xin Junza directly invited He Yangan to join the guild. On the opposite side, He Yangan was stunned when he saw the game prompt, player Xin Junza invites you to join the Mingjong Veterans Guild, and asked whether he agreed. Brother, you. He Yangan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Uncle He, please agree to it. Xin Junza said with a smile. He Yangan calls him brother, which doesn't prevent him from calling him Uncle He. After all, he is over 100 years old, so it's good that you don't call him old man. After hearing Xin Jones's words, Hyungan agreed to join the guild. After Hyungan joined the guild, Xin Jones directly appointed him as the vice president of the guild. Uncle He, please invite everyone to the guild. In this way, everyone can activate the guild attack mode when entering the pig cave, and then they will not cause accidental injuries when releasing skills. Xin Jones said to Hyungan. Hearing Xin Jones's words, Hyungan's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. Soon, Hyungan invited everyone present to the guild. Uncle He, when are we going to the pig cave? Xin Jones asked Hyungan. Upon hearing this, an old man said, we've already prepared everything, only waiting for the right opportunity. Now that we have the guild attack mode, why don't we go to the pig cave right now and catch those big families off guard? I agree. After all, it's easy to be leaked if we wait too long. Why don't we go to the pig cave and kill people now? Killing one will cover our losses, and killing two will make us a profit. Let's go. I've had enough of life anyway. When the other old men heard the suggestion of going to the pig cave now, they immediately agreed. Everyone is about to die, so everyone wants to drag a few people from big families with them before they die. Okay, then I'll go to the pig cave with everyone. Xin Jones, who was standing aside, was infected by the warm atmosphere and said immediately. Hearing Xin Jones's words, an old man hurriedly shook his head. You can't, you are still so young, wait until you are about the same age as us, then go to Judong to fight against the 36 big families. Dear seniors, do you doubt my strength? Let me tell you, I am a high-level player. Xin Jones said with a smile. You've just been in Biki City for less than 2 months. What high-level player are you? We don't let you go because we don't want you to lose your life. Hyungan hurriedly said to Xin Jones. Okay then, I'll go and see you off, seniors. Xin Jones quickly changed his words. Since no one believed him, there was no need for him to explain. When everyone had entered the pig cave, he followed in and shouted. Okay, it's okay for you to give us a ride. Hearing Xin Jones's words, several old men immediately nodded in agreement. Come on, old friends, let's go to the pig cave and fuck those big families. Go, go, go. A group of people quickly left the pub in a warm atmosphere. Xin Jones and Hyungan walked behind the crowd. Xin boy, how did you establish the guild? Can Mengjong also establish a guild? And where did you get the Woma horn to establish the guild? Hyungan asked Xin Jones. Hyungan didn't think that Xin Jones went to Bichi City to establish a guild because there was simply no time left. He probably had never even heard of a teleportation ring. After hearing what Hyungan said, Xin Jones said, I'll tell you about this question later. In Mengjong City, a group of old men marched towards the pig cave with great fanfare, naturally attracting countless players from the 36 major families. When ordinary players saw this situation, they knew that this was the last fight of this group of old people. So soon, ordinary players came to bid farewell to the old veterans. Everyone knew that as long as this group of old people entered the pig cave, they would not be able to come out alive. However, all the ordinary players looked at this group of old people with admiration. Dozens of old men headed towards the pig cave, attracting the attention of the 36 major families. Soon, some players from the 36 major families followed the group of old men. As long as these old men dare to enter the pig cave, they will also enter the pig cave and kill them. Soon, a group of old men came to the entrance of the pig cave. The entrance to the pig cave is inside Mengjong City. There is a tall altar here, and on the top of the altar there is a sloping downward passage, from which you can enter the pig cave. Everyone, just send everyone here. We're going in. The elders didn't say much to everyone, because the longer the delay, the better prepared the people from the 36 major families would be. Only by entering as quickly as possible can we catch the players inside off guard, and thus have a chance to kill 2 more players from the 36 major families. In everyone's opinion, they didn't need to kill too many people. They only needed to kill players from 2 big families to make a profit. After all, the players from the 36 major families who can fight monsters in the pig cave are all advanced players above level 30, and the players below level 30 have all gone to the centipede cave. 50 dying lives could be exchanged for 2 people from large families above level 30. It was worth it. Old buddies, let's go into the cave together. Following the shout of an old man, a group of old men immediately filed into the entrance of the pig cave. At the same time, Xin Jones quickly followed him into the pig cave, and Hyungan on the side didn't have time to hold him back. Xin Jones, come back soon. Hyungan shouted anxiously. However, Xin Zhongzi had already entered the wild boar cave. Seeing this situation, He Yangon hesitated for a moment, then followed them into the pig cave. Chapter 99, One Comes, One Dies. After Xin Zhongzi entered the pig cave, he appeared in a stone chamber about 10 meters long and wide. In the middle of the stone chamber, there was a downward passage, which should lead to the first floor of the stone tomb. After Xin Zhongzi appeared, he immediately activated the guild attack mode and began to lay a firewall near the passage. Young man, why did you come in? At this time, a group of old people discovered Xin Zhongzi. Ha! You actually learned firewall? Are you a level 24 player? An old man was surprised after seeing Xin Zhongzi perform firewall. No, your weapon is a wand, which is only equipped by level 26 players. At this moment, He Yangon also entered the pig cave. Xiaohe, how did you get in? Leave here quickly while the people from the 36 major families haven't reacted yet. An old man said anxiously to Xin Zhongzi and He Yangon. Xin Zhongzi, come with me immediately. He Yangon also said to Xin Zhongzi. His purpose in coming in was to take Xin Zhongzi out. Xin Zhongzi didn't say anything, but just kept using the firewall technique. At this moment, someone else entered the room from the passage. However, the moment they passed through the passage, they fell into Xin Zhongzi's wall of fire. 3,200. A second later, the person died instantly. The passage of the stone tomb is somewhat like a space passage. You cannot see what is inside the room before entering the next level. The stone tomb cave is more like a copy in Minzhong City. Just then, after the first player died, a large group of players rushed into the stone tomb. As soon as everyone entered the stone tomb, they fell directly onto Xin Zhongzi's wall of fire. 1 second later, all the mages and Taoist priests who entered the stone tomb died, and only the warriors held on for another second. Everyone, quickly move these bodies away. At this time, Xin Zhongzi hurriedly shouted to others. After hearing Xin Zhongzi's shout, everyone came back to their senses from the huge shock they had just experienced. What had just happened? What did they see? They saw people from the 36 major families rush into the stone tomb like moths to a flame, and then be killed instantly by the wall of fire. Soon, the corpses piled up into a small hill at the entrance of the stone tomb. Moreover, more people kept coming in from behind. According to this situation, if the passage is blocked, the game will open up a room in another dimension, allowing players to successfully enter the first floor of the stone tomb. Therefore, in order to avoid such a situation from happening, Xin Zhongzi had to ask everyone to move the body away. After hearing Xin Zhongzi's words, everyone came to their senses and hurriedly started moving the bodies. Brother Xin, what level of player are you? Are you really a newcomer to Minzhong? He Yangon asked Xin Zhongzi in an uncertain tone while dragging the corpse. Ha, Uncle He, I'm actually over level 50. I'm definitely not a newcomer to Minzhong. I've been here for over a month. Xin Zhongzi continued to cast the wall of fire while speaking to Yangon in a joking tone. At this time, many players from the 36 major families entered the stone tomb from Minzhong. However, as long as they enter the stone tomb, they will have only one fate, that is, to be killed instantly by Xin Zhongzi's firewall, or to hold on for one more second. In addition, occasionally there are a few players coming up from the first floor of the stone tomb, and the result is the same, they are killed instantly. Under such circumstances, even if they wanted to send a message to tell others what was happening, they couldn't do it. In the end, more and more people from the 36 major families entered the stone tomb and were burned to death. In the game world, although the firewall is fire, it will burn players to death without producing smoke or smell like in reality. Even after the players die, their bodies will not continue to be burned by the wall of fire even if they are thrown into it. At this moment, in the hall of the stone tomb, a group of old people were excitedly dragging away corpses one after another. Seeing the players from the 36 major families rushing in like moths to a flame to die, everyone had only one feeling, that was pleasure. At this point, even if they died, it would be worth it. Time flies and half an hour has passed. The stone tomb hall was surrounded by a layer of piled up corpses. Half an hour later, after Xin Zhongzi's firewall was extinguished, Xin Zhongzi laid a new firewall. However, at this time, no players from the 36 major families entered the stone tomb to die. In half an hour, at least 500 people entered the stone tomb. However, after these more than 500 people entered the stone tomb, their names immediately faded into obscurity. This situation was eventually discovered by other players, and then people from large families began to prevent others from entering. Let's contact some high-level players. At this time, someone suggested. We've already contacted them. More than 30 people in our family have died. We can't let them die in vain. More than an hour later, a dozen players from the 36 major families who were over level 50 arrived at the entrance of the stone tomb. Let's go in together. Afterwards, more than a dozen people entered the stone tomb at the same time. However, after just a few seconds, the people outside noticed that all the names of these people had dimmed. What's going on? Are they all dead, or is there a bug that can dim their names? Outside, everyone became anxious as they saw a dozen level 50 bosses enter and their names dimmed. What should we do now? Should we call in more high-level players? At this moment, a middle-aged man shouted excitedly, "Everyone, my ancestor at level 64 knows what's going on here, and he's coming over right away." Hearing this, everyone looked over. I saw that it was a black man's face. The level 64 player should be the ancestor of the Ambani family. 10 minutes later, there was a commotion behind the crowd. Soon, a group of people surrounded a middle-aged black man and came to the entrance of the stone tomb. Ancestor. Look at the senior. Seeing the newcomer, a group of players from the Kingdom of Players immediately greeted him respectfully. What exactly happened? The middle-aged black man asked everyone. Grandfather, the situation is like this. Then someone told the middle-aged black man about the situation. Ancestor, we contacted the people who were leveling up on the first floor of the stone tomb and asked them to leave. However, their names faded after a while. Stone Tomb Hall. Xin Jonza watched for a long time but no one came down. After replenishing a round of firewall, he decided to go to the first floor of the stone tomb to take a look. Uncle He, I'm going to go take a look at the first floor of the stone tomb. You guys stay here. After Xin Jonza and He Yangon said something, they entered the passage on the first floor of the stone tomb. The moment Xin Jonza entered the first floor of the stone tomb, he immediately saw that more than hundreds of people had gathered near the entrance to the first floor of the stone tomb. Seeing this situation, Xin Jonza did not hesitate at all. Ice roars, ice roars, ice roars. Seeing Xin Jonza launch an attack, a group of gathered players reacted and counterattacked immediately. However, their attacks did not break Xin Jonza's defense at all. However, Xin Jonza's attack can kill them instantly. In less than half a minute, a large group of people died at the entrance to the first floor of the stone tomb. Seeing that Xin Jonza was like a killing god, but they were unable to cause any harm to Xin Jonza, countless players quickly fled in all directions. Seeing the players fleeing in all directions, Xin Jonza snorted coldly and quickly began to chase them. The passages on the first floor of the stone tomb are very complicated, but fortunately the width of each passage is not too wide. Therefore, Xin Jonza chased the fleeing players while using a firewall to block the escape routes of other players. As long as a player steps onto the firewall, he will be burned to death. Chapter 100 Crazy Massacre. While Xin Jonza was hunting down people from the 36 major families, he used a wall of fire to block the space for others to escape. In Mengzhong City, outside the entrance to the stone tomb, many people also learned through private messages that a killing god had appeared on the first floor of the stone tomb and was madly slaughtering the children of their 36 major families. Seeing this situation, the middle-aged black man immediately let people enter the stone tomb. However, after these people entered the stone tomb, their names soon faded into obscurity. After the names of several groups of people faded away, the middle-aged black man stopped letting people enter the stone tomb. At this moment, the middle-aged black man looked extremely serious. The people who appeared on the first floor of the stone tomb reminded him of the annihilation of the elite players of the Mahakala Guild on the third floor of Woma. It is said that it was also a mage player who killed all the members of the Mahakala Guild at that time. And in the end, both Lucas Edward and Shin Kanglin died. What is happening inside the stone tomb now is so similar to what happened before. If he was really the one who killed Shin Kanglin, he would most likely die if he entered the stone tomb. He, Lucas Edward, and Shin Kanglin, the three of them are all Taoist players, so because they are all Taoist players, they have the ability to become invisible and summon divine beasts, so they can break through to level 60 and above. After the deaths of Lucas Edward and Shin Kanglin, he is now nominally the number one in the gaming world. So, he doesn't want to die. In the stone tomb, in less than 20 minutes, more than 300 people died at the hands of Xin Jonza. However, after Xin Jonza chased and killed for a while, he returned to the stone tomb hall. His firewall can only last for 25 minutes. Any longer and he will have to replenish it. Uncle He, have everyone pick up the items that dropped, and then return to the Mengjong warehouse to store them. Xin Zhengzi looked at the equipment dropped on the ground and saw that no one was picking them up, so he said to He Yangon. Hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, He Yangon quickly said, "Brother Xin, you got all these things." "Wait. Uncle He, I don't need any of these things, and my backpack only has so much space. It's impossible for me to pick up so many things if I pick them up by myself. Are you trying to tire me to death? And my warehouse is full." After hearing Xin Zhengzi's words, He Yangon thought about it and nodded. Then he began to call on others to help pick up items, and then left the stone tomb to store the items in the bitch warehouse. Outside the stone tomb, a group of players from 36 major families saw a group of old men suddenly come out of the stone tomb. They were surprised at first, and then became completely angry. "What have you done to our people? Why aren't you dead?" Suddenly, countless questions were raised to the group of elderly people. However, when they heard the questioning, the group of old people burst into laughter. "All your people are dead. Hundreds of them. He, that feels so good. We've got backpacks full of weapons your people dropped, and we're just about to go stockpile them in the warehouse." Hearing this, the 36 major families went crazy, but they did not dare to take action against these old people. This is because the mayor of Mengjong City is a level 80 warrior, and even the guards are over level 60. If they dared to take action, they would be arrested and imprisoned at best, and beheaded on the spot at worst. This is the experience that many people have learned through bloody lessons in major cities over the past few hundred years. Even the middle-aged black man who was over 60 years old could only watch helplessly as a group of old men went to Mengjong warehouse to store their items without knowing anything. After thinking about it, the middle-aged black man asked another player to enter the stone tomb. The result was the same. The name dimmed as soon as he entered. Therefore, there must be a very powerful player guarding the stone tomb hall. In such circumstances, middle-aged black people themselves dare not take risks. On the other side, a group of elderly people stored their belongings and soon entered the stone tomb cave under the watchful eyes of a group of people from 36 major families. Not long after, they came out again. In this way, a group of old people went in and out of the stone tomb again and again. After they came out, they mainly went to warehouses and various stores selling weapons, equipment, and medicines. In the stone tomb hall, Xin Zhengzi dropped too many pieces of equipment. The equipment picked up by more than 50 old men could not be stored in the explosion rate, so some low-level equipment could only be sold. On the first floor of the stone tomb, Xin Zhengzi was still pursuing players from the 36 major families. 2 hours later, there was no living person on the first floor of the stone tomb except for the monster. Seeing this situation, Xin Zhengzi hurried to the hall of the stone tomb and asked others to help pick up the dropped equipment on the first floor of the stone tomb. His wall of fire sealed off the stone tomb hall, requiring no one to guard it. A few hours later, on the first floor of the stone tomb, all the items dropped by players from the 36 major families were picked up and taken out. During this process, He Yangon pulled dozens of players into the guild, and then joined in the action of picking up equipment together. Only when so many people store equipment in the warehouse together will there be enough space. During this process, countless people from the 36 major families could only watch and could not do anything. There were also some players who impulsively attacked a group of elderly people in Mengjong City because their relatives were killed. However, the result was that the moment he made his move, a sword energy flew over and directly killed him. Ha 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 ha. On this day, in the Mengjong Tavern, countless people were drinking happily. Today, at least thousands of players from 36 Dalewo died in the Stone Tomb Pig Cave. In this situation, all the ordinary players who were bullied by the 36 major families felt extremely happy. "President, these are the copper coins for selling equipment and weapons today. I'll trade them to you." He Yangon initiated a transaction with Xin Zhengzi. After Xin Zhengzi established the guild and brought them into the guild, Xin Zhengzi's title became president. Xin Zhengzi looked at the transaction column, and then he was surprised to find that He Yangon had traded more than 5 million copper coins for him. After thinking about it, Xin Zhengzi accepted the copper coins. "President, all of our personal warehouses and guild warehouses are full of things. What do you think we should do with these things?" He Yangon asked Xin Zhengzi. "You take care of these things. I'm afraid I won't have time to manage the guild's affairs in the future, so you still need to take care of them," Xin Zhengzi said to He Yangon. Most of the 36 major clans killed today were players around level 30. The equipment dropped by these people was ordinary equipment, and the best was just 1 or 2 pieces of Wummer jewelry. Xin Zhengzi doesn't even look down on these things. President, I'd like to toast you. At this time, an old man came to Xin Zhengzi with an excited look on his face and said, President, you were amazing today. We all admire you very much. President, are you sent by God to save us? President. On this day, countless people were extremely enthusiastic about Xin Zhengzi. Everyone, eat and drink well. I will take everyone to the pig cave to level up starting tomorrow. Xin Zhengzi also happily promised everyone. Xin Zhengzi decided to help everyone level up 1 or 2 levels, which would increase their lifespan by 10 or 20 years, and then go to the dragon map to level himself up to level 61st. Everyone, do you know how to get to the demon dragon city? Xin Zhengzi asked everyone. Hearing Xin Zhengzi's question, the others looked at each other. Many people have never heard of the demon dragon city. They have not left since they came to Mengzhong. The people from the 36 major families might know about the demon dragon city, but they wouldn't tell ordinary players like them. President, I know. At this time, a middle-aged man raised his hand and said, President, let me introduce you. This is Chen Xingyun. He was originally from the Chen family, one of the 36 major families. Later, because his mother was killed by the Chen family, he rebelled against the Chen family. He is wanted by the Chen family and has been staying in Mengzhong City for all these years and has not dared to go out. He Yangon introduced to Xin Zhengzi. Hearing this, Xin Zhengzi immediately thought of his mother-in-law Xin Shui's father Xin Weijun. Uncle He, do you know Xin Weijun?